Hey guys, Sean here. Welcome to the F1 Word and to the final day of testing in Bahrain. It's nearly over. Sad times, but don't worry. You've got 9 hours of my ridiculously croaky voice today. I'm very much looking forward to spending this final day with you because it also means we are just over a week away from qualifying, looking at the clock, because qualifying isn't at 7:30 in the morning. So we're just over a week away from the first qualifying session of 2023, which gets me very excited this Saturday morning. Hope you are all doing very, very well. We're going to come to you in the chat throughout the day, as we have done over the last couple of days. We'll do a big Q&A this afternoon as well, so keep your burning questions written down or whatever somewhere, and you can throw them at us a little bit later. We've got some teams we haven't talked about extensively yet, which we will go through as well today, so don't worry. We will make sure we've got through every single team and all the drivers by the end of the week, or the end of the testing week, which is 3 days, of course. So far today, Russell is the fastest, 1:33.685. Hülkenberg second, 33.6. Leclerc 34.1. Gasly a 34.4. Piastri a 34.7. Drugovich a 37.6. Bottas a 38.6. Perez a 40.2. And De Vries has done a 43.1. And Alex Albon looks as though he is going to set a time very shortly, so I will keep an eye on that on the timing screens. And at the moment, laps-wise, Russell's done 12, Hülkenberg 9, Leclerc 7, Gasly 6, Piastri 8, Drugovich 10, Bottas 15, Perez 8, De Vries 5, and Albon has done 10 laps despite not setting a time, so that's a lot of reconnaissance laps for poor Alex Albon. He's getting around there, getting excited about setting a time, and then all of a sudden he's told to come into the pits. He's coming around the final corner now, so it's Gasly at the moment, about to post this time. Let's see what he does. Did a purple first sector and stays in 4th place, but does do a personal best final sector for a total of a 1:34.3, which I think is about where he was anyway. So there you go. Housekeeping, as always, please do subscribe if you're new. I know it's early and there's not a huge number here, but I'll say it anyway. I'll stay consistent. Like the stream as well, if you could, that'd be massively appreciated. And you can support the stream through Super Chat, Streamlabs, and of course over on PayPal. Links in the description to all my guests as well, and to my social media. I've got Will joining me this morning for the final morning, and then Jonty and Dyllan once again this afternoon, where we'll take, like I say, lots of your questions and anything you want to talk about. We'll make sure we do that one. Interesting morning, slightly more dramatic than we've seen previously. The first and most important thing, Felipe Drugovich did manage to get laps in and didn't stop halfway around his first lap, so instant improvement. If you missed it yesterday, he is in the car this morning. Fernando Alonso this afternoon. I've just been listening to the commentary on Sky. Will Buxton and Alex Yates talking about it. Apparently, I've forgotten the doctor's name now. I knew it was going to go. I should have written it down. But apparently he's been to see a doctor in Spain, a specialist about his wrist. They're checking out whether or not he'd be able to cope with being able to drive the car. He's in the simulator this weekend, and according to Sky last night, they expect we'll hear something about Tuesday or Wednesday next week on whether or not Lance Stroll will be racing. So a lot of talk over the last couple of days about a broken wrist or broken wrists. The word at the moment in the paddock, the main word, and the rumour seems to be that he has seen a specialist, and we'll find out next week after he's been in the simulator whether or not he can manage to drive the car, I guess is the key, isn't it? Can he cope with a full race weekend with damage to his wrist, whatever that damage may be? So watch this space on Lance Stroll. The other news is we did have an early red flag after a sensor fell off the back of Sergio Perez's car. I did read something on it earlier, but it just looked like a sensor. Let's have a look. Yes, it was just an aero sensor that fell off I think it was the rear wing. Somewhere on the rear wing, it came off, and then a bit of debris on tracks. They decided to throw the red and clear that up. It was a very quick one, a very, very quick one. And just to confirm the tyres as well this morning so far, who's done what, it's, yeah, we'll do. It's a little bit irrelevant at this stage because we're going to see lots of tyres this afternoon. Hülkenberg just going to complete a lap. The purple first sector, another one, is he goes fastest, Hülkenberg. 1:33.329. He did set a purple first sector, so 1:33.329. Hülkenberg goes quickest, but the tyres so far that are listed. So Hülkenberg was on the C3 there. Russell was on the C3. Leclerc on the C3. Gasly on the C3. C3 for Piastri. Do you know what? It'd be easier to say everybody on that timing screen was on the C3 except for Nick De Vries, who did the C5. So probably it was a used set of C5s, yes. So there you go. I've not seen Drive to Survive. No, not yet. I'm going to watch some of it tomorrow. Jonty messaged me yesterday to say he's given in and watched the first episode. And I won't spoil too much of what he said, but he said it's much better than previous seasons have been. So I'll give it a go. I always give things a go. I will see what it's like. But I have seen some clips of some, what's the word we'll use? Heated conversation around the cars last year, and it all got a little bit too sweary for me to repeat at 7:40 in the morning in the UK. But if you've seen it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So good stuff. That's what I like about Drive to Survive. Honestly, is for me as a fan of 31 years this year. It's nice to see a bit of the behind the scenes and unreleased footage that obviously we've never seen before. That's kind of why I watch it. And that's Piastri with a big spin. Is that our first spin this week? Oscar Piastri up at turn 10 with a very big spin. I'm going to have to put my headphones in so I can hear what's going on and listen to the noise of some screeching tyres. It's been a while, but it was coming through turn 10 there. Purple first sector, so I don't think Russell or Hulkenberg's first sector was particularly spectacular. Everyone seems to be going purple there. And a big spin, so we'll see what he does in a moment. There's a gust of wind or just a bit of a loss of control. It is a loss of control either way, isn't it? So he comes out of turn 8, all looking good. Heading towards turn 9. Let's have a listen, see what he does. Yeah. Goes in quite hot over the bumps as well. Yeah, a bit of a snap, but yeah, just a spin. It's nothing. It looks more dramatic than it is. It's a nice spin. It makes for a lovely slow-mo, just like that one that I'm watching now. That's what we like to see. So that's ruined those tyres for Piastri, and he'll be in the pits, I'd imagine, pretty... he might continue. But that is... yeah, I'm sure that's first spin. We've seen people going wide. We've seen people locking up, but I think that's the first proper spin we've seen. So Oscar Piastri, unless I'm missing something, takes this trophy I just made up for first spin of the session. Nick De Vries in the garage as well. Yeah, it's been a steady morning, a bit more dramatic than it has been most mornings. So, I mean, we might see today, just on that subject of the spin from Piastri and other things we're going to see today, I think you're going to see drivers pushing the limits a little bit more today because they'll want to find where the absolute outright limit is before they get going next week. So probably more this afternoon we'll see that, but I think that's maybe what's happened now, Piastri, just pushing the limits and going a little bit too far over that line. But I will, on the subject of pushing those limits, I was reading something this morning. I think I was listening to at least about 20 minutes of the Races podcast from yesterday, and then I ran out of time to keep listening. So apparently Lewis Hamilton was spinning up the rears, as we saw yesterday, just to test the limits of what he can do and then bring it back from that limit and see where that limit is before it's obviously gone too far. So it wasn't just because he looked like he was having fun. It did look like fun, but that's what it was. And I think Ocon was doing it as well, wasn't he? So that's sort of explains that one. And the other thing that I was listening to this morning, and we'll come back to this throughout the day, I'm sure, McLaren versus Red Bull. They've done a... I've forgotten his name now. I'm terrible with names today. It's shocking. So unless your name's very simple in the chat, I'm probably going to destroy it today. But they were talking about the comparison between McLaren and Red Bull, the closest they can do for a comparison in testing. And it looks as though McLaren are about 7/10, I think they said, worse off than they were last year versus Red Bull. Now, that could just be that Red Bull have got insanely quick or even quicker than they were last year rather than McLaren falling off. But if you add that to what Dyllan told us yesterday about Zach Brown with the concerns about where they are, and then Andreas Seidel saying as well that they've not Andreas Seidel, Andreas Stella saying that they've not kind of got to where they want to be with the car, it would make a lot of sense. So little bit of concern around McLaren, but I'd be surprised, as I said yesterday, if they're not at the very least top 6 come the end of the season. So it is still concerning for them. I want to move forward, but not great. Not great for McLaren. There's a few teams actually that there's a bit of concern about. Mercedes is another one. They're not entirely happy. There was talk yesterday on stream or on the mainstream that we were kind of relaying back to you that porpoising had gone, was the word used, and that they were happy with, they solved the problems that they had last year, but it seems like they've now got a whole load more problems. So they're not they're not pessimistic. George Russell doesn't seem pessimistic, but he's not talking about a title charge at the moment or anything like that. So we should see what goes on there. You've got to be careful. All the mind games, all part of the mind games in Formula One. They could, big if and all that, they could turn up next week and blow everybody out the park, and we'll all go, it's that Mercedes, is it? Mercedes who likes to tell us they're struggling and then surprise us. But they were having meetings yesterday in the paddock. They were photographed, and there was a lot of concern. So we'll see. But I'd be surprised if they're anything other than third place, although there is some speculation among those far more in the know than me and who get their information from the paddock that perhaps for the early part of the season Aston Martin could be the third fastest. And there's a lot of ifs and buts. I know in testing you can't always we can't read much into it anyway, and we don't know what people are doing. I think we're about to have Perez go fastest. We are indeed. Sergio Perez goes quickest on a 33.167. That looks to be on the C3. Piastri's moved up into third place as well on a 33.6. That will be on the C3 as well. Sam says, was reading something about Merc having trouble with the front axle on the subreddit. We'll see how that goes, I guess. Yeah, it was what was the phrase used? Like strange downforce or a strange loss of downforce on the front axle was something they were working through yesterday, was one of their concerns. And there was something else. Well, no, that was the Lewis Hamilton thing I told you about, wasn't it? The why he was spinning up the rears, just testing the limits of what he can do. So, yeah, there's a front axle was a big concern yesterday, loss of downforce there. So, hopefully luck goes his way, says Clay. I don't know who we're hoping luck goes his way, but I hope luck goes everybody's way. I hope everyone gets some luck this year. It'd be fantastic. Maybe. Why do our rookies keep spinning? I mean, that they practice, it should not be a problem. That's the first spin we've seen, to be fair, this testing session. Again, unless I've forgotten somebody had a massive spin or something like that. So, all drivers are going to spin at some point in this season. I'd imagine that, you've got to test the limits, and testing is the right place to do it. If you're a rookie and you want to have a spin, now is the time to do it. So test those limits, give it everything, go in too hot, get it completely wrong, have a bit of a spin. At a track like Bahrain as well, where you're likely to avoid the barriers, or more likely to avoid the barriers than if we were testing in Monaco, for example, which would be absolutely unbelievable. It's right to do it now. So I'd rather see Piastri spinning like crazy today, and Sargent doing the same. Don't think Sargent's in the car, but you know what I mean. Rather than next week in qualifying or in the race or something like that. Crawford. Hello, just said, I heard Sean say it's only testing for the first time. If anyone's been here for the full 3 days, you're probably sick of hearing it. It's only testing, don't read too much into it. But we do repeat quite a bit on these streams, but we kind of have to, because I'm very aware that some of you will be here all day, but there'll be people dropping in and out constantly. So I have to keep reminding people that bit and repeating times and repeating some of the things we've been over with, again, the front axle with Mercedes, for example, and Piastri's spin and stuff like that. So it's all part of the fun of 9 hours. I know, mate. I know you're joking. I'm smiling. What are they doing? We're looking at a VF23 and a W14 in a split screen on the feed. So probably having a look at the side impact, it looks like. I just think I heard Jolly and Palmer say. So maybe looking at the difference there. And I'm not going to relay what he said, but that's what they're looking at the moment. Aston Martin, some work going on the front of Drugovic's car. Nothing serious, all looks pretty routine. There's no panic or anything down there. Good to see him in the car again today. That's absolutely, isn't it, as part of a contingency plan just in case Lance Stroll isn't racing next week. Again, no, I hope Lance is. I know I keep saying it, but I hope he is, because as good as it would be for Drugovic or Stoff, you never know. I'd like to see all 20 drivers who are doing the full season to be in their cars next weekend, because we want to see where everybody is, don't we? And that's where I stand on that. But I know a lot of you would really love to see Drugovic get an opportunity, so maybe that. And also, actually, on opportunities, yes, I've mentioned him again, but think back to Stoffel Vandoorne when he had to stand in for Fernando Alonso when he scored points on his debut. That could have been something that helped him get the seat in the future. Little things like that, because teams don't forget things like that. They've got all the data on their drivers, and they've got all the information. But if they put in a performance like that, and do so well against their teammate, then there's no reason why in the future they won't come back. So, Drugovich, if he does get an opportunity next week or for a couple of races and picks up some points and puts in good performances and isn't a million miles away from Fernando Alonso, then if in the future, whatever fantasy land you want to live in, they do decide to let Lance Stroll go, or Fernando Alonso says next year that he doesn't really want to stick around and he's done, then they can look at Drugovich and go, he did a good job. I would imagine they'd go for somebody a bit more experienced if they needed to replace, for example, Fernando Alonso. But I know Fernando Alonso's contracted for next year, but we've seen many contracts in the past that are multi-year that have ended. I mean, Nico Rosberg signed a couple of years, didn't he, in 2016 and then retired. So Russell is back out there. We're on board with him, actually. A lot of people pointing out as well over on social, sort of journalists and all that down the paddock, that the car doesn't look completely happy, was I think the phrase that somebody used. I don't know if a car could ever be completely happy. It is very twitchy through turn 4, but that's up on the curb on the exit. So purple first sector though, nearly half a second up on Perez's time so far, for what that's worth. He is on the C4, I'm going to say. It doesn't look like there are any lines on there. So C4, I'll run through tyres again in a moment as well, and compounds for anybody who hasn't been here for the couple of days we've had so far. He's going to come through now. DRS, I assume, is open. It is indeed. So we'll see what he does as he comes now into turn 11. Is it one turn in? Yeah, pretty much. That's not bad. Look quite smooth through there. Turn 12. Yeah, not bad again. Looks quite nice through there. He's nearly a second up, actually, on Perez's time so far. Bit of a slide and a wander wide out of turn 12. And then we've got, turn 30. Oh, I don't even know. These corner names. I think this is 14 and 15, the final two corners. As it would have been turn 30. Yeah, there we go. He's going to go fastest here, isn't he? So what's he going to do? It is a 31.7. That's a very good lap from George Russell. In fact, that's not far off the fastest time we've had so far in testing. So good stuff from George Russell there. Pierre Gasly improving as well. So just to confirm for those, again, who haven't been here for the 2 days so far, or haven't been keeping up with testing in general. I know people work and all that business. So all that business, that vital thing people need to do to earn money, all that business. So your compounds range this year from the C0 all the way to the C5. So your C0, so if you are watching on TV, you can tell the difference between them. So your C0, which is last year's C1, is white lettering, no brackets, whereas the C1, which is a new compound, is white with brackets. The C2 is yellow without brackets, and the C3 is yellow with brackets. So the white, of course, your hard, the mediums are in yellow. The C3 also has a prototype tyre here, which has no markings on it at all, and that is to benchmark the products from the Turkey backup factory against their standard tyres, their normal tyres. The red one without brackets, C4, is a soft tyre, of course, and C5 with brackets is the softest compound, and then you've got the intermediates and wets. 35 sets of slicks available, 2 intermediates and 2 wets across the 3 days. If we see or need to see the intermediates and wets today, unless they decide to soak the track, I would be absolutely amazed. They were saying in commentary before I went live that it's about the same temperature as it has been for most of the week, but it feels hotter today. So I doubt we'll see much rain in the desert. There might be a little bit. You never know. We might get a nice little treat. Some snow or something this afternoon, just to shock us. Someone turns up with a snow machine, which isn't really snow. But yeah, so that's where the tyres are, or what the tyres are. See what you guys are saying for a few minutes. So yeah, George Russell yesterday was a hydraulic failure. Stopped on track. It went at turn 4, didn't it? Just as he went, sort of changed up to 5th at turn 4, or before turn 4, and then it dropped into hydraulic failure. That flashed up on the dashboard, and then he cruised round and came round the final corner and shut the car down, and that was that. Not the final corner, sorry, turn 10, wasn't it? Shut the car down at turn 10, and that was game over for his session with about an hour and a half left, I think. So he lost that one, which was a little bit frustrating for him. Bit of time lost there for Mercedes, but they've not done bad lappage. I think 250 coming into today, roughly, I think so. But then again, I think a lot of people have done a lot more than that. So what we got? We got Nick De Vries coming round turn 12. It's at 12 and 13. It must be 12 and 13. Yes, so 12 is the right-hander, the quick right-hander, and then 13 is the slow one, then 14 and 15 is the final one corner, but technically 2. So the softer variants don't have the extra lines. Always flip that around myself. So your C4 doesn't have the lines, and the C5 does, if that makes sense. Yeah, De Vries, 7.5 seconds off the pace, but did do a personal best there. It's all falling apart for AlphaTauri. That's not true, of course, but he's down in 9th place at the moment. If they lose time, can they get it back today? Not. They won't be given more time. The session will be, we've got 3 hours 18 left now, and then 4 hours 15 this afternoon, but the final 15 minutes of each session is for red flag testing, virtual safety car testing, so really 4 hours this afternoon, but that will be it. They won't get a bit of extra time. It's not like, was it Haas? Haas got some extra time last year. I can't remember what the reason was. If you can remember, do remind me, but they won't get the time added on because of a mechanical issue. Like that one. I feel like we should have made an F1 word testing bingo. You definitely should have done. I think that's an idea for next year. Crossing squares off like a rookie spins, and Sean says it's only testing. I think you'd be better off saying Sean says it's only testing at least 15 times, just to make sure you cover that one. Do you reckon Mercedes can make a title challenge this year? Asks Jack. We'll talk about Mercedes a bit more shortly. We will do, but I obviously, rather than based off testing, but based off of what has been said early season, I don't think they're looking at late shipment. Thank you, Gingerfest. It was, wasn't it? Yes, for Haas last year. So I don't think they'll be challenging for the title early doors. Although, a bit of chaos or some reliability problems like we saw last year for Red Bull or Ferrari, then maybe they can pick up the pieces. But I expect they'll get better. I'm certain they'll get better as the year goes on. They'll iron out the problems. George Russell saying that he thinks the title will be won and lost in the middle part of the season and at the end of the season, which would be about right, because you get a good run of races, don't you? And people bring updates, and that's going to be key. They were talking as well on the street. I've seen the calendar. It's on my stream constantly, and I look at it all the time. It dawned on me that the first European race this year isn't Spain, and we actually go to Monaco before we go to Spain. Unless I'm going to double check that, but we go to Monaco before we go to Spain this year, which I don't know if that was the case last year. It may well have been, but I don't know why it was so jarring to me. I'm so used to seeing Spain then Monaco, and having Spain at the start of June is a little bit different. Not quite the August we had, of course, after the restart in 2020. But yeah, Monaco, round 7's the first race in Europe. First race in Europe. You could say Baku, but it's Imola on the 19th, definitely Imola on the 19th to the 21st of May. Then you've got Monaco, and then it's Spain and Canada. So it's just, for me, weird seeing Monaco and Spain that way around. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. We're still getting the same number of races. We're getting 23 races, whichever way you look at it. But no, they got the extra time because the shipment was late. There was an issue, wasn't there, with the freight, and that was late. So the FIA and F1 gave them some running after the session had finished. If it had been because of Magnussen, they wouldn't have done it for Magnussen. The FIA and co aren't going to say, yes, you can have more time because you've brought a driver in late. That's part of the... They'll word it better than I will, but the argument will be, well, that's your problem. A bit like Mercedes yesterday. Well, it's your car that failed. We're not going to give you more time because your car failed. That's not our issue. Will's here. I'll bring Will in just a second. I'll go through the times for those that are just tuning in. I'm going to have a quick slug of my drink now. Delicious. Orange and mango today, for anyone interested. It's very nice. I'd highly recommend it. Not sponsored, but it's a Robinson's Fruit Creation Squash. It's very nice. They do a good blueberry one as well. It doesn't matter. There you go. I'll give you my recommendation. So super quickly then, just to remind you, Russell, 31.7 is the fastest at the moment. 15 laps on the board. Gasly, 33.1, 12 laps. Perez, 33.1, 20 laps. 33.3 for Hulkenberg, done 13 laps. I'll do tyres in a second. 13 laps for Piastri on a 33.6. Leclerc, a 34.0, has done 9 laps. Drugovich, a 37.6. His fastest time has done 12 laps. 15 laps for Valtteri Bottas. He's done a 1:38.6. De Vries, a 39.2. 10 laps, 16 laps for Alex Albon on a 1:40.9. And their tyres, which I think is the bit you really want to know. C4 tyres for Russell, C3 for Gasly, Perez, Hulkenberg, Piastri, Leclerc, Drugovich, and Bottas and De Vries out there doing laps on the C5. Is he still on the C5? Yes, he is indeed. No, Albon's on the C5, isn't he? It's Albon doing the laps on the C5. De Vries has used the C5, but apparently it's on the medium at the moment, which I'm guessing would be about the C3. About the C3. I will say as well, I got a message yesterday, not a nasty message, just asking why when the timing's on screen, I feel I need to update the times every hour. It's a habit more than anything. Also, some people are listening and not watching, so they maybe don't see the times on stream. It also gives me a chance to go through the tyres and tell you anything major that's happened. But also, if you're watching on mobile, it might not be totally clear. So I'm just trying to cover all bases, but I'm only going to do it on the hour rather than every half an hour now. And just a reminder, your headlines really. Spin for Piastri at turn 10, all fine now. He's got going again. He's all good. The red flag was for a sensor that fell off the back of the Red Bull, Sergio Perez's Red Bull. He's in all day today. And Felipe Drugovich is in for essentially Lance Stroll this morning, Fernando Alonso this afternoon. And we should know by the middle of next week whether Stroll will be racing in Bahrain, because apparently he will be in a simulator this weekend and has seen a specialist about his wrist. That's all the stuff you need to know. I think that's all the stuff you need to know. Let's say a very good morning and welcome back. We've not seen him since Brazil. Good morning, Will. I love that rhymes, and that was your first stream. That's it forever. You are Will from Brazil.
Good morning, Sean. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here. And can I just say now, orange and mango's not bad, but summer fruits is my Robinson's drink to go, if I'm honest. But no, I'll take orange and mango. That's not a bad choice.
It's tasty. It's refreshing. Not so much in room temperature water, which is what it is at the moment. But it is still very, very nice. I don't know why we're on squash. I wasn't expecting squash this morning, but here we are, you know. It's all part of the testing streams. How are you doing, Will? What have you been looking at in testing? So I know you've been obviously working things, so maybe not caught every minute of testing, but what has caught your eye so far? That's a question I keep throwing at people when they come on and they all go, I don't know.
And that's currently my reaction as well. I've been working the last couple of days, so this is the first proper stream I'm getting to watch. But I think the big takeaway so far is Aston.
Yeah.
I'm still not completely convinced that their pace is genuine. I'm seeing sort of a Prost 1999 situation forming here, but if they have a car that can compete, that's really exciting, because Alonso in a good car again, it just screams excitement, doesn't it? And drama, and that's what we want, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, even Fernando Alonso in an average car is quite exciting, isn't it? So Fernando Alonso in a really good car would be great. I mean, I was saying earlier, apparently some people saying if Mercedes are a little bit, no, I don't like the phrase, but a little bit on the back foot going to the first race, Aston could early doors be as fast as third fastest, which I'm like you, I'm a skeptical person anyway. So when I see Aston doing that, I'm thinking, well, what fuel loads are running? What program are they running? Like Alpine saying, you know, they think they can get top 3 and that's their target, or one of their targets. You think that's ambitious. But, you know, Formula One, you never know. That experience of Alonso coming in, there's a lot of ambition at Aston Martin. They could be top 3, but then if we're talking coulds and ifs and buts, then, you know, Williams could be top 3. If you want to talk ifs and buts, anything could happen in that regard. But I'm fully expecting, honestly, for the bulk of the season, that the top 3 in some order will still be Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull, or Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, whatever. I'd be amazed if we see Aston as a top 3, unless breaking onto the podium. A few podiums for Fernando, that'll keep him happy.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me if we get a similar situation to what we saw in 2020, where they sort of came out with the pink Mercedes, and they were so close to sort of breaking into that top 3, and sadly weren't able to keep that momentum going throughout the season. And that will be the big thing. I think this may be the order now, but those smaller teams, even if they have got a bit of a leg up at the start of the year, whether they can keep that going, and you know, obviously Aston have got their new factory now, and they would be in a better position than they were maybe a couple of years ago. I just don't think they'll be able to keep it with the big boys throughout the entirety of the 23 races we've got.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I think we've talked a lot about Aston, so I won't say too much more. But I think, like I say, if you've got Alonso there, you know that if you give him a good enough car to pick up a podium, even with an outside chance, he's going to get you a podium at some point. So I'm looking forward to see what Aston can do. Looking forward to Alpine as well. I am concerned about McLaren. I said that at the start. The noises don't sound great from there. We've seen Piastri in a spin. Leclerc goes second, by the way, on the timing screen. So he's got his lap in. 32-2. That was a while ago, though. We saw him on track just a moment ago with some cars around him, so I thought we had some racing, but we didn't. So, yeah, a little bit concerned about the noises coming from McLaren, but I feel like... I mean, we kind of had it last preseason, had the brake issues, didn't they? But the noises weren't great then, and they ended up in the scrap for 4th place for one reason or another and ended up 5th. So, I mean, if you offered them that today, battling for 4th, but ending up 5th, I feel like they might take that, which... it always feels weird for me. Growing up watching McLaren being a championship contender, it always feels weird for me to sit here saying they'd take a fight for 4th and 5th place based on the noises we've heard so far. It's not good enough for McLaren. I'm not accepting it.
Yeah, I mean the inner Daniel Ricciardo fanboy in me is having a little dance around the bedroom at the moment after all the drama of last year. But yeah, it's not great, and it's very rare that you see a team come out on their launch day and immediately go, yeah, we're not good. That's worrying. Because usually the teams will big themselves up for sponsors, or you get the odd ones like Mercedes that try to temper expectations every year. But McLaren are usually one of those ones that like, yeah, we're going to break into the big 3 teams this year. And when they came out at their launch event and were like, yeah, actually we've not hit our targets, we're in trouble. That's really not a good sign. And we're seeing it already here. They just don't. It just doesn't look like a complete package from what I've seen and the way that car's handling at the moment. I haven't seen Piastri's spin yet. I'm sure I'll catch that on Twitter later on. But yeah, it's a little worrying. And I wonder if there's a few smug faces on the Alpine pit wall as well now.
Maybe, yeah. Haha, you should have come here. Well, I think they'll do all right with Gasly and Ocon. But 31.5, Russell's just gone fastest once again on, it looks like the C5 tyre. It is a C5 tyre, 29.1. 39.5, 22.8 for his sector time. So we are seeing some pretty pacey laps this morning, actually. But you've got to remember some of these, like Russell, for example. I mean, swapping out today. Alonso comes in this afternoon for Drugovich, Hamilton for Russell, Magnussen for Hülkenberg, Norris for Piastri, Ocon for Gasly, Sainz for Leclerc, Tsunoda for AlphaTauri. That means that Russell, what am I on about? Perez, Albon, and there's one other that I've not worked out in my head. There are 3 people out there who are going to be in the car all day. Bottas will be in the car all day. So you will see from those that are swapping out at lunchtime some quicker times, because they may not have done performance runs yet and they're not going to get another opportunity. So that could be why we're seeing these times at the moment. They're not going to be challenging the pole position time that we might get next week or whatever, but there's still some pacey times, which is good to see. I can't remember, Will, what the bloody fastest time was yesterday. I only covered it all day. Do you know what I mean? Come on, Sean. You should remember these things. The fastest time yesterday was a 31.6. They're actually below that. That was, believe it or not, Zhou Guanyu with the fastest time yesterday on the C5. So on the C5 tyre as well, Russell, he's a 10th quicker. Just under a 10th quicker than Zhou. So that's fastest time of the week so far, which is good stuff. Just watching Leclerc as well on the run to turn 4. He's not on a particularly quick lap. Gasly's improving on his time, so we'll keep an eye on it. But you know what they're doing in testing. We'll let you know when the big stuff happens. What do we want to talk about this morning then, Will? I'm trying to think. I did have a list in my head and then I slept, which was dangerous.
I mean, we've mentioned Aston, haven't we? I'd like to talk a little bit about Mercedes, because just looking at their car on track, I thought it looked weird with the 0 pods last year, but it just looks even weirder this year with the... I don't even know what you call it. It's almost like an extended halo structure running down the back of the car. I don't know whether we brought this up yet in the streams, but I find it really weird. And the engineering side of me has been trying to work out why that works and what it's for, because it's not to fit the package in. There is some sort of aero benefit there, but it's just really... really strange. I know I appreciate asking you is probably not the best thing to do given your technical analysis over the years, but yeah, it's just an odd one. Alpine have got a similar thing, maybe not quite as extreme. I know when I saw the leaked photos at Silverstone, I thought, God, that looks weird. And then Merc have come out with this really sort of odd approach. But yeah, it just looks. I think I said it on Twitter. It looks a little bit like a cyst growing back from the halo across the car. But I don't know.
That's
it's not the best image in the world, is it? Good morning, everybody. But
enjoy your breakfast.
But yeah, the only thing I can think is it the same sort of goal that that you've got the scalloped side pods at Ferrari and what they're doing there. But again, I don't really know what they're meant for either. So again, that wasn't the best technical it wasn't a technical analysis at all. It's just hey, Mercedes got this new thing. I don't know what it does, but it's there. But well, is it working yet? Today's times, maybe. But yeah, Merc need to get a lot of running in today, don't they? After, was it 99 laps? I think I read yesterday.
Yeah, they lost quite a lot of time yesterday. We were an hour and a half, I think, in the afternoon. They lost with Russell's issues. Not great.
Yeah. And hydraulics failures as well, not great. It's nice to see the Alpha out, actually, after it sounded like they'd turned their gearbox into alphabetic spaghetti yesterday. So nice to see Bottas back out there. And just on him, actually, he seems happier this season. I wonder if there are already some sort of contract talks going on over there, because he just seems so much more comfortable than even he was when he was coming into Alpha last year. And that's always good to see.
Yeah, I get what you mean about the Mercedes. It's I called it. It's not even probably a word, but like a haunch. But it looks like, for me, it's quite jarring. You've got this really nice slim package, haven't you? Really nice and tight, and then the zero pods, and then all of a sudden shoulder pads, and it's sort of like that. I don't get that. So I will. To anyone who's new to the channel, if you're here for technical analysis, you're definitely in the wrong place. We are just like a lot of people. We're just F1 fans who know a little bit. We'll look at a car and we can see that something's different, but we won't necessarily be able to tell you exactly what it does or even remotely what it does. We're here for a bit of waffle with you all for the 9 hours today. Or Will isn't here for 9. Will's just panicked. He's not here for 9 hours. Don't worry. He's here till about 12 o'clock with me today.
I was gonna say for a second there, mate.
He's like, I'm off. I hate staying. Piastri wide at turn 1. Just a little bit. Nothing overly dramatic. Not quite as fun as this spin earlier on. Not so much fun for him on McLaren, but fun for us to get excited about briefly. We've got a few cars out on track. Gasly, Hülkenberg, Piastri. I think Mercedes in general are an interesting one, because somebody asked at the start of the stream, do we think Mercedes are title contenders this year? And obviously we have to be very careful because it is still only testing. There you go. That's the third time I've said that. We can't read much into the times. It's all about the laps and reliability and things like that. But the noises aren't good from Mercedes either, or they're not good. They're just not what we've come to expect from Mercedes. They very much seem to be talking about maybe not being there at the start of the season, and as the season goes on, improving and then getting into the mix. Again, as I said earlier, George Russell saying they think the title will be won and lost in the middle and the end of the season. So they're not screaming title contenders at the moment. But a team like Mercedes, I keep saying this, you don't win 8 world championships by accident. You've got some very, very smart people there who know what they're doing, very experienced people who will look at this car. They will find a way to fix the problems. But if you look at Red Bull, they are reliable for what it's worth in the testing times. They're quick. Ferrari, apparently quite high deg on their tyres, but they also still look quick. If they arrive at the first, let's say, 6 races, and those two are trading blows and taking all the wins and the podiums, then even if Mercedes do by race 7 have a car that can compete for wins, they've got a lot of ground to make up. So my hope is that Mercedes are right back towards the front, right on par with Ferrari and Red Bull, and we end up with a 3-way title scrap. And I refuse to let anyone stop me dreaming for the next 7 days. I will enjoy that. I will hope. And then when Red Bull lock out the front row by a second next Saturday, then it will bring me down. But until then, I'm going to believe that anybody can win this world championship, even if it's not realistic.
Yeah, I mean, well, firstly, I prefer your shoulder pads description to my growing cyst analogy, but
definitely less oozy,
yeah,
less discharge.
Yeah, oh, yeah. but on Ferrari, I don't think we've seen the full pace of that car yet. They've been very quiet, which is weird. And usually they like to make a statement in testing. I remember a few years ago, 2017, 2018, they went out there guns blazing. I think they did the same in 2016. We thought they'd all be really quick before they were rubbish. But yeah, I feel like maybe today, maybe towards the end, they will finally see them stretching their legs a little. And I'm hoping we at least get a two-way fight, because Red Bull look pretty good at the moment. From what we've seen, no massive gremlins in the car. I think they had a little stoppage yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah.
In the pit. In the pits. But in general, that car looks really, really good on reliability and on pace. Ferrari have just been quiet, and I just don't think they've fully taken the car to its limits yet. Or I hope they haven't, for everyone's sake. So we'll see. And theoretically, that car, if it's an evolution on last year, should be good around Bahrain. So hopefully we can have at least a two-way fight. And I'll take a two-way fight in the first round of the season. If Merc join it a little bit late and maybe don't completely impact the championship, but can impact it on a on a weekend basis, I'll still take that. So we'll have to see. But it's at least nice to see Leclerc up there P2 already, and that's on what it's on the C3. I think is Leclerc, so he's not strapped the softs on yet. So we'll see how that goes over the course of the day. But I would not surprised if we have a Ferrari leading the order by the end of the afternoon.
Oh, prediction there from Will. He's come straight in with an early prediction. Why not? I tend to agree. I don't think we've seen everything from. We haven't seen everything from anybody, have we? But certainly haven't seen everything from Ferrari as we look at the tiny Haas pit wall, which apparently they want to make even smaller. By the way, they want to make that even smaller and save even more money. I'm not quite sure how you make that much smaller, unless you're just going to have Gunther Steiner sat there on his own.
You'll just get Simone Resta sat on his lap. That'll be how it'll be. That's it. I only found out yesterday that those pit walls, the official name for those, are Pratt perches. I never knew that, and I wonder if that's been named after the Ferrari strategists over the years. But there you go. Yeah, I'm just seeing it now. I think I'm a little bit behind on my stream to you, but it does look a little bit odd. And the memes on Twitter about it have been quite funny. But apparently saving them £250,000 a year. So fair play in that regard.
I mean, we said it yesterday. If it saves the money, then it doesn't matter. I mean, we don't really care how big or small a pit wall is. I couldn't care less, to be honest. It's just quite amusing to look at. But if it's saving the team $250,000 and they can stick that into the car, and maybe for a change, Haas can do a full season of development at some point, then that'd be great. But I've got to be honest. Now you've just said that about they say Pratt perch. All I can think of, and I'm taking this if it hasn't been used, and it was totally found here on the F1 word, but you can all feel free to use it. But I'm going to go and call the Ferrari strategists the Pratagists. That's it. I'm having it. I write that down. I mean, it might be great. They've got a new head of strategy, so we'll see. Hopefully, maybe this is their year again. Maybe.
How many times have we said that?
Every year for about the last, since 2009, really, for me. It's like, yeah, Ferrari will do it this year, but it'll be fine. But Mercedes, I think the other thing that people wanted us to talk about yesterday kept cropping up a lot, actually, was who, looking at Lewis Hamilton, his contract's up at the end. We are going to get into a bit of speculation for a bit, but as George Russell goes a little bit wide at turn 4. But his contract's up at the end of this year. I think he absolutely is going to sign a new deal. I don't think he's going anywhere. It's just to cover off any Mercedes fans or any Team LH in the chat who think we're desperate to get him out and we're rushing him out the door. We're not. We're just discussing the fact his contract is up at the end of the year, which is a factual statement. He is probably going to sign 2, maybe 3 years more at Mercedes. But looking a bit further down the line, people wanted to know who we think at the moment we'd say was most likely to replace him when he does retire. Now, I know that's quite a tricky question because, as I say, I expect him to sign at least 2 years, possibly 2 years with an option, maybe even a full 3. May even be looking at the end of 25, I think was the the talking chat yesterday, maybe get to the end of 2025, see what the new regulations are like, and then decide for 2026. So picking out who might replace him now when we could have a completely different picture of who's a good driver in 3 years' time and who could take it. But based on now, who are we thinking? Because it's a difficult pick, because you are replacing Lewis Hamilton. A bit like, I mean, I think Ferrari got, ready-made replacement in Kimi Raikkonen, but still, you were still replacing Michael Schumacher. That is not a bloody easy thing to do. It won't be easy to replace Max Verstappen when he goes. If Fernando Alonso goes in a couple of years' time for Aston Martin, it'll be tough to replace him. But I think the names I would throw in there immediately, I think Mercedes would surely, again, based on the here and now, be looking at the likes of Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris. And that could, Lando Norris could work out very nicely for, because, of course, if McLaren aren't delivering the car he needs, maybe when we get to 25, whatever, he might be able to hop over to Mercedes and try them. A bit like, of course, or exactly like Lewis Hamilton did. Maybe follow him, do the same kind of thing. So I think Leclerc, Norris, you probably put in there. Some people yesterday said maybe Mick Schumacher when they were discussing it in chat. I'm not convinced about that. I think you'd want, unless Schumacher finds a seat somewhere in the meantime and delivers, I think you'd want somebody you can kind of rely on, which sounds terrible to Mick, because I can only base it off what we've seen so far. Plus, I think Mick Schumacher's going to Audi. Just saying. So yeah, I'd say Leclerc or Norris would be looking around there, because I can't see Verstappen leaving Red Bull to go to Mercedes, and I'm not entirely convinced, as much as Mercedes might want him, that's a realistic prospect. Stranger things have happened in F1, though.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with those two. I feel like Leclerc, it's going to be a case of when his contract sort of lines up. So if Hamilton, I think is it to the end of 2025, Leclerc's Ferrari deal at the moment? I want to say 2025, 2026, which would work out if Hamilton did say a 2-year deal with an option, which I think, to be fair, is most likely at the stage he's at in his career. But I could equally see Leclerc ending up alongside Verstappen at Red Bull. I just don't think he'll be I just don't think he'll be at Ferrari at the end of that contract. I think he's already fed up, and unless Fred Vasseur can really turn that around, I think he'll be looking to go somewhere, and that'll either be Mercedes or Red Bull, and it'll be a case of which seat lines up first, or lines up at the perfect time. So, yeah, Norris also makes a lot of sense. I think he spoke to a couple of teams ultimately before signing his latest McLaren deal. So, and again, looking at their pace at the moment, this looks like it could be another year of just McLaren having a slow start and maybe picking up towards the midfield in the second half of the year, but it's not great, is it? There are two other names I'm going to throw in the hat. One might make sense. One is so far out of left field, I'm about 3 different postcodes. But
it's Grosjean,
Pierre
isn't
Gasly.
it?
It's not Grosjean. It's not Grosjean. But Pierre Gasly to start things off.
Yeah.
We'll see how he does in Alpine. This is going to be a massive test, if anything, the biggest test since 2019. But if he can perform, and I know he didn't have a great season last year, and establish himself as the lead in their Alpine team, the next logical step up would be somewhere like Mercedes, Ferrari, or Red Bull. And Red Bull won't take him back.
No.
I don't see him being the fit for Ferrari. That kind of leaves Mercedes, who I feel would be more open to taking a driver that's maybe not in an academy. Look at, say, when they took Bottas in 2017 or something like that. But I'm looking at who Merck have in their academy at the moment. You've got Vesti, who is good, but I don't know whether he'll ever. I feel like he'll be one of those people that is probably borderline good enough for Formula One and just won't get to that point at the right time with the way contracts line up. And they've got what's his name? I've completely Kimi Antonelli, isn't it? Who looks absolutely rapid at the moment, but we'll see how he does when he moves up into the higher formulas. So, and he'll still be a few years off anyway. I don't think he'll be getting to Formula One by the time Hamilton retires. I think he'll still be in F3 or F2 at that stage, unless Hamilton goes for a lot longer. The other name I want to throw out there then, and it's a really weird one, and people will probably disagree with me. It's not Romain Grosjean. Ollie Behrman. Now, I know he's linked with Ferrari at the moment, and I get that. But he's an F2 this year. Realistically, I think if a spot opens up somewhere at Alfa Romeo or Haas, he could end up with a drive in Formula One next year if he shows the rapid pace he has over the last couple of years. And I'm not sure whether Ferrari will have the space for him. If Sainz can have a more consistent year this year and sort of return to how he was at the end of 2022, then I think it's going to be very, very difficult to get rid of him. When they were getting rid of Raikkonen, it was kind of easy because Vettel was miles ahead. But I feel like Sainz and Leclerc are far more evenly matched than, say, Vettel and Leclerc or Vettel and Kimi. And I wonder if that could just open the door maybe to a switch elsewhere. Now, I would say come back to this in a couple of years' time and see. No one ever will, but you never know. I'm just going to throw that name out there. A bit of a weird one, but hey, there you go.
Yeah, it's a left field. I would say it's weird. It's definitely a left field one that I'd not considered, but it's whether or not. Well, I was going to say whether or not. I was just thinking. It sounds daft. Stick with me on this one, right? But are you really replacing Hamilton at Mercedes, or could you argue that actually Russell is the Hamilton replacement, and then you'd be looking for a second driver to back up Russell?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Bringing in an Ollie Behrman or something like that would absolutely get there. Could people asking about the times? The times are manually updated by Eru, who is sat downstairs in my living room, puppy sitting and looking after it. So he'll get there. They're not automated, so just bear with us on that. It does update. Leclerc is fastest at the moment on a 1:33.1. But yeah, just have a bit of patience with him. I think he's getting a bit bored of it down there. If I'm being honest, he's been doing it for nearly 3 days now, and it's I can imagine just looking at numbers all day. He probably just sees the Matrix now. That's all he can see is the Matrix and probably driver names on top of that, which could be part of the Matrix. You just never know. But yeah, no, I think that's the argument. Is it are you replacing Hamilton really, or is it Russell will be his replacement, and then you bring in a Behrman or a Gasly or whoever to replace him? I will throw on behalf of the chat another name in there, as you mentioned, Gasly, Esteban Ocon, former Mercedes driver. I think still has a good relationship with Toto Wolff. I don't think anything happened there for them to fall out. If anything, Toto Wolff was quite the Ocon defender, wasn't he? When they had that weird handshake deal they'd done with Renault for him, and then they'd changed their mind or whatever that deal was. He really defended him and has often spoken very highly of him. So Ocon could be an option there if they need somebody to come in and partner a Russell in the future. But that's the only name that's cropping up most. Yeah, a couple of people think it's hilarious, the idea that Leclerc leaves Ferrari by choice. It isn't just booted out the door. But I remember people saying that the idea of Lewis Hamilton leaving McLaren was laughable, and there you go. So no driver. Michael Schumacher with Ferrari until he wants to retire. A lot of people feel, including myself, like actually Ferrari sort of maybe pushed Michael out the door a little bit more at the end of 2006. They wanted to move on with Kimi Raikkonen becoming available and that. So even the greats don't always get a choice. So Charles Leclerc, not a great yet, could be one day, but you never know in Formula One. So it's not that far-fetched that Leclerc could leave Ferrari. In fact, actually, now I've said that, it's come to my mind. I think there were rumours. Now, I'll say this as well, if we're talking about you can't read anything to testing, be careful with winter rumours because people need things to write. And sometimes these rumours come from the most obscure sources, sort of like, journalists, in air quotes, because I'm feeling catty today, walking down the street and somebody said it outside Starbucks, that's a source. But, they're desperate for stuff to write and get their clicks. So the rumour was that Mercedes were targeting Leclerc for the end of his contract as a replacement for Hamilton. So it's not that far-fetched that Mercedes would at least have that conversation. The only thing is, I think Leclerc's deal's up at the end of 2024. I still think Mercedes or Hamilton will be staying at Mercedes at that point. I don't think he'll be gone by the end of 24. So, I mean, I'll ask you the question, Will. Do you still think Lewis Hamilton will be at Mercedes next year and beyond?
next year, I think. I know I'm immediately contradicting my predictions to you from about a month ago now, but no, I think next year definitely, probably 25 as well. I would say. I think it massively depends on the pace this year of the Mercedes car. But I don't see Lewis signing a 1-year contract. I think if Lewis is going to sign a deal, and if Mercedes want to sign a deal with Lewis, it will be a multi-year option. Or at least maybe a 1-year with a 1-year option on it. I think there'll probably be an option on the end of however many years he signs for. So it's tough. I feel like every Hamilton contract that comes around, it'll be, this will be his last contract. I think we said this in 2018 and then 2020 as well. But I feel like it would take some big external factor to have Lewis retire from F1 at the end of 2024. If I'm honest, like the Merc would have to be a backmarker, I think, because realistically he's not going to go elsewhere. I don't think he'll go to another team. He will stay at Mercedes till he retires, and he will pretty much retire when he wants to. And I think it will depend big time on that. Yeah, on that pace of the Mercedes car. I think he at least wants to get another win.
Yeah.
He does not want his last win to be that 2021 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Given how that season ended, and let's leave 2021 chat there, shall we?
I think we should.
Let's not get into that. I'd be surprised if he retires at the end of this year or next year. 2025. At that point, I think we could be pushing it, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I guess it's a good point, isn't it? It comes down to the car. If that Mercedes is the seventh, I don't think it will be, but I'm just, hypothetically, if it's the 7th fastest car, he might say, "Do you know what? I don't want to do this next year again. I don't want to. I'm going to call it a day." But then at the same time, he might say, "Right, we're 7th. I want to sign a new contract because we need to get this car back to the top, because I'm telling you now, lads, I want to go out on a high. I'm winning this championship before I retire." So it could all come down to the performance of the car. I've seen some people say, somebody in chat earlier, saying, I can't remember who it was, so apologies. So I can't shout you out, but I'll make your point for you on the stream, saying that they think that Lewis, their prediction at the start of the season is that Lewis Hamilton will win the championship and then retire.
I was about to say that,
I think for me, it would feel fitting for Hamilton to win a title, break that Schumacher record, get that number 8, and then call it a day. Because I'm going to say this, and we can come back to this. If the channel's still here a long way into the future, and I'm still here, morbid start to the day, I'll make the prediction. You can laugh at me in a few years' time, but that 8 World Championships, yes, Max Verstappen is on his 2nd and could go for his 3rd this season and get it. Or will go for his 3rd this season and could get it. But I don't see, he's already said he doesn't see himself staying around to win 5, 6, 7, 8 World Championships. So that record, if Lewis Hamilton was to get number 8, could be one of those that stands for many, many, many years. May never be beaten. I don't know. I mean, I know drivers seem to be getting younger and younger now, but that could be because I'm getting older and older. And everyone seems like a child to me now. So it's just, anybody anybody more than 3 years younger than me is a babby. That's how I see it. That's what it is with the drivers. So I've completely lost my point. You can take what you want from it. You'll understand what I mean. I'm just it's I wander off, and then my brain goes off in another direction, and then I somehow meet with a different point when I get there. It happened to me on Thursday morning with Aldas, and I'm not even going to try and explain this now. I can't be bothered. It is what it is. Just accept it. Make up your own ending. There you go. And if you want to take that as us ushering Hamilton out the door, that's fine. We're not, but there you go. I hate that there are 2 drivers, Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton, where I just have to cover every base when I talk about them. And I hate that, Will. And you're going to go, well, you shouldn't, so stop it. They're here for your opinion and your views. If they can't handle it, that's their problem. But yeah, you totally get it. Anyway, Uzer says, I'm 22. That makes me a toddler. You're a newborn. Unacceptable. I remember being 22.
I still am. So.
Oh, don't, Will. Don't. It's unacceptable.
I was born in the 21st century. I'm sorry.
Oh, well. I'm off to bed. I'll leave you with Will because he's younger than me. I'm not old, by the way. I'm not. I'm 36 or 37 in a few weeks, but I'm not old. It'll feel old to a lot of people, but I'm not. I know there are people that watch this channel who are, I've got people who watch the channel who are in their 70s. They're in my demographics, and they've cropped up in streams before. So I'm fully aware. I'm not trying to upset you guys by saying I'm old, but it's just you're as old as you feel, aren't you? And I feel very old. It's true. I'm so sorry, but it's true. We're just going to get some new images in from today. Eru's been working on that one as well. I think Eru's PC is running a bit slow as well today because it's kind of like, leave me alone. I don't want to do this anymore. So stick with it. We will get there today. It's all good fun. I've had so much fun this week. It's been so nice talking. Obviously, talking to you, Will. Lovely to talk to you. It was great to talk to Aldas and Tomo. We had Dyllan and Jonty on. It's been so much fun. We've covered an array of topics. What have we covered this week? Let's do that super quickly. We've covered Robot Wars. We've covered the Pancake House at Center Parks. We've disgustingly discussed cysts this morning. We've covered all bases, and in between, we've even talked about F1 testing. I know that's the bit that I think shocks everybody, that we do talk about testing, as I think Leclerc 31024. That's a little improvement from Leclerc as well. He's out there, by the way, on the soft tyre, the C4 soft. I got a shot of Leclerc just to confirm that. C4 soft for Leclerc. So a little improvement there for Charles as we look at the Red Bull bouncing round turn 12, actually. I believe that is a little bit of a bounce. I don't want to talk about porpoising today, but just to anybody who hasn't been here, porpoising, never going to be completely eradicated. As Tomo said yesterday, it's just part of ground effects cars. You're always going to have it to an extent, but it has been massively reduced, and it's nowhere near the absolute chaos, if you want to call it that we saw last year. Yes, we've also talked a lot about pizza toppings this week, and it's made me very hungry. And then the in-laws came yesterday for tea, and I wanted pizza, and we ended up at McDonald's.
I was in a similar predicament with McDonald's and pizza. I ended up with my Domino's in the end. But
all the talk of pizza was like, I'd love a pizza tonight. And it was like, we're going to have a McDonald's. And I was like, oh, yay. Thanks. That was lovely to go to bed on a full stomach with that. Anyway, what we got? We got Gasly out there at the moment. We're watching on TV. Who is on track? Just to update you all: Leclerc, Perez, Gasly, Bottas, and De Vries. Stints wise, Leclerc, potential quali sim, do we think? Two laps at the moment on his stints. Russell did 3 laps on his stints. That was definitely a quali sim. Perez on a 2-lapper. Gasly just gone out. Hulkenberg, his last stint was 11 laps on the C3. Drugovich did 5 on the prototype tyre, a 12-lap stint for Piastri on the C3. Bottas on a hard tyre on a 7-lap stint at the moment. De Vries is on an 8-lap stint on his C3s, I think. And Albon is just heading out on track. They are definitely the C4s, yes, on the Ferrari. So Leclerc currently fastest. I'll go through the times properly on the hours, go through all the tyres as well, and we'll go from there. So any questions you've got, throw them our way. We'll wander on to topics, I'm sure. We've done the Hamilton chat. Do you want a poll? Well, let's do a poll in chat. Just what did I ask you last week? I asked you if you thought he would retire, didn't I? So will Hamilton retire end of 2023? I'm telling you now, I am absolutely 100% certain he won't. But we'll ask the question. Why not? Got to interact. Got to get some polls up. I love a poll. Nothing wrong with throwing polls out. I'll throw it at you as well then, Will. Aldas put a poll up. We discussed it on Thursday. I asked Tomo his opinion. Ocon and Albon, equal cars, everything the same, no reliability issues, perfect season for both. Who comes out on top? I'll tell you now. Was it Albon that won? No, was it Ocon or Albon? I think it was Albon that won the poll, I think. I'll double check. I'll just double check with Aldas, but yeah, I thought I'd ask that question.
I gotta disagree. If you think if the poll thought at least Albon would win it, I don't know. I'm not convinced. Albon's not a bad driver by any means. Don't get me wrong, but
54% to 46. Albon ahead of Ocon, so it's close.
I disagree with that. I'm sorry. It's got to be Ocon. I feel like Ocon has proved more. When Albon, I mean, okay, I don't think it's fair using that Red Bull as a comparison, because the Red Bull in the hands of anyone besides Verstappen is an absolute dog to drive. But I've not seen enough from Albon yet to convince me that he'd be at least better than Ocon. It's obviously difficult because they are miles apart in the running order, but yeah, no, I've got to put Ocon ahead of Alex. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's. I'm just thinking from a junior Formula point of view as well. Albon never really stood out to me when he joined in 2019 with Russell and Norris. He was always that kind of third wheel that I didn't really understand. I thought, okay, he's here, cool. I don't really get that one, but fine. But yeah, Ocon for me has just proved more, and it's hard because Albon hasn't had as much opportunities in the Williams to prove that. But yeah, I'll go with Ocon. Sorry.
I think it'd be close. I think it would be close. But I mean, sort of not in Albon's defence, because I know you didn't attack him, but you know, best word I can come up with. That F2 season when he came with Russell and Norris, didn't he? He had a really good season, and he didn't win the title, but he was up against, in my opinion, much better drivers in Russell and Norris. I think they are sort of at least a step up from Albon. I think Albon is one of those that I could see being kind of like, I think I used the comparison the other day, and it feels like a bad comparison now because Perez is in a Red Bull, but kind of like a Perez in that he'll be in F1 a long time, and he'll spend most of his career doing an extremely good job in that midfield. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. A lot of drivers have made very good careers being a strong midfield driver, taking a team like a Racing Point in Perez's example, or a Sauber or whoever, to some really great results and some really strong seasons. So that's kind of where I see Albon. I don't rate him as highly as others perhaps do, Tomo, but I also don't think he's the worst thing in the world as some others might do. I know you've different opinions. That's you're going to get for every driver. Something they're great, something they're terrible. But I think he's a solid driver, and he was one of those that impressed me last year, to be fair to him. So I honestly didn't think he was going to be all that. And I know that he was up against Latifi, but I still think he did a very good job in that Williams. Yes, the Williams was better than we've seen in recent years, but I still think he did all right. I think he was a solid replacement for George Russell at that team. But I don't think he's going to be on the level of a Verstappen, a Leclerc, a Russell, Hamilton, obviously Norris, or anything like that. But I think he's a solid driver. And you could say, well, of course he's not a level of Verstappen. Look how he performed against him at Red Bull. But that was very early in his career in F1, to be fair to him. That was cool. That was a very early step up, wasn't it? Really, half a season at Toro Rosso and then thrown right in at Red Bull. I mean, that was always going to be tough. But even then, I think he did all right. I don't think he was horrendous at all. So yeah, that's my take on Alex Albon.
I think both Albon and Norris are very strong midfield drivers. Did I say Norris? Sorry, Albon and Ocon.
I was getting ready for. I was looking at the chat.
Sorry, I'm so. Yeah, I'm. It's early in the morning. I'm sorry. I meant Ocon. My point was, I feel like Ocon could step up that little bit further to maybe be a second driver in the top team, like we mentioned with Mercedes earlier on the stream. So, yeah, I don't think Albon could really make that big that extra little leap. And he did kind of fall into the trap at Red Bull, where they just take their young drivers as toddlers and throw them into the deep end of a pool and watch them drown. But yeah, it's. I mean, you could argue the same thing happened to Sergio Perez, but it's going to take a long time before Albon can shake that. I think, even if he is good at Williams this year as he was last year, it's going to take a lot of good results to kind of shake what he did in 2020, because he was okay, but he wasn't a Bottas, if that makes sense. Bottas, I feel, was, very, very good at being that number 2. And Albon was just, maybe he had the potential, but he was brought up way too soon.
I'd agree with that. I think that's fair. I was just listening to you and watching Leclerc there through turn 7, having a bit of a twitch on the way in and then drifting well wide and out into the runoff, but he's okay. He's kept himself going, still top of the timesheets out there on his soft runs. Like I say, I'll go over the times on the hour-ish, every hour, give or take a couple of minutes with tyres and all of that business. Fastest times for the last 2 days are on the screen, scrolling at the bottom as well, and the overall laps. Currently led by Williams, by the way, or it was start of today. Williams top on 303 laps. So and I think a lot of that was, Logan Sargent was just on it yesterday. I think without the red flags, he could have been threatening Max Verstappen's 157 laps from Monday, possibly passing that one. So some great stuff from Logan Sargent yesterday. Just sort of while we're on Albon and takes us nicely into Williams, we'll talk about Logan Sargent as well. I sort of touched on it earlier this week. He's such an interesting driver for me in terms of career, because Logan Sargent, I saw his name everywhere with F1 links a while ago, and then for a couple of years, it all went very, very quiet. Nobody was talking about him. I think maybe there'd been some tough times in there. I'd not really kept up with his junior career like I have some other drivers, and I thought, maybe that's not going to come to anything. Then all of a sudden, he had a really good, for example, last year, really good F2 season. He's part of the Williams setup, and they give him that opportunity. And he was really, really strong last year. And you sort of think, how can I word this? It's not always the case that you have a driver who can be, in a lot of people's eyes, so highly rated within the F1 paddock and then kind of fall away and then recover that and pick up a seat like he did. So I'm quite impressed with that turnaround. I don't know if you know anything about what happened in that year or two where he sort of dropped off, whether it was just a couple of difficult seasons. I'll head over to the old Wikipedia see if there's anything in there. But what do you make of Logan Sargent? What are you expecting from him this year?
Yeah, so Logan's junior career was an interesting one because his first year in F3 was with Carlin, and on the face of it, the results weren't great, but neither was Carlin. I think he beat both of his teammates that year, at least. So that was a good sign. Then he obviously signed with Prima for 2020,
yep.
I think.
I'm looking at Wikipedia. I'm testing you. Yes, he's right. Yes.
Yeah, so, and that was a very, very good season. He should have really won the championship that year, but was taken out of the final race in Mugello. So, but I think there were still doubts, if I'm honest, because of his season the year before. Everyone thought, is it just the fact that he's in the Prima that he's, up there? But he's a very, very good qualifier. Very, very good qualifier. And he then, I think, after that was when his funds ran out. So he wasn't racing in much until he got a call up with Trident towards the back end of the, I think it was Trident, with the back end of the 2021 season in F3. And he managed to win a race in the Trident, which got Williams' attention. That's how he ends up in the Williams driver program. That got him the F2 drive. And from then on, the momentum started to build. So I think he is a very good driver, and he can be quite consistent as well. I think he probably was the most consistent of the 3 Prima drivers in 2020. And I think if he bringing that to Williams, I think is really strong. Bear in mind, Latifi was also consistent. He was just consistently not very good. So that can go both ways. But I think Sargent is a step up on Nicholas. Do I see him being a world champion in Formula One? Probably not. Do I see him being a very good midfield driver? Yeah, definitely. I think Williams is quite a nice team to grow in and build up in. Look at George Russell, for instance. Look at someone like Valtteri Bottas if you go a little bit further back. So I think there's potential there. His confidence is going to be the big thing. And the one thing I noticed with Logan is as soon as the pressure ramps up a little bit, like with the F2 title or when he was first linked with the Williams seat in 2022, he started making mistakes and he started getting into crashes and accidents, and that was really what took him out of the of this battle with Drugovich last year. And that's something you can't really get away with in Formula One, and the pressure's going to be on there from the get-go. So he needs a strong first race, and I really think the Bahrain Grand Prix is going to define the rest of his season. Because from what I've seen, the moment the pressure gets a little bit too much, he can crack a little bit. And that's what he's really got to work on.
Drugovich moves up to 5th place, 32.8 on the prototype tyre, just to let you know. So basically, it was a case of, obviously the cash dried up, and Williams kind of gave him that opportunity he needed.
Yeah, that lifeline basically came from Williams, and it's worked out. It's worked out really nicely. I don't know how. I think he might have just got enough funds together for that Trident drive, which he came in rather late into the season, and then was on the pace straight away, which surprised everybody because it was a Trident. So I think it was a Trident.
Charouz.
Was it Charouz?
Yeah.
Charouz. They look so similar on the track. Sorry. Yeah, Trident or Charouz. Yeah, Charouz. But yeah, again, in fact, that makes it even more, impressive, winning in the Charouz of all cars. So yeah, that was what caught Williams' attention. I remember when he was initially signed, I thought that's a bit of a weird one. Don't know whether that will go anywhere. But then his F2 season tempered those doubts somewhat, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in Formula One. I really hope he does well.
I've got actually. I'll give it a read. I did some stats on Williams because I like stats. Okay, so I'm like that. So just as a comparison, their junior careers, Albon versus Sargent. So Albon is 26, so he's a year older than Max, I think. So I mean, he wasn't a. I mean, look again. I'm 36, but he wasn't a young driver when he debuted in F1. But you could argue that actually Logan Sargent isn't at 22, given that we've seen Max Verstappen debut at 17, and we've seen a lot of drivers coming very young. But Albon, that's the Formula One stats, Sean. Look at the junior career. So junior pole positions, Albon had 11 poles and Sargent 13. Junior wins, Albon did 9. It was 14 for Sargent, 28 podiums for Albon and 59 for Sargent. And in terms of number of races, it wasn't a huge gap. Albon did do fewer on 165, but Sargent 182. So it's not like Sargent did 200 or 300 more races than Albon to get those figures. So he had a very strong junior career, or a very solid junior career. So to get that opportunity from Williams is great. I'm pleased that he got that, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. I'm quite excited. I mean, I get quite excited when rookies come in anyway, because there's so much to watch, and I think, you know, the pressure's on because it's Formula One, but you can always cut them a little bit of slack and they'll make their mistakes and things like that. But I'm really excited about Sargent. I think actually all the rookies we've got this year, for different reasons, are exciting. So Piastri, I can't wait to see how he gets on. He's got a hell of a teammate to go up against in what could be a difficult car. So we had a year out, of course. So how's he going to bounce back from that? That's going to be fantastic. You've got De Vries, who we keep saying the phrase, he's not a conventional rookie. He is 28 years old. He's a world champion in Formula E. Did a fantastic job at Monza last year for Williams. Can he do that this year? Finally gets his opportunity after all these years. What can he do with it? That's exciting. Logan Sargent coming in as well. Good junior career. Good season last year. What can he do at Williams? Can he be closer to Albon than Latifi? There's so many stories in there, and I can't wait to watch it unfold. And that's what I get. I don't know. It probably could be the cross because I'm knackered, but I get so excited about the season when we're at this point, and all optimism. And then about 5 races, I'm like, well, this isn't going the way I was hoping. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what Sargent can do. I guess again, the goal is for him just to be closer to Albon than Latifi was for this first season, isn't it? And if he is, then he's doing a solid job, and Williams will probably stick with him. If he ends up being 3 or 10 slower than Latifi was versus Albon, then we might be having a different conversation in 6 months' time. I don't think he will be, by the way.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just going to stick with this slightly. I don't know if this is just me having this problem, but watching George Russell come round the final or the penultimate corner there, I think I'm a little bit behind on the stream compared to you. I keep thinking that Mercedes is an Aston Martin. I don't know why. I'm stuck back in that loop of mixing up Mercedes and Astons that we had in 2021. It's really annoying. But the other thing, just to pick up on that Mercedes, apparently 10 kilometers an hour slower in the speed traps compared to Ferrari, which is a little bit worrying.
Well, the talk, isn't it, that Ferrari have found, the rumour is they found 20 to 30 horsepower. I think they've said that's not entirely accurate, but they could have the best engine this year. Some would argue Ferrari had the best power unit last year, but it just kept blowing up. In terms of pace, it's an overall package, isn't it? But there are concerns around Mercedes. Obviously, in about a week's time, we'll find out, won't we, where they are. But I think early season, we're looking at, Twitch from Leclerc through 11. He's just backed out. I hope we're getting on board with that one. But yeah, I think early doors, we're looking Red Bull, Ferrari, aren't we, really, for the win. Maybe Alonso in an Aston. Let's go full optimism.
I would love to see it. I would love to see that. It would be nice to see Fernando back on top, because it would answer a lot of the questions we've had. Because I feel like every year there are a few people out there go and say, "Oh, why is he still here? He's taking up a seat." I don't think that at all. I think he's a very, very capable driver, and at his age is doing a phenomenal job. I've just watched that Twitch from Leclerc, actually. Bloody hell. He had a Twitch through turn 2 earlier on, and just a couple of minutes ago, which is interesting.
Ooh.
The Ferrari looking a little bit on edge. But yeah, back to
the onboard of
Fernando.
Leclerc. Sorry, saw the onboard of Leclerc. It's not like a massive twitch, but it's just, you see him with the steering wheel, and you just go, ooh. If there's one corner you don't want to lose it in, that's one of them. That little sequence there, 11 and 12. You want to be careful around there, but he backed immediately out of it. And George Russell is very slow into the pits. He's weaving. Could just, I don't know why, but could just be part of his program. But yeah, just seemed very slow there. But I think he's okay. Weaving in the pit lane, get some heat into the tyres. So we've got some warm-up issues on those tyres for Mercedes, or are they just, again, pushing limits and things like that? We'll keep an eye on it. No, not another failure. Yeah, sorry, Will.
Sorry, we can just add another problem to the pile for Mercedes. But Fernando, I would just love to see him up there again. I know he is sometimes seen as the villain, but he's one of the characters in the paddock that I think we really missed from between 2019 and, when did he come back? 2021. So, I'm just taking as much Fernando content as I can, because we don't know how much longer we've really got him around.
Yeah, and I'll repeat what I said yesterday, and I've said a lot of times as well about him taking up a seat in some people's eyes. As far as I'm concerned, as long as he's quick and he's doing the job, then he belongs. It's the stopwatch for me. I know that that's not always the case in Formula One, but that should be the only measure as far as I'm concerned. If you're quick enough, you're good enough. And yes, I've stolen that line from Martin Brundle, and no, I'm not going to apologise. Copyright Martin Brundle. Just quickly on that poll before I run through the times then, we will end it there. Pretty much as expected. Lewis Hamilton retire at the end of 2023? 70% say no, 29% say yes, 1% has once again gone missing. So thank you for your votes on that one. Again, just to reiterate, I don't think he will. Will doesn't think he will. That's a lot of wills. Not all from Brazil. So, yes, but let's run through the tyres then. I'll do tyres as well. And then we'll have a look at who's on track and who's doing what. I will try and keep an eye on that while I'm going. So, Charles Leclerc currently tops the times. That's the phrase I'm off for. 1:31.024. He's done 25 laps. I'll go through tyres in a moment. That's the easiest way to do it. George Russell, 31.442. He's also done 25 laps. Sergio Perez, 1:32.4. 35 laps for him. Pierre Gasly, 1:32.7, 23 laps so far. Felipe Drugovich, 1:32. That's an 8.23, 21 laps, 30 laps for Nico Hulkenberg, who doesn't lead the lappage, but he's got some good laps on. 30 laps, 133.329. Oscar Piastri, 33.655, 25 laps. Albon's done 25 laps on a 135.206. Bottas has done 39 laps, just at the top, 138.609. Nick De Vries, 138.972 on 38 laps as well. In terms of their stints at the moment, the longest stint out there is Bottas, who's on a 20-lap stint on the hard tyre. So he is definitely doing some sort of race simulation in there. And in terms of tyres, Leclerc's fastest lap was set on the C4, Russell on the C5, Perez, Gasly on the C3, Drugovich on the prototype tyre, Hülkenberg and Piastri both on the C3. It's the C2 for Albon, the C3 for Bottas and De Vries on the C3. And just a reminder, your compounds, if you're newish to F1, C0 is your hardest and C5 is your softest. If you are new to the stream, welcome. Good to have you. Please do subscribe. Would be great to have you along for the ride in 2023. Please do drop a like. We've got 656 watching. Let's 142 likes. Let's get that up a little bit more. Massively appreciated. Help us with that pesky YouTube algorithm. Oh, them and their algorithm. And you can also support the streams if you'd like to. We are, what about £311 of that goal, so we are getting close. If we could smash through that and even beat it today, that would be amazing. But of course, if you can't, don't worry, we're not locking it behind a paywall. You can support the stream via super chats on YouTube. So if you have a burning question that you simply have to ask me and I'm not coming to you, that is the best way. We'll always come to chat, but I have to read super chats provided they are within, don't be rude, don't be nasty, because I won't read it, but you know what I mean. As long as you're following your terms of service and all that. You can do it through Streamlabs as well, and if you prefer the channel to keep 100% of your contribution, you can also do it through PayPal. Links in the description to everything you need as well, including GP Box if you want some F1 goodies. I get some commission from that, so go and check out their stuff. I've got a page there with some of my favourite bits, and links to Aldas, Tomo, Will, Jonty, and Dyllan all in the description down below as well. Whenever I do all that spiel, Will, after going through the times, I feel like Crofty when he does his intros at the start of races. He's got all the grid and that to do, and I'm kind of like, oh, that's it. We're through it all.
It's at least better than the. And if you want to watch the previous content alongside the live action, hit the red button and go to Sky Glass.
If you're a Sky Glass or a
Sky Glass customer, that's it. It's better than that. I'd love to see Anthony Davidson do one of those now. I think that would spice things up.
His commentary was interesting. His Crofty impression, wasn't it? If you've not seen it, you should definitely go check it out on Twitter. It's quite something. Better than those jackets they were wearing yesterday. Goodness me. Looks like some work going on at McLaren. Looks like at the right front around that area they had taped up the other day. Putting some.
Piastri brakes again, is it?
Piastri sat in the car. He's not got his gloves and helmet on, but he is sat in the car. So he's checking pedals and things, steering. They're definitely doing some work on that right front. So again, this is Sean's technical. Amazing stuff coming on here. So they're putting some grey, like painty stuff on it, and if you're watching it, which you can do if you're in the UK, by the way, on Sky Sports F1 or F1 TV where you are in the world if it's available. Let me know if you are good at this kind of thing, what they're doing there, and I can relay that to everybody else. They were also looking at the right rear, although they're not there anymore. Piastri now getting out of the car, obviously testing something. It's not frantic. I know it doesn't tend to be in testing generally, but it's not frantic, so it may not be anything to worry about. It may just be all part of the procedure. But Oscar Piastri there, looking good in his papaya and grey. Good to see Piastri on the seat. So something that I think it doesn't look like a panic is what I'm saying. And it doesn't look like they're bodging it together with tape or anything like that. So thank you very much to Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan. Good to see you, mate. He says, my feel-good story for 2023 would be Hülkenberg finally getting the podium finish. What would your feel-good story be? Thank you so much for your super chat, mate, and your support, your continued support. Massively appreciated. Looking forward to the race reactions this year, hopefully. 23 of them. I did think I'd do sprint reactions, and then I thought, nah. I don't want to do sprint reactions. That's all a bit ambitious. That's a good question, actually. What would be your feel-good story for the year? So Jonathan says Hülkenberg podium would be a feel-good story. What would I think? What do you reckon, Will? That's actually quite a tricky question because I think Hulkenberg would have been my I can't answer that, I'm not sure, and that would be my safe go-to, but Jonathan's beat me to it. So I don't think you can do that.
No, it's a good one. I've got a couple which might take even more answers out of your pool. I'm sorry, but I think an Alonso win would be nice. And the other one, Danny Rick coming back and having a good weekend for once. I would love to see that as the biggest Danny Rick simp out there. So yeah, they would be my two.
Sorry, Andras, just saying in the chat. I assume you're talking about when I said, could you let me know what they're doing? They have got a little brush there, and Andras says they found fossils on the front right. It looks a little bit more, a few more people gathered around it now, so there's something going on there.
Is it heat-resistant paint? That's a massive guess. It's around the brake duct area. But yeah, I'm not sure on that one.
In terms of feel good, I can't. Alonso win was another of my go-to. So thanks for that, Will.
Sorry,
really appreciate that. Norris win says Beyond the Lizzie. That would be quite cool. I don't know. That's really. Maybe Gasly. A really strong season from Gasly would be a sort of a feel-good story, but then he's not. No, because he has not had bad seasons, had he? It is the go-to is the Hulkenberg podium, because I think that would be amazing. Kind of like Magnussen last year. I know very different circumstances, but Magnussen coming back in and getting those points early on, that great performance in Bahrain, that was a feel-good story. So it would be amazing to see Hulkenberg get that podium. So that would have been probably the way I'd have gone. But I'm just trying to maybe De Vries having an epic season, and he's finally got his chance in Formula One after all. I've been doing this 6 years in June, and I feel like I'm asked almost every stream since I started streaming, when will De Vries get his chance in F1? What do you think you'll ever see De Vries in F1? So he gets his opportunity, maybe beats Yuki Tsunoda, some great results. Maybe we have a chaotic race and he nicks a podium, and then AlphaTauri sign him up for a couple more years. I think that'd be quite a feel-good story for me, because I am a big fan of Nick De Vries. I do, not just as a driver, but him as a person. He seems like a properly lovely lad. He's been in commentary on Sky a few times, hasn't he? And he's just so nice. And he'll get his elbows out on track. He might not be quite so nice when he's racing, but yeah, that'd be one of my picks for De Vries. I don't think he'll get a podium, but then did you think Gasly would win a race in an AlphaTauri? And it happens, doesn't it? Every now and again you get one of those stories. So Drugovich improving, by the way. 2 green sectors at the moment coming through. What is a 2-corner, 14 and 15, but looks like one and feels like one, I'm sure. And will go 4th place. A little improvement for him there, position-wise, 132.478. So good stuff from Drugovich. That is actually a big improvement for him, lap time-wise, of about 4 tenths. So good stuff. What's he done lappage, actually, Drugovich? Because that's a good point. We should be keeping an eye on Drugovich's laps come the end of this session, actually, Will, because, of course, he could be racing next weekend. So every single lap is going to be so important for him today as Leclerc goes to get back in the car.
Yeah, it does seem more and more likely, doesn't it, as the days go by, that Stroll's or comments on Stroll's injury become more and more serious. I assume we've already made the joke of him following in his teammates' footsteps of having a cycling accident before the season. But well, Drugovich, it'll be interesting to see Drugovich in the car, and obviously I don't wish any harm on Stroll, but I mean, he's a bit of an unknown, because yes, he's an F2 champion, but it took him a long time to get there. Very similar to De Vries in that sense, and I think he should. He does deserve a chance for getting that F2 championship, and it may just so happen that Bahrain becomes that opportunity. And quite frankly, if we look at Robin Freins in Formula E, who broke his wrists in that crash, he's been out. He's still out, and we've had 2 or 3 rounds now. It's been, crikey, almost a month, I feel, since the start of the Formula E season. It's probably less than that, but how long is Stroll out for? If he has broken his wrists, I know that's not confirmed yet, but it seems to be some sort of injury around that area, that could take him a while. to recover. So we might not just be looking at one race here.
Just a quick question to Fina in chat. Can you just let me know if that comment you've made is serious or if it's tongue-in-cheek and you're just messing about? Because if you are being serious, that is pathetic. Stating if De Vries beats Tsunoda is not Asian hate. So please confirm if you're joking there, because if you're being serious, then you can go and get effed, quite frankly, because that kind of accusation is absolutely ridiculous. People like you really do annoy me. And judging by your follow-up comment, then I think we know the answer there, so I will deal with you. Day 3, Sean's getting annoyed. Do one. That's ridiculous. I know it's the world we live in sometimes, but come on. If driver beats driver B doesn't mean I hate driver B, and it's certainly not a race thing, so don't be so bloody stupid. Anyway, that Sean office, Sean's been a right dad about it today. He's not impressed. Where are we at on track? Who we got out there? So Russell, Albon, Bottas, and De Vries. Yeah, not busy out there, but not quiet. We've seen times, haven't we, where people times this week where we've had one car out on track and we run out of things to talk about because I want to say some stuff for today, then I'm watching one car on track going, I think he's doing an outlap, and there's not really much to say. Got some flow-vis on Alex Albon's car. Good news. They've gone back to the green rather than the ridiculous orange we saw the other day. But yeah, Alex Albon out there at the moment we're watching. I said it yesterday, Will, I don't know about you, but night races, we're not quite at the night yet in Bahrain, but those night races, those cameras that look back at the driver, they've got the clear visors on and you can see their eyes. It's one of the best things about night races for me, particularly in like qualifying, when they're sort of absolutely flat out between the barriers in Singapore. It's just the whites of their eyes, watching the concentration in there. I can't focus on doing the housework some days, and yet they're able to do that as focused as that. It's so impressive.
It is stunning. And the other advantage of night races is we get to see a lot of the displays on the wheels as well, and we can see exactly what they're doing, the amount of changes they have to make per lap. It's it's fascinating. So no, I'm excited. Obviously we've got, is it 3? No, 4 if you count Abu Dhabi, isn't it? So it's I don't know where I was going with that one. It's good to see. I like it.
If you don't know where you're going with a statement, don't worry, Will. You fit in perfectly. I do it all the time. Just going to update that donation goal because it's not updating itself again today, which is a shame because that's one more thing for me to have to think about. It'll be around there, I think. So we'll pop a little bit more on just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Obviously, YouTube takes some of it. They're robbing swines, but there you go. It's their platform. They're hosting it. I'll let them off. It's fine. Okay, that is okay. I don't know why you're playing up like that, but there you go. We might not be able to do this now. I'll just put tomorrow's date. It'll just be easier. So there we go. It's having a moment. Sorry. Apologies for that one. Messing about with that. Logan Sargent. Where is Logan Sargent? Logan Sargent is in the car this afternoon. No, he isn't. No, he's not, is he? He did all day yesterday. So Sargent's done for testing. Who's done for... So we won't see Joe today. We won't see Sargent. And we won't see... Verstappen. Yes, they're done for testing. Next time you'll see them is on Friday. FP1.
Hello. There's a little wobble for Sargent there, so we're just coming around turn 4.
Albon.
Was it? Yeah, Albon. Yeah. We just talked about Sargent, weren't we? Yeah. It's always interesting to see that flow viz. It is the most horrible thing to work with, might I add, having worked with it myself. It is, it stinks. It's horrible. But obviously, very, very fascinating and a really useful tool for the aerodynamicists to see as well.
Thank you very much to Nick. Nick Lass, is it Nick Lasses? Thank you very much for your super chat and for your support there. Really appreciate that one, mate. It says, where was there an explanation on the broken Ferrari DRS? I can have a look at socials and have a look at some blogs for you and see what we can find. I didn't hear or see an explanation. I assume it was just a broken DRS, which isn't a major fix, although Ferrari had their issues last year, didn't they? I did see this morning, I think they were running, or it's believed they're running their Bahrain spec rear wing for the weekend next, or the wing you'd expect them to run. In fact, there's actually a picture on the race blog. They've got a shot of the day 1 and day 2 versus day 3, going from is it the the 2 beams to 1 around the DRS and that. So yeah, that's going to be there. I'll read it. So this is from the race. So just to let you know, so rear wing change for day 3 on the Ferrari. Showed the rear flap looked like it had broken in the middle, so not sure which rear wing is currently on the car. But here's a quick look at the differences. Obviously, I won't tell you that. I won't be able to show you that one. But the mounting system, yeah, it's a different mounting system. Earlier version has 2 twin mounts, and today's version has a single mount. So, yeah, could have another rear wing on, but they were definitely running potentially their Bahrain race weekend spec. And they've also said on the race, looks like there's more issues at McLaren. Piastri out the car. Team is attending to the brakes. Same issue that hit teammate Norris on the opening day. So it looks like that's a very similar issue, or the same issue as what happened to Norris on the first day of testing around the area. So, yeah, not great for McLaren. There are some... That's a good point, Sean. Let's get my little graphic up for me so I can throw it at you. But who needs the laps today? Alpine were bottom starting the day, 221 laps. They could do with some laps, and I believe are doing all right. Gasly's done 25 so far. Aston Martin and McLaren definitely could do with the laps. Aston are quick, but coming into today, they were 230 laps, same as McLaren, but then you've got Drugovich out there now. It's on 26 laps, so they're doing well out there. Drugovich is about to improve again and goes third. Does Felipe Drugovich, a 132.075 on a soft tyre, which looks to be the C5. So there we go. Drugovich improving there, so he's getting the laps in. But I'd say McLaren 230 laps, Aston Martin, Alpine. I mean, I'll read you the notification not seen on stream. Williams 303, Alpha, Tauri 290, Red Bull 280, Ferrari 274, Alpha 270, Mercedes 250, Haas 243, McLaren 230, Aston 230, and Alpine 221. That was coming into today, so that's not updated from what we've seen so far. So McLaren do need the laps, among others. So this is concerning for them and Piastri. I'm not liking the noises coming from McLaren, Will, and what we're seeing. I'm hoping it's all going to come good for them next week or in a couple of races' time, but I'm a little bit concerned. And not as concerned as I was last year. And as we know, when they got to the race in Bahrain, they were absolutely nowhere, but it is concerning. I'd imagine for McLaren fans. Hi, Annette. Sorry, I didn't see you in chat today. I was going to say Annette might be concerned, but hi. Thank you very much for joining us again, Annette. She says sigh. Oh, McLaren.
That is the reaction, isn't it? It's not looking good. It's really not looking good. Just quickly going back on the Ferrari supports, because I have a bit of a story around this as well.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the race's tweet now. So you've got, yeah, they've moved from the 1 support to the 2 support, but look at now they're running the double on the car. Yeah, I'm just watching Leclerc go around at the moment.
They have changed it, haven't they?
Yeah, so they're called swan necks, and yeah, their prime focus is to attach the rear wing to the rest of the chassis. You ideally, for aerodynamic purposes, want 1 because you can put it behind the airbox and basically away from the flow. If you have 2, they're sort of stuck out a little bit more, and it will give you a tiny little bit more drag. But they are better from a structural point of view. You'll get less oscillations in the rear wing because it's mounted at 2 different points. Now, I know a fair bit about these because back when I was at university, I designed one. I won't say what university for the for the story that comes next. But it was for a whole thing called Formula Student, which is a university-led program where basically it's an international thing. You'll meet up and do competitions around the world. And we were at Silverstone testing our car, and the problem was we were failing scrutineering because we'd had to recycle parts of an old chassis. Our new chassis wasn't ready in time, so that meant that our rear wing was too high, and our fix for that was to basically drill another hole in the swan neck, which was made out of, or the support that was made completely out of carbon fiber. We'd been working, I think, till almost 11 in the evening. We were absolutely shattered. some of the beers had come out as well. I think not for us, thankfully.
Yeah, all right, I believe you.
No, Jet, for what I'm about to say, I don't think that. I hope they hadn't. And obviously, with it being a student-led program, health and safety is very rarely our top focus. So I remember I was completely exhausted, and I'm sat clamping hold to what was the entire rear wing with both of my hands, and I was clamping it to the chassis as another person drilled in between my hands through carbon fiber, which produces a load of sort of carbon dust that. It's probably taken about 5 years off my life now breathing that in. But yeah, it was not the most. Well, if health and safety saw it, they wouldn't have been happy. Let's just say that. But could very nearly have lost a hand had he slipped. So, but yeah, it's one of those parts of the car that you don't really mention much, but it plays a very important role. And it's interesting, Ferrari have gone back to their two-pronged version. And I wonder if they may be getting a little bit too many oscillations with the larger one strut that they were using earlier today.
Yeah, they had the DRS issue as well, didn't they? So that could be part of it. But no, that's Jonathan says Will has great stories. That's really interesting. It's very different to what I did at school. I dossed off and didn't do a lot really, but we had to. And this is nothing to do with F1, but now that's it. Will set me off. Obviously, if you were here yesterday, you know that I went to school with Chaos 2 and Razor from Robot Wars. So we had to design packaging for some kind of grain pasta substitute thing called Ebly. I remember that, and that's about as exciting as school got for me. We were quite excited by that, and built a bridge out of straws. And you're there doing your Formula thing, Formula One stuff, Formula Student, that's it. It's like, wow. To be honest, at my school, I think you just did well if you didn't get arrested, to be honest. It wasn't the best school. Just have a look through the race blog. I don't like going through other people's stuff because it's their content, so I will make sure I'm clear. Gary Anderson has been looking at the undercuts on the Red Bull, Ferrari and the Mercedes. Overlay some lines, so definitely go check out the Races live blog. The channel is not partnered with anybody anymore, so I can send you to other places with far more interesting content. So if you want to have a read on the technical side of stuff, so essentially Mercedes doesn't have any form of undercut on its side pods, and so Gary Anderson is, I suppose, theorizing that would make it difficult, if not impossible, to manage the airflow around the area. So the airflow around the side pods could be absolutely fantastic, and they could have done a great job, but they would find it difficult to redirect that. So they're kind of stuck. His words are, you are simply stuck with... In fact, I'll read it. The airflow may go around the side pods more efficiently, but if you can't realign it as required, you are simply stuck with what you have. So is that part of this, why we're hearing this talk of perhaps having to or having the option or discussing the option of moving to a more Red Bull like concept? So just to let you know what Gary Anderson's looking at there, I must admit, I do really enjoy reading Gary Anderson's stuff because he's one of those, a bit like Craig Scarborough as well, Matthew Summerfield over at Motorsport. They know what they're talking about, don't they, on the technical side of thing. If you're listening, Eru, just send me a message on Messenger and let me know what the hell that massive bang was downstairs. I assume it's not the dog trying to kill you, but please do let me know, because now I'm concerned that Eru was so exhausted from it all, he's just collapsed in a heap on the floor and I may have to disappear. So if I don't hear anything, I assume I might have to disappear and just double check. But thank you to Annette for your contribution, your tip, I think somebody said to call it the other day, on PayPal. Really appreciate that, Nat. Annette says, hope you meet your goal. Thanks for all the crazy work. You are more than welcome, and thank you for your support and for joining us. Annette, if you didn't know, Max Will, is from Australia, and she has been here for pretty much every single minute of these streams. She does it every year, and so it's sort of really late, middle of the night over there that she's finishing, and she's a legend for it. Everyone's a legend for tuning in, but she is, yeah. She's
talk about commitment. Yeah,
that's the word, commitment. She is committed, or she's just as crazy as we are. I suspect it's possibly the latter. Oh no, it's all fine. It's okay. Nobody's died downstairs. Everything's fine, apparently. Just thought I better double check, make sure nothing's happened. Get downstairs and they're just dead. It's like, oh, great. That's me just joking about you're lucky if you don't end up in prison.
Update my times now, damn it.
Yeah, oh, you're so selfish. Couldn't you have died later? Anyway, yeah, well, I will do times again on the hour, like I say, for those that are asking. They are there, and I'll go through tyres as well. But I don't mind answering specifics, who did what on what tyre. But yes, will other teams have a similar bypass duct to Ferrari? Says Tuna. I'm the F1 word. The Ferrari side pods have that cooling duct that goes through the side pod. Will other teams copy that? Is that the one that they're calling an S duct that might not be an S duct, Tuna? Because I think again, not great with the technical stuff, but the easy answer to that is if a team thinks that Ferrari are gaining a massive advantage from that, they absolutely will copy it if they can. If it's going through the side pod, though, I can't imagine that's an easy thing to just copy. It's not, for example, it's not going to be something we see on the car in the next few weeks. Apparently, JM says that Red Bull have it already. So that's something to keep an eye out for on the Red Bull. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's something you could easily implement unless I'm missing something. But they'll definitely look at copying it if they think it's working for Ferrari. But I do love that before we even got to testing, we already had people say, people wanting clarification from the FIA is the phrase they like to use, and it's sort of to clarify the rules. Are we allowed to do this? Poking at Ferrari and saying, look, are we allowed to do this? And then the FIA go, yeah, it's fine. Ferrari says all's good, and then we get a protest when Ferrari are 6 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else. It's apparently Gary Anderson mentioned that on day one of the podcast. So Red Bull have got that, and Ferrari. So we've already got people with it. So yeah, I just wanted to mention the side pod thing on Mercedes because we focus on it a lot. So that's an interesting one. We've got an update from McLaren. The team is currently conducting some temporary strengthening work on the front winglets to ensure we can complete today's running. That's exactly the same as what they had to do in Norris, wasn't it? It's a very minor issue that will be permanently fixed before the Bahrain Grand Prix. Didn't we hear something similar last year about brakes? Although I think they came up with a temporary fix. And of course, Piastri, therefore, still stuck in the garage. So just to confirm that from McLaren, conducting some temporary strengthening work on the front winglets to ensure we can complete today's running. It's a very minor issue that will be fixed by Bahrain Grand Prix weekend. So frustrating for McLaren. It's less time on track, of course. I think Norris, he's in this afternoon, so Piastri losing time here. Norris lost time at the start, but
it's not great when you're starting your Formula One career like that either. You need as much time in the car as you can. And we've got a reduced testing schedule this year anyway. There's talks about going down to 2 days.
Really?
I think it might have been Steiner or something that mentioned it and suggested it go down to 2 days, but allow them to bring both cars and have both cars go around. So we have all 20 cars out on track. So, which I think would be great if they can. That. Yeah, same. I think if they can build it, that would give us less waffle to have to fill the time in, definitely. But yeah, it's an interesting one, and it's something that I would like to see as well. Maybe even an extended Bahrain race weekend. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, off you go. And that could be... And then they said it would mix up the order as well, because less time to sort out the gremlins could give you a surprise winner at the start of the season.
I don't know if I prefer 2 days. I quite like... I think the 3 days is quite a nice level for testing. But if you take both the cars, whilst you'd be able to send your 2 drivers out on different programs, if, for example... I mean, if a team decided to send them out on the same programs at the same time, I don't know why you would, but if you did, then you could potentially get a direct testing comparison between teammates, because you could compare, for example, Perez's times this morning to Verstappen on Thursday morning, but that's 2 days away. Conditions have changed. The track's changed. It's more rubbing in. So you can't really get that direct comparison. So at least if you had 2 cars out there, you would be able to get a closer comparison or some sort of comparison, because I don't ever compare teammates in testing because conditions are completely different day to day. The track rubbers in as the week goes on. You've also got the programs that they're on different programs, limited time. I think that'd be really interesting, but I'm just trying to work out if that's a cost saving thing. I'm trying to think on my head, just sort of think, would it be cheaper to run one car for an extra day or two cars for 2 days? I know it would probably work out. Look, if Steiner's saying it, it's because he's worked it out. He knows it's going to be cheap. And obviously, Haas are on a money-saving mission with their little pit wall. But yeah, I'm not sure. I think the 3 days is nice, but 3 days with two cars, I will counter Steiner. That's what I'm going to do. I will write to him immediately and put my counter proposal in that 3 days with two cars per team. And if you are new to F1, by the way, it's one car out on track per team, which is why you get the drivers swapping out through the day. You can't have. Well, I think if you let them have free reign on that, you would have, if they could afford to, teams who want the data sending out. For example, let's say who's top of the tie sheets? Leclerc. So Ferrari could, for example, send out 3 cars: Leclerc, Sainz, and Schwartzman for 2 or 3 days of testing. So yeah, it's reined in a little bit, but plus it'd be chaos. Could you imagine? I want the chaos.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. we've not seen as many big incidents this year, have we? I mean, I think Piastri spin is the only one we've had all tests. So it would be nice to see a little bit of drama. And you could argue as well, if it may be cheaper for a team to run both cars over 2 days, but if that car ends up hitting another car, you've got two cars on track, more likely chance for an accident or a crash or God forbid, a crash with another car. I think we saw, was it 2014? Susie Wolf and Felipe Nasr came together. Came together. Lose my voice already. That's a good start. Yeah. I don't know how you've done it for 3 days, Sean, honestly. But yeah, you've got to factor that in as well. And if you've got to rebuild a car so close to the start of the season as well, we're only a week away from round 1, aren't we? So yeah, it's a risk, I think, taking both cars out on track for every team.
I'm just trying to think. I'm looking at who's on track. We've got Leclerc, Russell, Drugovich, Perez, Bottas, and De Vries. Bottas now on a 17-lap stint on the mediums. He's done 58 laps, so he is. Valtteri Bottas has woken up this morning and gone, do you know what? I'm just going to keep driving because he did 22 laps on the hards. Now 17 on the mediums, so he is definitely doing long run pace. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does when he straps on some C5s and gives it some beans, lets it go a little bit and see what he does in some qualifying sims. The AlphaTauri, Nick De Vries just going for a lap now. The AlphaTauri, which in my opinion looks so much better in the flesh, if you like, out on track rather than those renders we saw. Jonty does not agree. He says that doesn't matter, it should be burned because it's such a horrible livery, but it does definitely look better. But I'm looking forward to Crofty getting that and the Haas mixed up over the course of the season, and me sat here in my office going, for God's sake, Crofty, and also being wrong. Tends to be the way it goes. So De Vries not pushing real well. He's 2.5 down on Leclerc. Where is he at the minute? 7.9 down. So he's pushing, compared to where he was, but he's not, as I headbutt the microphone, not setting green or purple sectors or anything like that. So what stint's he on? De Vries. This is his first on these, so we'll see what he does. Thank you to Chevron McBean for your super chat. Thank you for your support this week as well, mate. That's I don't know how many you've done, but that's quite a few now, so really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Says, I don't really get all of these cost-saving measures F1 is trying to implement. Are any F1 teams really struggling financially to that point anymore?
It's cost cap, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not that they're struggling financially, it's that they need to put as much money into the car as possible. And that's why we were saying it earlier on the stream. That's why you've got teams like Haas shrinking down their Pratt's perch, as it's officially named. So yeah, if that's 250 grand that they save over the course of the year, that 250k can be put straight into the car, and that's a lot of development. So yeah, and the F1 teams now, it's quite profitable if I'm not wrong, and it's why they're all getting a bit faffy over having Andretti joining, because they want it to be just as profitable, and they're worried about the prize money issues. But yeah, that's the answer really. Cost cap.
Yeah, I've got nothing to add to that. You're right. That's it, isn't it? The more money they can save elsewhere, the more they've got in the cost cap for development and things like that. So Obviously, not everything's included in the cost cap. Oscar Piastri has got his fireproofs on, so it looks like he might be getting about ready to get in the car, which is a good sign for McLaren. We've got an hour and 40 minutes left of this session, so still plenty of time to get some laps, and he has only done 20. Well, 25 is not awful, but he has done the least of anybody out there, 25 laps, as De Vries improves on a 38.866 on the C3 tyre. So good to see Piastri getting ready at least to get in the car, but I think he could do with lapping for a good slice of that hour and 40 minutes we've got left. Bearing in mind as well, by the way, unless it's changed for today, I'll see if commentary pick up on it, but yesterday, the last 15 minutes of each session was for red flag checks and race starts and practice starts and start procedure testing and all of that, so they might lose that 15 minutes, but I've not heard that they're not doing that, and I've not heard that they are, so that's on an assumption that we saw that yesterday. See what you're saying in chat. Let's do a little bit of. I'll keep an eye on Albon here because see what he's doing for the first sector. He's on the prototype tyre. No markings on that one. See what he does. Goes 3 million seconds quicker than anybody else. No, 7/10 down on Charles. Ooh, God, they do. I tell you what, they attack the curb on the exit of turn 7 in testing. I know in qualifying we'll see them do similar, but at least in qualifying they keep it within the white lines. They really do give it everything on the exit of turn 7. So Albon improving. Saw some smoke there. I don't know if he did a little lockup or whether that was just I don't know. Might have been my eyes. You know, he's 4.1 seconds at the moment. So if he can keep this up, see what he does through the middle sector, he's going to hop up the timesheets here. I probably should turn around rather than craning my neck, but I'm trying to keep an eye on some stuff on stream. What's he done through there? Yeah, it's not mate 2.5 down. It would move him up into about 7th place if he was to keep this up. Again, he is on the prototype tyre, which is the medium C3, but made in Turkey, basically, instead of over on... Where are they? It's their factory in Italy. Or was it, I think Jonty said Romania yesterday. I can't remember where the other Pirelli factory is, or the main one.
I have no idea. I'm going to give it a Google.
Albon 8th. He's gone up to 8th. 3.1 off the pace. Time was a 1:35.2 on the prototype tyre. It's that, so wide at turn 7 over that curb. I know it always was quite bumpy. It was a little lock-up into 10. I thought I'd seen a little lock-up from Albon there. So not a brilliant one. But yeah, Turkey's the backup factory, box fresh. So that's the prototype tyre. That's made in Turkey, manufactured in Turkey, and that's why they're testing it against the benchmark, which is the regular tyre. As Valtteri Bottas goes for a dive bomb up the inside of Charles Leclerc, locks up, runs wide, but Leclerc doesn't undercut him, doesn't come back at him. I think that was quite a fair, easy move there. I don't think Leclerc fought that. Did Leclerc come back through? No. Bottas in his ridiculous helmet, which I love. We've just seen an overtake. Very exciting.
So we'll take any action we can get on the test days, can't we?
We would be starved since I was going to say starved since Abu Dhabi, but probably Brazil, really. Tom says if F1 cared about the environment, they should make teams recycle everything, even the drivers. Are we up for that, Tom? We'll recycle the drivers. No, there should be more of that anyway, shouldn't there? Really, but there's a lot of wastage in F1, and some of that I'll probably get screamed at now, but I think some of that is unavoidable at the moment with the technology we have and all that business. But there's a lot less wastage than there used to be. I was saying to Tomo yesterday, we were having a chat about this sort of thing around the cost cap, but you definitely see fewer front wings now at race weekends and things like that, and you hear a lot more from teams about a reduced number of spares. Again, Haas last year with everything with Schumacher, we haven't got, back in day, used to have teams putting a new engine in every session, so we've come a long way from that, and now we're getting through three or four a season, depending on what your reliability is like. So it's come a long way. So where will we be in another 50 years' time? Do you know what I mean? Assuming the sport's still going, which you'd think it would be at the minute.
Yeah, I think we've solved a lot of the glaring issues, and it's now just a case of the problems that we have are much harder to solve and take longer to adjust to. So I don't want to use the phrase diminishing returns because that sounds a bit depressing, but things like new engines every single session. That's an easy fix. But as we get closer to this net zero target, it's going to be harder to achieve. I think it's net zero by 2030. F1 are aiming for, isn't it?
Yes.
So I'll be honest, sustainability is not my forte. I got told off the other day for apparently I can't recycle half of pizza boxes now. Apparently you're not allowed to do that. I didn't know that. So yeah, apparently you can't recycle the greasy side. I had no idea. I say that I still put the entire thing in the recycle bin yesterday.
Well,
so come
that's
at me.
A disgrace.
I know. Our chat can kill me for that now. That's any subscribers I was going to get off this stream gone. But
half of mine unsubscribe as well. Like, thanks, Will.
But yeah, I think they're there are conversations, which is good at this point, and it's just making sure that we don't hurt the show too much, because obviously no one likes grid penalties, and that creates its whole own problem in itself. So yeah, I think F1's still on track though to hit it by 2030, and that's what they've set out. So yeah, it's getting better every year. That's all we can ask for.
Magnussen running over something on the track there, but cleared it out of the way. And Nick De Vries Hulkenberg, and Nick De Vries was told over the radio 5 degrees hotter now on track. So I think it was 27 degrees air temperature, it said. Celsius, that is. Please don't ask me to do the conversion live on stream. We're doomed. I know there are tools for it, but even that I struggle with. R makes a good point as well, and I was going to come to this. I wanted to do some calendar talk at some point. We haven't done it yet. We talk about easy fixes. R says, if F1 cared about the environment, they wouldn't ping-pong across 4 continents in 4 races. Like I was saying to Eru earlier, look at this year's calendar. It's true. Why? I don't think it's a week this time, but why last year were we going from... Oh, what was it last year? I need to get it, but it was something like Miami to Baku to Canada or something stupid like that. I know there's probably weather reasons why you can't have Miami and Canada close together, but if you're doing back-to-back races, that would make sense to me. So we've got some... I'll pull up the 2023 calendar here. It'll scroll around on the screen as well for those, and I'm sure you can find it, but let me just go find the calendar. We've got some bizarre ones at times. I mean, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, that makes a lot of sense. Australia, kind of on its own without China, isn't it? So that would have been Australia-China, which I think makes sense. They're closer together than, say, going from Australia to Spain or Portugal or something. Then you've got Azerbaijan, and then a week later you go to Miami, and then 2 weeks later you're at Imola, Monaco and Spain. That's all fine. Then you go off to Canada. Then you come back for Austria, Britain, Hungary, Belgium. That's all around the same area. You get the summer break, which, by the way, falls after Belgium this year. We come back for Zandvoort, which is going to be quite weird getting used to that one. So you get Zandvoort, Monza, they all come together. Then you get Singapore and Japan. That makes sense. Then you go to Qatar, which I think... I don't know. I'm not great with the geography side of things, but I think if you're in Japan, I feel like you'd go round to Kota and then come to Qatar rather than Qatar to Kota. Somebody's going to tell me in chat now that the difference in kilometres, I'll be like, yeah, fair enough, they've done it right. And then you got Mexico and Brazil. Then you go to Vegas, and then it's on to Abu Dhabi. So, Brazil, Mexico, Brazil, that. In fact, you know what? Apart from the European stint, that is a great stint from Formula One. United States, Kota, Mexico, Brazil, Vegas. That makes sense. And then on to Abu Dhabi for the finale, because we have to go to Abu Dhabi for the finale. But just some, like I say, the curious ones. Baku to Miami in a week. It's no way that when they do the calendar, they could at least give a 2-week break for that. I know you don't want too many races from the same country. You don't want to have, for example, I know you couldn't, but you don't want Canada, Brazil, Mexico, Kota, Vegas, Miami all in the same 8, 9, 10 weeks, because that's all at once, isn't it? You're just oversaturating, but you could break them up into better blocks than they do sometimes, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think a lot of it comes down at the moment to the current contracts that are in place. And I wonder if now Formula One has more of a foothold in those contract talks because it's making a lot more money than it was. I wonder if now they can maybe play with those terms a little bit and put the control of where the races line up in the calendar more in the hands of Formula One. And it does seem to be getting better. Like, as you just said, this season seems to have had some level of thinking applied to it, which I don't think there was to last year's calendar. But yeah, even if that calendar was released early by the FIA, so it's at least good that some thought has gone into that, and more can be done. A nuke to the Yas Marina circuit, for instance, would be nice. But yeah, it's as I said, things are going in the right direction, and that's what we want at the end of the day.
Mike says feels like a cross continental trip should be at least a week's break. I think that's fair.
Yeah, agreed.
You can stick your I was talking about to insult somebody. You can stick it up your you can stick your Austrias and your Hungarys, your Britain, France. You can kind of put them together, can't you? I know we're not at France this year, but I'm just using an example. European races like that, you can kind of put back to back because it's not so bad. But if you're going from it's every single year, it's the Baku to North America that I just don't understand in a way. I don't know why they seem so desperate to do that. So yes, they had China on the calendar originally. But why, when they were doing the calendar, could they not have just... I know they wanted to avoid Bahrain testing, Bahrain race, and Saudi Arabia forming a triple header, but they could have done Bahrain and Saudi Arabia back-to-back, then brought Australia forward a week, then brought China forward a week when it was on the calendar, then you bring Baku forward a week, and then you've at least got a week off in between Baku and Miami. But for some reason, they just seem... I don't know if there's something written in a contract somewhere, which would be weird, but it seems every year there has to be this trip from Baku to North America in a week, and I don't understand why. So if anybody in chat, has any gossip or inner, sources around calendar contracts, then please do let me know. If there is something that says that somewhere in North America must host a race a week after Baku, then... cool, but it's an odd one for me. It's been doing it for a while, haven't they? Baku to Canada. It was originally on the calendar for 2020 before, obviously, the world went to pot, and then we thought, oh well, maybe it was a one-off, and then Canada came back and they just did it again, and then they've done it again this year with Miami, even though they've moved Baku. And I think there must be a reason for it, but unless it's just to squeeze every single race in they can. Don't forget 23 Grand Prix, 6 sprints. It's 29 races overall, and that's not 29 different tracks, but still, it's a lot of racing this year, which, I like my racing, Will. That's why I'm here. Jonty, by the way, good morning, mate. Says, morning. Talking calendar, are we? It's effing stupid. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Fair enough.
We'll let Jonty go on that one this afternoon. I'll say, right, Jonty, calendar, go, and then me and Dyllan can, go for a lie down or something. Not together. Go for a lie down in our separate homes and get some sleep, and let Jonty have a good hour or two screaming and shouting about that one. And then if we don't want to come back, we'll just come back and go, oh, the FIA, right, Jonty? And then we go have another lie down. He'll have them.
I was about to say, have we spoken about the FIA yet on these testing streams?
We have. Jonty had a good chat about it yesterday, unsurprisingly. But just a reminder to people, I'm sure you know, Will, but we've got the one race director this year now. We had 2 last year, and then Freitas disappeared, and then they said, oh, we're still going to have 2, and then a couple of weeks ago they said they're having 1, and that's going to be Niels Vittich for this season. So I think too many cooks and all that. I think one race director, that's the way I'd go.
Yeah, I made a video on this a couple of weeks ago, and I just think this whole F1 FIA relationship, it's a bit like, to put it into an analogy, it's a bit of a weird analogy, but it's a bit like watching a couple in Primark at the lingerie section before Valentine's Day. You know for a fact, if you see that couple's lasting not another day. So
that's if they get out of Primark. I know what that place can be like sometimes.
It's just it wouldn't shock me in the position that Formula One is now, that in the next 5-10 years it goes rogue and goes separate and tries to become its own thing. I know that sounds massive at this point, but given the way the FIA seem to be running things at the moment, it's just a mess.
Do you know the weirdest thing for me, and I've not actually mentioned this yet, it's not something that's come up, but I just, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, I'm so pleased he's taken a step back, because I think he needed to. Things were said that he didn't need to. He's entitled to his opinion, of course he is, but he's the president of the FIA, and coming out and discussing the value of the sport when the FIA have something to do with that, but ultimately it's the commercial rights holder, really, that should be worrying about that. But for me, it's that a couple of times now, I think it was in January, he came out and made a statement about rumours. And that felt really weird to me. Why is the FIA president discussing a rumour about the value of Formula One and a Saudi bid for it? And you sort of think, unless there is something behind the scenes that he knows, of course he may have information that proves that was the case, but it's quite odd that you get the rumour and then he comes out and comments on that rumour. It just felt a little bit, I don't want to say unprofessional, because I'm not trying to be, that guy, but you just don't expect the president of an organisation like the FIA to take a rumour at face value, which, again, number one, could be that there was something concrete to that rumour, or number two, he was just having a moment. But I thought, we've got the FIA and the F1, this whole strained relationship between the FIA and F1 is not a new thing. It's always been a little bit tetchy, let's put it that way, but we have moments where it comes to a head, and I feel like we're at that point now, and there'll be more rumours over the next few months and maybe a couple of years about breakaways, and we've not signed the Concord agreement yet, we might disappear, and all of this business, teams threatening to go, F1 threatening to split, and then a deal will be done and everything will be fine, and we'll go back to, oh no, we're best mates, busy mates. Oh look, we've got friendship bracelets and everything. And then, what was that? Where did that come from? And then, I'm doing it again later. Then we'll have that. And then in a few years' time, they'll hate each other again and they'll be off. But just a bit odd to me that the FIA president gets involved in that. And some people saying he was drunk at the FIA thing. I don't know if he drinks, but the FIA gala, joking or not, I don't know, but that seemed a little bit weird. So I'm kind of glad that he's taken a step back, which, by the way, wasn't, as I understand it, unless I'm completely wrong, and you can all correct me, that's fine. That's why you're here, to keep me in line. But as I understand it, that was always the plan anyway. This isn't because he's intervened in things or because he said what he said. It's the plan was always to come in. He did his, obviously, the whole investigation over 2021, what happened there. He was going to restructure things. They were going to make changes. That was the plan. Then he would step back and leave the day-to-day running to somebody else, was how I understood it anyway. So this isn't all part of a big ploy to get rid of him, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that maybe F1 teams and FOM have asked him to maybe bring that forward a little bit and just take a step back. So really weird.
Yeah, I think even if that was in the pipeline, I don't think it was in the plan yet. And I feel like they're kind of using that as an excuse to say, yeah, this was always the plan. We've not made a mistake. The problem I have with Ben Sulayem is he just seems to have an ego as fragile as most of those on F1 Twitter. And it doesn't, it just doesn't work. Whether he was joking at the FIA gala, it didn't come across that way. It came across really, really badly, and it just looks, like, as you said, so unprofessional. Yeah, he needs to take a step back. Fun story, and I will see how many people in chat know about this, because I didn't until I stumbled across it the other day, and I've got a video ready to go out on it in a couple of weeks. Did you know that Sulayem has driven and crashed a Formula One car?
Ben Sulayem?
Yeah.
Has he?
So it was back in 2009, because Ben Sulayem was in charge of promoting the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix when it was first coming to the calendar at the end of the 2009 season. And so Renault were running an event at the Dubai Autodrome because the Abu Dhabi circuit wasn't ready yet. And the whole point was basically to promote the event at the end of the season. This was only about 2 or 3 rounds into the 2009 season at this point. It's like April, May time. And the kind of finale to this event would be a drag race between the 2008 Renault Formula One car and Ben Sulayem's own Ford GT. Now, they decided at some point, and I don't know at which point, that the Renault test driver that they got into to drive the F1 car and Sulayem were going to swap cars. So Sulayem got in the F1 car, the test driver got in his Ford GT, and they were going to do a drag race down the pit straight of the Dubai Autodrome. That lasted all of 5 seconds because Sulayem got off the line, lit up the rears, spun across, almost took out his own Ford GT and slammed it into the pit wall and completely wrecked the car. There are videos on it online. He came out a little bit shell-shocked and confused, saying, I don't know what happened. Because he's a rally champion, I think, in Middle Eastern rallies or something like that. He's got some sort of racing experience. But there's a video. You can Google it at some point. Mohammed Ben Sulayem F1 crash. It's been taken from the grandstands of the people spectating, and it's not great. But I'll have a video on it in the next couple of weeks. It's done. It's just scheduled for later in the month or later in March. So I'm
going to interrupt you, Will. Sorry, we've got a red flag. I will come back to you, mate. But I want to say something straight away. Is it Lartz in chat? Says, I swear Alpha gets no TV coverage at all. Well, brace yourself for this. Valtteri Bottas in his Alfa Romeo. That is called timing. I'll give you that. Has stopped on track at turn... where is he? He's not on that driver tracker, so let's try the other one. He has stopped on track, so he's getting lots of TV time now at turn 8 by the look of it, at the hairpin. I think that's turn 8, the hairpin. Yes, it is. So he has stopped on track. Not a crash, just stopped. So Valtteri Bottas has brought out the red flag. So we'll get a nice little stoppage now. Let's have a listen to what happens. Comes round turn 4. Something 5, 6. That sounds rough. In fact, to quote Pat Simmons, it didn't sound very nice. Anthony Davison said it could be gearbox, maybe. It was a very sudden stop. You're right, Crofty. Well done. You're right there, Murray. It was a very sudden stop. So Valtteri Bottas, red flag. He has stopped at turn 8. I'll go through the times in a moment, and we'll just keep an eye on what's happening on that one. Hopefully we'll get some news very, very soon. Like I said, we'll go through the times, but somebody was asking what tyres. I think they possibly Leclerc did their time on. I'll see if I can find your comment. Yeah, Leclerc's fastest time was done on the C4 tyre, so the second softest that we've got. But I'll go through the times in a couple of minutes. We'll just see if we get any more on Valtteri Bottas. But yes, we have a red flag. Third proper one of the week. Was there something you wanted to add to your point, Will? I was really interesting point. I just anything you wanted to add while I have a look through, or what you was not your point, what you were telling us. Sorry, while I see if there's anything from Alpha. Unlikely at this stage, but
yeah. So I'm just watching that onboard again of Bottas. He's trying to shift down. The gearbox. I think it's a gearbox issue, and it seemed to go as he went to brake into turn 8. So he was stuck in 5th gear, and you can see him trying to shift down, I think, and that might be another gearbox issue for Alpha, which is not good at all. But yeah, I was more or less done on the Sulayem thing, but coming to an FP1 video near you very soon. But yeah, I just thought it was funny because FIA president makes an idiot out of himself. It's always a laugh, isn't it?
Yeah, they're saying gearbox on in other places as well, but I was going to say, it's a shame for Bottas actually, because he'd done that big stint on the hards, and then he just done 12 lap stint on the mediums, and he's done 72 laps. So it is a gearbox issue, which is a shame, but he has done some good lappage. So if he does lose this last hour, it's going to take a bit of time, of course. Excuse me, sorry, that was disgusting on stream. Just try not to cough all the time. But if he does lose this last hour, you've got the lunch break then to replace the gearbox. He might be all right for the afternoon if they need to replace the gearbox. So it's bad, but with 72 laps, it's not catastrophic. If that happens with 5 laps on the board, then you're in trouble, aren't you? But I think he's had a good morning. If you're going to break down in the morning session with lunch coming up, maybe this is about the right time to do it, because you've got that hour, haven't you, to get things sorted. So he might be right for the afternoon. It might not be his day over, but it's, I would say, probably his morning session over. Plus, they've got to get the car back. So
that's stuck in not a great part of the circuit either, because they'll probably take it to the... Yeah, I'm just looking at my circuit map. It's basically the opposite side of the track where it's parked. So, not great.
Yeah, the team have got to get there. They'll want to cover the car as well, won't they? They've got to get the flatbed there. It'll not be quick. I was just going to say very quick before I do the times, actually, Will. A lot of people have told me, Valtteri Bottas looks like this person, looks like that person. I think he's rocking Keke Rosberg vibes.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen we've seen loads of different comparisons. There was that curling guy at one point. You had what's the guy from Eurovision? I should know this. Sam
Ryder.
Sam Ryder. That's it. Sam Ryder. He just looks like a lot of people. Does Valtteri Bottas? You could get like a whole group of Bottas doppelgangers into a room. That'd be a great piece of content, I think. Sky Sports F1, off you go. Also just noticed the race control with a Shelby. That's new, isn't it? I've not seen that before.
I've not noticed that. Yeah.
There you go. That might be a new addition for this year. I'm not sure if it is. You can happily correct me on it, but he's just got a very familiar looking face by the looks of things, as Bottas.
He has. I like it. Why not? You do you, Valtteri. Let's have a look at these times then. On the hour, 10 o'clock in the UK. Charles Leclerc still fastest, 1:31.024, has completed 42 laps. George Russell, 31.4, 4/10 slower. That took me a second to work out, even though it's written right there. Come on, Sean. 56 laps. 45 laps for Felipe Drugovich in third place. 32.075. Perez, fourth. 1:32.459. 49 laps. 40 laps for Pierre Gasly on a 1:32.762. 1:33.329 for Hülkenberg. 46 laps for him. Oscar Piastri, 1:33.655. 31 laps. 38 laps for Albon, a 1:34.192. Bottas stopped on track with suspected gearbox issue at 1:36.854. We are under red flag. He's done 72 laps and a couple of big stints as well. Nick De Vries, 1:38.817. 70 laps for him. In terms of their tyres, where are you? There you are. So Leclerc did his fastest lap on the C4s. It was a C5 for Russell, C5 as well for Drugovich. It was a C3 for Perez, Gasly, Hülkenberg and Piastri. Albon's fastest time was on the prototype tyre. Bottas on the C3 and De Vries on the C3. In terms of incidents, we had a red flag very early on. After a sensor fell off the back of Perez's car. We also have Bottas stopped on track, like I say, right now, which is why I have the red flag. Piastri's had a spin and has currently got some issues in the garage. They're trying basically, if you were here on Thursday, looks like pretty much the same issue as Norris as they try and reinforce some of their some structural issues around they keep calling it the wheel brow, don't they? That wheel brow thing. They're still working on that, so hopefully Piastri will get out very, very soon. We've got an hour and 10 minutes to go. All the usual stuff now for you. If you are new, please do subscribe and don't forget to drop a like. We're up at 230 likes today. Let's try and get well over 700 today for the final day of testing. Let's try that one. Why not? We're a little bit ambitious at the minute with 840 here, but you never know. You never know. We might do it. You can also support the stream. We're not far away now from hitting that goal. It'd be amazing if we could do that before we go off air. We'll go with that. Go off air at 4:30ish this afternoon. You can support the stream through Super Chats. If you've got a burning question that you simply have to ask me or you will explode, then that's the best way to do it. But we always try and come to chat anyway. You can do so through Streamlabs as well. And, of course, PayPal if you want the channel to keep 100% of your contribution. And everything is going in, as I said yesterday, to buying back some of the stuff I had to sell over the winter to pay the rent, because it's just been one of their winters, Will, and I know I'm not alone in the world on that one. So get your tiny violins out, but also there's some other stuff I'd like to do. I need a new boom arm and bits like that because I'm sick of craning my neck trying to look around it when I'm doing these streams. So it's all going back into the channel. I'm not going to be spending it on takeaways and beer. Don't worry about that. I'm not that kind of guy. I don't drink a lot, to be honest, not like I used to. Not that I ever had an alcohol problem. I'm just going to stop. Yesterday I made myself sound like a junkie, and today I sound like I'm a drunk. I'll just stop that one straight away. And links as well to everybody's channels and link trees are in the description down below if you want to go check them out. Definitely go check out Will's comedy reviews, or all his content, but certainly his comedy reviews. I know they're the favourite video. He loves making them so much, and they are.
Yep, I love them. They're great.
They are genuinely very, very funny. So. Yeah, go check out Will. Go check out everybody, definitely. Lots of great content. Not just the people on the stream, though. There's lots of great content. There's so much. When I started, there was like 2 other people doing anything. It was so quiet. I know it's more than 2, but it just felt like 2. Now it's just everybody's making content, and it's great. It's so many great channels out there. And as I keep saying, there's room for everybody. And if you don't like me or you don't like somebody else, then there'll be somebody else you do like. So keep looking. You'll find somebody. There's a perfect match for everyone. Not sponsored by anything like Match.com. YouTube Match.
I'm still finding mine. Don't worry. Yeah.
I think that's all the YouTuber stuff I need to do. Every hour, just through the day. Yeah, we're under red flag, so it's all very quiet at the moment. So if you have got any questions, please do throw them our way. We'll do a good bumper Q&A later this afternoon. But if you got anything now or under red flag that you'd like to ask us about the session so far, which we have been paying attention to, the session so far, or the week so far, or next week, or what we had for breakfast, which is nothing, by the way, for me. So I'll answer that question for you now. Then feel free to throw it our way. We will. Space says beer is never a waste of money. That's a fair point. A good beer. Not like a Stella. That could be controversial.
I'm a cider man, me. So
I do like a cider.
Yeah. I've to be fair, I'm at the point now though. I feel like I've hit this point early where I've just not got the tolerance that I used to have. So I'll go on a night out now, and I'll get halfway through like, yeah, I'm having a great night, and then about half an hour I thought, what have I done? Oh my god, what? Yeah, where am I? I don't know. Like, the scariest thing now is I wake up in the morning and I don't remember who I've messaged and what I've messaged. I used to be quite good at that. Now I go on message. I thought, oh my god, why have I sent them that? That's not yeah. And yeah, I went, I think 4 months sober, I think. Not for medical reasons, just because cost of living crisis and I couldn't really be bothered to drink anymore. And it was a great experience, to be honest. It was I think the first time I was drinking again was when I met with a bunch of other F1 YouTubers. So it's the content. That's what got me back into alcohol.
The comment section.
Yeah.
I said in a drink.
Yeah. But hey,
I was going to say, have you ever seen the TV sitcom Miranda?
I've heard of it, never watched it.
So there's a line in that which kind of, or I might be quite a little bit wrong on the line, but there's a line that I kind of live by now because I've very much become that person. But the line is, the last time Miranda went out after 9 p.m. was to put the bins out. That's kind of my life now. It's like, no, 9 o'clock, that's it. What's on TV? What can I watch on Netflix? It's game over. I love Miranda. It's a lot of people don't, but Jonty loves it. It's good stuff. And Red Dwarf, if you've not seen it, definitely give that a watch. Great stuff. Fantastic. Let's see what you're saying in chat then before we start talking sitcoms, which I don't think we've done on the stream. We've talked about Red Dwarf before. We are green, by the way, but we've never done like a proper best sitcoms of all time type conversation. But that's probably because it's a Formula One channel. But then we talk about lots of stuff on here. Drugovic first out, by the way, as the red flag is lifted and we go green. How many laps Verstappen completed this weekend, says Rocket? That is a good question. If you want a total, I can't promise you it, but I can tell you that on day one, he did 157 laps, which was the full day. So 157 laps, plus 47 yesterday, which was just the afternoon. Yeah, it was the afternoon yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, so 157 on day one and 47 on day two. So about, space, 200-ish. I should have said that, shouldn't I? 200-ish, something like that. So yeah, lots of laps. So there you go. Won't see Verstappen today, by the way. For a Verstappen fan, you will next time you'll see him in the car will be next Friday for FP1 in Bahrain. It's Perez all day today. Day and a half each, that works out as. Yeah, I think they're the only team to do it. I think they've done it quite a different way. Red Bull.
Yeah,
there might be a couple that are. We've got Bottas in all day today, haven't we? That's maybe there might be. Not many teams have gone with a full day for drivers, if that makes sense.
It says a lot about confidence, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because realistically, these last couple of days are the most beneficial to a driver because you've hopefully, unless you're Alfa Romeo, ironed out a lot of the niggles that the car has, and can finally get into some proper running. But they've given that early time to Verstappen, and Perez has been given the last full day. So it says a lot about Max's confidence, says a lot about Red Bull's confidence, and well, that might be a bit scary.
What Grand Prix? I haven't listened to you, Will. I worry that I come back sometimes and don't respond. And like, I did listen, I promise. Franz wants to know, what Grand Prix do you guys want to see back the most? Malaysia for me, all the way. Franz, Malaysia for me, all the way too. I want Sepang back. And until we get it back, I'm never going to be 100% happy. Simple as that. Fabulous track for racing. Great location. It was state of the art when it was built. Yeah, Sepang.
Yeah, Malaysia's a good one. I'm just trying to think if there's any others. India might be nice to have back. I know that's kind
track.
Of it's turned a bit into a one of those roads that they used to test off-roaders on, I think, now, with the way that the tarmac just rolled up. There was a video I saw about a year ago of an F3 race there, and the cars were genuinely getting air at the end of the main straight because the track has been so poorly maintained, which is a shame, really, because it was a good track. Korea had it was a bit of an interesting track, but I kind of liked it. I feel like the second half of the lap needed more work, but we had some interesting races over there. 2010 was a dramatic field race. That was mainly the rain, but yeah, Malaysia's the obvious candidate, isn't it? And come to me next year, I'll probably say Spa because I think we're sadly losing that at the end of the year. I hate to say it, and it's wrong. It's so wrong, but well, I could have been saying that this year, so I will just be taking as much in from the Spa weekend as I can, I think, because it may be the last time we see it for a while.
You're right on Korea. It was an interesting one. They kind of, it feels like, is it the mid part of the lap or the end of the lap? I think it's the mid part of the lap. Just feels like it was an afterthought. Like they did the first part of the lap and the second part of the lap and then went, oh, that's nice. Oh, hang on, how did they get to the second part of the lap? Oh, let's just throw this twisty mess in there. And then they were like, brilliant, we are done. What do you mean they need a pit exit? And then they kind of just stuck it right into turn one, didn't they? Then they had to change it and they they changed it so you had to go all the way out, didn't you? Past the runoff and then come back in at turn two. And it was like, yeah. I know that it often feels like the pit exit is an afterthought, but Korea was definitely one of the worst for that one. It was quite funny.
Yeah, it was odd.
My everlasting memory of that race, though, will always be that fire marshal car going out on track before Charlie had put the safety car out. And I can only imagine the amount of screaming and shouting that was going on when that happened. Sebastian Vettel coming through those first couple of corners, and there's a fire truck halfway down the straight because it was Mark Webber, wasn't it? Not him. His car was on fire, and they just sent this fire truck out.
Yeah, Webber wasn't on fire at that point in his career, sadly. But yeah, hey ho. I'm an ex-Mark Webber fan. It hurts, but Korea I have bad memories because it was where the 2010 title went away for Mark. I think with that spin, and I remember, it would have been fairly late at night. I think, given how much that race was delayed, sat watching it with my mum, and it was like slow motion, just see him lose the car. I thought, oh no, and then obviously Rosberg collected him, and I genuinely think that at that point his F1 career sort of phased away. It was old. He was on such a high up until the end of 2010, and then it just never really got back to that. But oh well.
Oh well, these things happen. I can hear the pain though. It's quite clear. Oh well.
Again, as a Ricciardo stan, I'm all too used to it. So.
Do you think, just very quickly, we talked about it yesterday, so we won't go on it back too long, but do you think he'll be back one day, Ricciardo, or are you one that believes that's game over?
I want to believe he can come back. I think it will require something to go wrong for somebody else, which you don't really wish on anybody. I think Ricciardo needs to get a race in this year. He needs to get a stand in this year. The chances of that are incredibly slim. But I just feel he should have taken the Haas job. And at least then prove that he still got it and prove that it was a McLaren issue. Because you're only ever as good as your last race. I think if he goes to Haas, and Haas, hard to say where they are. They look pretty crap on day one, but have since, their car looks somewhat drivable now. Yeah, I just think he should have taken that job and done it for a year and hopefully try to get further up the grid with some good performances for them. But, yeah.
Rebuild his career away from the spotlight a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah. Ricciardo's one of those ones, he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He made some poor decisions, but equally, had he stayed at Red Bull, I think he would have been kicked out of there when someone like Gasly came along and they thought he was the real deal the first time round. So, yeah, it's just one of those situations where I don't think it would never have got any better. Ricciardo would never have won a title. As soon as Verstappen moved to Red Bull, that was set in stone. So
he had to try something, and at least he did try something.
Yeah,
it just didn't.
Yeah,
I mean, he wasn't bad at Renault, was he? He didn't. It wasn't terrible there for him.
Everyone seems to think he was crap at Renault, and I don't understand that because his performances were pretty good. He got those 2 podiums in 2020. Yeah, 2020. At where was it? Imola and Germany was the second one or the first. I can't remember what order they were. But he had the pace, and there were flashes in the McLaren where we saw the Ricciardo of old, but there was just something up with that car. And yeah, his pace wasn't great. The team's strategy on his side of the garage wasn't great. But I'll stop now, otherwise I've got a whole rant. So.
We mentioned Haas there. I will say, on board with Hülkenberg, the Haas does appear to be one of the bouncier cars. The further it gets down the straight, his head is definitely, as Kevin Magnussen arrives, his head is definitely moving a lot more than some of the other drivers are. So I know, again, I'm going to keep making this point, but we're not going to go into it. We've done it loads. Porpoising never going to disappear. There's always going to be bouncing in an F1 car anyway, but with these ground effects, it's going to be an issue. But it's about minimising it, and that's what a lot of teams have done. But they do look to have, unless they're trying something, I don't know, but they do look to be quite bad. I mean, what is Hülkenberg doing, actually, in terms of his stint? 4 laps at the moment on a medium tyre. So they could be trying something on setup or whatever, but it definitely looked more bouncy. Either it always has been in testing or I've only just noticed it, but it seemed a little bit worse today. Again, could just be something they're testing. We've also got Drugovich out there on a hard tyre. Just to let you know, and Russell and Leclerc and Perez on track 2. Longest stint at the moment is actually Drugovich on those hards, so not massively long runs at the moment, but we did lose a little bit of time because of the red flag, so somebody will do some runs, I'm sure, this afternoon, some big runs. I haven't made note of it, actually, but I think Bottas is one of the longest runs, with 20-something laps on those tyres. So I think that's one of the longer runs we've seen in these 3 days of testing so far. So let's see this afternoon if somebody goes and does 50 laps all at once or something like that on the soft tyre, and we all go, wow, title winners. Never going to happen. Do you think Lance Stroll will be back next week, says Rocket? The word is, for anyone who's just coming in, the word is that he's been to see a specialist in Spain, been to see a doctor in Spain about his wrist to find out if he's going to be able to, or what damage he could do if he does come back, I guess is the way you look at that one. Then he's going to be in a simulator this weekend, reportedly, and then a decision will be taken next week. And Sky speculating yesterday or saying that from their sources or their information is we are likely to hear something Tuesday or Wednesday next week. Of course, I'll need to make a decision by Thursday morning, really, won't they? Because I'll need to know what they're doing for the weekend. But the word is, and again, it is still speculation until it's official. What's that phrase? Speculation remains speculation, or whatever it is. The rumour is that he won't be in Bahrain next week and Drugovich will be in the car. But if Stroll's in the simulator this weekend, that could all change if everything ends up being fine and he can drive. I suppose the other question is, if Stroll says he feels okay and the team decide to let him go, would you put him in the car and risk that damage? Or would you maybe say, look, maybe sit this one out, Lance. We've got a long season. I know he'll want to be in the car. Let's not risk you missing 10 races because you do some damage. Sit this one out. We'll see how you are before Jeddah. I'm just thinking, if he gets in the car Friday, does practice and everything's okay, then gets in the car Saturday for FP3, and then halfway through quali, something goes wrong, it's too late then to put Drugovich in the car, because he'll have to do a practice session, which does include quali. He can do just qualifying, of course, but he'd need to do that before he could race. So I'm just wondering if Aston might step in and say to Lance, let's just make sure you're okay. Unless you are 100%, let's not risk it.
Yeah, because bear in mind the amount of miles he's going to have to turn. If those wrists are still recovering, okay, he's got power steering, but that's going to take its toll. And he risks doing more serious damage to them if they're not fully healed. I think the safe option would be the Chuck Drugovich in the car, because he's not looked bad. It's not like he's been sat spinning out everywhere and looking out of his depth. And it gives Drugovich a chance as well. I don't think he's a particularly bad replacement. And it could be a case of chuck Drugovich in for a race now, or race Stroll, risk Stroll getting an injury, and then you've got Drugovich for 2 or 3 races. And if they think Stroll is the better driver, then it makes more sense to just sit him out for one and be safe on it.
Yeah, I mean, it ultimately depends on what the damage is. We don't know. Rumours that it's broken. I mean, it could just be, I was going to say really badly sprained, but you know what I mean? It might not be a full break. So it just depends what it is. But we'll see. We'll see in the next few days. Good point now from Phil. Does the simulator actually simulate the stresses and forces going through the hands? I mean, they'll simulate some of that to a point, won't they? But nothing beats. It's like we said about the wind tunnel. The wind tunnels are great, but nothing actually beats being out on track collecting that data in a real car. So the same would be with the simulator. Nothing beats being out there in an actual car. All the forces, all the stresses, all of that goes with it. Obviously, wish Lance well as well. Hopefully, we'll find out in the coming days. I'm sure we will find out in the coming days, because we are only a week away from the start of the season. We've got Alex Albon. Is he starting a lap? He is indeed. He is on a yellow tyre. Let's see which one it is as he turns in. That looks like the C3. Looks like he took a couple of bites at turn 1 there from the off-board through turn 3. DRS open, so it's maybe not a total push lap, but he is using DRS, so we've seen a few not using it at times on their lap. I hate that camera angle, because you just don't get to see anything. It annoys me. That one at turn 4 where the car goes around a corner, then they cut to just over the hill and you see it coming over the crest. It looks great, but you don't get to see what the car's doing. You just see the airbox and the T-cam, and you're like, come on, it's testing. I need to see what he's doing. As he comes up to turn 9 and 10 and the lockups. Doesn't look like it. It's not on rails, I'll put it that way. It's not on rails, that Williams, but I'm trying to think of the last time a Williams was on rails. It's been a while, but it's not awful. Through turn 11. It's okay. 12. I wish we were on board. I think we'd see a bit more, wouldn't we? See a bit of soaring at the wheel. He's 3 seconds down. Definitely a couple of bites at least. Trying to come through 13, and then it's the final 2 corners, which are the corners on the F1 game that I barely break for, because you don't get a penalty when you run wide there, so why bother?
They're running the car quite high as well. I've just noticed that. I'm as I said before, I'm a little bit behind, so I'm just watching this lap and sort of looking at how you're commentating it, and then and watching it back a little bit later. But yeah, first sector wasn't great. He was really soaring at the wheel through turn 1, as you said, and turn 4 didn't look great either. The middle sectors looked a bit more hooked up. But just comparing this to the Haas we saw earlier on, that floor looks quite high up on the car. There's no sparks coming out the bottom of it either. I wonder if they're doing some sort of ride height porpoising tests on the on Albon's car at the moment. That's just a guess, though. I don't think he's going for lap time.
I say a couple of bites. He looks like he's soaring at the wheel through turn 1.
Sargent didn't look comfortable in it either.
No.
I think that might be a bit of a dog to drive, if I'm honest.
So are we looking at which is the better of the dogs at the back? Is it Haas, Williams? Whose is the better
McLaren.
of the two? McLaren, potentially. We don't know, do we? Barely seen him. We don't know. Piastri's still in the garage, by the way. In fact, everybody on track except Bottas, obviously. Piastri and De Vries. Although De Vries has done 70 laps. He's not got the top. Bottas has got that for the morning at the moment. As I mentioned yesterday, there needs to be extremely strict rules on when Lance can return based on the reports from medical personnel. It's not just himself he could be risking. Very fair, Jonty. And I did see somebody CPB, I always say CBP, CPB says if he's fractured his wrists, then he might need to wait till Melbourne. It takes 6 weeks to heal. It's not just the healing, though, is it? Does he need any physio after that? I think somebody said yesterday that their son was recovering from a broken wrist, and they were about 8 weeks in recovery in total, so it could be a while. And De Webris actually says, good morning, mate. Says, no way. I had a similar accident and my wrist was hurt and I felt the pain for 6 months. There are several small bones in the wrists, very complex. So, yeah, hope you're better now, mate. But yes, yeah. I'm not a doctor, quite bloody clearly, but I think it's not going to be an overnight fix if it's broken. That's for sure. But again, wish him the best.
I go back to what happened in American football actually. Back end of last year, they had a whole big thing with teams deciding when concussed players were allowed to come back. And you had one particular quarterback who was sent back way too soon and then nearly had a very serious head injury because he was tackled again. Obviously, this is a wrist injury is far less severe than the concussion, but I always wonder whether it should be the team's doctors that decide when the driver is fit to come back, or the driver decides when they're fit to come back, or whether there should be maybe there already is, and I might just not know, but whether an external party or an external member of the an FIA doctor has to be the one that gives them the all clear to race, as opposed to somebody within the team.
I'm just having a read. I've just been sent something from a link to a Sky Sports article saying that last year. Bear with me. Sorry, I'm just taking a second on this one just to make sure I get it right. So last year, apparently we completed in total 3,104 laps. I mean, we didn't. The teams did. But apparently we've gone past that already today, which is quite impressive. I'm not going to do maths on stream because that could be a laugh. But apparently we've gone past last year's total for laps. So I'll have a look on Twitter just to confirm that. But that's what Sky's numbers said last year. So that's just a little bit of a milestone for you.
Breaking non-related F1 news, but Formula E news, so I thought I might bring it up. This is interesting. Mahindra and Abt have had to pull out of the Cape Town Prix due to issues with rear suspension.
Oh.
So that's 2 teams gone from Formula E this weekend.
I've not been following Formula E that closely this year, but I have read and heard there's a few issues with this year's car in Formula E. Not quite sure what they are, but yeah, if you're a Formula E fan, fill us in on the specifics. But yeah, not a great. I mean, I don't like the look of the car, by the way. I much prefer the Gen 2.
I like it from some angles, and I hate it from others. So I feel like I always get rinsed every time I talk about Formula E because everyone knows that I hate it. But from some angles, the car looks incredible. From other angles, it looks fat and ugly. The rear, I don't like. But the issue, I think, has been the racing hasn't been as good because the cars are faster now and they're producing more dirty air. This sounds familiar, doesn't it? But yeah, it's interesting. There's obviously there's been a long-term issue with the brakes in Formula E cars as well, and them the history of them just not braking very well. So yeah, it's all a bit of a mess. I think the way Formula E is run, I disagree with sometimes, but I won't get into it because I'll annoy too many people. Bit of overtaking on track though. Russell and Leclerc going side by side.
A bit of a. I was just watching that. A bit of a battle. I was just gonna say the Ferrari looks like it's a bit bouncy as well. But yeah, there was a nice little scrap. Russell going past him in the final corner. Leclerc looked like he was going to go back into turn 1 and then backed out of it. And just on the Formula E, by the way, Jonty says, wait to see the quali incident. Lots of people very angry. So I suspect Formula E will crop up this afternoon as well. I think Jonty might want to have a bit of a chat about that one. I didn't see it, but because I've been doing this obviously, but it sounds like there's been a bit of chaos in Formula E, which isn't totally surprising, to be fair, is it? Is that kind of series. It does seem a bit chaotic. There's a good the Steiner on the tiny Haas pit wall, which is what I'm going to call it now. We've got a pit stop from Red Bull, so in comes Perez then. Up on the jacks, another mediums tyres going on, long stop on the left rear. It's slow, and the right front, there isn't a right front on. And now they put the right front on. So it looked like that was a bit filming, because there's a camera there. They're filming as well as the TV cameras. Obviously, they're doing some filming, and that looked like it was. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's not lost any time, has he? Because it's it's not a racing pit stop, but yeah, sloppy pit stop there from Red Bull. For what it's worth, let's pop some more images in. Looks like we've got some new ones in the file, so we'll get that downloaded and popped into the stream. Very quickly. What's John saying? Mortara had a big hit into the wall. Then there was 0 yellow flags causing Bird to crash into the wall, and him when slamming on the brakes after seeing late. Oh, for goodness sake!
I've literally watching it now. That's really, really bad. The other Maserati almost collected his teammate as well. No yellow flags, no nothing, for a good 20, 30 seconds by the looks of things, and that could have been scary. Had Mortara been climbing out the car there, that's really bad. That's really, really bad.
Ooh, I'm just watching that. Yeah, so the rule in Formula E is you've got to stay in the car, haven't you, until you're told to get out. So that's a good thing in that situation, I suppose. But that is... I'm just watching now. Oh, several cars get bloody close before, don't they? Oh,
yeah, that's ridiculous. That's really bad.
Amateur hour. And then you've got Bird across the track, haven't you? So if somebody comes around there at full speed, you're T-boning. Oh, that's just stupid. If you've not seen it, it's on Twitter. I just searched Formula E Bird.
Yeah, it's on the official Formula E Twitter account as well.
They're showing that off, are they?
They are, yeah. You know. I mean, as you do. That must be completely hopeless. There have been some big crashes, I think, this weekend. I've not been following it as close as I have been because, well, Formula One takes precedent. But hey, that might be a few shorts I can make out of that. So.
That's yeah. I'll have a proper look at that when the stream's finished, and I'm sure Jonty will be chatting to me later about it in DMs. But that's not good Formula E. Sort it. That's got to be a race. We'll not get into it. It's obviously Formula One precedent today, but Mick Schumacher in the garage today. Leclerc, Russell, Drugovich, Gasly, Hulkenberg, Albon, and De Vries out on track. So Nick is going for the record for laps this morning. There you go. Sorry, Will. Question for F1 Word and Jonty's Corner. Did you guys do a chain bet predictions video this year? We've not yet. And that's where I'll leave that. I'll be clear now, there's no beef, nothing like that, but we'll leave that there. There's not been a predictions video.
I'm not famous enough for that yet.
Yeah,
so.
there's no beef or anything like that. It's nothing like that. Yeah. No offense, Will, but one day, mate, one day. When will Hamilton practice? So Hamilton is in the car this afternoon. I was going to say in the Mercedes, but you'd have been incredibly shocked if you'd been in a Ferrari, wouldn't you? As Albon does a 33.178. Does that move him up the tyre? It does indeed. Up to 6th place. He looks like he's on the C4 tyre. What have we got a replay of here? Is it going to be turn 7? Oh, you'll enjoy that one. Well, a bit of a wobble on the exit at turn 7 again. It doesn't look a great car to drive, that Williams. But again, I'm trying to think the last time a Williams was a great car to drive, so maybe not a surprise. Bless them. I do like Williams.
Early 2000s, yeah.
I mean, that livery's not bad either, and I think they've done a good job on the design of the car. It looks very nice, but it's not. it's not great at the moment. And we've got an AlphaTauri now. This is De Vries. Is he starting a lap? It looks to be on a set of mediums, definitely. Looks like C3's on brackets, isn't it? Nope, not starting a lap. He's not quick, so a couple of warm-ups, maybe. Perhaps, possibly. Definitely not flat, whatever he's doing. So, who's not on track? So Piastri's still not out there.
That's not good.
40 minutes to go, and if they do their red flag and virtual safety car and all that testing, then he's not got long to get out there. They did that for the last 15 minutes, did yesterday, sorry. So, a little bit concerning this for Piastri, because don't forget, this is Norris in this afternoon, so this is it for Piastri. There is no more, and I don't think he's. I'll just go back and double check, but I don't think he's exactly. So day 1 he did 52 laps, and day 2 he did 74. So it's not absolutely horrific, but it's not the laps you'd want to see a rookie getting. Not like was it yesterday, Logan Sargent putting in 154 laps, for example. Yesterday alone. So what was day 1 for Sargent? Just an example, 154. And then he's 75 on day 1. So Sargent's got loads of laps in, and then you got Piastri not getting him in. So I hope everything will be okay at McLaren. I don't want Annette Blesser to have to type sigh again in the chat. I feel like I'm really depressing her today. I'm sorry, Annette. De Vries, he's not on a hot lap or anything like that. Goes across the line well off the pace. 15-lap stint Hulkenberg is on, by the way. Russell did a 15-lap stint on the hards as well. So Hulkenberg popping the laps in at the moment. He's done a total of 62. Pietro Fittipaldi in the commentary box. Has been for a while, actually, by the sounds of it. So good. I'm assuming a few FP1 sessions for him this season at Haas, unless they've got somebody they want to look at for the future, but I'd assume him. He'll get the opportunity. He leaves the commentary box now, said that one. Anthony Davidson and Crofty are not wearing nose jackets from yesterday. I was trying to work out, again after the stream yesterday, Will, why we're a week away from the Bahrain Grand Prix, the opening round of the season, yet they're hyping up Vegas, which is in the middle of November.
You see, there's this thing called a contract. Yeah, I've not seen enough of the Vegas track really to make an opinion on it yet. I hope it's not all about the show and less about the racing, but we'll see. We'll see. It's a cool location.
Though. It's got to be Vegas cheese. It has to be.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, I prefer Spa over something like that. And I feel like that's the way we're going, but. I miss having those purpose-built tracks with gravel and runoff and yeah. I just feel like we're going down the same route of Formula E and that all the tracks look the same now. And yeah, I'm gonna stop my rant because it's too early in the morning for it. But hey, yeah, I'm gonna hold off my true opinions of Vegas until I've seen a race. I want to at least give it a chance. And we might get a phenomenal Grand Prix there. So let's wait and see.
That's it, isn't it? It's. I'm not one of these that will kind of kick off when I see a track layout and say, "Oh, that looks horrendous," because until you see a race there, you don't know. It could be the best thing ever. So I'll like you. I'll wait and see how Vegas is. If it's terrible, I'll soon say. But yeah, hopefully, it's. I mean, look, it's going to look great. It'll look amazing, but at the same time, as much as we love a backdrop, I was saying this yesterday, Singapore looks stunning, but you want to see good racing as well.
Have we spoken about
money? Is what I'm hoping, but I kind of fear it might be.
Yeah, have we spoken about the new Singapore layout? I feel like that's kind of gone onto the radar.
Day 1 we talked about what they've done there. They've basically, they're doing construction work, aren't they, on the waterfront? So they've kind of cut off that bit where you go under the grandstand and you just go straight from turn 4, just off the bridge, the right turn off the bridge, and then it's straight all the way into that awkward little chicane before the last couple of corners, isn't it? So quicker lap, shorter lap. Could give us some more overtaking with that long run. Stick the DRS down there.
Yeah, I'm game for it. I think it could be exciting, and it's a little bit too twisty, that section, and it doesn't really create the mistakes it used to, I think, with these new cars. So I'm up for another potential DRS straight, maybe some more opportunities to overtake as well, because it means you can line them up going down. I don't know what the corner name is. You come through the hairpin where Senna and Massa had their moment in 2012. And then you go down the straight, bit of DRS there, set up a move, and then DRS again off the back of that corner to actually make an overtake. I think it could improve the track and improve the race on the whole.
I hope so. I don't think Singapore's one of those street races where you get necessarily really bad races, but it's not the same as some of the epic, wider purpose-built tracks, is it? It's not like a Monaco procession. It can get processional, but it's not quite to the Monaco levels.
Yeah,
not talking Monaco, I promise.
Baku seems to be the best street track I think we've got on the calendar at the moment, and I think most people would maybe agree with that. It just seems to have it's wide enough for the overtakes, but also tight enough to create those mistakes. And one of the best additions to the calendar in recent years, in my opinion. So, yeah, I think we need to take more lessons from that, and apparently Vegas has, from what I've read. So, hopefully, we'll have to wait and see, won't we?
I thought they were talking about something controversial. They're not on Sky. They're being Sky. I was going to look through the timing screen as well. So I like to, when we do the testing series, I like to make sure we get through at least every team and have a little segment on each one and every driver. So we have definitely covered Drugovich and Aston Martin and Fernando Alonso. Some might argue ad nauseum over the last couple of days. We've definitely talked a lot about Alpine. We've talked about Williams today. We've talked about Haas. We've talked a lot about McLaren. We have talked about Alfa Romeo, Bottas and Zhou and the future and where they are now and Audi. We've talked about De Vries and Tsunoda at Alpha Tauri. The interesting thing is with Leclerc and we talked about Mercedes as well, didn't we? So we've covered that. But with Leclerc and Sainz and Ferrari, we've not done a segment on Ferrari, but we have definitely talked a lot about Ferrari on and off. So we'll see if we can get a little bit more on them, but maybe not. We've discussed a little bit about Red Bull. We'll probably talk about them this afternoon as they look to be the favourites. I actually think with half a day to go, just over half a day to go, we've covered pretty much everybody in some capacity. Some we could do with talking a little bit more about, but everybody's had a bit of time, which is good to see. I think we did quite a bit this morning, actually, didn't we, Will? We did Mercedes. We've done a bit on Haas as well. And who else did we cover?
Have we spoken much about Alpine? That's the only ones I think we may.
We didn't, but me and Aldas and me and Tomo talked quite a bit about Gasly, cool. Ocon, especially with Aldas. We covered that one, so I think everybody's pretty much had, and we did Williams as well, didn't we, today? So there you go. Have you seen any Drive to Survive yet, Will? I'll throw that question out before somebody in chat does. Just
I am 3 episodes in, and you know, yeah, genuinely, I was surprised. If you're still a little bit hot-headed over Abu Dhabi, maybe skip the first 2 episodes because they say it quite a lot. But there's nothing. I might have missed something, but there's nothing that has stood out to me as a blatant kind of manipulation of the events. I'm still convinced there are a few sound bites that are not in the right places, but nothing that creates unnecessary drama, if that makes sense. So so far so good. I'm only 3 episodes in. I've not got to the Ricciardo Piastri drama ones yet. That I feel is going to rile me up a little bit, but we'll wait and see. But yeah, I mean, as someone who really didn't like season 4, for the amount that they manipulated a season that didn't need manipulating at all because it was such a great year. I've been fairly happy with it so far.
Breaking good news. If you are a McLaren fan, brace yourself, Annette. Oscar Piastri is in the car, and it looks like they're about to go out with half an hour to go. So he's going to get some more laps in, which is good, but it's not really going to be a lot now. Hulkenberg says Jordan Hill ? I think I'm sure we've talked about Hulkenberg. I've given my thoughts on Haas's lineup, why they've gone with him. I guess what we could do while we're waiting for the session, for this first session to come to a close and see what Piastri does out there, and see if we get any quicker laps quickly, Will, is just sort of what we're expecting from Hulkenberg this season. Obviously, Haas have gone for experience. They want that consistency. They've tried the 2 rookies, didn't really work out for them, or the 2 young drivers, didn't really work for them. They weren't happy. They've gone with Hulkenberg to partner Magnussen. Could you see Hulkenberg pulling a Magnussen like he did like Magnussen last year? Came back, obviously much shorter notice, but came back, put in some really good results early on. What are you feeling about Hulkenberg this year? What do you want to see him do, other than obviously get that podium finally?
It's a tricky one, because I don't think Haas are in as good of a situation as they were 12 months ago. So if Hulk gets a P5, then great. I can't see him doing that. Hulkenberg as well is a bit of an unknown quantity, because, okay, we knew he was good when he was standing in 2020. Didn't stand in 2021. 2022, it's very hard to read into his performances because he was driving that dog of an Aston Martin for the first couple of rounds. And again, was brought in at very late notice. And yeah, that wasn't great. So it really could go both ways. I think Hulkenberg it's his last chance, either completely reignites his career here, or it kind of flops by the wayside. And I hope it's the former. I really do. And it would be great to see him get that podium. I think that would be quite a long shot this season, but we get crazy races every now and then, so we'll see. I think Magnussen will beat him, but I don't think he'll be... I think he'll just be okay. I guess is my answer there. He's not going to absolutely flop, and he's not going to crash the car a lot, but he's not going to be, the next coming of Christ, if you get what I mean.
It's better than assist.
Yeah.
Come a long way. I was just going to say, kind of like we were saying earlier about the midfield driver thing, not a dig at Hulkenberg, of course, but, get in there in that Haas, give him consistent results, pick up points when that's a possibility, and that's, I guess, what the team wanted to do. But I'll pick up on this from R in chat. It says, everyone talks about Ocon and Gasly getting fiery, but what about Hulkenberg and K-Mag? That could get fiery. I mean, they've had Grosjean, Magnussen got fiery, Mazepin, Schumacher got fiery at times, as they raced each other 25 seconds off the pace. But then you had, Hulkenberg and K-Mag. There's history there, but they were asked about this. And Hulkenberg's made the point that since that happened a long time ago, that comment, of course, we all know it. Since that happened, it's been a long time, but Hulkenberg made the point that they've not only have they both grown up, but they're both dads now, and they're very different people. So there seems to be this this idea they're going to be slamming into each other and falling out, but it sounds like from their side they're a lot more mellow now, and they don't expect that to happen. However, get them on a piece of track together, fighting for a point or fighting for pride, and I'd imagine all of that, we're both dads now, goes out the window pretty damn quickly when they've got to try and beat each other. So we'll see on track, but I don't think... I'm not expecting anything to get too punchy there, but then it depends how good the car is. If they shock us and they fight for titles or something like that, or an amazing position in the championship, then it will get fiery. But I don't think they're not the same people. I know Magnussen can be, which is good because I want to see that. I want drivers with a bit of personality, willing to get their elbows out. That's why I liked Ocon last year. Again, I keep saying he went over the line a little bit at times, but I like that fiery side of things. I like drivers getting punchy, but I don't think we're looking at... I don't think they're going to be running into each other all the time. But I'd be surprised if they're together for a couple of seasons if something doesn't happen at some point, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it will never get quite to the level that we saw with a younger K-Mag and Grosjean, where they were basically telling the team principal to fire the other until he just said, I'll fire both of you then. But... yeah, Hulkenberg I can't see lasting more than a couple of years, if I'm honest, unless he really surprises us. But yeah, you're right. Hulkenberg's not as feisty as Grosjean was. Grosjean was much more of an aggressive driver than Hulkenberg, and that's not a bad thing against either of them. It's two different driving styles. You can say the same about, say, Hamilton and Verstappen, for instance. But yeah, I feel they have both grown up, and Magnussen we did see getting into incidents in 2022. and a fair often amount as well, mostly with Lewis Hamilton. So he's still got some of that fire there. He may have grown up, but he's still a hard racer, and he will not give up track position if he can help it. So it's very possible. We'll see. But my only thing is I don't see them being the future of Haas. Realistically, they're too old for that. At some point, they are going to have to try and bring somebody new in. And if I look in, say, 5 years' time, I don't see either of them at the team. So, yeah.
Chevron McBean says, thank you very much for your super chat again, Chevron. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. Says, imagine how it would be if you had K-Mag is running third and Hulkenberg is right behind him with 5 laps left in the race. Fireworks. That could be the 1 point,
please.
couldn't it? That would be the one. That could all get quite exciting. That definitely could. But we're watching Piastri at the moment. Doing a lap on the hard tyre as we look at Mark Webber in the pit lane. With respect to Mark, I would much rather keep watching the onboard of Piastri on full screen rather than splitting screen to show us what his manager's doing. But there you go, 6.6 seconds down, so certainly not a hot lap, but he's on the hard tyres here. So maybe they've just slapped the hards on so he gets a feel for them and told him to get out there and just stay out until he's told to come in with a red flag or whatever. Or if they do just throw the checkered flag at the end, we'll see if he comes round. Or is he going to pit? No, he keeps going. So they might just be going for get some laps in, basically. Get out there, Oscar, get a feel for the tyres, get on with it. So I just so frustrated with McLaren. What's happened? Are we watching that's not a replay, that's the second lap. I hate those bloody chrome logos on the wheel covers. Get rid of them. Alex Alvin's out there as well. Sorry, Will.
Sorry, right now they've got the speed of Internet Explorer, haven't they? So yeah. I don't know whether anyone's made that comment yet, but I wanted to jump in with that one.
Microsoft Edge.
It is interesting to see the flaw of that McLaren though, because I know they were hiding it in their promotional footage earlier in the week, and this is the first time I've actually been able to see it, and it is different. Very different. I have no idea what it does. Haven't the faintest idea, and that car is bottoming out a little bit. I'm just watching it coming to turn 1 now. Well, McLaren may have been hiding it, but maybe they didn't need to, because I don't think anyone will be copying anything off that McLaren anytime soon.
No, and even if it's the greatest floor that's ever been designed and made, if they can't get out of the garage, then it's kind of pointless, isn't it, really? Alba's on green in the first sector, yellow in the middle sector. Same for De Vries. De Vries is well down on the pace, but he's done a personal best first sector. So I don't know if something's happened later in the lap. He's not that... Yeah, must have done. Alba's going to come over the line. Is he improving at all? Nope. Improved his first and final sectors. It was an improvement. 32.793 just didn't go up a position. And Nick De Vries over the line. No, nothing special there. 38.948 on the mediums. So we've got some cars out there now. Everybody except Bottas, which isn't a great surprise if you are just tuning in. Valtteri Bottas stopped on track, suspected gearbox issue. In fact, I will just go and check if Alpha have tweeted anything at all. I assume if they have, it'll be session over while we investigate an issue or something along those lines. Nope, they've not tweeted anything. Just says, you're up, Valtteri Bottas. Not anymore, you're not. He's in the garage. I'll just check the race if they said anything. I don't... No, doesn't seem to be much out there, so we'll stick with suspected gearbox issue, unless anyone's seen anything anywhere else. But I've just spotted a comparison, actually, on the race blog, if I go back to that one, which is interesting. So they've done a comparison of Bahrain 2022 qualifying versus Bahrain 2023 testing times. So Leclerc in qualifying on a C3 last year did a 130.558. This year so far on a C4 has done a 131.024. Verstappen a 136.81. Russell is the one in second place, a 131.442. Sainz was third last year with a 130.687. Zhou a 131.610. but obviously, as they're pointing out, cooler track conditions in qualifying and different spec fuel loads, setups, all of that. So I won't read too much into it, but just for those who might be wondering, the fastest time so far, 1:31.024, and last year's pole time was a 1:30.558. So
just to hop on the rumour mill, I've not been listening to the commentary. I don't know whether you've heard this, Sean, but supposedly this is coming from the fastest pit stop on Twitter. Crofty reports that Sebastian Vettel might have been in contact with Aston Martin, offering his services in case Lance Stroll won't be able to drive during the Bahrain Grand Prix. I don't believe that for a minute, but
who said that? Was that in the commentary? Did you say?
Apparently, that's what Crofty's just said. I've missed it because I've got the commentary on low, so I can listen to your lovely voice instead. But I
turn the commentary up.
I don't believe that. If that happens, then fair play. And I don't know whether I would love to see it because Seb had such a great send off.
See, I would, but for the same reason that Two Left Feet has just said, at least that would take him to 300 starts instead of 299.
That's true. That is true. That is very, very true.
Come on, Seb. No, that's it. We're not taking anything else now. No, I'm with you. I mean, last I read was from Tammy at Vettel Leclerc on Twitter. Apparently, I think he's in a camper van with his daughter somewhere. They've gone on holiday, so.
Yeah, he said that at the bottom of the tweet as well. According to his brother, he's on a camper vanning trip with his family. So
yeah,
it'd be a bit funny if he just gone and said, "Yeah, by the way, I'm retiring so I can spend time with my family. I've got new things now to do." And then the next race, actually, guys, I want to go back. I'll see you later. But yeah, like I said, I don't see that happening. I think Drogovic is I think Drogovic will be a bit annoyed as well. But maybe Seb has seen that new Aston and thinks, actually, I might have to go back.
It's like, Lance Stroll recovers after a couple of races. Vettel's in the car. Lance Stroll mysteriously doesn't turn up for race 3, and it turns out that Seb Vettel's got him kept in a cupboard somewhere.
No, they found him in the boot of his camper van, just stored away.
I mean, look. If you want to talk about
who do you think hit Stroll on his bike? Maybe it was Vettel's camper van. Who knows?
I was just going to say, it's the whole Stranger Things have happened thing, but remember Massa retired at the end of 2016. Then when Bottas went to Mercedes, he came straight back out of retirement, didn't he? So
true.
He could do, but I don't, again, unless he really has seen some numbers that he likes from Aston or something, I'm not sure I believe that. I did speculate about that maybe earlier in the week. That'd be quite an interesting one, but then again, difficult. Drogovic's been in the car. Seb hasn't. Drogovic would have been in the simulator. Seb hasn't. But it's whether Aston Martin, if that is true, would consider him a safe pair of hands. And if they want to maximise the early points, do you go for the experience of Vettel? But I don't believe he's been in touch. I just don't.
Yeah, neither do I. It would be very cool to see. But I just don't think he'd get the send-off. I quite liked his send-off after Abu Dhabi. That was great. And I know he wasn't happy with his last race, so maybe that's what's driving him. If this is true, but yeah, I don't know. If it happens, then amazing. It would be great for publicity. But would he come back at a race like Bahrain as well? I'm just thinking about his personal views on, human rights and things. I don't know how Bahrain. It's not bad, but I don't think it's particularly great either. I'm not an expert on it, so yeah, I don't know, but it'd be cool. It'd be good to see him back.
It would be cool. You're right, and on the send off thing, I mean, we're all very. Bye, Seb. We love you. We're gonna miss you so much. And then if he comes back, it'll be like, right, I'm off it. Like, yeah, whatever. Bye. Again. I'll see you next week.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Look at Tom Brady in the NFL, for instance. How that's gone. He's just retired again. I was like, oh, okay, cool. See ya. And it feels a bit harsh in a way, but That's the only thing with me thinking, I don't know whether I want to see him back on that sense, because he had such a good send-off. And there's every chance as well that he comes back into the Bahrain, bins it turn 1, and makes an idiot out of himself.
Oh God, yeah. Imagine
and then that'd be horrible. So,
Papaya says, I don't believe anyone or anything posted on the internet. It's a good job we don't know anything then, isn't it? Otherwise we'd be giving stuff away, Will. They wouldn't believe us. No, no, rumours like that. It's very easy. I'm not saying to make it up, but it's very easy to word. It's like the stats thing I said the other day. It's very easy to word things a certain way and get people excited. Then somebody picks up on that, and that gets written out of context, and everyone goes, "Oh, Seb's coming back." And, by the end of the weekend, it's probably that Seb's replacing Alonso, and he's bringing Mick Schumacher with him. You know how rumours can suddenly just snowball. But can I believe
coming
that,
out of his sabbatical?
Yes, finally. Can I believe that Seb has been in touch with Aston Martin generally? Yes, I can, because he'll have friends there and colleagues, people that were colleagues for so many years, and he'll want to keep in touch with. And he might be. I can imagine he's quite curious about what they're doing and how things are going. But I'm not necessarily sure. I guess my point is that Seb Vettel could easily have been in touch with Aston Martin. Somebody's heard that and then assumed that means about the drive, and he may well have just rung and said, "Car looks great, guys. How's it going? Loving the testing," or something like that. Probably not quite as as upbeat like that as I was. Like, "Hey, it's me, Sebastian. Great to see you." But I can imagine he's been in touch, but not necessarily about the drive. Is my point. Anyway. Sebastian do a Mansell, says Papaya. Good point. That could be. It could be. Again, I'm not believing it at the moment. I will believe it when I see it. Lawrence uses his Bond villain links to clone Senna, says 2 Left Feet. If you're going to clone a driver, that's the way to go. And Andras says, thanks for the info. I'm going to write it now. Seb and Mick to be in Aston by next week. That's it. That's going to be that by the end of the day. That's all over Twitter. Major headlines everywhere. BBC go breaking news and interrupt programming. And then we all go, wow, what a nonsense. We've got yellow. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Virtual safety car. So we are having the 15 minutes of. So if you weren't listening yesterday, Will, we were talking about procedures and the things they do and all that, and it sounded really boring. So we agreed that for this last 15 minutes of each session, when they're doing virtual safety car, we're going to refer to it as the FIA prattling about. We know they're not prattling about. Yeah. We know they're doing very serious work, but procedures just sounds a little bit boring. So we're going to do all the virtual safety car red flag starting prattling about. Hopefully the starts go better than they did yesterday, though. That's for sure. Let's go through the times then, seeing as we are coming up to 13 minutes away from the end of the session as George Russell comes through the pit lane. Charles Leclerc, 131.024. I'll do the tyres shortly, 67 laps. He tops the session at the moment. George Russell, 131.442, 78 laps. In terms of stints, by the way, Leclerc's done 11 on the softs, Russell 6 on the mediums. Felipe Drugovich is third, 132.075, 77 laps, 16 lap stint on those mediums. Perez, 132.4, 69 laps. Nice. Pierre Gasly, 132.7, 56 laps now. 6 lap stint on the mediums. Albon in the pit lane. Soft tyre for him was the last tyre run, 3 lap stint. 53 laps, 132.793. Fastest time for Hulkenberg. He's on track, 133.329. 77 laps and a 14 lap stint on the hards. Piastri has got 8 laps in at the moment on the hard tyres as we watch something go on there as I just stopped my skybox from switching itself off. So Piastri is doing some laps, 40 laps in total now. Fastest time of a 33.6. Perez and De Vries dueling on track if you want to get excited about that. Valtteri Bottas still in the pits, obviously with the suspected gearbox issue, stopped on track, brought out a red flag, 136.854. 12 lap stint was his last one, but a 72 laps in total. 87 laps for Nick De Vries. He's still out there as well, 138.2, and he's currently running on the soft tyre. In terms of tyres used to set their fastest times, Leclerc used the C4, Russell and Drugovich both used the C5. Perez, Gasly used the C3. Albon the C4. Hulkenberg, Piastri, Bottas and De Vries all used the C3. Again, if you are new to the channel, please do subscribe or consider subscribing. It would be great to have you with us for the season. Lots to come in 2023. Like I say, 29 races if you include the sprint. So Plenty of content around that. And do drop a like as well. 340 likes so far. Every single like goes a long way to helping with the pesky YouTube algorithm. You can also support the channel as well through Streamlabs, Super Chat, and PayPal if you want 100% of the contribution to come to us. We are a couple of £100 away from that target. If we hit it, that'd be great, or exceed it would be amazing. If we don't, I'm not going to lose any sleep. It's all good. It's all good. But thank you to everyone who was popped in some Super Chats, including the last one, who was Mike. Thank you very much, Mike, for your Super Chat. Really appreciate that one and for your support. So, yeah. Links and everything in the description as well. Go check them out. And GP Box as well. You want some posters or phone cases or some F1 goodies, then go check them out. There's some great stuff over there. All from, I think, mostly from independent artists and creators as well. So supporting lots of people there on the channel. So definitely go check them out. We have the red flag test. So everyone will come into the pit lane now. No incident as far as I can see. It's just the test, which we've been having for the last couple of days. Prattling about, as I like to call it. That's what we're going with. So it's always a bit anticlimactic, if you can call it that, in testing. Well, I don't know if there's ever a climax to testing really, but anticlimactic when you get to his last 50 minutes, it's like virtual safety car, red flag, standing start, aborted start, standing start, red flag. It's not very exciting.
We may get to hear good old Andy's Crofty impression again. That's what I'm holding out for now.
We can hope. Clarence said, which pre-2000 Grand Prix would you have liked to attended? Or like to have attended? That's a good one. Pre-2000.
I wasn't alive for any of these, so...
If you can shut up, that'd be great. I'm not accepting that. No, you it's not good. Okay, if you were alive, which pre-2000 Grand Prix would you have attended? So... I was alive, just about, I think, about, 14 in 2000. So, wow. Oh, that's a really tough one. Yeah, actually, do you know what, Jack? It would be quite cool to go see the British Grand Prix 1950, the first one. See how that, if I could time travel, see how that feels versus sort of now with the knowledge we have. That'd be quite an interesting one. But I'm just trying to think of a
Spa 98.
Yeah, Spa would be fun. See Damon, or even 99 Nürburgring with the mixed conditions and the chaos going on there. But the only thing with attending a Grand Prix is you do miss a lot. So do you want to pick the most exciting race ever, or would you prefer to watch that on telly? Do you know what I mean?
And you'll miss even more back then because you wouldn't have any you might even have a little radio. That might be about it.
Yeah.
But there'd be no big screens.
There were screens, but there weren't. I don't think anything to the quality and the size that we have now. I'm just. That's not pre. I was gonna say Kimi Räikkönen's come back in Japan, but that wasn't pre-2000. That's a really tough one. I mean, any Australian Grand Prix at Melbourne, I'd love to go to anyway. Generally, so that'd be good. I'm trying to think. I mean, it'd be cool to go see the first Grand Prix ever watched on TV in person. So, 92 South Africa, that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, maybe something Prost Senna. Maybe I'll go get a grandstand seat down at Turn 1 in Japan.
Just about to say that, yeah.
That'd be quite a nice place to be, wouldn't it? Or the final chicane the year before. Be somewhere down there somehow. Get a general admission ticket and sit on a hill. That'd be amazing. Yeah, I'll see what people say in chat. That's one that I may have to ponder over the rest of the day and maybe come back to later, because that's tough. Jack, like I say, says British Grand Prix 1950. That would be Spa 98 for Eamon. Silverstone 90, 91, 92 for Papaya. Mansell versus PK at Silverstone 86 or 87. Whichever year that was, that could be quite a fun one.
What was the battle at Dijon? Was it between Chabouille? No, it wasn't Chabouille. Who was it? René Arnoux and one of the Ferraris? I can't remember exactly.
Somebody
who it
will
was
tell us
now.
in chat. We've got green, by the way, but it won't be for long. Yeah, somebody in chat. I know which one you mean. The one that everyone goes to when we talk about track limits.
Yes, yeah.
the track limit battle, we'll call it that. Monaco 1982. Never knowing who's going to win in the final 3 laps of the race. That's a good shout, Pete, actually, yeah. Especially if you're down by the start-finish line and you wait for a car to come round and there's nobody ever comes around for ages. So I thought it was going to be such and such, and they're not here yet. Eru says, if you're time traveling, can you take your smartphone with you? You can, but you're not going to have a signal, are you? Or any 4G or 5G or any G.
Get some cool photos. That'd be about it.
You get the photos and come back. Well, that depends on what the rules are on time travel. If we're going into that, if we're talking Terminator time travel, you can't take anything back with you, can you? So, if you're talking Doctor Who, then I mean that's pretty much do as you like, isn't it? So, we're on time travel. We got there in the end. Send a wet race at Donington. That's a great shout, actually. Yeah, that'd be amazing. Yeah. 97 Jerez says Jack. Leave it. Yeah.
That qualifying session would have been great to watch, though. Was that when the Schumacher, Villeneuve, and was it the other Williams? Frentzen all hit the same that time. Yeah.
There's still talk that was that's because they didn't go far enough on decimal places or whatever, wasn't it? Or to another 1,000th or something like that. And there was even talk that the system was broken. But I'm just going to accept that as 3 drivers just being that amazing on the day and setting the same time. That's the fastest you can ever go around Jerez, and the 3 of them did it. There you go. That's more interesting. 121.072 says Eamon. Is that the time? Is that the time? If that's the time from Jerez, Eamon, you've remembered that off the top of your head, that is brilliant.
It's impressive. Fair play.
I am impressed with that one. See Schumi's first race, yes. Or on that note, CPB, that championship for Ferrari in 2000 in Japan, just to be on the start-finish straight for those celebrations would have been amazing. So that's a really good question. That's something I could ponder for quite a while. Probably 8 days, 3 hours, 49 minutes, and 8 seconds away from Bahrain's race start next week, which is super, super exciting. I cannot wait for this season. I could just say as well, for the record, last season, a lot of people have bitched and moaned about it. As a season, for the championship, yeah, that was, let's face it, I still argue was as good as done after that run of Red Bull races, but was certainly pretty much done by the summer break. However, the season as a whole, when you look elsewhere, was actually a really decent season. It wasn't as if you just look at the championship result and 15 wins, then you go, oh god, that doesn't look great. But we saw some, that battle between Alpine and McLaren for whatever reason, the Mercedes being resurgent, Ferrari and Red Bull early season, and who's going to get second in the championship, not the most important thing I know, but that was exciting. There was great stuff through the field. So I don't think the season was as utterly horrendous as some people would argue it might do based on just looking at one driver winning 15 races. That's just my view. Will's going to come back and say worst season ever or something like that. But
no, I'm not going to say. I think it was always going to be hard to beat 2021, wasn't it? Harder, impossible. So I think we had a pretty decent year. I just think back to Silverstone and how great a race that was. We had some cracking races over the course of the year as well that I can't remember. Saudi Arabia was great. Bahrain was pretty good as well. And yeah, it wasn't a season, I think.
Oh, mate.
For the history books, but I liked it. I think chat may be disagreeing. This
practice start we're getting.
Oh boy, what?
There's only Piastri on the grid. And George Russell's coming round, and Piastri's just gone before the lights have even come on.
Oh, gee,
so I don't know if that was supposed to happen, or whether they are just doing normal practice starts rather than a full start procedure. But there was just Piastri sat there, and I thought we were going to have like a Lewis Hamilton Hungary 2021 situation. I'm going to see if Russell has to wait for the lights, but it might just be that they've been told they can do practice starts rather than doing a full start procedure.
They've done that enough times already, surely.
Poor Oscar, been sat in a garage for a while. He comes out and he pulls up on. He's like, "Hello, anybody there?" Looks like Russell is just doing a normal practice start on the grid, so that might be what they're doing today instead of prattling about, as I call it. Unless there's lights come on, in which case this could be quite amusing. Because there is only Russell and Piastri out there, so there's not really a lot of point doing a start procedure test, is there, if you've only got 2 cars out there?
Yeah, and they've done that anyway. I don't think they need to do it again. And we saw how much of a mess it was. It wouldn't shock me if there'd been some sort of conversation had. And Russell's just completely missed his grid box as well. Looking at that, I've just seen him pull into position. He's gone way too far forward.
They've changed the rules on that, haven't they? That you'd be considered out of position if you're not within the lines of your grid box this year.
I thought you just had to have your front or one of your front tyres had to lap on that yellow line, which he seems to have gone ahead of. That might be right as well, so you can't completely position your car perpendicular to the racetrack to try and cut someone off into turn one.
I'll have a look for that in a bit. They've just tested the red flag again. So
you might be onto something there, though. I think you might be right.
I'm sure. I dream a lot of stuff. I could have easily just dreamt that, because we all know that we like to, our favourite dreams are the ones where you come up with new FIA regulations. We all do it. Please, God. Did you have a good dream last night, Sean? Yes. Actually, we had a really good dream. I was actually thinking about having a new regulation where drivers have to be within their pit box or they're out of position. Most people dream about cool stuff. Sean dreams about that. I don't think it needed the voice, but you got it anyway. Let me know. I'll have a look for the regulations in a bit, but I'm sure there's something that they've changed around that as the checkered flag falls on day 3 morning. Well, day 3 morning. The day 3 morning session. I was going to come up with another word, but it didn't work. That is it. So Leclerc, Russell, Drugovich, Perez, Gasly, Albon, Hulkenberg, Piastri, Bottas, and De Vries are done for the morning. Fastest time at 1:31.024 from Leclerc. And the most laps goes to Nick De Vries, who did 87 in the end this morning. So good stuff from him. We'll go through the times, like I say, a little bit later before we start the next session. Good stuff. Good stuff. The ones that we're concerned about, well, in terms of headlines, I guess, really first, we had the red flag early on from Perez, whose sensor came off his car. Piastri had a spin. Piastri then has been in the garage with some issues. They've been fixing that. He's only recently got back out on track. Bottas stopped on track with a gearbox issue. He's not been back out. His morning was over. He may be back out this afternoon. We'll see what happens at Alpha. You'd hope he will be, but he did do 72 laps, so if he can get out this afternoon, he'll still get some more, so that's pretty decent. And I was just going to say, in terms of concern, I think the big concern, least laps Piastri on 43, but also another problem for McLaren, and by another problem, but it's actually the same problem. So it's the same problem as Norris had, but with another driver. So a little bit concerning down at McLaren this afternoon. We've got Leclerc leaves. Carlos Sainz comes in. Lewis Hamilton replaces George Russell. Fernando Alonso will take the seat of Felipe Drugovich, who, of course, we may well see next weekend in Bahrain, racing in place of Lance Stroll. Keep an eye out for that one. Perez is in all day. Gasly is replaced by Ocon. Albon is in all day. Magnussen will take Hulkenberg's seat. Piastri, again, he will be gone. Norris will come in for him. Bottas is in all day. And Tsunoda will take the place of Nick De Vries in the AlphaTauri. So 17 drivers again today. We had 19 on Thursday, and 17 yesterday. So it's 17 again today. If you're disappearing for some lunch during the break, then hopefully see you again this afternoon. I'm going nowhere. Will's with me for a little bit longer. I'm not going to let him escape till about 12ish. He has agreed to that, by the way. I don't lock people into the streaming voice chat and they can't leave till I allow them to. They're not being kept against their will. Yeah.
All very good. Very good.
It'll do. And then we've got Jonty and Dyllan this afternoon, who, given that we're only at 11:17 and I'm saying things like that to someone called Will, then could be an entertaining afternoon. They may need to rein me in quite a bit. But yeah, it's been good fun. Thank you, everyone, for your company. It's great stuff. I'm here all the way till 4:30, which will be 27 hours by the time I'm done in 3 days. So no, I won't be back till next Thursday, probably with the preview. For anybody who's wondering, we'll see how we go, but probably not. I'll be. I'll say this. I'll say this now because we're under the checkered flag. We're waiting for the afternoon to start, so we can go even more waffling off topic in this lunch hour, as I'm going to start calling it as of today, and should have called it from the start, but whatever. The season finished on the 20th of November. That means I've had the whole of December, the whole of January and a decent slice of February to prepare everything for the brand new season. And you'd be really pleased to know that in true F1 word tradition, I am nowhere near prepared. I've barely done anything I wanted to do, and we're racing next week. So guess what? You say I get a day off, Will. I'm probably going to chill tomorrow, take the dog for a nice walk around the lakes, have a nice maybe Sunday lunch or something like that. Nice chill day. Watch the Carabao Cup final, of course. I'm going to say, come on, United, and you can work out which one it is that I'm supporting. And then it is just going to be, oh, crap. I really need to do some work and try and work out what I'm going to do for this season. So, hey, who cares? Who cares? It's all part of the fun. I enjoyed my winter, though. Not like financially, and the fact we had no F1 was bad. But, yeah. It was nice to have a bit of downtime, but if we could... Shorter winter next year, I think. Is it short? Yeah, because we finish a week or... It's about a week later, isn't it, this year, we finish?
Yeah, we've not got the World Cup this time, have we? So that, means we can go a little bit longer into the season and, have... Well, even I feel like the breaks get shorter and shorter every time. As F1 content creators... I don't know whether we like that or not, so we can't take a break, but hey.
I like December, I like the Christmas bit and the New Year, and then January, which is like one of the most depressing months of the year, if it isn't the most depressing. You sort of
there's nothing, it's just waffle central. Yeah.
Even like stupid things, like if you still watch conventional TV, I know some people do, but if you do watch conventional TV, because they've used up all their, in very big air quotes, good content over Christmas and New Year, there's like nothing on TV or anything in January. Fortunately, I managed to save Wednesday up in December, so I watched that in January, which was quite cool. We're starting The Last of Us soon as well, which will be good. For anyone interested, there you go. I'm telling you what I'm watching. And of course, Drive to Survive.
That'll be my plan for this afternoon, I think. Get through most of the rest of the season if I can. I think I'm through the long episodes now. It's just the half-hour ones I've got to go. So, yeah. But like I said, so far, I'm pretty content with it. I'm not as angry as I was about this time 12 months ago. So
it's better. Have you got? I've seen the clips of the shouting between Toto Wolff and Christian Horner and Andreas Seidel. Have you got to that bit?
Episode 2.
Okay.
It's. I'm sat there. I'm thinking, is that genuine? And I'm inclined to think it may well be. I don't know. Then again, they'll be that's what they want me to think. So we'll.
I can believe heated exchanges between Toto Wolff and Christian Horner happen. One the clip I've seen, if nobody wants spoilers, by the way, fingers in ears. But from the bit I've seen, when Christian Horner sort of sits there and he's like, "Oh, we're doing this for the cameras," with his hands up, I'm like, "Oh, that's so for the cameras, Christian. Come on, come on, change your effing car." Is that my line?
Yeah,
as he looks at the producers, is that my line?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Mercedes episode, which is the second one, is genuinely quite interesting. Like I said, I'm excited to get to the Piastri Ricciardo drama. I feel like that's when they're going to manipulate things a little bit for dramatic effect, but
which it doesn't need.
It really doesn't.
We went live. Jonty's like, so we need to be live. I was like, I think we do. Then it turned out we didn't need to be, but we were anyway.
Yeah, it was. What a couple of weeks that was, because it came straight after the McLaren IndyCar Palou situation, didn't it? And we thought this can't be happening again with McLaren again, and then that's exactly what we got. Because that's the other thing. Next weekend we get IndyCar back. I can't wait for that. That's I'm very, very excited for it.
I'm going to try and watch it this year. I keep saying things like that, but I watched the Indy 500 with Jonty last year when he came over for the weekend, Monaco weekend as well, wasn't it? So I watched that with him and I enjoed it and I learned a lot and it was good fun. And I thought I'll get into it. And then I just never really did because then you're at F1 summer, aren't you? And it's kind of like race. So I kind of gave up trying. So I might try again this year.
Yeah, I mean, St. Petersburg, I think, is still our race one, and that's gonna be good fun. It's also got the driver with the coolest name in it this year. You've got the debut of Stingray Rob. That is genuinely his name, and I love it. It's the best name in motorsport, hands down.
The only way that's better is if his surname is Power or something like that.
Well, you've got Willpower as well. You got him in there, so Stingray Power, nice. But yeah, it's well, it's set up for a really cracking season. Obviously, Grosjean's in there as well. Ericsson's been looking pretty pacey. Some good old F1 drivers. Well, and obviously the old crackhead as well that you get in IndyCar every now and then. that bring out the cautions. So.
I was going to say, just chat. If you've got any questions you want to throw at us or comments you want us to read, then please do. We're in the lunch break for anyone who's just turning up, so we will be even more waffly for the next, less than an hour now, so that's good. So we'll be slowly making our way through the lunch break. So any questions, comments, we will come to chat. I'll keep an eye on it. As I always say, we will always try and come to chat, whether you put in a super chat or not. But if you are desperate for a question, the only way to guarantee that it's read, provided it's not a horrible comment, then that is with a super chat. But we always try and get to everyone, so please don't get annoyed if we miss your comments. We don't always catch them all. It's not possible unless I literally sat here reading every single chat message, and then I know we wander off on topics, but that would get weird, especially when reading other people's conversations. That'd be very weird. I'd be like, oh, you'll never guess what CPB just said to that racing guy. It'd be like a right little gossip fest. Oh, I think they're falling out. They're not friends anymore. I don't know. Leave me be. What we got? So yes, exactly. There you go. But you got to catch them all. That's the slogan. That's the slogan for these lunchtime hours. You got to catch them all. Read the questions, Sean. I did see someone on Drive to Survive I was going to read there, but it's not going to turn up, is it? I missed the first session. What is the comparative long run pace of the top three Merc, Ferrari and Red Bull, says Philip. I honestly could not tell you, Philip. However, are you on Twitter? If you are on Twitter, go and follow, it's an account called F1 Debrief, and they do a list of like stints, and they've got loads of information over there. I'm sorry I haven't got that for you. It doesn't help us now, but maybe something I could do for next year. If I can find a source for that and have that on stream somewhere as a graphic on the bottom left. So I'll take that as feedback if that's all right, Philip. But that I can only recommend F1 Debrief, and F1 Data Analysis as well are very good at what they do. So definitely worth a look. And I'd imagine like someone like The Race will do something on that. Yeah. The problem is as well, it's like trying to keep up with the data when you're streaming and talking. I'd just be staring at lap times all the time and trying to work that out. So what current drivers are good enough to win a world championship if they drove for Red Bull, said Clarence. I mean, again, I said it the other day. It pissed a couple of people off, but I stand by it. If the circumstances are all right and everything falls your way and you've got a car 2 seconds that quicker than anybody else, anybody could, in theory, win a world championship. I didn't think that was the controversial take. Apparently it was. If you give someone a car 2 seconds that quicker than everybody else and everything goes their way and the circumstances are right, and maybe if they have a weaker teammate, then anybody could win a world championship. But
yeah, I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
It's all the coulds, isn't it? Could is the key word.
I think if we had to maybe pick a couple of names out there that, if they sort of replace with a car that rivals the top pack at the moment, someone like Norris, definitely. Maybe a Gasly at a push. We need to get kind of lucky, I think. Who else? Well, Alonso, obviously. I'm just trying to think who else that. Yeah, that's. I'm missing somebody. I know I am.
I know it's not 2 seconds a lap. Just to clarify, I know it's not 2 seconds a lap quicker, Clarence, the Red Bull. I was just saying if a car is So that was the point I was making the other day that didn't either come across well or annoyed people. But I know the Red Bull is, well, we assume it isn't. I think with respect to Red Bull, we hope it isn't. Otherwise, see you next year at testing. Yeah, Norris is a good shout, I think. Will Leclerc? I think did you say Leclerc?
I didn't. I sort of put him in that pack anyway with the top teams, but. Yeah, anyone that's in a Ferrari, Mercedes, or Red Bull at the moment could win a title. Maybe Piastri could throw in there. I'm not. Well, we'll have to wait and see. But given his junior career, he would be one you would assume that would be up there. But we need to see him in a Formula One car properly before I think I make that call.
I think, yeah. I'm trying to think. Russell?
Yeah.
Pop him in there. I think he'd be on that list, wouldn't he? If you're looking at potential future world champions full stop, you're thinking Leclerc, Russell, Norris, Latifi, Van Dorn, Ricardo Rosset. Past the Maldonado.
Yeah.
you got to throw Russell in there, definitely. And I think if you put Alonso in there, you'd fancy him for the title. I think you'd definitely. I think Alonso, in many ways, would probably be my almost guaranteed bet if you put him in a Red Bull.
Yeah, and that's why I'm excited about this whole potential Aston resurgence. Was there not a rumor last year that Alonso's management had gone to Christian Horner and said, look, we'll be second best to Verstappen, just get Fernando in a Red Bull? I don't know whether I'm dreaming that up, but I'm sure that was a thing at some point.
It sounds like something Fernando might have put out there.
Yeah, whether it actually happened or not is a different question. But
of course, it all depends who the teammate is as well, doesn't it? I mean, you can't say Alonso definitely wins the world championship if his teammate is Verstappen, because who knows? I mean, yes, please. Let's find out. Let's put Verstappen and Alonso in the Red Bull together, see how that goes. But I think Alonso, Leclerc, Russell, Norris, I don't think there's anything controversial in there, really. Massively. I'm trying to think. No. That's people go, oh, that's boring. You could have said somebody really cool or like something really left field. But I think that's about if you wanted me to pick something realistic,
when we get in trouble.
That's where that's when you all get angry with me. Yeah, that's when you tell us off and you all unsubscribe and tell me to go throw myself off a cliff or something, which is harsh. But no, you're laughing. I've literally had that comment. I've literally been told to go throw. I think it said bridge. Go throw yourself off a bridge. It's like, morning to you too.
Yeah, I think I've probably had something similar. It's when they come on to write like full on theses. Or that's a plural thesis. I don't know, but it's like someone thesi. Yeah, they've written their entire university dissertation on why I need to go and kill myself. And I'm like, great, thank you very much. All I did was insult Mazepin. But okay, fine.
Even Mazepin insults Mazepin. Come on. Yeah. Do you know, though, they're not the most annoying comments, Will. The most annoying comment, and if you're listening, I'm sorry if I'm calling you out on this one, but the most annoying comment is people who hop on a video and they say, I've not watched F1 for years, it's rubbish. Why have you just clicked on a video by the F1 word about F1 then? Don't need to tell me. I'm gonna take the phrase from Twitter. This isn't a train station. You don't have to announce your departure. It's like, if you don't like F1, why are you watching F1 videos? I think you're lying, basically, is my response to that. I'm never watching F1 again, and then they're at the next race and they can't stop talking about it.
It's the ones that get ultra woke on me that I don't mean woke in the positive form. I mean, they go too far. And yeah, taking offense at the smallest things. That's the ones that really get me. I'm just like, I can't be bothered anymore.
Well, like we had earlier today when when I said if De Vries beats Tsunoda, and then someone was like, "You're a racist. You're anti-Asian," and I was like, "Whoa,
okay,
what?" So if I say if Leclerc beats Sainz, that means I hate the Spanish, does it? That is internet logic, actually, to be fair. You do, if you talk about one person, you have to talk about every single other thing. We touched this with Tomo yesterday when Lewis Hamilton or Sebastian Vettel go out and they've got their T-shirt on, supporting a cause, bringing up an issue they're passionate about, and then someone goes, wow, why haven't you done anything about this issue? And it's like, oh, for God's sake. Why don't
you can't make everyone happy, is what I very quickly learn.
Oh, that's one of the lessons you get on YouTube fairly swiftly, yes. That's why I generally avoid social, says Papaya. Yes, indeed, and I shall be doing a lot more of that this season, because honestly, I find Twitter affects my mood too much, and it does take some of the shine off the season. So, and honestly, apart from maybe missing out on breaking news from some excellent journalists in the F1 world, I don't think you're missing much if you're not on Twitter. Generally now, I used to really enjoy it. I used to be able to have conversations, but now it's like I could be having a conversation with Jonty about something, and you're just waiting for someone to come in and have a go at you because they want to be involved in your conversation. You're like, wasn't talking to you, but okay. So yeah, I'm probably pretty much done with that. I'll be about, because I like to keep an eye on the news, keep in touch on DMs and things like that. But yeah, it's a weird space. I know Twitter's the worst, but it's certainly the worst one I use. YouTube comments aren't even that bad.
Facebook is maybe the only one I can see getting worse. Some of the F1 comments I see on Facebook are just a new level of stupid. But just some of the takes on there, it's mental.
Facebook for me is just like, or it has been for years, like my mum and when they were with us, angry aunts and uncles just being incredibly inappropriate. So I don't even use Facebook anymore. It's like, whoa, hi mum, I'm just not going to even address what you've just said. We're going to ignore that, gloss over it, and then when I come and visit, I'm going to tell you why you shouldn't be saying that on Facebook. Goodness me. Yeah, I only use it for the main page, really, and Messenger.
I only use it to wish people happy birthday who I've not spoken to in about 5 years and don't really care about. So, I mean...
Yeah, people from school who, like, always send you a birthday message and you're kind of like, I mean, thanks, but whatever, you've not spoken to me for a year since the last time you said happy birthday.
That's the serious DMs. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Or invite you to play a game. Like, oh, come and help me play on this game. It's like, sorry, you are? That's not me being like being a snob or anything. Just it's like, yeah, I just last point on this, I promise, and then we'll get back to your questions. But I don't think I'm in touch with anybody that I went to school with, and I remember vividly before I left school that we were all going to be busy mates forever, and we were going to always stay in touch, and we'd ring each other every day. And I've not spoken to most of them since.
Well, you've had a few more years on me. I'm still friends with a few of mine.
Yeah, it's all still new to you. I left school in 2004.
2018 for me.
When did I leave school? No, 2000 I was 16. Oh wow, can't even work that out. 2002. No. Do you know what, Will?
I wasn't even in.
I left school at some point in the 2000s. Will wasn't even born when I left school.
I was a toddler. I was a toddler in 2002. But oh crikey, oh boy. Should we get back to the questions?
I think it was 2002. I can't remember, but yeah, let's get back to questions. I can't work it out. I think it was 2002 when I left school, but you know, if I say 2004, I sound a little bit younger, I guess. Where I am. Yes, anyway, questions, comments, MySpace. Yes, get back to MySpace, Clarence. Bring it back. I think it still exists. In fact, I think we had this very conversation about MySpace on a stream once, and I think I went and logged into my old one, and I think I have mental health issues now. Good God. Let's not go back on your MySpace from all them years ago. That'll bring you down. F1 discourse is terrible in general. It isn't just Twitter, says Lewis. It's worse on Twitter. I don't think it's bad over here. I don't know what other channels are like, but I think it's bad here. There are a few people. We all have an opinion. I don't think there's anything wrong with expressing that opinion, but it's when that opinion turns to just full-on abuse, or people who, you know, have a bias, a favourite driver. You know, everyone has biases, but I mean, like, a favourite driver, and no matter what that favourite driver does, they can never do any wrong. And if anyone dare to say, for example, I'm not going to use Lewis Hamilton. That's the obvious one. But for example, Max Verstappen Max Verstappen had a bad race. Oh, Verstappen hater, you scum. And it's like, oh, come on. He had a bad race. He knocked 6 cars out the race, went in reverse at the start, and then went and stuck his car in the garage, upside down. You know, he had a bad race, and that's never happened. But not people like. I've not really used Reddit, so I can't really comment on that. But I often hear people say it's a bit bad. But then the odd occasion I've wandered over, doesn't seem too bad, but I'm not on there enough to really say 100%. 100%. Exactly, Andras. Completely agree with you. That's the issue. Anonymity, isn't it? Maybe that's why I don't get away with it. I have a thick skin, Clarence. A few people will wind me up. I said the other day, I've come into 2023 with just absolutely zero tolerance for idiots. So I've gone beyond that. I know a lot of people get upset with it, but it's just not worth the time. So there are some brilliant people on Twitter, but if you can't talk to people, then what's the point? It's kind of my. Let's get back to F1.
Yeah.
Waiting for the comments now going, yes! We don't care when you left school. Tandem says, where are we seeding the midfield so far? So I'm going to go with midfield, meaning from P4 down. The conversation seems to be around whether Aston, how bad shape Mercedes are in. We'll find out, of course, if they are at all. And Aston could be P3. For me, I think the running order from what we've seen is Aston P4, with the usual caveats, by the way, about testing, blah, blah, don't read into it. But Aston Martin P4, I would say Alpine P5. I don't feel like I've seen enough of McLaren to commit 100% to where they are, but I feel like the pace doesn't seem horrific. It's just the laps themselves, aren't great. So maybe they're 6th. They could maybe early doors. Maybe an Alfa Romeo might pip them to 6 on pace, but then come the end of the season, I still expect McLaren to be ahead. I then feel like you're looking at AlphaTauri in that similar space to Alfa Romeo, maybe threatening McLaren. And then I do think that 9th and 10th is Haas, Williams, Haas. I'll say Williams, Haas, because that, from the onboards, the Williams, we've seen them off-board soaring quite a bit. It doesn't look like the best car to drive, but that Haas also doesn't look great to drive. And they, Tomo said yesterday it looked like a bit of a donkey under braking. So I'll say Haas P10 at the moment. I think that was every team. If I've missed a team, I'm so sorry. But that's obviously the top 3. We'll go into that. I would say Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes at the moment. But yeah, that's. I can sort of say Aston, Alpine with confidence, and then behind that it all gets a bit murky to Williams and Haas, because I can't really read where AlphaTauri are. They've done quite a lot of laps, not epic pace, but been solid, consistent.
Yeah, AlphaTauri is a weird one. I honestly think AlphaTauri may. Well, they just sort of fell by the wayside. They were just nowhere in 2022, and I worry they've not made a massive leap forward. So I would kind of group them with that Williams-Haas group, I think. But yeah, we'll see in Bahrain, but I'm not convinced by their pace. I don't think they've tried enough of a difference in that new car for this year.
Sorry, I'm just staring at the table trying to work out. Do you know what I mean about McLaren though? Like, I don't feel like they're from what you can read into testing times, their pace doesn't seem bad. It's because of the lack of laps and the issues with whatever's going on the right front. It's all right saying we'll have it fixed for Bahrain, the race proper, but you never know, do you? They might not. So
I mean, they didn't last year.
It's where to put them and AlphaTauri, but Alfa Romeo, they've been good. Bit rough today for Bottas with the gearbox issue. I think De Vries has looked good out there. Sonoda's been okay as well. It's again, I can confidently say Aston, Alpine at the top end of the midfield. In behind that, down to Williams, Haas Williams is kind of where it's that bit in the middle. Which, by the way, I say it all the time, it's fine. I again, I often make the point, I don't want to go into a season and sit here in testing and be able to tell you exactly what the running order is. I want to be surprised. I want to get to that first race, and it turns out that actually we've got Red Bull and Ferrari within a tenth of each other at the front consistently, and they're battling every race. It's amazing. And then you've got Mercedes in there as well, and they're resurgent. They come back and they fight them. And then you've got Alpine, Aston Martin, and everybody else in a whole mess of crap, and nobody knows where they are, and it changes every weekend. I want that unpredictability. So yeah, so sorry I can't be completely specific, but again, I'll reiterate: Aston, Alpine, who knows, Williams, Haas. It's my pick for the midfield. Who knows? That's just one big team, the who knows team. AlphaTauri just off Alfa Romeo McLaren, says Jaws ? Yeah, I did say 8th, didn't I, originally? So I don't think that's a bad shout. It's just where McLaren end up, because they could turn up with the speed next week. They could. You never know. Tim says McLaren can't ride the bumps. So that good spot. Could be an issue there for them. Would Drugovich replacing Stroll be good for F1, says Chris A. In what way? I don't think it'd be... So I just don't buy into the fact that Stroll's bad for F1. I wouldn't say it's bad for F1. It'd be good to see the F2 champion get a drive.
Yeah, it does a lot for the junior categories, doesn't it? If the F2 champion gets a drive, because that would mean that every F2 champion has at least turned a wheel in one F1 race. Because De Vries now, well, he had it obviously last year, but now gets a proper go at it. That would make Drugovich the only F2 champion not to have F1 race experience.
The Ferrari engined cars will do well early before they have to turn down the power for reliability, says Michael. That's what we saw last year, wasn't it? Well, they said they fixed reliability. But then I'd say I fixed reliability as well if I was a team. I wouldn't go, oh yeah, reliability's crap. We're in big trouble. You're not going to say that, are you? Alfie Alf says, I don't want much, just a 20-way fight for the title. It's not too much to ask. Of course it isn't. Maybe McLaren is holding back a bit based on their time, says William. I did theorise that at one point, that maybe we're not seeing everything from them, but then we're also not seeing a lot in terms of lap times. Or laps, I keep saying lap times, lappage. We'll say lappage. We're not seeing a lot of that for one reason or another. I don't want to be so downbeat. I hate to be downbeat about McLaren. I know McLaren fans will be frustrated with it, but got to be honest, I am worried about them. They could be fine. They could be fine. And also the point as well, Will, I feel like we need to make and haven't made yet. It is a 23-race season. If they have a horrendous weekend in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, that doesn't mean the rest of their season is a write-off. They could come back strong. Again, all right, Alpine reliability issues, but they were right in that fight for P4 pretty much to the end of the season, weren't they? And they came back really strong after their issues. So long season. That it's not the same as... Again, going back a few years when we had sort of 16 races, that the first couple of races are important, but they're not going to define your season necessarily.
Yeah. You're exactly right there. I think teams will, the bigger teams naturally, like the likes obviously your top three, and then some people like maybe Aston this year with their new factory actually, but definitely McLaren and Alpine will be able to develop their cars further into the year. Haas should technically be able to do that now, for they're supposedly meeting the budget cap. So that gives the opportunity for teams to catch back up effectively. So it's still not great though. If we end in the same sort of cycle of, we catch up at the end of the year, but then when we get to the next season, we're still right at the back again because we've had to spend more time focusing on developing the previous season's car. So I feel like what McLaren need to do, honestly, is get to a point where if they find themselves stuck in the same cycle, is sack off a year and be like, right, let's just switch development over to 2024 and make sure we get on the right foot at the start of that season. Doesn't sound great at this point in the year, but the earlier you do it, the more you'll reap the rewards.
Yeah. And it comes back, I've said it a few times now, sorry to repeat it to anyone that's been here for all of it, but they've got their wind tunnel they're really focusing on as well, haven't they, opening soon, or running soon. So That's going to be important for them. So if they did have to write things off, or not write it off, but focus a bit more, put a bit more focus on the future, then they've got that to look forward to as well, which could be very important for McLaren going forward. Actually, not just McLaren, but it's quite, I guess you could say behind the scenes. At a few teams, it's quite interesting, particularly, McLaren with their wind tunnel, but Aston with their new factory and what they want to do. And it's, I guess the point I want to make is it's so nice to see, because we went through a phase, didn't we, where people, we weren't getting a lot of sponsors. There were teams struggling financially. It didn't feel like not the sport wasn't going anywhere, but it didn't feel like it was moving forward as quickly as it could. And now we're in this position where teams have got, the McLaren's just got sponsors slapped all over it. It might look a mess to some people, but that's great to see. So there's, new sponsors coming in. Teams have got the money behind them now to work on their facilities, and I'm really pleased to see that. So it's so nice to see teams being able to move forward now, and it feels like the sport, certainly over the last 2-3 years, really seems to be, feels like it's moving forward really quickly, like really quickly, if you follow what I mean.
Yeah, Aston in particular, this new... looking at where they were this time last year, they seem to have made massive strides. So, again, I want to be cautious saying that, because we've not seen round one yet, and it may well be that they show up to quali in Bahrain and are absolutely nowhere again. That would be a shame if Vettel did come back with all this promise, then P20, but. It won't happen. Anyway,
it won't happen.
Be very cool if it does, but I don't see it happening. But yeah, it's good to see teams profiting now, and even the likes of Williams, who I still feel are at most jeopardy of anyone else on the grid. If anyone was going to drop off or get bought out, it would be Williams. And, these Porsche rumors and rumors of maybe Doralton potentially pulling out. We'll see. But even they seem in way better nick than they were, say, a couple of years ago. So that's a good sign. And it's a good sign for the future of not just the teams, but for Formula One on the whole.
I agree. I'm just dealing with somebody in chat, Will. So apologies if I go very, very quiet. I need to try and find them and tell them to, in the nicest possible way, go away. That's my polite way of saying it. If anyone in chat wants to put it into other words,
the constant battles of a Formula
they're mad at the way we say Ferrari. Apparently, we should be pronouncing it. One of the pronunciations is Ferrari, apparently, but apparently we're saying Ferrari. I feel like if I took the piss out of their accent, I'd get accused of all sorts. So shut your face. And then they've come at us about Brexit, because who gives a shit about that? Do you know what I mean? So farewell. Just for the record, if I want to pronounce Ferrari Superstar Red Team Amazing, then I will do. I don't think that fits on the timing though. Superstar Red Team Amazing. Yeah. Because we're from the UK, we all voted Brexit, didn't we? And it's all our...
Shall I annoy even more people than just say Porsche? I'll say Porsche.
Oh, mate.
Porsche. I think I've offended everybody. Alpine.
Jonty says Alpine, and he's corrected himself.
So somebody made a TikTok response to my video about how I was pronouncing it as Alpine, which is the correct way of doing it. And this very angry Scotsman went over and created a TikTok response of how it should be Alpine. And I replied to it, and I got blocked. So I thought, okay, lovely, good for you, pal. All right. So
Daimler.
Hey.
Daimler. It's Daimler, isn't it?
I have no idea. I'll be honest. I haven't.
I can never remember which way it is, but I said it one way, and oh my god, it's like I'd punched somebody's mother in the face.
Apparently, BMW is the other one. BMW is pronounced. No.
I'm sorry. That's what I call them. It's just easier.
I'm sorry, that's got me.
I've cracked Will. That's it.
What?
See, Andras says, so isn't it Dacia? because
Dacia
Dacia is what James May calls it, isn't it? The Dacia Sandero, but it's Dacia, isn't it?
Well, the Dacia doesn't sound anywhere near as good, does it?
Daimler apparently, or actually, technically, Jaws has spelt that Daimler. Which I'm afraid, Jaws, is what I'm going to call it from now on, and then I'm going to send people your way. Daimler.
Oh my God!
CPB makes a good point. Says you're both wrong. It should be Renault.
That's not wrong. I miss the yellow cars. I really do. When we had the yellow Ferrari, I was like, oh.
I'm enjoying this. Two left feet. Hyundai or it's Hyundai, isn't it? Or, no, it isn't. Or is it Hyundai? Americans say Hyundai, don't they? Or some Americans. Not every. That's a big, well, then they're just shocking generalisation.
What happens to the Y then? But yeah, I've always gone with Hyundai.
Oh, Chris A, I love it. Romeo. Chris A says Dacia like Margaret Thatcher. It has got a bit crackers. People will get annoyed with it, but hey, look, we've not started the afternoon yet.
Nissan and Nissan. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Yeah. I've never heard anyone go Peugeot.
I say it when I drive past. I call it Peugeot, or I say Puget, but it is Peugeot. Definitely Peugeot.
Yeah, definitely Peugeot.
Apparently, Hyundai is pronounced Hyundai.
What? Since when? Hyundai.
Unless I'm reading that wrong. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely Nissan, not Nissan. Or for me, it's definitely. Again, it comes down to the things that people get mad about in pronunciation or sayings. Like when I say take it with a pinch of salt, actually I think you'll find it's a grain of salt. Well, not where I'm from, it's a pinch of salt. But okay, I'm glad where you are it's a grain of salt. But we don't, whilst many of us will speak English, we don't all speak the same variation of English. It's like in the UK. I don't know what, I always forget what it is, but it's something like you never have to drive more than about 20 miles or whatever before you find a different accent. But I often get people who think that I should be talking like, I was going to say the Queen, but that'd be impossible now. The King, for example, but I don't. I'm from Lincolnshire. We have such a boring accent, and I'm fully aware of that. And it's a little bit dry, but you go up north, which wasn't northern, but I had a go. You got to Leeds or something like that, or Newcastle. You'd be in for a shock if you think we all talk. Not attacking people from there, but the accent is so far away from the Queen's English, if that's what the Queen's English was. Also for the record, while we're on pronunciations, and make myself sound like a right hypocrite, saying people can pronounce these how they want, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's scone, not scone. I think I've told the story before.
Both.
I got into trouble at work for this one. Very quickly, then we're coming back to F1 because it's nearly the hour and Will will have to go shortly. Unless it sounds like he's having fun, so he might still be here tomorrow. Hello, we're still doing this. Somebody came up to me where I was working in a supermarket and said, "Oh, hi, excuse me, do you have any scones?" And I just went, "No, we do have some scones." People just don't like it. I was being tongue in cheek. But anyway, let's stop this before this goes any more down the wrong road. But yeah, all I will say is the person that got really, really catty and nasty there, thank you, because you just gave us 5 minutes of quite a laugh. I enjoyed that, so thank you. In the end, also, if you want to put things in Italian to hurl abuse, Google Translate exists. So, just so you know, thank you very much. I did the click. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much to is it Lucas Scren for becoming a new member on the channel. Thank you so much for that one. Appreciate it. Good to have you with us. Good stuff. Members. I did do something for memberships. I did badges. For about 3 years, I kept saying I'd do something for memberships and never did. And then we got badges sorted. And might be. I need to have a chat with people, but there might be some other stuff as well that we can do later in the year for members. So welcome to the channel. Thank you very much. It's the misheard lyrics of but cars, says Sighted Canvas. Yeah, that's kind of what it is with the pronunciation. I'll probably now get told that it's pronunciation, but it's pronunciation and it's advertisement. Have I put the where are we? I've been a hypocrite. Like, don't tell me how to pronounce things. Actually, I think you'll find we are coming up to 12 o'clock. When do you need to get off, Will?
I've got a video to make later today, but besides that, I can hang around. That's fine.
Wicked, he's here till 7.
Oh God.
No, I was just going to say, because what I'll do is I'll just remind everyone of the times before the session goes live. Then, if it's all right, I'll just nip off for 2 minutes and leave you with chat while I have a break. Let's put it that way. And then I'll come back and then I'll let you get off and Dyllan and Jonty can come and take your place. It's been good fun though, mate. But I'll run through the times. I'm sure you'll be fine with the chat. They're all really good, sane people. Look, I'm looking at them like behave.
I'll try and not get you cancelled in the 2 minutes that you're gone. Yeah.
So super quickly, Leclerc obviously still fastest because we've not had any more running because it's the lunch break. Russell second, Drugovich third. Then we've got Perez, Gasly, Albon, Hulkenberg, Piastri, Bottas, and De Vries. The fastest lap of the day, Charles Leclerc 1:31.024. The most laps goes to De Vries at the moment on 87. Rather than the times, I'll tell you what they set the. Because you can see the times on screen, the times on with the tyre, the fastest times with the fastest tyre, whatever. You know what I mean. So Leclerc did his time on the C4 tyre. Russell was on the... It's a C5. Did I say C4 before? It doesn't matter. It's a C5. It's on there now. So Drugovich was also on the C5. Perez did his time on the C3, Gasly on the C3, Albon on the C4, Hulkenberg on the C3, Piastri on the C3, Bottas on the C3, and De Vries was also on the C3. And just a reminder, if you're popping back, this afternoon we are losing Leclerc, who will be Sainz will replace him. Hamilton will take the place of George Russell for the afternoon. Alonso's coming in for Drugovich. Perez is in all day. Ocon will be in for Gasly. Albon's in all day. Magnussen will take Hulkenberg's seat. Piastri will be replaced by Norris. Bottas is in all day. Interested to see if he gets out after his gearbox problems. I'll check that in a bit after I've just been for a quick 2 minutes. And Tsunoda replaces Nick De Vries. And obviously, all the usual YouTuber stuff. If you are new, please do hit that subscribe button and do drop a like. We're on 977 viewers, so 435 likes. Let's get a few more likes on there. I'd love to get over 700 today. And you can support the channel in trying to hit that goal at the top of the screen. What do we got? 337. So we're getting there. About 160 quid. Away from that goal. So please do feel free to support the channel. If you don't want to, absolutely fine as always. We're not locking it behind a paywall, but it's just appreciated and helps me sort out this setup that's a mess at the moment. And what was the other thing? Yeah, the links for those are in the description. PayPal, Super Chat. I'm sure most of you know how that works on the old chat there. And you can use Streamlabs as well. Do check out GP Box, some great stuff over there. Plus the channel earns a little bit from that as well. And all of my guests this week are linked in the description down below to YouTube channels mostly. I think Jonty's link tree is down there as well. So go and give people a follow and a sub and check out their content. Some amazing stuff out there. Some great creators. And on that subject, on the subject of great creators, Will, there you go.
Hello.
Do you know any? No, joking.
Oh,
that was harsh. I'm joking, mate. I love your comedy reviews. They do. It's a really nice, light-hearted way of wrapping things up in a sea of seriousness sometimes. So it's good fun. Actually, I will ask you before I go for a quick break. Are you doing any more? You got any more shows coming up that you get to stand up?
None that are booked in, but I'm moving back to London in June for a new job, so it puts me right next to the clubs again. So
it's a great place to be. Yeah,
my stand-ups will be returning, hopefully in the summer. That's the plan at the moment. So it should be should be good fun. Like I said, it's been a couple of months. I was meant to do a couple last week, but just never got around to getting them properly booked in with the venues. But I miss it. I do miss it. It's a good laugh. Well, it better be. Otherwise, I'm just not very good, am I? So...
it ought to be a good laugh. Yeah. Awesome stuff. Well, good luck with it. Whatever you decide to do, mate, wherever you go. I'd love to do it one day, but I just don't think I've got the balls. As he sits there being an idiot for 9 hours a day, but I just don't think I have in person. So. Good luck and well done is what I'm going to say. I've also realised that whilst it was a joke, I have just jokingly insulted you, and I'm about to leave you with my stream alone for 2 minutes. So I could return and regret this, but I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Well, if you just pick out some comments and questions in chat, and I'll be as quick as I can.
Sounds good. All right. So I've got a lot of power now, haven't I? I will start by plugging myself. I make race reviews on most of the races as quickly as I can. So, and yeah, try to take the mick a little bit as well. So if that's the sort of thing that you guys are into, then the link to all that is down in the description, courtesy of Sean. So thank you very much on that. Yeah, if you've got any questions, feel free to fire them in. I'm here for a couple more minutes, so shoot them my way. Prediction for this year, how offensive do I want to get then? I'd love to go and say someone out of left field for the title, but I've got a feeling it'll be Red Bull and Verstappen again. However, if we get a nice title battle in the middle of all that, I will not complain. I think it'll probably be Ferrari and Red Bull all again. Say it with some enthusiasm. I'll try. It's been a long morning. Thank you so much that have subscribed. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I'll try to go for an out of left field prediction. Let's go with an Alonso win. What the hell? After what we've seen in testing, it's as I said at the very start of the stream, I'm not completely convinced, but I'd love to see it. So let's fire that out there as well. Hey, who's winning F2? That could go in many different directions. It's a very strong grid this year. Ollie Behrman stands out to me. Ooh. Somebody... Damn, it's tough. I'm just trying to remember who else is in it. I know it's a strong grid, and for some reason my mind's gone blank. Jack Doohan's still about, isn't he? I think he could be up there as well after missing out the title last year. F3, I honestly think is up for a thing. Pourchaire, they're saying we've not seen the most of Pourchaire yet. I hope that's the case because I really like him. But he as well, under pressure, didn't do great in F2 last year. When the pressure was off, he was amazing. But as the title started to heat up, there was just more and more mistakes that took him out of it. But hey, Vettel back for real. That's what Andres has just said. I've not seen Vettel confirmed. We're taking the mic, right? That's no way. I'm checking this now. I'll believe it if I see it. Hang on. I'm on the Aston Martin Twitter. It's not confirmed. Don't do me like that. How could be a wild card? Yeah, great. Yeah, I've not seen the Vettel return yet, but hey, there was another question that I've missed. Oh yeah, it was Sainz or Leclerc. I think it'll be closer this year. I think Sainz has got his consistency back, but yeah, Leclerc I think will probably still get it over the course of the season. There'll be fireworks there this year, I think, if they're closer on track. McLaren watch. I mean, Haas watch may well return. This is in relation to my my race review series for those that don't watch me. But McLaren watch may well need to be a thing at the rate things are going. Could I see Vettel returning as an F1 team principal? Yeah, definitely. That seems like the next logical step for me. I think he'll need a couple of years out first before he gets into that. I can see it as an ambassador sort of role first, though. Someone like Red Bull, I think, could work. Mika Hakkinen confirmed. Yeah, there we go. You guys got me on that one. Fair play. But no, Vettel's a team principal could be really cool. I think he could do more good as an ambassador, though, is my honest opinion on it. I think he could get more of the sort of... I don't want to call them political statements because that makes them sound like a bad thing. They're not. But I think that lets him get his views out there a little bit more as an ambassador and instead of a team principal. But I think he could do very well in both. When did I start watching F1? Basically from the womb. So I think my first race would have been sort of early sort of 2000. Literally sat on my mum's lap as a newborn. Because I couldn't really move anywhere else at the time. So, yeah, I basically grew up watching it with her, and well, I'm still here. So, would Kimi Antonelli be better than Verstappen? It's way too early to tell, but he looks very promising. Very promising in the junior categories. Now, we've seen drivers absolutely storm through that and then drop off when they get to Formula One or drop off at any other step of the ladder. and Kimi Antonelli's still got a few to go. It'll be at least 2 or 3 more years before we get him in somewhere like F2. But there's potential with him, and yeah, Mercedes seem to have found who they think is the next big thing, and right now is certainly ticking a lot of the boxes. But it's at this stage in his career, it's too early to say, I think.
Who's that one?
Kimi Antonelli.
I don't know.
Mercedes Young Junior.
Okay.
Is he Frecker at this point or F4? I can't remember, but he's at least a few years away from the F1 support ladder, and then I think once we see him there, I might be a little bit more convinced. The chat have tricked me into thinking Vettel might actually have come back and that it was announced. So fair play to them on that, but
they'll get you. They'll get you.
I did get excited.
I want to guess that Jack Chambers was at the centre of that. Sounds like something he would do.
Sorry, I've just paused because in the last 9 seconds, Aston Martin have just been from back to the racetrack, and there was they were conceding who it was, and I thought, oh my god, who is it? And of course, it's Mike Crack. So that almost got me there as well. But
it was predicted. It was all predicted. Great stuff. I hope they've not been too hard on you.
No, I'm still here. It's all good.
I don't hate tyre talk, Sasha. Oh, no, I don't. No, I don't hate tyre talk. I hate tier talk, but I don't hate tyre talk. I don't like tearing people. I don't like all that tearing nonsense. I'm not having it. Ranking liveries. I'm joking. It's good fun. Actually, I'll tell you what then. 2 things. Best livery, or at least most improved livery since launch, could be a better one, actually. Well, you know, the launch photos versus what you see on track, who's beating you, and then I've got to ask you the big question before you go.
Okay, well, the best livery compared to what we've seen in the renders might be controversial. I'm going to say AlphaTauri. I still think the red is out of place, but it looks way better on track than what we saw in the launch. It looked like a sort of late addition and a mess in the launch renders. But get it out on track. I'm a fan. I like it. I'm gonna probably get a bit of hate for that, but it's not the best rate. It's not the best livery on the grids. Full stop. I'm gonna give that to either. No, I'm gonna say Aston because I like the green. I used to like Jaguar a lot as a kid, so I'm going with Aston on the best livery, but. Yeah, I'm not against the AlphaTauri one, not anymore.
It does definitely look better out on track. Definitely.
Sorry, careful, Will. Sean's about to propose.
Yeah, this is the big question. We've known each other for a little while now, Will. Not very long, but it's been long enough. So I feel like I can ask you this now. Come the end of today, which driver will be fastest and what will their time be? I'll tell you what people have said. Aldas went with Leclerc on a 130.5. Dyllan said Alonso on a 130.2. Jonty said Verstappen on a 130.0. Tomo said Verstappen on a 130.3. So it's your turn. I don't want to put any pressure on you, but you're at a massive advantage here because you have all the times from the first 2 days and the morning of day 3. Poor Aldas had to make that call after a morning on Thursday.
I've also got enough of a brain to know that Verstappen isn't even running in this session, so it won't be him.
Overall, yeah.
Overall,
yeah.
Okay.
For the week, the fastest time of the week, and who?
Well, we're already faster than that, aren't we? Here, so it's not going to be Ferrari because I think they topped the morning last time. I think they'll do something different in the second half of the day. Let's go with Alonso on a 130.8 because I think if Aston are running light, then they want to end this with a bang. So that, let's say Alonso 130.8.
So the fastest time we have at the moment is a 31.0 for the week, isn't it? From Leclerc,
yeah.
That was today. So Will thinks a couple of tenths is going to come off that time. Aldas thinks half a second. Yep. Tomo thinks 7/10. Dyllan thinks 8/10, and it'll come as no surprise to hear that Jonty has gone the most bold and thinks we're going to lose a whole second. Which I tell you what, we could, of a Perez, whoever, C5 tyre, low fuel, turn the engine up to maybe 86%, maybe really push it out. You never know. I'd be surprised if we lose a whole second, but Jonty has absolutely nailed it on some of these before, so you're not changing your mind, Jonty. That's cheating. I'm not letting you have that one. But we'll leave it there, Will, I think. I'll let you get off, mate. You've got things to be doing. But it's been absolutely awesome to have you on. Lovely, good chat. We've had some laughs. I'm sorry that by this point I'm slightly delirious, but, we've had fun with it. Dealt with a couple of people that, don't need to come back if they don't want to. And a good waffle, I think. And I think, actually, to be fair, whilst we have been a bit random and we've had a good waffle, I think we've covered some teams as well. We've made sure that we've had a good chat about the future, some testing, which is obviously important in testing streams, but also what's to come in F1. It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. As Andy said, I have survived. So I'm, the last 4 hours have flown by, haven't they? But no, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for having me on. And you never know, down the roads, hope to be back soon.
Hopefully. I'll be in touch.
That was your last one. You're fired. Bye.
Yeah, thanks for all your help, mate. But don't message me again. Unfollows, blocks. All right, mate. I'll let you go. Thank you so much. I'll definitely talk to you soon.
No worries. Have a good one. See you later, everybody.
Thank you to Will. We've got Dyllan and Jonty coming in a bit as well. Yes. If you are new to the channel, by the way, and my weird ramblings are annoying, I do apologise, but when you get to this stage of the testing streams, it all can get a little bit random. Like I say, I'm loving it. It's not a complaint, but I've done 9 hours a day, and we're halfway through this one. We're going to hit the maximum 27 hours, which is going to be great. So lots of questions this afternoon, though, to keep us... We can go off topic, but we'll try and keep on topic as much as possible as well. But lots of questions, lots of comments. Jonty and Dyllan will help me with that one. But we are green. We are green. I need to turn that one off. There we go. We are green. I will get the timer sorted for you. Don't worry about that one. That's just going to wait to tick down. I'll try and make sure it's nice and synced up. We will try and make sure it's synced. So I think about 4:14 we're going to be at by the time we get this timer going. We've got Esteban Ocon at the end of the pit lane doing a practice start at the moment. All looking good. Or from what I could see from that angle, it was all looking good. We are go. Oh, yes. Final afternoon. It's been emotional. Ocon straight out on track. Better put my other headphones back in, my second set, so I can hear what's going on. I like to hear, not necessarily the commentary, but I do like to hear the cars. I wish I could play the audio from that, but apparently even that would be a copyright strike. So let's not risk it. Not worth it. Ocon out on a set of mediums, a C3s by the look of it. Not expecting anything too quick to start with. This is outlap, of course. Not Ocon. Yes, it is Ocon. The live timing says Gasly's on track. That's definitely Ocon for several reasons. First of all, it says number 31 on the car. Secondly, that's definitely his crash helmet. Thirdly, he looks taller in the car. And also, just to finish off, we were told it was Ocon, so it's definitely Ocon. I don't know why the timing tower's saying Gasly. The timing screen, sorry, the official one's saying Gasly. Lots of reasons there. In terms of drama, if you are just tuning in, Piastri spin. Also, sensor fell off Perez's car, which gave us a red flag early on. We had a red flag when Bottas stopped on track. I'm going to keep saying suspected gearbox issue. That did seem that way. They're just showing a shot of the garage now. The screens are up, so they're obviously replacing something, or the floors off the car at least. But I've not seen Alfa themselves specifically tweet and say, this is a gearbox issue. So that's what it seemed like. So we'll go with that for now. But hopefully we'll get out 72 laps this morning. So hopefully we'll get some more laps on the boards. They're really the big talking points, I suppose. But again, no crashes. Can we think back to testing 2019? Was it that massive crash for Gasly? We've not had anything quite as hefty as that. Let's put it that way. Is it worth going through the times? I don't think, not a huge number more here, so we'll do that on the hour again, but you can see the times on screen there. I'll confirm the tyres again, just for anyone that's coming in the last 15 minutes before we get going, just who's done their fastest times on what compound. So Leclerc was C4, Russell C5, Drugovich C5, Perez and Gasly was C3, Albon C4, C3 for Hülkenberg, C3 for Piastri, C3 for Bottas, and C3 for De Vries. I will also switch over just before we get going to the other screen so that we've got the full timing on there when that eventually updates. If I can remember how to do this, it's all. See, this is where I miss the Stream Deck. This will be so much easier with that. Let's do that, and then we'll. 17 drivers haven't we this afternoon, so I'll have to cut that off a little bit early and put the box back in. But that should be. All good. I'm going to just... I'm trying to talk and do this change, and it is not going well, let's be honest. It's not going well. We'll transition that and see what it looks like. I think that should be okay. I can always tweak it if I need to. But yeah, we should see 17 drivers today. Should see 17 drivers all being well in total. There we go. That's better. I didn't move that across again. Wake up, Sean. What are you saying in chat? Do you think that Arthur Leclerc will be on the same level as Charles in F1? No. Just I feel like, whilst of course every driver will develop and improve over time, I feel like Charles was at a higher level as a junior, and so it would take quite a turnaround for Arthur to be able to do the same. He's a good driver. He's good in the junior formula, and he's got some great results. But I think that's a big ask. You know, good driver, Leclerc on another level. I don't think so, but that's not to attack him, of course. Nothing wrong with the Leclercs, generally speaking. I did see something I was going to read actually from Gary Anderson over on The Race, who was asked by somebody in his Q&A over on their blog what he thinks about the gap between Red Bull and Mercedes, or what they've heard. What the gap was between Red Bull and Ferrari, or where Ferrari are more than anything. And Gary says, and I'll quote him, I'm pretty sure the main battle will be between Red Bull and Ferrari. Both teams will look very fast every time they go on track. For Red Bull, it looks like Perez is struggling a lot more than Verstappen, but both Ferrari drivers seem to be at home in their cars. So the reason I wanted to pick that up is just because, and again, it is testing, speculation, pinch of salt, truck of salt, all of that business. If Red Bull are in a position where Perez is struggling and Ferrari drivers are happy with their car, it could be that, if Verstappen's the man to beat, maybe he goes on and wins the Drivers' Championship, but it could be a shot for Ferrari to win the Constructors. If they've got two drivers happy with the car and they're consistent with that, and Perez struggles, it would have to be all season, of course, but he may only struggle if he struggles at all for the first couple of races. But if he were to struggle for the whole season in that car, then that could open the door to Ferrari to take their first Constructors since 2008. Again, speculative nonsense in some ways, but you get the point. It's just something to keep an eye on early season and throughout the year. Consistency will be important, and if you've got two drivers happy with the car and they're being consistent, it does open the door a little bit. It does. He also went on to say, as for Mercedes, it needs to be careful that it doesn't get caught by Aston Martin, which so far has looked exceptionally good, says Max. So I didn't see that bit. Is it on the same page? But yeah, that's interesting. I think a lot of people seem to be talking, and when I say a lot of people, by the way, just to reiterate the point, it's a lot of people who have access to a lot of people I don't have access to. So I will take their word on it to a point, but they seem very confident that Aston have a chance of being the third fastest car if, there's a lot of ifs I know, but if that Mercedes package is a bit of a pain in the backside for the first race or two. I'll have a look, mate. Yeah, I'll have a look for that one and see if I can read the full quotes. I'll keep, if I can't find, I've read the quote, so I suppose I don't need to really. I missed that bit. Sorry, I thought that was as for Mercedes, it needs to be careful that it doesn't get caught by Aston Martin, which so far has looked exceptionally good. That's exciting. I'd love to see Fernando up there, and if he's in the car, Lance Stroll given a good car again, see what he can do in it. A really good car again towards the top end of the midfield, see what he can do with it. That'd be awesome. I'm gonna avoid the conversation on Robot Wars at the minute. I feel like we've done that twice already this week. But if we get there later and we really are running out, then I might come back to that one. I'm desperate to wade in. I'm like, you're all wrong. Who's on track? Carlos Sainz, Lando Norris, Kevin Magnussen. Sainz is going for a lap on the C3s. Of obviously green in all sectors because he's not set a lap time yet. Green, if you're new to Formula One, is a personal best. Purple is best overall. Yellow is down on your time. So let's see what he does. I do love a Ferrari. It is a very good looking car. And to answer what he does, he comes through and pits. Thanks, Carlos. So he's still not setting a time. So he was green and then pitted, and that's on the C3. And then he's going to come into the pits, and then by the look of it, get wheeled back into the garage. So some reconnaissance laps there, I would argue. What we're watching on board with Sainz. Is it a lockup? No, bit of a soaring at the wheel through there. Not quite. Not totally comfortable. Bit of a slide. Yes. Fight that car, Carlos. Fight it. Just trying to work out what we're looking at the replays, what's going on. I feel like I'm missing something. Back end out again as he comes out of turn 13. So it was a scrappy reconnaissance lap, if you want to call it that. Somebody was sat in a Mercedes car, a mechanic there now getting out. Lewis Hamilton in that car this afternoon. He's got his helmet on, so he's ready to hop in. So it's not going to be a long wait for Mercedes before they get... Eru, did I get video 20? Let me just check. Yes, it's in the stream. There you go. He's doing my videos for me as well. Looking at Lando Norris, good. The McLaren is straight out there. That's going to be important. I don't know if he's going for a hot lap. We'll find out. Or a quickish lap. He's on the C3. See what he can do when he comes through the first timing being very wide at turn 4. 1.4 down. So it's not the slowest lap he's doing. It could be checking a few things out, but he looks like he's... totally missed the apex at 8. Well missed it. Not even close. Is he going to lock up into 10? We see a lot of... Nope. Nice stuff. Good turning. Not too bad there. DRS. Is he using DRS? He isn't. Oh, that's the wrong screen. I wanted to know if he was. He is using DRS, yes. Or Magnussen is. I'll look at the wrong one, so maybe he isn't. Magnussen is actually green as well. Personal best. Sky Go is 30 seconds behind the live broadcast. Says GRT Chaos Racing. It is. A lot of my guests use Sky Go. And I keep spoiling things for them. I know it's only testing, but I'm still like, yes. About... I know some people are a minute behind actually on, I don't know if it's Now TV or Sky Go. I think they're similar things, aren't they? Or pretty much the same thing. Norris is going to be coming across the line, but he's not looking. He's using his DRS. He goes up to 11th. K-Mag crosses the line, goes up into 9th place on a 1 minute 35.522. So a nice lap on the board there. That was on the C3, by the way, just to confirm. But a relatively quiet start. There are cars out there, but... like I say, Sainz pitted. Norris was using DRS, just to confirm that for you. And Magnus has put in a decent time as well. Yeah, it is about 30 seconds, Sky Guy. I'm not an expert on it. Somebody's explained it before. I'm sure someone in chat. I'm not totally sure why they do that, but there you go. I'm trying not to get your conversations. Jack says, where do you get your photo from? Photos are from XPB. I pay for those at the end of each month. They are funded along with other things like Adobe, so Photoshop and Premiere Pro. They're all funded by Patreon. They contribute towards that one. So patrons over there. For those wondering, that's what you're helping to pay for, is the photos for videos and streams and all my software that I need. So keeps the channel going. Thank you very much. So yeah, XPB, they're very good at what they do. Very, very good. Processing. Thank you, Andras. That's the simple way of putting it. I like it. Just processing. That's all you need to know. How is Hamilton doing? It says Ace Records. I'd imagine I'm sure he's doing well personally, but he's not been out on track yet, if that's what you're asking. He's not been out on track yet. He is currently 17th on the official timing, because that's how they like to put them, but we do ours slightly differently. But he's not been out yet. No laps, no nothing. He is all ready to go, and they're getting the car ready, but there's no issues as far as I know. He's just not gone out just yet. And I think we've got the extra 15 minutes at the start of this session, because they like to do their stuff at the end, but there don't seem to be a mad rush to get them out there. They're just doing a side-by-side of the McLaren and the Aston Martin on TV again, and the McLaren nose looks considerably wider than the Aston Martin. I don't know how much of that is the angle or whatever, but it definitely looks quite a lot wider than the Aston one. The Aston one comes down to a much nicer tip. Not quite like the Ferrari one. I do like the Ferrari nose. But yeah, it's just, I keep looking at the Aston, you can see a lot of things are so different to last year's car. And I think we discussed it yesterday. Is this the first time? Are we seeing what Dan Fallows can do at Aston Martin finally? It's his first car, isn't it, with them? So a lot of stuff on there. That's quite interesting. Some nice aggressive cars out there. Some are clearly just, I mean, all of them are evolved from last year, but some of them are more evolved, if that's the thing, than some of the others. Some look very similar to last year. Others have gone another way, like Aston Martin, the Alpine as well, particularly around the nose, those canyons on their side pods and that sort of thing. Some have gone mad, some haven't. So yeah, I'm impressed with some of the stuff we've seen this year. I'd like to see people go a bit more aggressive, but that's just me being me. Yeah. Got nothing else to add to that one. I'm just going to repeat what I just said. So we are on board with Norris coming through turn 12 into turn 13. He's done a personal best middle sector, yellow in the first sector. So it's not a hot lap. We're not talking everything turned up, soft tires or anything. He's on the C3 at the moment. So, but he's getting the laps in. I think that's what I'm not going to pay much attention to. I mean, the times generally, but certainly not McLaren. The priority for them has got to be to get the laps in. And just as I say that, Lando Norris pulls into the pit lane. It has been a quiet start. A very quiet start. Unusually. I'm just going to read a couple of comments and then I'm going to bring people in. Let's see. Yeah, so just make sure everything's okay. Sorry, something wasn't quite right there. So, any thoughts on Mercedes sandbagging or having problems? Sorry if you've already talked about it. Says Franz. Again, no team is showing their hand. I know that's obvious. It is. We're not going to see absolutely everything that everyone's got. I think Mercedes have been working on their own programs. They certainly were on day one. They were doing a lot of stuff around that. But I think I don't feel like anybody's really... what's the phrase I'm looking for? It's not sandbagging, because like I say, everyone's sort of holding something back, but I don't think anyone's deliberately going out there to mislead us with their laps and times, if that makes sense. I don't think there's any of that going on necessarily. There will be some gamesmanship. And again, no one's showing everything they've got, but I don't think anybody is specifically going out there and, you know, 1 million laps of fuel, an extra ton on the car, hardest tyres, everything turned down to 1%. Yeah, I don't think anyone is this year. And like I say, as I was saying earlier, actually, I don't know if you missed that one, Franz, but Gary Anderson saying that he believes it looks like Red Bull versus Ferrari and that Mercedes need to watch out for Aston Martin because they're looking very good. So I think they're working on their program is a short answer, and they're probably trying to resolve some of the things that they're struggling with. It's the way I'd go with that one. I thought Dyllan was joining us this afternoon. I thought he was. I don't know if he's had a bit of an issue anywhere. I'll message him in a minute. But Jonty's here. Not that I don't want you here, Jonty, but Jonty's here. Good afternoon, mate. How are you?
No, I'm fine.
Good.
How's everyone?
I'm good. Slightly delirious, but I'm here. I'm still going. How have you felt about what you've seen today so far? Don't see. I mean, we've got the quickest time from Leclerc, but it a bit busier, bit of drama, but
yeah, it's still nothing out of the ordinary, really. But I've just been sat thinking about the people wondering whether there's sandbagging going on, and I think this year it boils down to the fact they haven't got time.
That's true, yeah.
Previously we could have had things like going out on one lap of fuel to blast around and put in a blistering time, or crawling around, because all of that would interrupt the testing program, and they really don't have time for it now, particularly the ones who've had issues. I mean, still no official word on the Alfa Romeo, but as you said earlier, definitely sounds gearboxy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it definitely did. But also, I think, just on your point there, do you think with 3 days now, Will was saying Gunther Steiner was talking about possibly going down to 2 days with 2 cars per team. Do you think the days of what I would call proper sandbagging, do you think that's gone now? Because, like you said, there just isn't the time.
Maybe. It all depends on, in the future, how the regs change. If we're going to have incremental differences each year, there might be a little bit. But if there's going to be a couple of small but significant changes, again, they'll just have less and less time to actually do it. And they'll have to fully focus on what the testing program is.
No worries, Dyllan. Dyllan says he's just making food. He is coming. I wasn't. I couldn't remember if you were or not. I get so what I've agreed with people. By this point, whoever turns up turns up. If everyone turns up and I've got 8 people here, that's fine. I can have a lie down. So no rush, mate. We're all right. You've got a few hours. It's okay. I'm interested to actually hear your thoughts, Jonty. I was just saying there before you came in that, and I'm sure you heard us this morning, but Gary Anderson talking about pecking order at the front and Red Bull versus Ferrari. No great surprise there. Although I am interested to keep an eye on the Ferrari degradation, which apparently is quite high again this year. But the one that he talked about was that Mercedes need to be looking over their shoulder at Aston Martin, and there's some question marks there about whether or not, it seems crazy to say it given where they were this time last year. I know things changed, but this time last year. But could Aston be P3? Could we see these first couple of races as Mercedes get to grips with the car, as Lewis Hamilton goes very wide at turn 4, soaring away at the wheel, but until they get to grips with the car, could Aston be the surprise next week? Could we see top 3 for them?
No.
He says no.
I'm not convinced that Aston's as quick as things may appear. All the quick times are on softer tyres, admittedly the same as Mercedes and only one step softer than Ferrari. But there's nothing radical enough on that car to push it that far forward that quick. They may have refined a lot of things, but there's no way they're going to jump that far ahead. For that to happen, lots of other teams will have had to have got things very, very wrong.
Yeah, but I could see them being up there with Alpine. I've said a couple of times, been up there with Alpine in the fight for P4, maybe McLaren as well. And if Mercedes, I'm not saying they will, of course, but if they have a shocker for a couple of races, then Aston could be a top 3 in those first couple of rounds. I mean, weirder things have happened. I'm not expecting them to be top 3 come Abu Dhabi or anything like that, but I think they look good out there. And it's not even just a pace thing. They just look very, very comfortable in the car. And you look at the Mercedes, we're seeing, soaring at the wheel. They're not totally comfortable with things. Question marks still about this zero side pod concept. What can they change? Can they control that airflow around the car like others can? Are they going to go to the Red Bull style side pods? I think there's a lot of question marks there. So I don't think Aston will be, but I think it's that could word again. They could be if everything works their way. I feel like they're going to be taking on Alpine for top 4 this year. I was actually, to be fair, Jonty, quite confident McLaren will be in the mix, but having seen this morning, I'm not totally sure they're going to be there right now.
Yeah, and they're definitely improved. That much is clear. But to jump that far forward, that would simultaneously mean that McLaren, Alpine, and someone else maybe will have had to have got it wrong by the same measure, or not improved by the same measure, and that doesn't look like the case at the moment. Most teams seem to have improved on their own pace from last year, which would roughly keep things about as it was.
Which it would just be so F1, wouldn't it? Really. Before I introduce Dyllan, I was just going to say, Jonty, as well, in that case then, is there anybody you look at out there who you think looks particularly bad, like really properly awful? Or do you think a lot of teams, those teams who might be towards the back, are just dealing with niggling things rather than horrifically terrible problems? Apart from McLaren, bless them.
McLaren, possibly AlphaTauri. They don't look super quick as things stand, but again, it's very hard. Unless everyone at least makes some attempt at a quick lap, we're not really going to know. But I'm hoping we get that this afternoon, because we've already had more quick runs than we ever normally would in testing. So fingers crossed.
I mean, Tsunoda's got a lot of Flovies on the side of that car when you get a shot of that, Jonty. So they're checking something out on the AlphaTauri. We'll find out what that is. Lando Norris looks like he's going back out again, by the way. I was going to think of a really cool intro, but I'm going to try something different for a change. Hi, Dyllan.
Evening.
He's there. Evening. Morning. Afternoon, sir. Afternoon. Yeah, great.
I actually slept in a little bit today, so I missed some of testing.
You missed it? Oh.
Some of it, yeah, I did. I saw the spin, though. We finally got someone spin. I know you mentioned yesterday, Jonty, that we didn't get any cars facing the wrong way round. Piastri spun today, though, didn't he?
I missed that.
The Piastri spin?
I think so. I think it was Piastri.
It's not. It's the most dramatic thing we've seen happen, but it's not that dramatic. It was at turn on the run. Was it turn 10?
I think it was the kink just before turn 10. What they
hit a bump, didn't he? And
yeah,
maybe pushing the limits, hit a bump into a spin, and then just got going straight away. It's not like he went hurtling through the air or anything, Jonty. It's not as dramatic. It's just the most dramatic thing we've seen. Because I'm still not. I think it's what you said, actually, Jonty, about how we're not going to know until everyone sets the time. I think there's also an element of teams, maybe we'll see it this afternoon, aren't giving everything yet because, again, down to that testing time, they don't want their driver to push the limits, go over the limit, and then stick it in a wall and lose the day. So I don't think we're seeing anything like what we're going to see next week, which I'm very excited for. Again, buzzing.
Yeah, I'm kind of suspicious that for a lot of teams, we may well see them do their best sectors 1 and 2 and then back right off. And then on other laps, really banzai the last sector after crawling around the first half.
Ferrari's still running the 2, by the way, the 2 supports on the rear wing. They were running the 1 this morning, but they had a DRS issue. We believe they've changed it. Well, they've definitely changed it because they were running the 1, now they're running the 2, or it was the other way around. Either way, but they are running the 2 at the moment. Just for anyone who might be wondering, Carlos Sainz, is he gearing up for a lap? Come on, Carlos. Give us a lap. What's he on? The C3 tyre. I'm sure it'll be nowhere near a pole lap for next week, but we'll see what Carlos can do. I'll watch it. I love it when we go on board, just to get to a corner, see what he's in there. Not bad. Nice and tidy. The thing I was reading this morning, apparently degradation on the Ferrari. There's some concern, some thoughts from Red Bull and Mercedes that Ferrari are quite high on deg, which, again, I take that with a pinch of salt because Ferrari and Mercedes aren't going to come out and talk about, wax lyrical about how beautiful that Ferrari is and how amazing they are. But that's something they've been asked about and they've brought up. Their data shows them. Turn 8, he's totally missed that one. But yeah, not a super quick lap. Not a super quick lap. You say you missed a lot of the morning then, Dyllan. You caught the spin, but what stood out for you, good or bad, from today thus far?
It's so hard to judge because you've obviously had Leclerc, who's did a couple of quick laps. George got a couple of quick laps in as well. But we're on day 3 now, so you expect to see that. It's not like you're thinking, oh, hang on a minute, have Mercedes now found out the issues and they finally got the car under control? They probably could have done that speed anyway. They just didn't want to because they had their programs going. So I don't know. It's hard to judge. Has there been anyone that's been in the garage quite a lot today and hasn't got much mileage? Let me have a look on your
Piastri
laps. Oh, really?
I mean, Bottas has been in the garage for a while, but he did do some good mileage today, some good long runs as well. 22 laps on the hard tyre. But Piastri, the issue that Norris had on Thursday, Piastri had the same issue this afternoon. This morning,
it's the little
sorry.
things that go over the wheels, right? They've been like melting or something. Apparently, they thinned them out for weight saving, and then they've obviously been failing. So they're probably going to try and revert that for next week or something. I think they said.
Do we have an official word for those things? Because Sky called them the wheel brows. Is that what we officially call them now, Jonty?
I thought that had been adopted last year. Wheel brow.
It has it. Okay, fair enough.
Useless, ugly piece of crap is what I prefer to call them.
At least if the only issue is the wheel brows and it's just they're a little bit too thin and they're kind of like melting a little bit, they can just thicken that up a little bit. Yes, it adds a little bit more weight, but then that's it. It's not like the brakes are overheating and they have no idea why.
I just on the wheel stuff. As Sykes goes up into P9 on a 135.3, they're still working, aren't they, on these arches or whatever they want to put on the cars to help with the spray in wet weather. That's something. We're getting a new tyre in Imola, a new wet weather tyre, so maybe we'll see some wet weather running rather than just waiting for it to stop raining, putting the inters on, and then pitting 2 laps later for dries. But they want to get some wheel arches sorted for the spray, which is interesting. I don't know whether that's going to ever happen or whether that is just something they're still looking into. I think the official word is working on or something along those lines, but I'm not. Yeah,
I think what I think that's going to be difficult. If they're working on some kind of like wheel covers to try and reduce spray, that's then going to probably mean that it's going to be harder for the water to then get drained off the track. It'll just hit the wheel covers, go down, and then it's still on the track. So I think that's probably what they're trying to balance out, is reducing the spray but also making sure it clears.
You'd be impressed at the innovation the design offices have at what they call different components and the acronyms, said Catherine. I can imagine there's so many. And I do love a good acronym as well, by the way. So if you've got any to share, please feel free, if you can. That'd be great.
Oh, no, there's space and astronomy. They're the kings of acronyms. If you look at some of the stuff that's happening, like satellites and telescopes and stuff being sent up for the next few years, there's some amazing acronyms.
Catherine says they're not always very polite. Which is fair enough. The Red Bull probably wouldn't want a driver who could challenge Max for the number 1 position, so that could create unwanted conflict in the team. You possibly have another conversation, but I'm going to read it anyway. That racing guy, why not? Alpine looked kind of average. Actually, average is kind of how I describe their testing, or in a way. I've not been blown away by their testing, but I'm not concerned about them, if that makes sense. So I'm not sure if they are average in terms of their pace. We will find out this time next week, or getting that way. But I'm not. Yeah, I'm not concerned for them, but I'm not kind of like, wow, that's amazing. If that makes, you know what I mean. But
who's that?
Alpine.
Is he
good laps?
They're the ones I'm more suspicious of.
Ooh, that they've got something maybe.
Yeah, because you either get the teams who are, we're struggling and can't really get this right. That there's a few issues, blah blah blah, which means they're either screwed or the fastest. It's never just plain honesty. And then you have the ones that are blitzing around, going faster than everyone, which means they're either terrible and running low fuel all the time, or they are the best by a mile. It's the ones who just quietly get on with it. They're the ones you have to watch, because it usually means they've got something.
They're also the only team that's significantly under the weight limit as well, which can then help them.
Yeah, and that's a big point.
We know how much it helped Alfa Romeo last year, didn't it?
Yeah, they were the only ones at the weight limit. And look how much better they were for the first 7-8 races.
I mean, Bottas started, was it the first race next to Lewis? Like, he was on par in qualifying in the Mercedes, and he was finishing like 6th and 7th, wasn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's right. It's the quiet ones you have to watch. I love how suspicious that sounds. That's that. Do you know, if Alpine are a sensation this year, Jonty, we're going to have to use that for them now. They are the quiet ones. The quiet ones you have to watch.
Until they kick off with each other.
Yeah, till then.
Yeah, just quietly whispering, L plan. Because they can't say it properly anymore because Alonso's gone.
I thought L plan was an Alonso thing, not a Alpine thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So Alpine don't have L plan anymore. It's
well,
gone Aston Martin.
Their L plan thing, which they put all over the rear wing, was kind of like the mission win now of Ferrari. It's like they put L plan on the rear wing, and suddenly L plan ended up being L. Let's not blow up anymore.
Yeah, L. Goodbye, Alonso.
It all sort of went wrong, didn't it?
I did like that they embraced that, though.
Yeah,
like it's become a meme. Let's run with it.
That's what I was saying to Will this morning. It's something that is helping with the sport's growing, and it feels like it's moving forward so quickly now. And the teams now engaging in that way with fans is it's a part robotic, of that. Yeah, it's neutral, not all PR.
Yeah,
I mean it is PR, but you know what I mean. It's not all. I just wish the drivers could just give us a bit more of what they really think when they come for an interview. Although some are quite good at that. Some are quite good at that.
They can do good tweets and everything. I think it was Haas are great. They have some amazing tweets. Like they'll just go just spam the keyboard all capital letters and stuff as a tweet when something crazy happens. But years ago it'd be as if you have a problem with your internet or you need to call up a utility company and you ask them a question and you can just hear them scrolling through pieces of paper of like, right, what do I say to respond to this? And it's like, it's less monotone, it's less robotic. There's more actual. What's the word?
F1 team Twitter used to be. This is a factual. What is it? What was it? This is a factual statement, or whatever the Ferrari one was that everyone keeps going back to. I can't remember.
What we tweeted was a factual description of events. No need to speculate on this.
That's the one. That's what F1 Twitter used to be.
Which is... I've got to respect them for still to this day not deleting that.
It's only recently that Alpine deleted that one of the hare or the rabbit after Kimi had moved. It's only recently that one was deleted, I think. So... Because that cropped up again.
Oh, did they delete their Piastri tweet?
Good question. Surely they did.
Know.
Surely they did. Is it true that Ferrari are having tyre degradation problems in testing like second half of last year? Again, that's the rumour. That is the speculation or whatever you want to call it from those in the know that there's a concern, if you like, that Ferrari's deg is high, but it's testing. Be careful. We'll find out in a week. We'll soon find out in a week because if they're struggling with degradation, then they might be a spot of bother next weekend. I'm not going to commit either way, but that's what the word is. That's what the line is from people. Alpine, yes, Jonathan. Okay. I don't know why I was going to read that out. I look at things and smile, but I don't know why I went to read it. I just did. Ocon porpoising like crazy, says that racing guy. Just on bouncing rather than porpoising. Hulkenberg was quite bouncy today. The Ferrari looked it as well, but I think they were yesterday from what I was watching. So like watching Magnussen down the straight now, we're not on board. I know there's bumps down that straight, but there's also sort of the car's definitely got some movement in there, which is... interesting to see. Pietro Fittipaldi in the garage. Just on track at the moment, by the way. Albon, Sainz, Magnussen, Norris, Ocon, and Tsunoda. And I'll do the times and tyres and laps and all that in about 7-ish minutes. Something along those lines. Mercedes, some work going on at Mercedes by the look of it. On the nose, that's not on the car. Doesn't look like a panic. A few people gathered around there. But not a mad rush or panic, as it doesn't tend to be in testing. Just trying to do something there, but can't quite work that out. Sights out there on the C3 as well. Not a good first sector, or not a personal best first sector. Hopefully he'll get another lap on the board. I really want to see, as unlikely as it might seem, at least a couple of teams just take the fuel out. Softest tyre, stick a lap in with half an hour to go and get us all giddy. Steal the headlines ahead of next week and be the big talking point. That would be pretty cool.
You know the 10 drivers that were in this afternoon yet? Have you give your time and prediction of driver yet?
Oh, I don't have to because I'm the host.
Yes, but you said you was going to wait, so you've got to do it. Come on.
I'll tell you what, I'll wait till 4:30 and I'll let you know then.
No, I reckon we should all get in chat and make him give a prediction now before any quicker times come down. Come on, Sean.
No.
No, make your prediction, or else me and the mods will let the sex bots carry on. We won't ban them. So there.
I'm desperate to say something, but I'm not going to because we're live. If this was a personal conversation, though, Jonty, I'd have said all sorts, and you can imagine what. I don't know, because I don't really.
Well, you know we can't be Max, so Max got beat by Joe yesterday, so that's one that you can knock out.
Well, Leclerc's got the fastest time of 31.0, and I'm not. All I'm going to end up doing is picking something around what one of you has said, because that's probably where we're going to end up. But
go on then, pick one.
Who we got? Nando, Hamilton, Tsunoda, Bottas, Ocon.
So you've got more information to work with than we did. I picked mine.
Yeah, but have you
evening on day 3?
Have you seen my predictions? I could have the result and still get it wrong. I am that kind of predictor. I am not very good at it. Give me 2 minutes rather than sitting here going I'll have a think while I'm just reading some comments and keeping an eye on what's going on.
You see, I really want it to be someone like Williams or Haas.
Yeah,
but to be sneaky about it, sort of go with the absolute minimum fuel possible and then go out with maximum engine modes on like the C3 and bang in a time that's, close to a 1:31 to really make the other teams that take note and like, hey, that's a bloody quick one from them. What's going on?
I can just imagine if that happens. If it would be the Haas or the Williams, the time that they'd get in practice will be quicker than what they manage in qualifying. Like something will go wrong or something. They are quicker in practice than qualifying.
Almost like take so much fuel out that you can't get back to the pits. So you do your lap, it's super quick, and then, oh no, stop the car, we've got a problem. Right at the end of the session.
Yeah.
Every bit of it out. That could be a laugh.
That was a big lock-up for Lando.
I think we're going to get a replay now, possibly. We're watching come through turn 5 on a replay. Not totally smooth out there. Twitchy. Straight on. Almost at the hairpin. Little lock-up there. That wasn't good, but I'm guessing there's a much bigger lock-up than that one, Jonty. He's just gone a little bit wide at the hairpin on that replay with a small-ish lock-up. I think small. Big enough. Big enough.
It is an interesting rumour going around. There are 3 potential buyers interested to take over AlphaTauri.
Honda, Andretti, Sean.
Andretti. High-Tech GP. Which,
High-Tech?
Yeah, that's surprising. They're not exactly a big name even in F2 or 3.
And before Rich Energy are like, yeah, we'll buy it.
And the Indian billionaire who owns Mumbai Falcons.
What would he call it? Falcon Towery? No. I was hoping you were going to say Honda. Because
Lawrence Stroll's going to buy all 10 teams so that he can say, I won.
I just think Honda, Alpha Tauri, there's a deal to be done there.
Can we discuss the powertrains? Because I think Red Bull was a little bit naughty and cheeky.
I'll tell you what. You give us your thoughts on that, Dylan, and I'll come up with a prediction. How's that? Seems fair.
Hang on, wait on a sec, because there's more to that. Because the news of the Red Bull management's determined that results and marketing value doesn't justify the costs. So AlphaTauri's either got to move to England or get sold.
So it looks like there's a possibility they could be gone then.
That's
maybe discuss
big.
that for a minute first. Yeah. So.
No, we'll come back to that. Let Dylan do.
Yeah, let Dylan do that.
No, you can talk about this first. That's fine.
No, go on, Dylan. It's all right. Well, I'll have a read and see what I can find as well.
So what I was going to say with the Red Bull is that Honda made this big announcement to leave, and then obviously, am I mistaken? But everyone that worked for Honda on the engine was then transferred to Red Bull's program.
Pretty much.
So the entire equipment they had, the entire department, development, all of that, literally just moved over to Red Bull. Because for me, I feel like with Honda leaving, Red Bull's then tried to be cheeky and be like, oh, we're a new engine provider. Can we get more money to fund our engines? Even though it's basically the same, it's just changed the name. And then they've gone no. And then Honda's like, oh, I want to join back. I feel like there might have potentially been something going on there to give them an edge on the engine. And then when they've been denied it, Honda's wanted to come back, potentially. But even if that wasn't the case with Honda, I still think it's really cheeky of Red Bull to try and class themselves as a new engine when they still have all of the equipment, they still have everything like this that they had when they were Honda. All they've done is took the name Honda off it and put Red Bull powertrains on it, when it's exactly the same.
Yeah, but there was a lot of legislation around that.
It's like if a new team buys, let's say Andretti bought AlphaTauri, they don't need to pay them that 200-300 million, do they? Because they're buying an existing team. So if it's like Red Bull have then bought an existing engine, they're not a new engine provider. So I thought that was quite naughty that they tried to get away with being, oh, we're a new engine, so let us have unlimited development until 2026 because we're a new engine. You know, if you were a new engine, like Audi coming in, if they are a brand new engine, they don't have any of the technology, they don't have any of the facilities, but Red Bull has literally bought everything from Honda, kept all the people from Honda. So essentially, nothing's changed apart from the name.
Yeah, well,
I thought that was naughty. So
I wouldn't
I'm
expect
kind of
them
glad
to
they
try
didn't
anything else.
Yeah, I think any team would have done the same thing. But I'm kind of glad that they put the foot down and was like, no, you're not allowed to develop more than the other teams.
Sorry, just reading those bits that you were talking about, Jonty. That's definitely something to keep an eye on, isn't it? I'm not totally surprised. But my thinking was more that Red Bull would consider letting AlphaTauri go more because of the strength of their junior program. Maybe if they thought that there weren't the juniors they wanted to bring through or whatever, that maybe they've moved them on because there's no point having effectively a junior team if you're not going to put your juniors in there. I mean, we've got De Vries this year having to come in because they didn't think Lawson or whoever else was ready. That's why I thought it might get sold, but I never even thought really about the extra costs it would. So moving to England or sell it, or might have to be sold is the phrase, isn't it? They're not saying definitely, but.
So why would they move to England just to make it more affordable to work with Red Bull?
Because I assume they'd all be in the same place, more or less.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to share anything, are you? So what advantage would they get for moving closer?
I think you can share, can't you? 'Cause I think
power units.
Yeah, but I also think McLaren have used. Is it McLaren that used Mercedes wind tunnel or Aston did? Somebody did.
Oh, you mean the field? Oh, yeah, the facilities. Yeah.
You can't.
Do they use
share
Ferraris
cars.
right now, or do they use their own?
I would assume that they use Red Bulls. But then you like I said, you also got to consider the fact that the powertrain manufacturers in England.
Yeah.
and that's a long way to keep shipping parts backwards and forwards.
Yeah, that's true. I think especially with the budget cap, that's just going to suck up so much money over the course of the year. If Haas have been like, yo, we saved 250,000 a year for reducing our screens and stuff like that at the side of the pit wall, then how much AlphaTauri going to lose? Because it'll be AlphaTauri that's losing money there. Like, Red Bull is the brand, but shipping things back and forth will come on AlphaTauri's budget, so wouldn't it?
And this is just speculation, but if there is a lot of the having to ship power unit components backwards and forwards, that would surely fall under import and export. Brexit's a thing now.
True.
That's probably tripled those costs.
Also, if Honda are potentially interested in buying AlphaTauri, that would probably at least give Tsunoda some hope that he'd stay in the team if they want to keep a Japanese driver as well.
But if they're really serious about this, I could honestly see the team being bought by Andretti before the end of the year.
If Andretti had his way by the end of the week, if he could do a deal, that would be a good way to get him, wouldn't it?
Oh, and wouldn't it be a glorious middle finger to all of the team principals going, well, we've got to consider the financial problems that it could cause for us. No.
Yeah,
particularly Gunter. It's like, they're coming in exactly the same way you did. You can't bitch about it now.
I know.
They buy AlphaTauri. Nobody apart from Red Bull knows about it. They're all in a meeting chatting about the season, and in walks Michael Andretti. It's I'm here anyway, bitches.
I can understand it if we've had 12 teams for like 50 years and it's always been 12 teams, and then next minute there's a 13th team trying to come in. But it wasn't that long ago we had 12 teams, so it's not out of the norm to have 12. So having an 11th team come and join
8 years ago.
Yeah. Like, they get money for that team joining anyway. If something needs to change in the rules to be like, oh, well, we don't get enough money now, then potentially talk about increasing that and be like, we feel like, is it 200 million? I think it's 200 million, right? And it's like for a new team joining, if they've deemed that 200 million is not sufficient enough to give to the teams and stuff like that, then they could be like, okay, it's not enough. It's going to increase to 300 million. If Andretti are like, yeah, sure, that's fine. We'll pay that. These discussions should be had. I don't feel like the team should have any say.
I think they should, because they've got to protect their own interests as well. They can't just, if Formula One just keep throwing teams at it, then you're putting others at risk.
Oh, 100%.
So they have to have a
keep
say.
Throwing them in, but I'm sure that they've signed contracts where it's like, if another team comes in, they're aware this is the money that they're paid. So the fact that just one, it's not like Formula One are throwing constant teams in. They're just trying to bring one team in. All the teams are aware of this 200 million, and that they're still saying no, even though
the teams are worth considerably more than 200 million now, because the sport's worth so much more. I mean, the rumor mill on money is that you look at Sauber, their sale to Audi is going to be substantially more than what Williams sold for, because the value of the teams has grown. So they have to protect their interests. They do need to find a way to keep the current teams happy, but they can't just shut the door to every single team that wants to come to Formula One, and because they're not shutting doors to manufacturers, curiously enough, but they don't want another team. But what I think a lot of this is I think Michael Andretti has put a few noses out of joint by coming out and saying quite openly, yes, we'd like to join F1. Yes, we're facing resistance, which, is refreshing, because at least we're getting to see what the process is and why Andretti is struggling, rather than being all secretive. But at the same time, by coming out and doing that, he's upset teams. And if teams, whether we want them to have a say or not, they have got a say. So if the teams have got a say and you've frankly pissed those teams off, they're not going to be very welcoming, and they're going to be as awkward as they can be. And that's not just on teams coming in. That's on F1 teams in general. They like to be awkward. Is the way I go on that.
Like, teams should be able to give their opinion and stuff like that, but they shouldn't be able to say no and then it can't happen. Like, Formula One at the end of the day is a sport. If they want to be like, we want to have up to 12 teams, then if a Formula One team's not happy that they're going to get less money, then they don't have to stay.
I'll come back to this in a second. I need to go through the times. I didn't realise we'd gone quite that far past 1 o'clock. So I'll just quickly go through the times, then we'll come back to it. So hold that thought, Dyllan, and we'll come back. Charles Leclerc, 1:31.024, fastest time of the day and the week. I'll do tyres in a second. 67 laps for him. 83 laps for George Russell, a 1:31.442. Sergio Perez, a 1:31.714. He's done 78 laps. Drugovich, 1:32.075, 77 laps, 56 laps for Gasly, 1:32.762, Albon 1:32.793, 63 laps, Hülkenberg 1:33.329 on 77 laps, Piastri 44 laps, 1:33.655. It is 14 laps for Magnussen so far, 1:34.802, Sainz 1:34.918 in 10th place, 10 laps so far. Bottas back out on track, 1:35.569, 76 laps, 1:35.669 for Norris, 13 laps so far. Ocon, 36.384 and 16 laps so far. 11 laps at the moment for Tsunoda, 1:36.875. Hamilton 15th, 1:37.395, 15 laps. De Vries 1:38.244, 87 laps for De Vries this morning. And Fernando Alonso has just gone out on track, is doing green sector, so he's about to ruin this. So I'm going to quickly finish it. He hasn't done a time yet. 2 laps on the board. I will update his time. I'll tell you his time when he goes across the line. But Leclerc did his fastest time on the C4 tyre. Russell was on the C5. Perez was the C3. Drugovich the C5. Gasly the C3. Albon the C4. Hülkenberg the C3. Piastri C3. Magnussen C3. Sainz C5. Bottas C3. Norris C2. Ocon C3. Tsunoda C2. And then Hamilton and De Vries C3. And Fernando Alonso has gone across the line and has posted... timing hasn't updated on the official screen, so I will come to that in just a second and see what they do on the official, or the TV timing, not the official side, the TV timing. Thank you very much for your super chat, Mike. Appreciate that one. Don't forget, if you would like to support the stream and help us to hit that goal at the top of the screen, it'd be amazing if we could get there. Then you can do so through PayPal, through Super Chats, and of course through Streamlabs. Please do like the stream as well if you are watching. 1,000 people watching, 541 likes. Let's get that well over 700 today. In fact, let's just keep going. There's no target. Let's just keep getting those likes on. And don't forget to subscribe if you are new. Lots of content to come this year. Fernando Alonso, by the way, he has jumped up. There he is, a 1:33.125 on what I assume is a C3 tyre. Because that seems to be what everybody's on. It is indeed, yes. Everyone loves a C3 tyre for Fernando Alonso. So, yes, subscribe, like, and if you want to pop in a super chat or anything like that, then feel free and help us hit that goal for the streams this year. That would be awesome. Yes.
Do Ferrari still get their long-standing payment?
Not the full amount that they used to get.
No,
do
it's
they?
less, but they still get.
Why do they still get that? You shouldn't get money for just being a team that's been there for a long time.
Well,
Williams and McLaren get it too.
Yeah, at least
no
they
one
stick
should
around.
get it. Nobody should get it.
The thing is, though, I feel like I sort of agree, but at the same time, you think Ferrari have been more or less from day one, and they've not been too much bother to the sport. That's sarcasm. They've had their moments, and McLaren have stuck around, and Williams. But then you've got like Honda, for example. They come in, they provide engines, then they buy a team, and then they don't want it anymore, and they give it off to somebody else, and then they disappear, and then they come back. And I feel like, rewarding that loyalty, if you like, to the sport. I can understand why they do it, but I do feel like that money could be better for Ferrari, McLaren, and Williams. You could divvy that up between all the teams, and it'd make a bit more sense. But I understand why they want to kind of reward that.
I could understand it.
Again.
I could understand it more if every team, with the budget cap being in now, every team could reach that budget. But I mean, was it a few years ago Ferrari got 90 million for just being Ferrari when there was no budget cap?
Excessive.
That's 90 million. Yeah, that's like, even if it's like 30 million now, that'd be like 30 million more that they can spend on a car that other teams don't have, and they get that just for being Ferrari. You know, every other team has just as much right to be as competitive, to be in the sport. But just because they got the name Ferrari, and yes, they've been there a long, long time, but that was then, not now. Why they get extra money when you've got other teams that are struggling to get sponsors and here, and then Formula One's just like, yeah, here's 30 million. I don't get that. I know it's not just Ferrari, it's other teams, but it's like no one should get money that way. That money could be split throughout prize pots to all the teams in the top 10 where you finish. That could be money used to put in a pot, so when a new teams join, those teams get that money, so they're happier.
Mark says in chat, you might as well be speaking alien language saying the CX tyre choice. And then says, if you know what the compound is, i.e. hard, medium, soft, etc. I completely get that maybe new fans might not know that, but I do go through the tyres throughout the stream on and off and tell people what the range is and what they range from. But at the same time, if I say C2 and you're not sure, then not you, Mark, but people in Google exists. Go check it out. I'm not gonna. Otherwise, when I come to updating the times, I'm gonna be taking about an hour to do that, and then I'll be updating the times again. So we've been through the tyres a couple of times already today. We'll do it again a little bit later, just to confirm. But I don't mind reading times out, but I'm not gonna spoon feed everything to everybody. I'm not saying you're new, Mark. That's why I said not aimed at you. I'm just saying. Google exists if people aren't sure, but I will try and make sure that at least a couple of times in a stream or 3 times I'll go through the compounds, but they do range from the hardest C0 to the softest C5, so I'm sure they can fill in the blanks in the middle for now. Sonoda crossing the line, he's gone green. Nearly broke into song then, bit of George Ezra. Goes 14th at the moment, so there you go.
I just saw in your comment they said you have to be pretty naive to think Haas is going to be treated like Ferrari when Ferrari is F1. I don't think that Haas should be treated like Ferrari. I feel that every team should be treated equally because at the end of the day it should be an even playing field. All the teams have the same things Formula One give them. You get the same track time, you get the same practice sessions, qualifying sessions. And then it's up to the teams to make the most of the resources they have, the money they have, and things like that, and the engineers to get an edge over other teams. But if you have 2 teams with same equipment, and then Formula One go, yeah, here's extra money for you to spend on your car, they're going to have an advantage, which I don't think's fair that someone has just because they've been in the sport a long time. Doesn't matter if you've been in 1 year, you've been in 100 years. Everyone should start on an equal playing field. And then, depending on how well you do each season, should determine the money that you win.
Sorry, Dylan. I am listening, mate. I just tried to update an issue here, which is winding me up on my stream. You know how it is when something happens, mate. You know what it's like on a stream.
Yeah.
No, I totally understand that. You know, giving
I know it's
money...
never going to be an even playing field.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't be down to Formula One to decide who gets what money. That should be down to the teams with the money they've got to make the most of it. You look at, when it was still for Racing Point, they had such little money, and look how well they did with that car. Ferrari, Mercedes, and Red Bull are spending 300-400 million. Racing Point have got 150 million, and they're doing so good with the money they've got. Imagine if they would have got an extra 90 million from Ferrari. How much more competitive would they have from Formula One? How much more competitive would they have been? I just think it's crazy that I know they've reduced it now, but I feel like it shouldn't be a thing anyway. Considering, I know it's Ferrari, but they haven't won a title in almost 20 years.
Ref says Ferrari gives F1 way more than any other team, so they get more. Ferrari's legacy gets them the best people. They don't need extra, says Ginger Fest. Unknown for some reason says winners should be rewarded or supposed to be rewarded. Annette wants to know if Ferrari
winning.
Ferrari still have a veto. Does Ferrari still have their veto, Jonty? They changed all the voting rules, didn't they, for teams and that?
I can't remember. But team should have a veto.
No,
either everyone gets one or no one gets one.
Yeah. Either when Ferrari was like, you need to do this, I'll do that, I will leave in, they should be like, okay, bye, Ferrari. You're in our sport, you don't run our sport,
Yeah, because they've done that so many times.
You've joined to race for us, we're not doing everything for you. If you want to go, you can go. Obviously, no one wants to see Ferrari go, but I feel like Ferrari in some situations, a few years ago, need to just remember they're not the ones running the show. They're just competing in something provided by somebody else.
Thank you, AC, member for 25 months. Even my brain, after all this, can work out. That's more than 2 years. Thank you so much, mate, for your support. And I feel like you were around before you became a member as well, so I think you've been around for a bit longer than that. So thank you so much for your support. It says 3 potential buyers interested to take over AlphaTauri, the same that have applied for entry in 2025, Andretti, High-Tech, and the Mumbai Falcons owner. We have discussed that briefly, mate. We were all very intrigued by it. All very, very intrigued by it. It's a watch this space situation, I'm afraid. But it's curious that this has cropped up now. So, although now I've just said that, I wonder whether that's now been put out there because Red Bull are already talking to potentially an Andretti, or Andretti have at least picked up the phone and said, "Hi, what are you doing with AlphaTauri?" or something like that. Obviously, others would be interested as well. I feel like I'm talking about the Man United takeover, all these interested parties. It's all got very, very football. I like it.
Are we going to start seeing Helmut Marko talking good about and fondly of Andretti now and that when
if Marko comes out tomorrow next week and then says, "Oh, it'd be great to see Andretti on the grid," then you can go down the bookies. They're buying AlphaTauri. Yeah. Not that he said anything particularly negative, but you know what I mean. If he starts really waxing lyrical about them, then there's definitely something going on. It's a fascinating few weeks, but then it's always quite fascinating with stuff like that in F1. So I think we seem to hit a point as well in the sport or in the series where it's not just the driver market that gets everyone excited. We've got teams being bought, new teams wanting to come in. We've got team principal silly season. It's all getting a bit ridiculous, but you know what? Absolutely love it.
Even ticket prices these days have been spoken about with that flexible thing that they did for Silverstone, which was horrible.
The what? Oh, the ticket thing, yeah.
Yeah. Why they thought that was a good idea, I have no idea. I know they make more money out of it, but it's horrible.
It's supply and demand, isn't it? That's the trouble.
Yeah, but you set a price at a ticket. Once they sold out, they sold out. You shouldn't be able to add a ticket to the basket, be stuck in a queue, and then by the time you get to pay for it, it's gone up 300 quid. That's crazy. I'm surprised it's even allowed to do that.
It's just, I'm not going to be at Silverstone this year, and I probably will. I don't know when I'll go back, to be honest. I might look at, said this before, might look at races in Europe because I think you could probably get a different experience for a similar price, if not considerably cheaper. So, if you're talking
flight and hotel as well.
If I'm looking at it, I think the track I think we've said this as well, haven't we, Jonty, together at times. I would desperately love to go to the Red Bull Ring.
I think Zandvoort would be an amazing atmosphere as well to go to.
I think the Red Bull Ring, you can sit at any point and see all the track pretty much, can't you?
Yeah, that's true.
Just beautiful place as well. Always looks fantastic. Let's what's going on the track at the moment then? So Perez is out there, Albon is out there, Sainz, Magnussen, Bottas, Tsunoda, and Hamilton as well. In case you are just joining us, Hamilton is in for the afternoon, replacing Russell, who was P2 this morning. Norris is in for Piastri. Tsunoda is in for De Vries. Bottas in all day. Magnussen in for Hülkenberg. Sainz in for Leclerc. Ocon in for Gasly. Alonso in for Drugovic. Albon is in all day, and Perez is in all day as well. We've got Lewis Hamilton about to go for a lap potentially on the C3 tyres. Jolyon Palmer there just saying commentary that Mercedes are having a better day today. I don't think that's unreasonable. They're still out there. Hopefully no hydraulic issues for them this afternoon. But yeah, we'll see what Lewis Hamilton does here. He's on the C3. Don't know if he's really pushing. We'll find out when he cuts that first timing beam in 8 to 10 seconds time. Something like that. We'll see what we get. Through turn 4. Really wide. Definitely no track limits in testing. And it's 3 seconds off the pace. And they're just about to talk to Oscar Piastri as well as he comes. Lewis Hamilton's return 7. Yeah, it's not a hot lap from Hamilton is what I'm saying, I guess. What about Andretti joining Haas, says C. Daniel. What do you reckon to that, Jonty?
That would never happen. Not in a million years. They are massively competitive against each other in American series. They certainly wouldn't join forces just for F1.
I still think I wasn't quite so crazy with the idea of Williams, Andretti, Williams, to be honest. But if AlphaTauri's up for grabs, and actually that would be, AlphaTauri aren't bad for Formula One. Don't get me wrong, but I think it'd be good for F1 if somebody like Andretti bought AlphaTauri, because AlphaTauri are one of those teams that I don't ever see winning a world championship or winning too many races, because they are the Red Bull sister team. So I feel like having Andretti take them on means we've got another team potentially that can take the fight to those at the front. I'm not really sure what Red Bull would do if AlphaTauri suddenly started threatening. And I know AlphaTauri or Toro Rosso did win a race before the main Red Bull team. It's one of my favourite stats about Red Bull. But I think Andretti, and I'll let you come in now, Jonty, say what you want to say. I think Andretti coming in and taking the team and making it potentially competitive would be a really good thing.
It would. It'd be a great thing, because even though we've got the links between Ferrari and Alfa and Haas, we haven't seen any incidents where they've been sort of actively shuffled out of the way. But we have seen that between Red Bull and Toro Rosso or AlphaTauri. As much as people may not like it and how it shouldn't technically be allowed, it does happen. And it would be really nice to get that completely out of the way.
Yeah, even if it isn't just a complete myth and conspiracy, it just ends that immediately, doesn't it? It's not a thing anymore. So what about, I tell you what then, Jonty, what about Honda want to come back? Andretti looking at AlphaTauri. Could we see? I know Renault have already said that they'd be willing, or they are going, or they want to, or whatever, or there is a potential deal in place to power them. But what about Andretti and Honda?
Maybe. I mean, they've already got links. I think they've got links there. I can't remember who powers Andretti in Indy.
I'm sure there's a Honda. There is that. Even I'm confident there's a Honda link. Yeah,
it's basically a spec engine, but some are made by Chevy, some are made by Honda. It would work, but from everything I've heard, or the rumours that we've seen, Andretti were looking to a Renault engine. However, how much can we read into that now that there's been the Ford announcement with Red Bull?
Yeah.
If they were going to go for anyone, it would definitely be Ford.
But it's a Renault rebadged as a Cadillac, isn't it? I think is the idea.
Yeah.
But I just think if Andretti could get a proper works deal with a Honda, for example, I think they're a force then. Because just a reminder, we're not talking about the Honda that was blowing up every other weekend in a McLaren anymore, are we? They've come so far.
But then you've also got to think about the issues of branding. Are Cadillac going to be happy with that? Renault's not a competition for them in their primary market. Honda, Ford definitely are.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, you've got to think of that side of it. Because it sounds like they are going to bring the Cadillac name, don't they, with General Motors? That's what it sounds like they're doing. The deal's done. But I'm just thinking if that were to fall through, then Honda would be a great route for them. But no, it's a good point on... It's fascinating. I'm really intrigued by this. I'm going to have to go away and read a lot more on it. But I think, again, AlphaTauri picked up by an Andretti. That would be... that'd be pretty cool. AC, thank you very much for your super chat, mate. It says F1 is Ferrari. The Gen Z don't understand the power and muscle Ferrari had over the FIA F1. Mind you, they were badass. Read evil. Which one's Gen Z? Which am I? Millennial.
You're millennial.
What is that though, number wise?
I lose track of
or letter wise. Is that an X?
Like that.
Y. Gen Z is born in this century.
Oh no! I'm way before that. I'm a millennial in name and spirit.
We're bringing up the chat.
Yeah, I'm not quite. Yeah, somebody will tell me. Oh, I'm not a boomer. Shut up. Don't start
Millennial
that again,
Jack. Is aged 25 to 35.
Oh no, I know what the age route is, but like you've got like generation X, Y, Z. I don't know which letter we are in that officially, because millennial's a term that's taken over that. So I don't know.
Yeah, Gen Z is aged 18 to 24, so 99, I think.
It's 2023. Oh, age 18 to 24. Yeah, 99.
Yeah. Oh, why? Thank you, Purple Zebra. Somebody got what I was trying to ask. I'm so pleased you're on my wavelength. Although maybe you're not pleased you're on my wavelength. It's like, yeah, why? So why? That's all right then. Yeah, I was going to say, because if I definitely understand Ferrari, and I understand the power they used to wield and how important they are to the sport. I'm not saying Dyllan doesn't, by the way. I know Dyllan does get that. But I know there are some people out there who don't.
What was that, sorry?
Just that there are people. I'm saying I get the power that Ferrari have yielded in the past, but also how important they are to F1 and why what is 100%. The phrase Ferrari are F1 and F1 is Ferrari. But 100%. There are people out there who would say, "Oh, screw them, who cares?"
No, I think 100% Ferrari should be an F1 and Ferrari need to be an F1. But that doesn't, I feel, give them the power to dictate what F1 decides to do. And that, just because, like, if Ferrari turned around and was like, if we don't keep our 30 million, or we're going, I don't think Formula One should be, well, we're going to have to keep the 30 million then. I think Ferrari are kind of using their power too much. Then I feel like it should, yeah, I think Ferrari, if Ferrari weren't in Formula One, that would be a massive loss, and I think a lot of people would miss, and I think the sport would hurt. But at the same time, I feel like just because you're Ferrari, you shouldn't get advantages. You know, I don't know other sports where just because you are a certain diver or something like that. Let's take swimming, for example. Michael Phelps, who's like the biggest Olympian, just because he's Michael Phelps doesn't mean he gets to dive into the pool 5 seconds quicker than someone else.
Well, just look at...
Sorry, John, just 1 second. I have to just... Annette, can you type Psy and get ready to send it? Lando Norris is in the pits, and on the left front, they look like they're doing the same work as they were doing yesterday, and Sam Collins was just saying he's wondering if they'll get out again. There's some issues there, definitely some issues, and they're working on it, and Lando Norris is stuck in the garage. It's not on the car. The car is up on the jacks, and they are working on that left front. This isn't good.
I was going to say, look at the Super League. You had the biggest names in football, not just in one particular country, in several countries. And the governing bodies just went, if you do that, we strip everything. You're done. And they had to back down. You know, the FIA should have, or F1 should have, that much control, but they don't.
Yeah, over the years, things have just got out of the control where the teams have more power than Formula One themselves. Not just Ferrari, but just teams in general have more power than they should do.
I think a lot of the problem is constant swings between extremes.
Mm-hmm.
There wouldn't have been this putting up with this kind of stuff from Balestra, but at the same time, he was a horrible, evil human being. So they've got to find that balance, and so, unfortunately, on the whole, they're not good at finding a comfortable middle ground.
Yeah, I am still here. So I'm just trying to see if I find some more on this McLaren thing.
So
an issue with the brake cooling package is what Sam Collins has apparently said. No mention of the wheel brows on this one.
Is that McLaren?
Yes. So I'm just trying to find a bit more with respect to the person whose tweet, the McLaren fan I just read. I won't name you just because I'm going to sound like I'm disrespecting you, but I'm not. I'm going to try and find a slightly more reliable source or a more official source who might be there. But if that's what Sam Collins has said, Autosport say more work being carried out on the front of the McLaren in the pits. Norris has logged only 13 laps this afternoon. Oh dear.
Do you think potentially I don't know, I know the brakes get very, very hot, but do you think it could be like the brakes overheating that could be melting the brows?
Well, if Sam Collins is saying a cooling issue, then it could be that they've got a cooling issue, and then that, as you say, they're linked. That then knocks on to causing them issues on the wheel brow or something like that.
Yeah.
But really, because I like 13 laps for Lando, was it 13 laps? Piastri, I think, did very well to get to 44 in the end, to get those laps in late on, but it's not good for McLaren. It looks like they're going to be bottom of the lap chart, which, again, for like the millionth time over the last 3 days, that's really what we're looking at: laps, reliability, and McLaren at the moment, well, they don't have the laps, and you could argue that the reliability is a question mark as well.
Yeah. Now showing a clip of Jolyon Palmer in 2017, but it's not a street circuit, so he's fine.
Is he alert? He's always alert. Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's all right. I kind of get that people are going to disagree with opinions and that's all right, and most of you are being okay, but just stay chill. Stay chill. I don't want to get angry. I had my angry rant earlier at somebody, and then it turned into like one of the funniest 10 minutes we've had on stream all week with Will. It just went all very, very random about pronunciation and all sorts. So yeah, let's just stay chill. There's no need to get annoyed. I want to steal it from the race. They've got it on their comment section. It's like, passionate and heated debate is fine, but keep it civil. As they show Jolyon Palmer in some Renault overalls it's a Star Wars one. Yes, of course, from 2017. I don't know why they're showing it. They just are.
Because Palmer's talking.
Well, yeah, but I'm not going to show that picture of you.
They're going, hey, you people.
Palmer's always talking, right?
He wasn't that bad. He was better than his dad.
No, I think he got a lot of bad luck in his season. When Renault was a bit more competitive, I think he got a bunch of bad luck. I don't think he was like the biggest driver out there, but I don't think he was the worst. Oh,
no, absolutely. It's just, he's never going to live that meme down just because of how it played out. He'd been interviewed and was saying, on a street circuit, you've always got to be alert, and then he plants it in the wall about 15 minutes later. It's like, oh, come on, lad.
Thank you, Jack, for your contribution over on PayPal. Appreciate that, mate. I'll update my goal as well. I'm going to try and get them in a minute, but if my PC starts lagging or anything like that, then I'm going to stop immediately and I'll just send you them. If that makes sense. I'll send you my cursed Ferrari images, or Lewis's cursed Ferrari images. So thank you very much, mate. I appreciate that. And just we are getting close-ish to the goal. So let's see if we can get that extra little bit. I say a little bit. It's I know it's a good chunk, but if we can get there by the end of the stream, that'd be epic. Big ask, I know, but stranger things have happened, which is one of my other phrases of the day, or the week, rather.
All goes are into making his content bigger and better.
Yeah.
Or just more of it. It doesn't have to be better. Just please, Sean, upload more than once a fortnight and stream more than once a fortnight, for goodness sake.
So, are you doing these qualifying watch-alongs?
What? Where has this come from?
I don't know. I heard it the other day, and I'm intrigued.
Are you regretting your decision to qualify watch-alongs? And I'm like, do the what now? When did I agree? How bad was Thursday afternoon? What did I agree to? I did think about, and I'll say this now, and we can, you can let me know what you think in chat, because you are the ones that are most likely to watch the live streams, because you're here on a live stream. I did think about perhaps at the very least doing like a sprint watch along rather than qualify. So just do the 6 sprint watch alongs, but that's not concrete. Yeah, it's lights sprint out and away. We're done.
How many laps is that going to be? Is it going to be like 7 laps?
Is it about 14? I think it's actually more than I thought. To be fair,
what's the race? 44, and they do 100 kilometers, right? And it's usually a third.
Yeah, I think it was 14. It worked out to.
So Max could start last and still finish the race winning, right?
If it's anything like last year, yes.
See, the thing was a problem with because the track's so long as well, is that because they are doing such short laps, if there is a crash and then a safety car comes out, that's going to be like 3 or 4 laps of it. So I hope that they're like, okay, if anything happens, red flag, so we can pause the laps.
Just FYI, for any kind of watch along, it would be more like this than it would be me commentating, because I'm a bit sick of doing my B-Tech Crofty, which is why I stopped doing them, because it wasn't fun. I'd quite happily sit here and just have the mic in front of my face like this, sat back in my chair watching the racing, and then you guys in chat can give me grief and I'll give it back.
Do you still have any videos of your commentary like Crofty?
It'll be somewhere, but it's not good.
I remember the watch-alongs are still there.
The first one I ever did was with a guy named Chiaz, I think, and it was like, it's lights out, away we go. And I think for the first lap, because we didn't really know what to say, so yeah, it's not good. It's not good. And then I did one with Jonty. Did the watch along I did with Jonty was Germany 2019, or yeah, the year that's 18. And I was sat there, and he's got a minute delay on his stream when he's watching it. I was like, "And Sebastian Vettel's in the wall," and Jonty's like, "Thanks, mate, you git. You've ruined that for me now." So Jonty didn't come on anymore after that one, which I don't blame him at all. That was proper spoiler.
That still hurts me. The radio after that, when he's saying sorry and he's like, you can tell there's like proper upset. Oh, that still hits me.
I might steal that, actually, Jonathan O'Keefe. I thought I gave you I've full named you, Jonathan O'Keefe. Yeah, I might steal that, because that might be a way to get away with it being commentary and just call it that. So people that want to be there will know what it is.
Full name.
Was that the same race where the Ferrari engineers wouldn't tell Kimi what to do, and Kimi's just like, yeah, just tell me what to do. Do you want me to move out of the way or not? Just tell me. Was that year, or was that the year? Was that 2017, that one?
I can't remember, mate. I'm trying to think, but I can't remember.
Because I know it was Germany, but I can't remember if it was that year or not. Because I'm trying to think, if the Ferrari team would have told Kimi to move out the way sooner, then Vettel might have had a bigger gap. Could he have slowed down in the unpredictable conditions a bit more? So I can't remember if it was the same year or not. I do find it funny when Kimi was just like, just tell me what to do. Do you want me to move out the way or not? And it's not like team orders were illegal then either. They just didn't want to say it.
Lordy says, did you hear Anthony Davison burn Crofty with his impersonation? Yes. That was so cringe, but I absolutely loved it. Taurine wants to know, guys, will Lewis be the champion? Will Lewis Hamilton be champion, Jonty?
No.
I'm saying no. I think Red Bull are going to have too much. I think they're going to be the favourites. I think they'll probably pip Ferrari to it, maybe Leclerc, and I think Mercedes. I think that Mercedes will ultimately, in the end, be closer than they were last year. But I think Verstappen, maybe next year, as people are saying, that could be the one if Mercedes maybe abandon whatever issues they've got and go with something else. If it is the side pods or whatever else the issues are, get that sorted, then maybe he can challenge them. But I just think that it's Red Bull had such a margin last year over Mercedes, let's say, because that's who we're talking about. And even if Mercedes close the gap this year or have improved massively, Red Bull have also improved massively. So I just think that's a bit of a big gap. But I think Hamilton will win at least a race, maybe a couple of races in 2023.
I think Lewis is going to finish. I think Lewis is going to finish second. I think he's going to be ahead of the Ferraris. That's optimistic, but I feel like Ferrari's tyre degradation and strategies are just going to mess them up, and I think Mercedes are going to... They might be a bit behind in qualifying, but I think they're going to be a lot closer in the race. Mercedes' strategy team's a lot better, and I think over the season, Lewis is probably going to finish ahead of both Ferraris.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I want him to be the champion, but for very selfish reasons.
I want him to just... Yeah, I want him to win the 8th championship, because one, I feel he got unlucky in Abu Dhabi. I feel like both were amazing. But then two, I also kind of want to be like, okay, now we have a British Formula One driver that has the most world championships, and he's kind of taken it away from Shumi. So
no, I want him to get the 8th, because I'm convinced that once he gets that 8th title, he'll retire. And thankfully, no, the main reason is the main reason is that the 5% of his fan base that are the most horrible, worst fans in the world will bugger off.
Oh yeah. I don't get why people are so toxic. Like, I don't get it. Oh, we got a massive snap there at the end.
He's also, I was just going to say, he's also, watching you on board, he's also lighting up the rears again. And they was, he's wide at the final corner, but he's lighting up the rears off of turn 10, and he might have done it at the hairpin. Apparently that's him just testing the limits, sort of taking it to the limit and almost beyond the limit, and then bringing it back to kind of learn where that is. So that's what the talk was this morning.
What's the time that you have on your TV?
2:46.25. No, 2:47.24 now.
Exactly 30 seconds.
Just going to watch it on board now. So he comes through 10, clips the curb. Yeah, just lights it up. Loads of oversteer, but he's lighting up the rears, so I don't know if that's part of it.
I think I'm a few seconds ahead of you.
Well, that's how things work. I mean, you can't be at the limit if you don't know where the limit is. And if you don't push past it, you'll never know.
He was on his quickest lap so far, but then lost it at the last corner, but he knows his limit now. If that's a snap of oversteer and they can do a little balance change as well, they kind of slowly get in that car where they want it to be.
Understeering wide at 14, sorry.
Yeah, but he was full on drifting out of 10.
Yeah. He massive under. I mean, well, he doesn't quite. Yeah. Oof. I must say, obviously, if there's somebody that has literally watched just about every lap Mercedes have done, then they'll correct me on this. But every time I go to watch a Mercedes on board or whatever, there's always either Lewis is lighting up the rears because he's doing whatever, or they've got understeer, and then another time it's oversteer. They're definitely not completely happy. They might have solved some of the issues they had last year, but they're definitely not totally happy with that car at the moment. Although apparently Lewis Hamilton was quite positive before he got in the car. So
George had quite a smooth in the morning. George had quite a smooth lap around. It was high fuel, but he wasn't really fighting the steering.
Yeah, but he also had his moments when I went back on board. You're watching, going. I think what the thing is, and I've said this before, or similar things this before about Mercedes, but because we're so used to seeing that car on rails, seeing it last year and then seeing it now, it's still quite jarring in some ways. You're kind of not expecting it when you go on board, but that's probably why I notice it more. It's probably no worse than some other teams, but that's probably why I notice it more.
I hope they're just pushing more than they can to see what their limit is, and because it's a completely different design, we see it more. And then also, I'm assuming the TV directors are like, hang on a minute, Mercedes have gone wide here. Let's replay that because they'll get more people talking about it as well.
Chat's ganging up on you, Sean.
Are they?
Oh yeah, they want your prediction.
Oh, I'll do that. I'm sorry, I was trying to watch some cars on track, so I've got something to tell you before we go do times and that.
Prediction.
And that's leading a revolution.
I'll be there in a minute. I've written it down, so it's already done. So I will read it to you in a moment. It's on my phone. I just wanted to have a look at this Haas as well. The bouncing that it's definitely one of the bouncier cars. The Ferrari was bopping about as well.
Alfa Romeo was the most bouncy.
See, I haven't seen an onboard of the Alfa today, so I don't know. I've seen the Haas, the Ferrari, the Mercedes there as well.
Yeah, the guy that was on track, he was at the end of the straight, just after turn 10, he was at the end there, and he was saying that from what he saw, the one that was the worst that he'd seen that today so far was the Alfa Romeo.
Chat is saying I'm lying, that I haven't written it down, so I have screenshot it, Jonty. When I've made the prediction in a few minutes, I'll send you it, and you'll see the time on there, and you'll know that I'm not fibbing. It is already done. I need a witness before you all start on me again. I'm just watching K-Mag while we've got an onboard. It's his head. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of bouncing in that car. Again, not to the extent we've seen in the past. But I'm not. That Haas doesn't look great on board either. Through 12, not too bad through there. I mean, he's not flat, is he? Because it's testing for one.
Is it the cars that bounce here when it's low fuel or when high fuel? It's low fuel, right?
High, isn't it?
I can't remember.
Low.
Is it low?
When the car's lighter, it bounces more.
Oh,
it must be so difficult to get around an issue like porpoising, because theoretically, if you've got a lot of porpoising, that's a good thing because it means you've got good downforce, and also that the airflow is reattaching really quickly. You're not having any periods where the car's not performing optimally, apart from when it touches the floor. That's great around the corners and stuff, but they must lose so much down the straights. It's just I don't envy them.
I was just saying, Norris doesn't look like he's getting in the car anytime soon. He's at a bank of monitors chatting to people. I was just saying, I'm not cat phobic. I just think that I nearly dropped the C-bomb. I just think they're not very nice. I'm a dog person. It's not cat phobic. I just don't like them. They don't scare me.
My cat's like a dog.
I don't trust them. They're shifty. I think even cat owners will say cats are shifty. Jonty's going to tell me they're not, but
no, they definitely are.
They always look like they're up to something. Yeah, can't trust them.
My cat's asleep on my bed right now. He's not up to much.
My puppy's downstairs crying because I'm not down there with him. I can hear him. Or I've heard him throughout the day. So, prediction. I decided...
Drum roll?
Partially because of what Jonty said earlier, but also because then chat were telling me, just go crazy, nobody cares if you're wrong. So I have. I've gone with Ocon on a 130.8 because of what Jonty said with... he thinks Alpine are up to something. Then he said something a bit later about somebody going out there, taking all the fuel out and grabbing the headline times. So I thought, do you know what? Chat want me to go a little bit bold. Jonty said that. I'm going to put my faith in Jonty, which, by the way, when it comes to predictions, always goes really well. I'm going to put Ocon in there. Why not on a 30.8? He's not going to do it at all. He's going to be nowhere near, but there you go. That's my prediction.
I like the Ocon, but I feel like the 30.8 is... Like, it's only 0.2 quicker than what Leclerc's gone right now. I feel like we'll get much quicker times than that.
Yeah, we've only got, 2 hours 40 left, 15 minutes for prattling about at the end. There's not a lot of time to bring that down all that much, and I'm not convinced anybody will give us everything.
I feel like it's around about now when they'll start doing the low fuel runs, right? It's usually towards the end, right?
Esty bestie.
Did you see that, by the way? It was last year when you scan your pass to go into the Formula One track, and when you scan it and it pops up with the driver's name, he had it where when he scanned it, it popped up saying "Esty Bestie."
The word you're looking for, CPB about dogs is not needy; it's loyal.
Dumb.
Loyal.
Well, that's not a bad thing. I mean, I love dogs as well.
You love
the
most
bigger
animals,
the better,
fair,
because
don't you? Yeah.
The bigger a dog is, the stupider it is. And people make a lot of misconceptions.
Stupid dog ever.
Oh, my puppy's crackers. He's absolutely mad. He's just the weirdest stuff. But that's fine.
And there are no nasty ones. There's only bad owners.
Yeah, I agree with that.
With 2 exceptions: Chihuahuas and Bichon Frise. Oh, 3, sorry. Chihuahua, Bichon Frise, and Pomeranians. They're all yappy little horror things that need to be drop kicked off cliffs.
No.
Hate them.
I'll say this just to cover you off, Jonty. I know Jonty very well. Even if he hated an animal, he would never drop kick it off a cliff.
No, I wouldn't.
Just to be perfectly clear.
But the only things I would ever even consider as a nasty dog have been those 3.
Because you get a lot of dogs that make the news, and it's like, oh, this dog has done this or done that. But it a lot of the time comes down to a bad owner that doesn't have them under control. And the reason why they make the news is because they are a powerful dog, so can cause damage, you know? If a Border Terrier or something, or a Jack Russell goes around and bites a kid, is that going to make the news? No. But it probably happens a lot.
Yeah. The only ones that make the news are the Rotties, the Staffies.
Staffies and like Alsatians, if they get out of control.
Yeah, because they are...
They're powerful dogs, but they also can be very loyal and good dogs if you train them correctly.
Yeah. And a lot of it's based on the intelligence level of the dog. You've got to know what you're doing with that kind of dog.
Mm-hmm.
We'll come back to F1 in a sec, but I just want to say as well, by the way, just on the puppy, he's well trained and we look after him really well. But the one thing we really struggle with him is recall. We are really struggling to get that down with him. He's nailed everything else. But recall, he is very much like, you call him and he kind of looks at you and he's like, I love you, but if you want me, you come here. He's one of them. There's some attitude there.
Have you had treats in your hand and stuff? So when he does,
we've tried everything, and we are working on it. But people keep saying, have you let him off for a run in the field? It's like, we still have him, don't we? So you know the answer to that question. Who's out on track anyway? Sainz, Albon, Ocon, Tsunoda, Gasly, Magnussen, and Bottas. Bottas on 88 laps for the day, by the way, just to let people know. Has he got the most? Yes, he has. I'm going to have a look for an update on McLaren as well. No update at the moment by the look of it. I will just check their Twitter. Check the Twitter to see what is going on over there. But just if you are just joining us, the McLaren... If you've been in and out through the day and through the week, this probably won't come as a surprise. The McLaren is still stuck in the garage due to an issue with, it looks like, or apparently, according to Sam Collins, a brake cooling issue.
Oh my God.
It's a worry.
I tweeted this morning because when the Alpha broke and Bottas got out, all I could see with him standing there in that helmet on was Frank's side bottom. And you need to be of a certain age to get that. But someone's replied to me, they've gone into Gran Turismo and just made a Frank side bottom helmet, and it's amazing.
Did we find out exactly what the issue was yesterday with the Alfa Romeo, by the way? Did they come out and say what it was at all?
Did they have an issue
Sites has just improved, by the way. 1:31.162, up into second place on a set of soft tyres. So C4. He was running, C4. Thank you, Danny. I was just double checking that. He was running that before, so I assumed it was the same one. So sites, we are a Ferrari 1-2 at the moment. Sorry, a Ferrari 1-2 at the moment. 24 laps. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. 24 laps for Carlos Sainz. C4 tyre, a 10th. 0.138 off of Charles Leclerc, his teammate. No Verstappen this afternoon, just a reminder, by the way. He isn't in the car because it's Perez's day. Max has done his day and a half. We're also not seeing Zhou today. He's done his day and a half. And there was one other, and I've forgotten Logan Sargent.
Albon's done all day.
Yeah, so we won't see Logan Sargent today either. They are done. Next time you see them, next Friday, FP1. I feel like today's Friday. It's not. It's Saturday. I keep forgetting that, so I get muddled.
Yeah, this is one thing that has confused me, I must admit. Why is it Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Surely Wednesday, Thursday, Friday would have been better.
I'm going to have a punt and say TV coverage. They might want a weekend day just so they can...
I personally think Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday would have been better.
That's what I was
straight into FP1.
I know this is the world feed, and maybe it's something that I'm not able to do. But in qualifying, that 1 hour qualifying session, and we get the adverts in between sessions now. Do you not find it odd that we get all these testing sessions and not a single advert? I'm not complaining. I just think if you're going to put your adverts in, isn't now the time to do it rather than during qualifying? I
personally find it weird that we get any adverts.
Oh, you pay enough for it.
We pay for a subscription of Sky. You get your money from us. Stop giving us ad breaks.
I don't want ads, just to confirm that again, but I just think testing is a time to do it and let us have quality, because you kind of lose a little bit of that. I know it's only in between sessions and you can nip off to the loo or whatever and you don't miss anything, but you sort of miss a little bit of that analysis in between sessions that I think sometimes we need.
I feel
or
Sky
interviews.
never goes on as long as well. After the race, I used to love a lot of the pre-race discussion, and you'd usually get more interviews. It's got a bit better recently, but I feel like it dropped off over the last few years as well.
Eru's message in chat, Jonty. On the subject of pronouncing Ferrari wrong.
Oh, God.
Classic.
I tried going through that. We tried going through them last year. And even as recent as it hasn't aged well.
No. We watch it, and the bits that are really funny, but even we'll go, ooh, at stuff sometimes, yeah.
But whereas Friends is still brilliant.
It has its moments. There are some moments that haven't aged well in Friends, definitely, but you've said brilliant. I wholeheartedly agree. However, you might be about to get some grief because apparently the popular opinion is to be anti-funny sitcom.
We just had an onboard of the Alfa Romeo then down the main straight, and it was porpoising quite a bit. We've not seen one from outside, like from behind, where we can see it, but you could see it wasn't just the bumps on Valtteri's helmet going up and down.
I didn't see that. I'll keep an eye out in case we go back, Dyllan. But yeah, Tsunoda's off for one. we'll see what he does. Doesn't look all that committed to the lap, if I'm being generous. In fact, I'd say he looks incredibly slow. He definitely looked like he was gearing up for something. So I'll have a look in a minute and see if he does make a mistake into turn 1, or he might just be doing a couple of cool down runs. Max Verstappen is here. There you go. You are going to see him. I lied. He's not on track, although he doesn't have a name, and he races for AlphaTauri according to the F1 graphic there that just popped up on the lower third.
They've been horrible this testing.
Best time to get it wrong, though.
Wrong. Do you remember that from a few years ago? No name.
So is it the pit wall? The big pit wall. Red Bull have a big pit wall. Apparently, some journalists saying in the press conference they've never seen him so relaxed and confident, which, again, whilst you've got to be careful what you read into it, that should be quite concerning for some teams.
I mean, it could be pretty much Max is getting all the world championships until the new regs, potentially, with how good Red Bull are. Like, Red Bull in new regs start out behind and then catch up. The fact that they're already ahead can be quite worrying for other teams.
He can win them all so long as we get good seasons, so long as the seasons and the battles we get to win them are decent. He can win as many as he wants.
I don't care who wins. I just want it to be. I don't want the title being won 4, 5, 6 races from the end. I want it to be the final race. A couple of drivers can win, and everyone's on the edge, the edge of the seat.
Albon, watching a bit of on board with Alex Albon. I don't know if he's on a lap. He's on a lap. He's out on track, isn't he? But I don't think he's doing a hot lap. Look at the timing. So not that the timing is always updating on this live one that they've got. Esteban Ocon in the garage, out of the car. You need to get out there, mate. You've got a 1:30.8 to post. So crack on. We haven't got all day.
Esty Bestie.
Esty Bestie, crack on.
I love that.
It's Esty Bestie. What did we have the other year? Was it Gazzle Dazzle the other year? What it Jonty for Gasly that we came up with on one of these streams? So
I can't remember that long ago.
Gazzle Dazzle, Esty Bestie.
I love those Formula One animations, and every time Crawford says Leclerc in the animations, they put it as like a chocolate eclair, and then they reference him as that.
Chris Albon was the other one, wasn't it? Annette, who's in chat. I kept calling him Chris Albon. I don't know what it was. It was Alex Alonso yesterday. It's my brain. Are we going to get a lap? What we got? It looks like we got a Mercedes. It's Lewis Hamilton. If he hops out of the way now, then he isn't going for a lap, obviously. But he seems to be. The times have popped up. So C3 tyre. See if he does get. I mean, I'm not expecting a spectacular lap, but hopefully, all will be. We'd like a good lap. We want a timed lap, so just to move up the timesheets a bit, so that something moves. But a lot of long runs today, just generally speaking, which again not a great surprise. But I think we'll get the quick runs are going to come. He's 3/10 up. He's up on his best and 3/10 down on Leclerc. I think the times are going to come as the track cools and we get to more representative Bahrain conditions for quali and things like that. So we might see some more long runs. In fact, I'll say while he's completing his lap, I'll go through the stints, see what his lap is, and then I'll do the times when it updates, and then we're as up to date as we can be. So currently on track, Lewis Hamilton has just gone out on those. So this is his first run. Then Magnussen is on a 9-lap stint on the mediums. Albon's on a 6-lap stint on the mediums. And this afternoon, the longest stint we have seen is 11 laps from Sonoda on a medium tyre. Thank you very much to Johnny White for your super chat. Massively appreciated, mate. Thank you so much. It says, with McLaren struggling with the generation of cars and going backwards, do you think they should have been more open to an Audi collaboration? Give me 2 minutes, mate, and we'll come back to that one. Thank you for your super chat. I'm just going to watch Hamilton across the line. It goes P6, and then as soon as the timing screen updates, I will run through what is going on. Lap time wise, tyre wise, and all that business. So that was a 1.1 seconds off the pace for Hamilton on the medium tyre. So your times as of 2 o'clock in the UK, we've got just under 2.5 hours to go in testing. Charles Leclerc is the fastest at the moment. He did that this morning on a 1:31.024. Carlos Sainz has popped up into second place on a 1:31.162. Leclerc, by the way, did 67 laps this morning. Sainz 24. 131.4. George Russell, 131.442. He did 83 laps in the morning session. Sergio Perez this morning and this afternoon, of course, he's in all day. 131.714 and 93 laps. He looks like he's going through the 100. Felipe Drugovich, 132.075, 77 laps. Lewis Hamilton just did a 132.147 on the C3 tyre, 31 laps. Alonso, 10 laps on the board at 132.249. Gasly, 132.762 on the, or 56 laps. I'll do the tyres in a second. Gasly, 132.762. I've lost Gasly. Why has he got off there? There we go. 56 laps. Albon, 132.793, 91 laps. Hulkenberg, 133.329 on 77 laps. Ocon's done 28 laps with a 133.393 being his fastest. 44 laps for Piastri this morning, 133.655. Tsunoda, 134.113 on 33 laps. Magnussen, 134.802, 42 laps. Valtteri Bottas, 135.569, 93 laps. 13 laps for Norris, still in the garage at 135.669. Nick de Vries did a 138.244 this morning and 87 laps. And your tyres for the quick laps, Leclerc was on the C4, which I'll go through them just to make sure is a soft tyre. Sainz, C4, soft tyre, the second softest for them. Russell, the softest compound, C5. Perez on the medium on the C3. Drugovich was the softest C5. Hamilton, medium C3. Alonso, medium C3. Gasly, medium C3. Albon was on the soft C5. Hulkenberg, a medium C3. Ocon was on the C3 medium. Piastri, C3, which is a medium. Tsunoda, C2 medium as well. Yeah, C0 now for hard, isn't it? It's C2 medium. Magnussen, C3 medium. Medium C3 for Bottas. Medium C2 for Norris. Medium C3 for De Vries. Headlines so far that you need to know, really. The big one is Lando Norris in the McLaren stuck in the garage with potential brake cooling issues. There's still work going on there. Piastri had similar issues this morning, or at least some issues. That kept him in the garage to restrict running. We had a couple of red flags through the day. One for a... No, we haven't a couple. Most of those were testing ones. Sorry, so I had one, which was for Bottas, who had a gearbox issue, but he is back out on track, all sorted down at Alfa Romeo. If you are new to the channel, please do subscribe. Great to have you here. Great to have you with us for the season as well. So please do subscribe. Don't forget to like as well. 626 likes. Let's keep that number jumping up. That'd be massively appreciated. And if you would like to support the stream, we're getting ever so close now to that goal, then you can do so through Super Chat, through Streamlabs, and through PayPal. PayPal, of course, if you want the channel to keep 100% of your support, your contribution, whatever you prefer to call it. There are links to all of my guests this week. Link trees and channels are in the description down below. All done, I think. If there's anything I've missed, I apologise. It's a lot of times to get through in the afternoon, but we are there. And on track, by the way, for anyone wondering, Perez, Albon, and Kevin Magnussen. There you go. There you go. What are we saying in chat then? Let's come to you guys. Get your questions in. I think we can do a few questions and comments now. We'll start to do that as we approach the final couple of hours. We'll probably wander off on all sorts of topics, but we'll keep coming back and trying to get you guys involved in the last couple of hours as best we can. That's a conversation. That's a conversation. No update on McLaren just yet, William. I'll have another double check in just a second. Hamilton's just gone out on track as well. Just to let you know, Perez is not. No, he's not improving. 2.3 down in that first section. I thought he might be going for one, but he is not. Where is Dan from F1 Racing Review? Says Rayman. Stream-wise, he couldn't make the streams because he's at work all week, and then he needed some downtime at the weekend, which I can completely appreciate. So hopefully back on this channel later in the year. But he works full time now, so it's squeezing him in as and when he can. But even if he only gets on one a year, it's always great to chat to him. So definitely. Just joining, what happened to Alonso? Excellent question. I don't think anything, unless I've missed something, nothing majorly awful, but I will check Aston Martin and double check. A lot of teams to check, obviously, or 10 teams to check. Make sure we're all good.
I don't think anything significant's happened with him.
Said
He's
on
just been
Twitter.
doing short runs.
Well, that's I mean, check his laps. Can't a good point. Then check his laps. So, I mean, he's done 5 laps on a medium, and then 5 laps on probably the same medium. So he's done only 10, but apparently an 11-lap stint. So I'm not sure. Maybe in laps that counts. So I'll just check and make sure there's nothing on any of the feeds. I've got 3 like blogs here that I keep scrolling through for anything I'm missing. So I have to just quickly scroll through them and see what's going on. Nothing. Can't see anything on Alonso. So maybe just setup changes. Perhaps I will keep an eye out though. Now you've mentioned that. Still got a couple of hours yet though.
Might be on a quick lap here. He's on the C4 or C5.
He's on the C4. He was on the C4 for his other lap, wasn't he? So I'm assuming this is the same.
No, because he came in.
No, it says new.
It says new.
Yeah. It says new on the timing, so we'll see. I'll see what he does in the first section, then we'll know if he's on one. I'd imagine he is on one. Otherwise, well, he might want to see how far I can take them, but he's coming through turn 4 on the exit there. Nice and wide. Yeah, he's purple in the first sector. We've got a lap, potentially. Through the left of 7 into the hairpin at turn 8. Misses the apex. A little bit of a wobble, if you want to call it that, in there. A bit of adjustment needed. Through turn 9 and into 10. Looks okay. Not bad there on the turning, quite nice. DRS wide open, I'm assuming, as he heads down towards the fastest left-hander of turn 11. Then of course it's going to be 12 and 13 after that. I'm good at counting. There you go. I've got that right. Not bad through there at all. It looks quite nice, that Ferrari, actually, to drive. And if it's, I'm not sure if it's as smooth as the Red Bull from the onboards I've seen at the hands of Verstappen, at least. I've not seen a lot of Checo in that car. Alonso moves up into 5th place, 132.017. Carlos Sainz was green, so personal best in the middle sector. Looked like he had a couple of goes there. I looked across at the timing tower at the final corner. And he comes to the line to do a 1 minute 31.036 and is 12 hundredths of a second off his teammate Carlos Sainz. And Charles Leclerc there on the pit wall is like, oh yay, my time stands, that's all that matters. Fernando Alonso, like I say, up into 5th place on the C3 as well. I think looking at,
I'm a few seconds ahead of you, Sean, and then Jonty's like 30 behind, so I try not to.
We've got all bases covered. Thank you very much for your super chat, Mike. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate that. I think I don't know how many that is for today, but every single one is greatly appreciated. Thank you. I will update the goal.
Well, you see, he was still well down in Sector 3. Not even his personal best, never mind.
I think he got purple in Sector 3 last lap. I think he was down in the first two, but then went purple in the third one.
Few corrections on that lap, so.
But on the lap before, he was still green in 1 and 2, which is personal best.
I'm just did any gamesmanship? Maybe.
It could be more to do with trying out this rear wing.
This is the C4 as well, which won't be used at the track. So it also could just be the third. By the time you get to the 3rd sector, the tire's overheating, and it's just not got the grip as well. Because it's quite soft, isn't it?
And
yes.
Over on the other screen, Formula E is doing Formula E things.
Oh, what's happened now? Did you want a couple of minutes on that, Jonty, from this morning?
Well, I mean, they only started with 17 cars.
If you want to do that, I will nip for a quick yellow flag. If you want 2 minutes on FE.
No, it's fine. I was just making the comment. I mean, if you need to go for a yellow flag.
That's what I thought, yeah.
But if you're going for, can you take one down to Cape Town? Because apparently they don't have any.
Oh, look at that for a segue. That's the best segue we've ever had. I'm off for a yellow flag. Jonty, on the subject of yellow flags, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, I know there won't be a lot of people in chat who watch Formula E, but as an FIA sanctioned series, it was a joke what happened in qualifying this morning. With someone Well, someone had a big crash on a high-speed section into a concrete wall.
Ooh, are they okay?
Yes, they're all right. 2 cars went through, and the third one saw the damage way too late and ended up having a crash into the wall and into the crashed car.
Oh,
because there were no yellow flags.
Because they didn't. That should be like instant red flag.
It was an instant red. It was an instant red flag once the second car had ploughed in, but until that point, there hadn't even been a yellow.
Wow,
it was utterly ridiculous.
That's crazy. I hope both drivers are okay.
Yeah, they're both fine, but
and I hope that the race directors and everyone like that learns and is like, yeah, let's not have that happen again.
But because of the damage, one car couldn't take part in the race because it's only a few hours before the race, and the other team, 2 other teams pulled out because they've got concerns about their suspension, which is completely unrelated. So it's really bizarre.
Oh. What's your whole thoughts on the fan boost thing? Because I don't really get that.
Oh, I hate fan boosts.
Because, I mean, you're just giving an advantage to a driver because they're popular. Imagine if they had that in F1 when Max Verstappen first joined. You know, when he wouldn't finish a race and he'd still get driver of the day. Imagine, it would just be like Lewis and Max fighting for fan boost every race if that was the case.
Yeah, it's the worst thing they ever did. They have scrapped it this year. It's gone.
Good. Okay, good. I just feel it's so unfair. You could be doing great, and then because someone's got a fan boost, because for some reason they have more pace and they overtake you, it would suck.
Yeah, it was not good.
I'm glad they got rid of it then. I feel like it took too long to get rid of it. How many seasons of FE been going now? 5?
This is season 9.
It's been going that long?
Yeah.
And it's took that long for them to get rid of it? Wow.
Oh, I think Esty Bestie may be going for a lap.
He's going to do it while Sean's not here.
Well, he's just backing up. Well, Sean just re-arrived.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he just came in to say too long.
Which Haribos?
Yeah.
Nah, that's a great one.
Foamy sweets are terrible.
Did he just lose it a bit then, or was that just a terrible camera? I missed. I don't know if the camera was all over the place, zooming out from the Alpine. And I don't know if he went a bit wide or it was just bad camera angle.
Or if it's through turn 1, it was terrible camera.
I think it was like turn 5.
There's 2 hours 15 left of this. Yeah, 2 hours 15 left of the session. I've got a feeling they're going to be. It feels like people are going to start to go for things as if, like we were saying yesterday, they might be starting to do setup for next week.
Yeah.
Because they've got the opportunity now. Weather's going to be similar. Track conditions will be the same.
Sorry, I muted it. I just realised Vance has just said, there we go, I'm back. Can you guys add issues? Can you guys talk about tyre choice on these lap times? For those who can't watch, I have been going through the tyres every hour, but if somebody wants to know, let me know. And then goes on to say audio commentary is pointless if you're not giving a description, but it's not audio commentary. We're not commentating. I would never commentate on testing because otherwise it's just me sitting here for 9 hours going. And there's Esteban Ocon going slower than we know he really can, and we can't read anything into this, and it's totally pointless. We're just here to keep each other company as fans. It's not a commentary as such, if that makes sense. I'm not having a go at you, Vance. I'm
definitely
being clear.
Out of that.
Yeah, he had a massive snap. I wasn't sure if it was a camera angle or not, but he did have a snap.
Yeah, coming through 7-8. That was a big catch by Ocon there.
Yeah.
It looks like it was the curbs that actually unsettled him a little bit.
He went a little bit wide, didn't he? And then it just snapped, and then he managed to catch it again as he crossed over the track.
Well, I am surprised to see so many doing proper quick laps on the C4 and C5 because they're really not relevant
For Bahrain, yeah.
Yeah. And the data they're going to get isn't going to be that much use.
I guess they could bring the tyre in after a hot lap and analyze the condition of it, and I don't know.
Thank you.
We've definitely seen the most of C3.
Let's do this super chat, mate. I just want to do this because in case I miss it. You know what I'm like, I'll forget.
Yeah.
Zvile or Veal, thank you so much for your super chat. Says, let's hope Ferrari's strategy will improve this year and I won't lose my Leclerc this year. Yeah, last year there was a question last year, but if you haven't seen the news, just to let you know, confirmed yesterday, Ferrari do have a new chief strategist now, so they're ringing the changes. So maybe this is the year Ferrari smash it with strategy and don't just get smashed by strategy, I suppose is the way to put that. Thank you for your super chat. Really do appreciate that. I'll update my goal in just a second as well.
Ferrari won't put on a wet tyre when it's a bone dry track.
I mean, they might, but...
There was that one race a few years ago, and I remember Martin Brundle. I can't remember what race it was, but he's like, is that a wet tyre? What the hell? And at that exact point during the race, we had a hard, a medium, a soft, a intermediate, and a wet tyre on at least one car at the same time. He was so baffled that someone had put a wet tyre on when it was only just potentially, do you want to go to intermediates? And someone threw on a wet tyre, so we had every compound out to the track at once. It was brilliant.
That was Germany 2018 or 19, I believe.
It was one of the back teams that had like committed to a wait in case it got in case it was
a Toro Rosso, and I feel so sad for them because it was a bold, brave, just screw it, let's go for it. You know, who knows what will happen? And they were so unlucky because the rain that came a little bit too late was so heavy. If that rain had come 5 minutes earlier,
it would have been genius.
It would have been a Toro Rosso 1-2, and no one else would have even finished.
How long after they pitted onto the tyre did the rain come?
Wait, the harder rain came about 5 minutes later, but by that time they'd already burned them and come back in.
That's what I was thinking. They came out just a bit too early, didn't they?
It was when they started the podium cemetery, wasn't it, Jonty? I'll never let you forget that. Thank you to Edgar Felon, another channel OG and a patron. Thank you so much for your super chat. Says here is for some missed Patreon. Cheers from Maryland, USA. Thank you so much, Edgar. No problem at all. Thank you for your support over the last. I've not got the info in front of me, so I can't say how many years, but it's been a few. Really, really appreciate that and good. I'm gonna guess good morning if we're Maryland, USA. I'll say good morning. If it's not morning and it's the middle of the night or whatever, then do let me know.
I believe Maryland's Eastern time, so that will be
9 o'clock.
20 past
9, yeah. I always remember that. I remember that. Are you ready to go morbid? I remember that because of 9/11, because it was around 2 o'clock our time, getting on for, and I was at home because I wasn't allowed to have lunch at school. For reasons. So I used to go home for my lunches and I was at home when it came up on the news and I was late to get back to school. That's like such a stupid thing and a way to remember it, but that's how I remember these things. It's doesn't matter. Don't ask me what I did yesterday, but I'll tell you what happened, 25 years ago during lunch from school or whatever. I will update that one as well. So, yes. Thank you very much, mate.
Yeah, the time zones catch a lot of people out with the USA because most people assume there's 3 and there's actually 4.
Oh, I know what I was going to do. Sorry, Jonty. When I came back, I meant to do this straight away. And then I got listened to your conversation and ate some Haribo. As you do. It's got to be done. I was just going to go through, because Vance reminded me about tyres as well. So I wanted to go through the compounds there. We did them this morning. Or for the week, sorry, but I wanted to go through it again and just explain for those who are in this afternoon who weren't here this morning what the situation is. I'm not doing the accent again. What the situation is with the tyres. So we have the C0, which is white with no brackets if you're watching, so you can keep an eye on that one. That is the hardest compound, and it is last year's C1. The C1 for this year is a new compound that is identified with the brackets in testing. That is white brackets, of course. That's a C1. C2, no brackets and is yellow. C3 with brackets is yellow. They're the medium tyres, the first first two were hard tyres. The prototype is a C3 tyre. It is the medium, so very much the same, probably in almost every way, to the C3 I just mentioned, but that is the prototype, which is to benchmark against the products against the Turkey factory versus their standard tyres. The red with no brackets is soft, that's the C4. The red with brackets is softest with the C5. But just to confirm to anyone who's new, to just kind of add to any confusion you might have, when we get to the race next week, don't worry about brackets and no brackets. The white will be white markings and will be hard with white markings and brackets. The yellow is the medium with all the brackets, and the red is the soft with all the brackets. It's just in testing that they take those bracket lines off to kind of distinguish between each tyre. And also, just because it's F1, next week's tyres are C1, C2, and C3. They can't be C1, C2, C3. No, they can. I'm being daft. Yeah, of course they can. Yeah, sorry. C1, C2, and C3. However, it's because I'm looking at the different graphic. I'm looking at the wrong one. So Alpine the C1 is the hard. The C2, which today is a medium, will be the medium next week. And then the C3, which today is a medium, will be the soft next week. It makes it easier to understand for casual fans, apparently. So there you go.
Alpine just had worrying porpoising then. It was going around, I think, a medium speed corner. Had the porpoising, and because he was still going like that around the corner, he got a snap when he came out of the corner. So that's not worrying. Okay. That's pretty worrying. I don't know which corner it was.
I didn't see it. I'm not sure I can't see him on the driver tracker. Did you say Ocon, the Alpine?
Yeah, let me go back.
So he's up at turn 10 now, so probably up near turn 4-ish.
It was a replay after Lewis finished his lap.
Oh, so it's not happened just now. Sorry,
I think it was while we was watching Lewis. It happened. I think it was what's after the maybe like turn 12, 13. You know that what goes up. I think it was there.
Yeah. So turn 10's the awkward left-hander, though everyone locks up. Then it's 11, 12 is the long right-hander. Then 13 is the tight one. Then it's 14, 15 are the last two, which is one corner, but labelled as two.
that long righter which goes uphill, the car was constantly porpoising while it was going around that corner.
I'm just trying to look. So people are having a. Oh, no, that's a conversation. Sorry, I thought somebody was atting me, but they're not. They're having a different conversation. Sorry, I didn't mean to in everybody's ear there quite so much. Who's on track? Sainz, Hamilton, Alonso, Albon, Tsunoda, Bottas, Magnussen. About 35 minutes, and I'll go through the times again. Keep any questions and comments coming in. Was Hamilton on a medium? That's a good time. Hamilton was on, I think he was a C3, wasn't he, for Hamilton?
Yeah, C3.
He was indeed.
Second off Leclerc.
That is the medium tyre. I did see that I want to read this one out as well. Just while people pop any questions in they've got. Just a reminder, we won't get to everybody. We will try to get to as many as possible, but don't be cross if we don't. And if you can, then a super chat is the guaranteed way to get your question read out. But it's fine. We will try and get to as many people as we can.
Alonso's on a good one.
So
yeah. Alonso could get third here.
Green, sector 1.
Still can't find my thing. But yeah, well, he's green and green. Sector 2 as well.
8 thousandths off George.
Yeah, 131.450. That's on the C4 tyre, which actually is a step harder than George Russell. George Russell's was on the C5. So if that is all accurate on TV as I look at it, that is a very strong lap from Alonso. Of course, we don't know fuel loads. We don't know anything like that. But it's a 31.450 for Alonso C4 tyre. Looks like Bottas, if he's not pushing, he's winding up for it. He's not pushing, he's harvesting down there, so that's not that. So that's an interesting time from Fernando. Spicy, I refuse to read too much into the times, but at the same time, I'm totally reading too much into this time. Bottas pits. I didn't think he was winding up, so I was going to read you this. If I understand it correctly. So from Mark Hughes at the race, some race simulations this morning, some comparisons. So on the stint 1, on the C1 tyre, AlphaTauri did 18 laps and a 1:39.326. Aston Martin did 26 laps, a 1:39.515. The AlphaTauri was from Friday, by the way. And Alfa Romeo 1:39.729. That's 17 laps. So 0.2 between AlphaTauri and Aston Martin on the long run, and another couple of tenths back to Alfa Romeo on the C1. C2 39.9 for Alfa Romeo, 40.7 for Haas, and a 41.3, sorry, for AlphaTauri. So actually, that's a bit more of a gap. And then Mercedes, that's one that people want to know. 140.1 on the long runs, 11 laps, and Williams a 141.1, 17 laps. I'm not going to go through every single one. He's got 2, 3 stints and all sorts in there. I want to come to chat, but some interesting numbers in there. Definitely go check out the Races Live blog if you want to read stuff like this more in full. Not sponsored or anything by the race, or they're not backing the streams or partner or anything like that. Totally independent channel, but I find you get quite a lot at the race that you might not get elsewhere sometimes, and I don't know what people's opinions are. I don't really care. You can read what you want. You don't have to, but I think that's a good source for all sorts of info. Thank you to... I'm going to butcher your name. I'm so sorry. Is it Icoziol? Gen X Gaming? Apollo, you know who you are. Thank you so much for your super chat. You can call me Born if you want. If I get your name wrong, it's fine. What do we need to see from Aston Martin and Alonso to confirm the AMR 23 pace is real? Whatever they're doing now, translated to next week, I guess, is the obvious answer. Because again, testing, be careful. But would you say a consistent pace, Jonty? A consistent quick pace every few laps?
Maybe that, or those times on a C3.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. Someone did ask earlier, and I completely forgot to answer. Overall, the step between the time difference between each of the tyres is about 0.6-ish, maybe 0.8, some of them. So if he could get, I mean, that's a, 31.5. If you could get a 31.7, 31.8 on a C3, that would definitely show us that the pace is real. Would
that change your view of what we talked about earlier about them potentially being third if Mercedes have a shocker?
Yeah.
There you go. That's what you're looking for then. There you go. Thank you very much for Super Chat. Thank you as well to Chevron McBean for another one. Thank you so much, mate, for your support this week. It says, what banned innovation within the entire F1 history would you like to see again in today's F1? Throw them in chat. Let us know what you think to that one. Jonty, that's a cracker of a question. What banned innovation? What? Actually, we'll come back in 1 second, Chevron. Wasn't there some talk recently about the fan car coming back? Was that a thing? Is that another dream I've had? They were exploring the possibility.
What was that?
I didn't see that.
I could have been drunk.
What was that?
It doesn't matter. It sounds like it was a dream. Just ignore it.
Are you getting that confused with the T.50? The Gordon Murray designed hypercar?
It could be. It all merges into one in my brain when it gets to this stage in testing streams.
There's so many innovations, some big, some small. I'd just like to see active aero allowed.
Yeah. Not active suspension?
No. Just because with that, unless they could come up with a completely foolproof fail-safe system for the active suspension. Because otherwise it's horrifically dangerous. But active aero, that could be worked.
I think Rosberg mentioned that a few years ago that it's possible, didn't he? Active aero could work. So it changes when you brake to go into the corners to give them more downforce, and then when you're on the straights it changes, so that means you don't porpoise as much, or then you can have more straight speed down the straights.
We did have active aero within the regulations in 2009. It was only small flaps on the front wing, but the driver could make adjustments from the steering wheel.
I don't know if it classes as an innovation that's gone away, because we do technically still have a similar thing with ERS and all that. But I'd quite like driver deployed KERS back, if that can count, because I think in some ways that would be better than DRS, because then you can use it for attack and defend.
In every way it's better than DRS.
But I'm trying to think of something really quite cool, because that doesn't sound very exciting, but I like the whole... I guess it is technically a push to pass, isn't it, really? But I liked that, having that option. And by the way, I meant to say this yesterday in a conversation about DRS. We won't get into it. We'll come back to that another time. But for those who think, should we get rid of DRS? When will it go? Do you think it'll be 2026? I think DRS is here to stay. I don't think it's going anywhere. I've kind of made my peace with that.
I think they might remove it when the cars probably get a bit smaller and lighter again.
I don't think they will, honestly. I think they've seen what it can do. It adds to the spectacle. That's what they're all about. I mean, I'm not totally anti-DRS. I didn't like it to start with, but that's because I'm a grumpy git. But I'm not totally anti-DRS. I just there was talk that they might get rid of it if these rules worked, and the more I hear from it, I'm just not convinced it'll go. Any innovation you've got, Dyllan, that you'd like to see back from the past?
From a safety perspective, it's probably never ever going to happen, but I think refueling again, just so cars are on different weight limits throughout the race, would be quite interesting. But I don't think it's ever going to happen with safety and stuff like that.
Also from a racing, but a lot of people say on the old Twitter, racing was better with refueling. It was not at all.
I guess overtakes were done in the pit stops rather than on the track.
Yeah, it was good for strategy, because who's on a light fuel load, who's on heavy. Somebody comes in and underfuel, so they're a bit quicker in the middle stint, that kind of thing. That was good. That was the good side of it. But then everyone just waited for pit stops, and I know we kind of get it with tyres now, but refueling didn't make the races better because we had refueling. Is my point. I've got a question for you, Jonty, from CPB. If you're interested, it says, how would Montoya have done if he was at Renault during the 2000s? Would he be a world champion?
No. As fast as he was and a brilliant driver as he was, I think he was just a little bit over-aggressive and a bit wild at times, and that would have cost him too many points.
That's fair. That was your question, so I'll let you have that one. I'll read some of these rough innovations. A few people. Thank you, Papaya. Anyone who's been here, Papaya's been here 5 hours, so thank you very much. Let me know how long you've been here. I think some of you have been here literally from the start, so you can help me through this. We can do this. Let's... at least there you go. It doesn't necessarily mean I was right, but the best pronunciation of that name. Thank you very much. Let's see what you're saying on innovations. So... I did see one. I think somebody else said KERS would be good. Side skirts, says Space. Would like to see side skirts back.
I'd kind of like to see a second tire manufacturing again. We have all these different engine suppliers, and then it's just one tire manufacturer. It'd be nice to have another one in there, so there is more competition, and it kind of pushes Pirelli a bit more. Because I think we all hate just these one-stop races, and we all hate it where the tires just go off. And I feel like we'd like something that's a little bit different, or at least mixes it up a bit.
FD30 says 6-wheeled cars. Norris is out on track, by the way, just to let you know, just gone out, so that's a net now, a little bit happier. He's also going for a time on or setting something on a C3. He needs to get some laps in. Active Aero, so that's one that's agreeing with you there. Yuri saying that one. Alan would like to see the F duct back, so would Jack. I'd be fine with that if it was a safer way of doing it rather than your hand off the steering wheel to try and make it worked. Freddie says active all things, aero, suspension and tyres. Jack wouldn't mind seeing the X-Wings back either. I don't know how serious that is because they were a mess, weren't they? But on innovation, that's what I like seeing in Formula One. Even if they end up getting banned because they just look ridiculous or they're dangerous, then I like to see engineers coming up, aerodynamicists coming up with these ideas, and I like that. Active suspension for Pancon as well. Das says Richard Weston, which quite a recent one, Das. It is quite a recent one, isn't it? So that'd be a good one to see back. I don't know really why that had to be banned. I don't think it gave them the massive advantage that some thought it did. It blew our minds in testing, though. So whatever happens in the future with Das, thank you, Mercedes, for literally blowing our minds watching this in testing and just going, what the hell? It was a good moment. Spec active suspensions, the teams can't mess with it, says Zero. Mass damper, says MR Unsmiley. And we'll read a couple more. Black Emergency says active aero is currently legal, right? Question mark.
Well, as people have said, technically DRS is active aero, but in a very limited capacity.
Freedom with active aero, I guess, is what we want, don't we?
I think people have suggested maybe instead of just having like a DRS down the straight, if a team unlocked DRS, they could use it at any point during the lap, just so it makes the person attacking and defending a little bit more. If you know that someone's going to have DRS down the straight, they'll save up some battery and then deploy it down the straight. Whereas they could use it somewhere else where it's not going to be expected and close up or something.
I'll tell you the one that really annoyed me the most with it being banned. That was the blown diffusers.
Yeah, Gingerfest has studied like the blown diffusers back, or they'd like the blown diffusers back.
Well, with the constant go green rhetoric we've had from F1 for a long time now, but surely using that exhaust is better than it being pure waste.
I mean, you should use every resource you can, right? Rather than it just being a waste.
Yeah, exactly. That was the whole point of MGUH. The fact that it's effectively another way to use that waste heat that's being produced.
Mm-hmm.
And the blown diffuser was brilliant for doing that. Just because one team came up with it before everyone else, tough, you should have thought of it.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? Whereas if one team is smart and thinks about something and creates it, and the others know they can't create something quickly, they moan about it and then get it banned, and it's like, well, no, they were just smarter and they just thought of something you didn't, so they should get rewarded for that.
That's what Ron Dennis said about their brake pedal, didn't he? Rise to the technical challenge instead of protesting. I'm sure Ron Dennis never protested anything, of course.
And that's one of the only things that's always really bugged me with F1. I can see the reasons for it, but there's been so much stifling of true innovation that is how you end up with cookie cutter designs. I mean, I dread to think. I did start writing an article to try and see where we would be now with nothing banned.
Very quick, unreliable, probably a bit dangerous.
Have more than 4 wheels, that's for sure.
I think the main issue there is that it would be beyond human capability.
You'd have robots driving the cars on like an AI system.
Yeah, the McLaren secret brake pedal, Charles. That was the one. A photographer discovered that, didn't they? Stuck the camera in the cockpit, took a picture.
Ooh.
Yep.
And McLaren. I don't think we're completely happy.
Were they allowed to do that?
Well, they can do if they get the camera in there. They're photographers, aren't they? I don't know if they still work as a photographer or if they did for much longer after that, but they did it, and that's what discovered it, really. All very clever.
What did that second brake pedal do?
It was rear brakes only.
Oh, okay. So would it be like the both brake pedals next to each other? So if you wanted to press the brakes on both, you put your foot like in the middle and it'd push both down.
Yeah, it was on the McLaren, and Hakkinen was making use of it, and it meant that he. I think it was kind of like the balance reversed a little bit or something like that. It allowed him to heat the brakes up before needing to brake. So that the response, once he got to the actual braking point, was instantaneous. There was no sort of come in time, and there was no fade afterwards. It kept the brakes in the exact right temperature.
Yeah.
Perez car up on the Jackson. He's out of the car at the moment. Some work going on the Red Bull. Might just be a quick break and a few tweaks, but just something to bear in mind. I was just going to go through as well, so very quickly, some of the stints that we've got going on at the moment, if there are any. Alonso, he's just put on a medium C3 by the look of it, and he's just got out on track, so no data for that at the moment. But Norris, 3 laps for now on this current medium tyre stint. Alba's done 11 laps on his stint at the moment. He's on a medium tyre. Bottas, a couple of laps at the moment on the medium. He's done 5 in total, so he might have been in a couple of times to the pits and through the pits. Kevin Magnussen at the moment, hard tyre, 17 lap stint, and I will go through the times in full in around about 15 minutes time, including who's done what on the fastest tyre.
Yeah, thank you, chat. I was thinking of something else. They've got it right and reminded me the third brake pedal only braked one side to help with turning. Someone did have a system for keeping the brakes in temperature there. I can't remember who bloody hell it was now. And not the brake magic, because that was just a stupid invention, to be quite honest.
Alonso 39.0, so he's on longer runs. Not many out on track, though. Like I say, Magnussen, Bottas, Albon, and Alonso. So we'll shoot through that in a minute. There's been so many innovations, hasn't there, that we all get mixed up, don't we, from time to time. So it's there's been that many over the years. I heard something from Aidan Millward's video that the third brake pedal had a development cost of around 50 quid. Ferrari then proceeded to spend hundreds of thousands to replicate it, then threw a fit. Ladies and gentlemen, Formula One.
Yeah, sounds about right.
What Sebastian Vettel a few years ago, I know the title challenge could have been 2018 time, was sort of falling away at that point anyway, but it was of everything that could kind of completely derail that title charge, it was a spark plug in Japan. A spark plug.
Yep. Couple of quid.
That's it. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. All this money gets spent, and then just something so small can make such a difference one way or another. Crazy. Some had a fourth brake pedal that broke contracts, says Cited Canvas.
That was only on the Mercedes in 2016.
I wonder what blown diffuser would sound like with the V6 hybrid, says 2 Left Feet. It was a very distinctive noise, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I want to know. Now you've said it. So, unfortunately, 2 Left Feet, you are now going to have to go out and develop a Formula One car with a blown diffuser and a V6 hybrid, because we need to hear it. That's cost you, Bob. Would you say Aston Martin is top of the midfield or back of the top group? Asks Anthony. Good afternoon, mate. I keep saying it. I think that they're at the moment looking good for about P4 in terms of pace. Some think they could break into that top 3. I'm going to stay somewhat realistic, because I still think, kind of going back to Jonty's point much earlier in the stream, but I kind of feel like even from where they were last year, P4 is a massive jump. So to then break into the top 3 feels a bit much, but we'll see what Mercedes do. But I think P4, I don't think that's... if they came out this season with 4th place and the 4th fastest car at the end of the year, I think they'd be very, very happy. That's not a bad result from where they were last year, particularly early last year with that car. So that's my feeling on that one. Okay, Zero. I'll read it. Interesting. It says it will likely sound like the farting sounds coming from the Honda PUs from a few years ago.
Yeah, those. Are we talking about back when it was with McLaren? Because the last couple of years with the Red Bull, the off-throttle noise of that Honda has been superb.
That is beyond my...
Oh, you'll have to excuse me a couple of
knowledge.
Minutes. The shopping's arrived.
That's all right. What you bought me? Nothing.
Pot noodles.
Awesome. I'll get the Coke.
On me, bad boy.
Dan says that's impossible. That would mean Alonso made a good career move. He finally got one right. There you go. Alpine made a few laps, not very reassuring, or made a few laps, sorry, not very reassuring. Like Jonty said, though, there's something about this. They don't look like they're in any trouble, and they're not doing anything spectacular. So either they're hiding something that's seriously wrong, or we're going to get a surprise next week, and they've got something up their sleeve, or even later this afternoon with an hour and 42 minutes to go. So we've not really seen, like we've seen the McLaren in the pits loads over the last couple of days. They've had all sorts of issues with their brakes and cooling and wheel brows. But whilst I'm sure the Alpine have had their problems, we're not hearing quite so much. That could just, to be fair, that could just be that nobody wants to tell us anything. As Lewis Hamilton goes, it says the C3 tyre is fastest tyre, but he's now out on a C4. So I'm going to take a drink. So we're about to get a comparison of what Hamilton could do on a C4 tyre.
The only thing I would say that I've seen that was a little bit worrying from Alpine was that the porpoising that they did have around that tight right-hander of turn 12, it wasn't just porpoising down the straights like we see most other cars, it was round a corner. Obviously, it was a faster corner, but they had that, which then unstable the car, and it kind of he lost control of it coming out of turn 12. So that's the only thing I've seen that was a bit worrying, but I'm sure they're just testing setups and they'll get that under control anyway.
Hamilton definitely looks to be pushing a little harder than we've seen so far this afternoon. 2/10 down on his 2/10 down the best time, but a green first sector. So Lewis Hamilton is pushing hard. I'm definitely on delay to a few people on chat, which is weird on Sky. I'm usually pretty much
I'm
live.
A few seconds ahead of you as well.
So I'm not sure what it is.
Ahead.
So we'll see what happens. No, I've just checked. DRS open. See what it does in that middle sector. So it was a good first sector. He's coming through now. So it's 108.193 for the lap in the middle sector for Leclerc. Hamilton comes through and is going to be down by a couple of tenths, but again, it is a personal best. He is on the C4 tyre, so no great surprise that he's going quicker. Definitely as well looks more committed committed to the challenge. That's the wrong sport, Sean, but committed to the push lap. Again, I'll say it before he gets over the line. Remember, it's just testing. This doesn't mean anything really, but it's a fast time anyway. From Lewis Hamilton, who does a 1:31.245 and moves up into third place and a purple final sector. So something to bear in mind for that final sector. So Lewis Hamilton up to third place, 22.819 in sector 3. There you go. Peter Bonington, not giving anything away, chatting to Mick Schumacher as well. He's there. So he's got a couple of cents quicker than George Russell managed on the C5 this morning, interestingly enough. Although conditions very different, of course. Track a bit more rubbered in and it's cooler. Esteban Ocon here on his C3 is about to go and give us that 1 minute 30.8. I'm starting to think we all got a bit ambitious, to be honest, Dylan, with our predictions.
Yeah, I'm thinking that as well. I was expecting them to have already been in the 130s. The fact they haven't could be 130.8, might be like a benchmark that they'll hit. And hey, you never know, it could be Esty Bestie right now.
Yeah, Esty Bestie. For God's
sake. I love
that. So we have got sites at Hamilton, Alonso, Albon, Ocon and Magnussen out of track. What's K-Mag doing? He was on quite a stint, wasn't he? 22 laps at the moment on that hard tyre.
Ocon missed turn
big
one.
lock up, yeah.
Oh, is that an issue there, or is it just dust? That's smoke
just
there. Might
dust,
dust.
just dust. It's dusty out there, Dylan.
Oh, it's dusty.
Complete. Well, that's as that racing guy said. Ocon just messed up those C3s. That's them ruined. Lock up into turn 1. Who's coming up behind him? It looks like Carlos Sainz. Is Sainz doing a lap, or is he just on an out lap? I think he's only recently gone out. I'll just double check that on his tyres on the screen. Laps, yeah, he's on a medium, I think. Or he was, and that's his fastest time, isn't it? So I don't know what is going on there.
So the tyre blankets have gone down to 70 degrees now, and said that yesterday. I think they were 80. They've gone down to 70 for this year. Okay. So we may see more people doing double cool laps as well, just to try and get the tyres up to the temperature that they want.
Oh, that is a long lockup. Big lockup from Esteban. Big lockup.
You'll see it from another angle in a second.
Yeah, here it comes. Ooh, yeah.
He lets go and then puts it on again and it locks up again, doesn't it?
Back to the pits. Get a new set. Just check PayPal. No, we're good. I didn't want to miss anybody. It's always my fear that somebody drops a PayPal contribution or something just as I say buy on the stream. It's like, no.
So that's probably one of the only things I've seen from Alpine. We just talked about things that we haven't seen.
We've seen a few little lockups, but nothing quite to that extent, have we? Perez is back out on track, by the way, so clearly just making some tweaks earlier, nothing major to worry about. Hamilton, is he going again? He's doing another lap, but is he going to push again? He's very wide at turn 4. Again, no, it's not a 6/10 down, so he's not really pushing.
It's that same tyre, isn't it?
Question from Dennis: do the teams want to go for a 130 lap?
Ocon 130.8, yeah.
Well, we want them to, definitely, but I don't think they really might. It's about the laps, isn't it, for the teams? I don't know if it's that they want to do it, but there might be some out there that think, as I've said before, let's get out there and grab the headlines for a few days. It looks good, doesn't it? Particularly like a midfield team, like an Alpine or an Aston. If they could just nick that fastest time, it gets people talking and it's eyes on the team, and that's got to be a good thing. So I think some would, but I don't think Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull are going to be as desperate to finish on top of the timesheets. That said, it's not a competitive session, but it is still a session with all your rivals around you. So there might be an element of the racer in them wanting to be P1. That's my read of it. I'm sure plenty disagree, but that's how I kind of look at it.
Last year, the fastest time we got in testing was a 1:31.7, so we're already 7/10 quicker than our fastest lap time in testing last year. So we're already up. It's just a question of how much further will they want to show us. Because they can definitely go quicker than that. They can probably go low 130s. We'll expect to see that in qualifying next week.
Hamilton in the pits. Perez gearing up for a lap. He is on the C is a soft, and that looks like the C4, or is it?
Yeah, C4.
Is it the soft? It looks. They've got the red.
Yeah, C4.
Lines on the wheel, haven't they? Yeah, it is. It looks. I'm never quite sure with them. Blooming Red Bull. See what he can do. This could be a good time to watch.
I wonder if it'd be easier bringing out, like, the different color codes they had for Hypersoft, Supersoft, and stuff like that before.
I'm not getting back into that.
No. If they just brought out 5 different colors to represent the compounds.
I suppose. Yeah, it would be. I mean, I suppose hardcore viewers get the information anyway, don't they?
Yeah.
From elsewhere, so we sort of know what's going on.
It's so hard to see when they're going so quick. It's hard to know exactly which of the 2 red tires it could be or something.
Not a personal best from Checo in the first sector. A little bit down on the fastest time, so maybe not giving it everything, or as has been discussed already on the stream, potentially maybe not as comfortable in the car as Max is, according to those on the ground, which is frustrating. I'd like to see Checo right up there again this year.
He's getting held up by the Ferrari here as well.
In front of him.
Oh, yeah, he's not going to be happy with that. I know it's only testing, but yeah.
That's fine. There's
a bit of a scrap going on here. Oh, down the inside. Oh, sorry, I'm a bit ahead of you.
No, that's fine. No blocking in testing. That's all right. Love it when the sparks fly up. And through goes Perez. He was
still only half a second down.
Yeah, that wouldn't have hurt him too much. And he got the toe as well. So it wouldn't hurt him too much. I mean, it hurt him, but it wouldn't have hurt him too much. In qualifying, they'd all be screaming for a penalty, of course. But there you go. Ferrari versus Red Bull confirmed for 2023 testing. Yes, not a big lap from Sainz, from Perez. 1:31.7 at the moment.
I'm actually surprised that he only lost that. He was 2 dents down in sector 1. Yes, he got a slipstream down the straight, but then he was held up pretty much from turn.
It's not
12?
31.7, is it?
He was held up from turn 12, and then he had to go and take an inside line for the final 2 corners as well because of where Sainz was. So I'm actually kind of surprised he's only half a second down. Because that obviously wasn't the 3rd sector completely. You must have lost a good chunk.
No.
Is this it? Is this the moment?
No. We thought Checo was on one. He didn't really do a great sector then. He did a personal best middle, and he did improve his laps. It wasn't a 31.7 when I said that, by the way. Live timing hadn't updated. It is, in fact, a 31.5 CNO.
Oh, with my noise, Annie? Yeah. When I get excited, I go high pitch.
Which is all the time.
Yeah. Oh!
His sight's winding up for a lap. He's on the C3, so he's not going for another C4 run. Perez was on the C4. Armam on the C4 for his lap. I will go through the times in a couple of minutes, so don't let me forget this time. We were late last time. I just want to see what site. Niels Vitic in the commentary box at the minute with Crofty and co. So Crofty discussing his favourite thing, and that's penalty, so he'll be happy.
They were chatting about the safety procedures earlier on, saying about miscommunication with the teams, but they needed to test their systems with the safety stuff, the safety car, virtual safety cars and stuff.
Yeah, Sites is just 2.3 down, so he's not doing anything particularly quick. No, Jonty's here. Jonty is here. Don't worry. He went to get his shopping.
Yes,
he's bought me some pot noodles. In terms of stints, Magnussen did give up on that stint in the end on the hard tyre. 25 laps, so a really good stint there from K-Mag for a total of 72. I'll do the times in a second. We'll do the stints first. Albon did a 20-lap stint. I think I went over that actually earlier on. He's done 122 laps today. And current stints, Alonso's on his 10-lap stint on the medium tyre. And that's a couple. I mean, Ocon's on 4 laps and Perez on a couple. Sainz on 6. But that's the one to keep an eye on, is what Alonso's doing on that 10-lap stint at the moment. So let's go through all the times, the tyres, and all of that for the penultimate time in testing 2023. Sad face. We're nearly there. Charles Leclerc, 131.024. 67 laps. I'll do tyres when I've done laps and times. 67 laps for him. Carlos Sainz, 131.036. 38 laps for him this afternoon. Of course, in for Leclerc for the PM session. Hamilton, 131.245 in for Russell, 43 laps. Russell did 83 laps this morning with the fastest time of 131.442. Alonso, 131.450, 31 laps for him this afternoon. Perez this afternoon, 131.587, 109 laps. Felipe Drugovich, 132.075 in the morning session, 77 laps for him. Yuki Tsunoda has done 48 laps thus far this afternoon, 132.350. Lando Norris back in the garage, 132.691. Don't know if there's an issue. I will check after this. 17 laps for him this afternoon. 56 laps for Pierre Gasly in the morning, 132.762. Albon, 132.793, as I say, just on a 20-lap stint or recently on the mediums, and has done a total of 122 laps. He's in all day, of course. Esteban Ocon, 40 laps, only 16 off Gasly, actually, from this morning. So Ocon doing all right out there, 133.257. 133.329 for Hülkenberg, 77 laps, 44 for Piastri, 133.655. Rather frustrating morning for him. 133.798, 103 laps for Bottas. So despite that gearbox issue and that problem that brought out the red flag, he still managed to get to 103 laps. Kevin Magnussen, 134.802, 72 laps. And Nick De Vries, 138. 28 would be good. 38.244. 87 laps for him, and the tyres for them all. Leclerc's was on the C4 soft. Sainz was on the C4 soft. Hamilton also C4 soft. Russell this morning C5, the softest option, of course. Alonso C4. Perez C4. Drugovich C5. The C3 medium for Yuki Tsunoda, C3 for Norris and Gasly, C5 soft for Albon, C3 for Ocon, C3 for Hülkenberg, for Piastri as well. Bottas 2. Magnussen also the C3, and Nick de Vries, there you go, also on the C3 tyre. You know what's coming. You know what's coming. Please do subscribe if you are new to the channel. Please do leave a like as well. We are over 700. That's awesome. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's get some more likes, so if we can. And don't forget to subscribe, like I say, so you're with us for the duration of the season. So much to come. Cannot wait for F1 2023. You can support the streams as well if you would like to through YouTube Super Chat, through Streamlabs, and via PayPal if you'd like the channel to keep 100% of your contribution. We are 110 away from hitting that goal. If we can do that in the last half hour, that'd be pretty amazing. So thank you to everyone for your support this week. You've been very generous and very kind, so thank you for that one. Links to everybody, by the way, who are guests on the channel in the description down below. I was going to do something. I was going to go check McLaren, wasn't I? And see what is going on down there. I don't know if there have been any issues or if Norris is just in there because they're making tweaks and setup changes. Because the program that he's going to have to run, they'll just have to get on with it. Won't know whether they've got a ton of laps to come or not. But nothing on their socials at the moment. Ah, dear. Well, I say oh dear. If there's nothing on their socials, that doesn't necessarily mean good or bad news, does it? Because they didn't post anything earlier, so I checked some of the blogs.
I've typically found out when a team isn't posting on social media,
they've got issues.
There's not anything. Usually, if things are going fine, they're happy to post images and hey, things are going good, we've done this and stuff. But when they say nothing, it's like, oh.
It could just be because he did a 4-lap stint, only a short stint. So he might have just done 4 laps, test out some setup stuff, fuel loads, anything like. He could just be testing something and then go in, make the tweaks he needs to, and then head back out. Lewis Hamilton, by the way, is on a soft tyre. I saw the red. I didn't catch what was going on with the.
I missed what tyre it was as well.
Whether it's the
got
C4
a nice camera of him.
5.
I love this angle.
Yeah, it's the best angle. When the lights go down, clear visor. It's the best angle. The concentration, even on a slow lap. Looking at the steering wheel, look at the corner, looking at the steering wheel, look at the guy around you, look at the steering wheel. They're just so busy constantly. I think that's a C5, you know? It is a C5.
I was going to say, it's like a solid line, isn't it? Yeah.
So we might be about to get a hot-ish lap from Lewis Hamilton. I say the ish because, again, we'll see next week the real laps in these cars. Really good. I mean, I think you'd be able to distinguish pretty clearly between Hamilton and Russell anyway, even if you had normal like white numbers on the car because the helmets are so different, but it is good to see the numbers so clear with their colours. Here he comes then.
And keep in mind, guys, he is on the C5, so if he does go quickest here, the Ferraris are on a compound softer.
Yeah. Remember, don't read it. Don't read it to the times. Don't fall for it. Don't do it every year. Every year
Hamilton goes fastest right now, guys. That's it. World Championship number 8. It's happening. Look where Max is. Ain't even on the timetables. He got disqualified. Ooh. It's a 10th up.
Don't spoil it for me.
Sorry.
He is a 10th up. Not that it matters anymore because Dyllan's ruined it. He's perfect in the first sector.
Yeah, but your chaps see it ahead anyway. They're just
yeah, but you know, I'm the boss,
turn
man.
the telly off and put the Sky Go up on.
Yeah, that's what my PC needs. Something else running on it.
I can't even have it on my Sky Go on my computer today because it's running at like 100 miles a second and then freezing and then going and then freezing. I had it a few years ago.
Or you were just watching a really quick lap and you didn't realise.
Maybe.
And they just broke halfway round. Here he comes then through turn 11 into 12. I think we might be purple again here. Little bit late. Well, 2.5 tenths. In the middle sector, so he is about to go fastest. Track limits, time deleted. Joking.
I think we're gonna get a 130.
I think we are, and if this better be a 139, Lewis, because Ocon's getting a 30.8. So you better not. And he's gonna do a 30.8, isn't he? Over the line he goes with a 130.7. I've never liked him.
Imagine if it was 799.
It's a 130.7.
Interesting, he didn't go
instantly. If that prediction is, if our predictions are to be believed, which they shouldn't be, instantly wipes out me and Will from it. And I mean, unless somebody finds 7/10, I suspect Jonty might be in a spot of bother as well. But it doesn't matter because none of us picked Hamilton. So if that is the fastest time of the day, nobody wins.
Was straight on the phone.
Which I feel like could be the slogan for the channel. The F1 word testing streams, nobody wins. 30.8 was mine and Will's prediction. Ocon Alonso, it's not happened. Lewis Hamilton C5 tyre, 130.7.
Is interesting to see, though.
What was the other part of my prediction?
Oh, do you know, I wrote it down, and I really wish I'd never said anything. Sector 1 and 2
Lewis
purple.
Was going to go fastest, right?
I said, but Lewis will have purple in the first 2 sectors and back off in the third.
Yeah, that wasn't even his fastest sector 3 either. Not even just purple; it was yellow.
Exactly.
But the competition is driver and time. You added that, you get nothing for it.
I'm taking half a point.
You'll get an honourable mention, which is the thing. It looks like it's about all any of us are going to get as an honourable mention. So Jonty will get an honourable mention if that stays the way it is. Of course, critical to point out, Sainz hasn't run the C5. Perez hasn't run the C5. Alonso, I'm waiting for him to do it. 2 minutes to go or something like that in the main part of the session on the C5. So Alonso hasn't. Tsunoda, I don't think has. Bottas hasn't. I'm not saying they will get the fastest time, but just bear that in mind.
What is good to see is, obviously, we know these cars can go quicker, but Hamilton's put in a time that quick, and there's still no porpoising. We've seen cars go slower, and they've had the porpoising, so they've definitely got that under control, which is giving them more options to now work on pace for the car.
Tsunoda out there on the C3s. See what he does on that. I don't think he's going to be going for a lap as such, because I think he's on a run, isn't he? Unless I'm thinking of a different driver. No, Tsunoda's just starting a run, so we'll see what he does there. Bottas is out on the prototype tyre at the moment, so there you go on that one. Alonso, what's Alonso up to? He's out on a tyre that isn't showing up on the timing here, and it says 0.
Skullduggery, that's usually what Alonso's up to.
He's naffing back trouble. 12 lap stint for Carlos Sainz on the medias, by the way, at the moment. So it's a prototype tyre for Bottas, isn't it? There's no markings on that one.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. When you can look at the onboard as well and just look at his head bouncing, like especially once he's just gone over the line, that's not just the bumps, that is some porpoising.
Bottas over the line, still 32.523, or was a 32.523. Tsunoda's definitely not on a push lap or anything. I want to see what Alonso's doing. Hard tyre, so probably going for another long run.
No! Get on that C5, Alonso. Get a 130.2. Come on.
I think the C4 might be the fastest tyre.
Yeah, I think so. I think the C5's gone by the time you get to sector 3.
Specifically for that reason. They get to about turn 12 and there's just nothing left.
I agree. It's either that or they have to go a little bit steadier in like the sector in the first sector, so they have grip in the third sector. Because the first sector is, apart from turn 1 and 2, it's just straight, isn't it? So
Purple's over saying Alonso will just cut the corners and go fastest on the hard tyre. I absolutely loved that when he was retiring that first time.
Russia as well. When he came out the pits to go to the grid and just cut the first corner to go around the barrier, and he did the exact same thing in the race because he knew he could do it.
Yeah, it was genius.
I mean, he followed the rules, right? It's not his fault he still gained places. He followed what he was told to do.
Yeah, it was one of those weird things where if they haven't stated it, abuse it.
And then Sainz, was that the same year, or it might have been a different year when Sainz kind of misjudged the bollard and he crashed straight into the barrier as well? Because he tried to go through it quickly, didn't he?
Yeah.
He hit the barrier. That was a nasty crash.
It was like back at Donington in '93. People like talk about how many times Senna went through the pits and it's amazing he still won. It's like, you're kind of forgetting a point that going through the pits at that layout was about 1.5 seconds faster than doing an actual lap.
Yeah. People always talk about in 21 when Lewis at Bahrain kept going out at turn 4, and he was like, well, they didn't put any track limit things on that corner, so he was using it. And then when they said to stop doing it, he stopped doing it.
Yeah, that whole thing was a mess because it was like,
I think there should have been track limits there, but they didn't say there were, so what's stopping you from doing it? You know,
it was the fact that they changed halfway through.
Yeah, it's weird. Either allow everyone to do it or don't allow anyone to do it before the race starts.
And then after changing, they didn't rule an overtake to be as off track. So it's like, well, is it legal or is it not illegal?
Yeah.
God's sake.
Verstappen could have still won that race if he would have slowed down on the racing line and made Hamilton go offline to overtake him. He wouldn't have messed up his tyres. He probably still would have won that race as well.
Yeah. Oh, the other thing to remember was that Donington reference I come up to is 1993. There were no pit lane speed limits at the time. And
wow.
It's terrifying to watch now when you see the cars going down the pit lane full throttle.
Are there any pit lanes that you get to the... Because I know obviously they've changed the rule where you need to pit at least once, don't you? But theoretically, could you finish a lap in the pit lane still? If you have pitted already? So let's say there was... I guess it wouldn't work for a safety car. Because no overtaking. But something like Silverstone, where you don't have to go around that final corner. You know, you kind of cut a bit of the corner off. If you went through the pit lane on the final lap, could you reach the checkered flag sooner in any of the racetracks if you've already pitted once?
No, I think they brought a rule in that you can't finish that way, specifically because of Schumacher doing it dodgy to serve a penalty, which was that 99?
Can't remember.
98.
98.
Broke his leg at Silverstone in 99.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, he did pit just for a very long time.
Yeah, for a very long time, a few months. I was just going to say, to answer a question from the other day, Mario Azzola is in the commentary box and is explaining why Pirelli chose to put the new compound in as a C. Well, move the compounds around and have a C0 rather than doing 1 to 6, and it's because by putting the compounds from C0 down to C5, they only have to explain that the C0 is the old C1 and the C1 is the new compound. Whereas if they do it the other way, they have to then explain that the C6 used to be the C5, the C5 used to be the C4, and so on and so forth. So it just was easier for them and for everybody else to understand if they just had to explain the one change rather than having to explain every single thing. Although you could kind of combat that by saying you just shuffle everything down, but I understand what they're saying. Because if I'm doing the tyres, I don't want to be sat here on these streams going, don't forget the C6 used to be the C5, the C5 used to be the C4, C4 used to be C3, C3 used to be C2. So that explains that from earlier in the week for those of you who were asking.
So the compound that we're testing, which one exactly is it? Like what range of harden is it?
What do you mean?
So like, I'm assuming this is one that they're going to use for next year.
I think the unmarked one is a revamped C3.
Would they bring that in this season? Or would it just be something that they might replace?
I think.
Okay. I wasn't sure
See
if it was
why it doesn't work. Just give the rainbow back.
I personally didn't mind the rainbow. I feel like any hardcore F1 fan understands the rainbows, but it's just the new fans coming in that will be really confused.
I think it's easier for the new ones as well, to be honest.
Well, I mean, if someone goes into a race and they see a yellow, they know it's a medium. If they see a red, they know it's a soft. Whereas if you see a red at one race a few years ago, that could be the hard tyre for that race, and they might get confused.
Hamilton still fastest, 1:30.781, 46 laps thus far. Of course, that completed on his fastest lap was done on the softest compound. Softest compound overall. Magnussen, I'm trying to look at stints. Alonso, 4-lap stint at the moment on the hard tyre. 16 for Carlos Sainz at the moment on the medium. And we've got Sainz, Perez, Alonso, and Magnussen out on track. Perez currently on the C4 tyre, so he might be going again for a lap. Hopefully he won't find a Leclerc at turn 13.
A 32.3 on the C3 is nice from Magnussen.
Solid. Is it on 32.3? Is it 34? Yeah, there you go. Just got it. Yeah, 32.3, sorry.
What are the predictions that we all came up with for times, by the way? Because I've missed other people's.
Get the list.
I've got the list.
I'll put the kettle on.
So Aldas said Leclerc 130.5. So at the moment he scores nothing. I mean, it's the whole prediction, so no one's scoring anything at the moment. Dyllan, you said Alonso 130.2. Jonty said Verstappen 130.0. And then if things stay as they are, he'll get an honourable mention for the Sector 1 and Sector 2. It's all right. Tomo Verstappen at 130.3. Will said Alonso 130.8. And Sean, so that's me. That's me, Sean, at 130.8. And Ocon. What's interesting there, though, by the way, is that the two people who made their prediction today with the most information available look like they're going to be the furthest away. So that's why you don't read anything into testing.
I think the Leclerc... Is it? Wait, oh no, Leclerc's done, right? This is science this session.
Yeah. It's all
okay,
Carlos.
Never mind. I was going to say the Leclerc 130.6
Purple Perez
could have been the best.
Sorry, Dyllan. Purple Perez in middle sector. So middle sector on Tinterweb. Through the final couple of corners.
Jonty, there goes your prediction.
Do over the line goes Sergio Perez. It's a 1:30.6. He goes fastest on a C4, which number one is a compound softer than Lewis Hamilton, but also possibly we could argue Jonty might have been bang on with the C4 being the better tyre. So there we go, 1:30.6 for Checo on the C4. For those who get mad that I don't constantly sit here saying the tyres, I'm not going to sit here for 9 hours going C4. But just to confirm, C4 for Sergio Perez, 0.165 seconds quicker than Lewis Hamilton. So there you go. Valtteri Bottas, round he goes on the hard tyre, does a 1:20. I'm joking. Blow everyone's mind. What? Valtteri Bottas?
We've still got an hour to go, but we're not too far off our predictions on times now.
He's improving his Bottas here quite nicely. He does improve. 1:32.259 for Bottas on the C3. Moves up into 9th place. Solid.
Oh, there's some poppers in around that corner as well. That's the same corner that Alpine had it.
Listening to Croft, he's about to tell us a stat. You know what he's like with his stats. He's worse than me. Fill in the blanks says a Red Bull is going to be a monster this season. Mercedes and Ferrari are in another spot of bother. Was it new tyres? Good question. I'm waiting for the timing. As soon as So Perez was on the new set of tyres, yes. The Ferrari, Sainz is currently on a new set of mediums. On the timing screens, and he is on track, and that is the C2.
It's the C2,
I think.
Is the C2 classed as a medium or a hard?
It's a medium. Your hards are now C0 and C1.
Got you, yeah. So this could be like a race run for next week potentially.
I've lost count of who's done race runs now today.
Yeah, this will. Well, I mean, like Jonty said, they might start doing some setup for next week. Like that is that'll probably be the most popular race type for next week.
Yeah, it should be.
Charlie just pointing out as well, worth mentioning this too, the cooler air temps improving the times. Track rubbing in as well, of course. We're coming towards the end of 3 days of constant running, aren't we? So the track's going to be almost at its best very, very soon if it isn't there already. So bear that in mind.
At like what, 2,900 laps maybe?
With through. Oh dear,
3,000.
We're through 3,000, I believe. So yeah.
I couldn't actually remember how many was done yesterday.
Mechanized Chaos says, I can't wait to read how many laps have been run by the end of today. I won't find out till after the stream because I'm not going to add them up on stream because I haven't got enough fingers and toes and I'll make a fool of myself. So, which isn't too hard, to be fair.
Yeah, there's more than fingers and toes. It's the easiest way to count. It's handy for blokes because you can count to 21 if you're in the bath.
Hamilton's on another quick lap on the C5 again.
Purple first sector for Lewis Hamilton on the C5. Are they new C5s? Yes, they are. So a new set of C5s.
He did go slower in Sector 3. If he can keep like a decent sector, then he can go quicker.
I might be told off again.
Why? What have you done?
Yeah, they might fall off again.
Bad jokes.
Yeah, bad jokes. Bad Jonty jokes. It's fine. We love it, mate. We love it. Into turn 11, swings it in. Not bad at all. Having said that, looking at the onboard with Lewis Hamilton, going back to what I said a few hours ago, it definitely looks better this afternoon, that car. Or as the afternoon's gone on, although I say that he's just soaring at the wheel through turn 13 and then drifting a little bit wide. So maybe I should shut up and stop jinxing people. Sonoda moves me to 5th on the 131.363 on the C4 tyre. Currently, by the way, Jonty, Hamilton has the fastest sector 1, but Perez has 2 and 3. I'm afraid. Over the line he goes. For nearly 5 100ths. 4.8. Just off the fastest time there. That's the C5 again for Hamilton. So
he's definitely fighting at the wheel less than he has done the last few days.
Yeah, but like you say, I wonder if the tyre's just falling away a little bit there. Maybe that's part of it.
There was definitely, he had to do a lot more correction through 13.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see if he did throw on a new set of C4s, what time he could get in that. Because then we would be able to compare that with Perez.
Yeah.
Add a few more tenths on for what Verstappen can do as well, and then we can see how much of a league he might be on his own.
Curious says it looks like a small setup window for Mercedes. What lap did Lewis just do this second? Right now, he's just done 130.781 on the C5. Sorry, 130.664 on the C5. The live timing on the F1 website, I know I've moaned about it all week, but the live timing used to update actually ahead of the TV feed. It used to be so quick, and now there's like a delay because they've got. It's good because they've got loads of information on there, but I suspect it's probably because it's testing. It'll probably all be running very, very nicely next week. But it's just, I keep getting caught out by times. The F1 website.
What other information do they have on the website?
Stints, laps, tyres, tyre stints, segments, sectors, driver tracker, commentary. I don't have to pay much attention to that.
I had no idea they had all that. Oh, yeah. I could have had that the last 3 days.
I'll tell you something. Bloody temperature's just gone down here.
Perez purple final sector. Sorry.
Are you on about in your house or you're on the track? Okay.
I've got the PC chucking hot air out of me. I'm fine.
Anytime I play a game, my computer's going. Woo!
What's in that now?
Wires.
In my PC.
3080.
Yeah, I got the 3080. Yeah, and the same processor as what Sean's got.
Whoop, whoop.
We discussed this yesterday. I can't remember if you was in the stream then or you'd gone so, or it might have been before we had a chat about it.
Before I got on.
Magnussen has the C4s on. Ready for this? K-Mag, P1. It's coming.
Yeah.
Shock us all.
What if he does, though? Seriously.
Tomo yesterday, that car looks like a donkey. Me all week, I wouldn't drive that Haas. In comes K-Mag with a 129.8 or something like that, and we all go, well, shut me up. I'd be amazed. See what he's got. So he's coming up now to turn. He's on the run to turn 4, past turn 3, obviously, because he's on the run to turn 4. 28.9 in the first set to Perez. He now, I believe, he has all purple sectors, but not from his fastest lap. K-Mag is not going to be setting the fastest lap, but he's only 4 tenths down on Checo Perez's time. Currently on his C3, by the way, 1.7 off the pace. So obviously an improvement as he comes through turn 8. Didn't look too bad through there. Try to watch his steering wheel. Like I do with the Williams, see just how much he needs to turn in. But not going to see it from there, and especially the camera's not going to move. On his run from 10 up to turn 11, the sweeping left-hander. Good corner. Very nice corner around Bahrain. Looking, it's difficult off-ball, but it doesn't look too bad. I'd still rather be in the Red Bull, if I'm being honest, but then I'd argue... perhaps maybe so would K-Mag. Good exit. Up on the curb.
Have you got what the best sectors are? So we can figure out a theoretical best lap at the moment.
I can add them up for you now if you want to, if you're looking at stuff, Sean.
Yeah, can do. I was going to have a look on the TV. I didn't know if they had them because I haven't got them written down. K-Mag, 131.8 on the C4, moves up to 8th place. So that's a 31.8 on the C4. So, yeah. No DRS, apparently, that racing guy said. Good spot. So that's going to be some time lost. There's a few tenths in there. Looks like I think we're starting to get a few laps now. Jonty, where we all get a little bit too excited. And then hopefully, I'm hoping for like yesterday, a Zhou. Someone like a Zhou. I know he's not in the car, but somebody from that midfield pack just brings a nice surprise. Would be good. It looks like C4. I think you're right, Jonty. The fact the teams are all picking C4 over C5 tells me you might be bang on that's the faster tyre, even though it's not the softest.
If we combined all three fastest sectors right now, which is Perez 2 and 3, and then Lewis sector 1, it would be a 1:30.496.
Isn't Perez now purple in the final sector? That did crop up about 2 years ago.
Perez is 2 and 3, and Lewis is 1.
Okay. So
yeah, we're going to get faster than that today. We've still got an hour to go.
Yeah.
I am 100% convinced that this is set up work for next week, even though they're not using next week's tyres.
I've only just realised, Norris has only done 17 laps. I think McLaren combined have done 61 laps so far, which is still only 5 laps more than the lowest individual driver out of McLaren has got, which was Gasly at 56. They've got no laps today.
Just an interesting point they're not really picked up on. I guess it's an obvious one, but on the race hub, they say clearly the relief over Norris getting back out to add to his 13 laps was premature because now he's been stuck on 17 laps for quite a while. That would be the worst single driver figure of the test by a healthy margin. Just so we can all really, kick McLaren in the nuts while we're talking about them there. So he's in the garage. There's no official word, and nobody seems to know what it is. But I'm assuming it is the same issue they've been suffering with.
Norris only got 40 on day one as well.
They've not got. I think they were bottom of or near the bottom at least. It was Alpine might be bottom this morning, but they're definitely bottom now. But they were certainly down there.
Norris, I think Russell got 26 laps because of the car. So I think that's the next closest one with Norris. For an individual day.
So frustrating. Why have we got... I've got 22, not 23. Oh, I see. Never mind. Sorry, I'm talking to Eru. I should have muted the mic. Sorry. Yes. Where are we? Bottas, that's what we were watching, and Albon as well. We'll keep an eye on McLaren socials and what's going on out there, but coming up to the final hour of testing 2023. Bottas green and green, by the way, 2 personal best sectors, 1 and 2, and Norris still isn't out there. What's Bottas going to do on the C4 tyre over the line? 31.455 from Bottas puts him 8th. 8 tenths, just over 8 tenths off. Sonoda, C4 as well. Over the line. 6 tenths down, 131.261, which I feel isn't much better than where... Oh, no, 131.3 was his fastest, so it's down a little bit. Thank you to KL74 for your super chat. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Thank you for your support. Says Charles fan through and through. So scared of getting my heart broken again. Thanks for the streams. And please, God, Ferrari, please. That's the Tifosi everywhere. Please, God, Ferrari, please. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. And I hope for you and for every Ferrari fan out there that the strategists nail it, the reliability's bang on, and they can, at the very least, take the fight to I mean, we assume Red Bull for the whole of the season. For the whole of the season.
You do have to feel for Ferrari fans. At this point, they've been waiting for success longer than gamers have been waiting for Half-Life 3.
What's Half-Life 3?
They've been waiting for longer success than I've been watching F1. So.
What?
I only started watching in like 2010, really.
Disgraceful.
Yeah. I did watch the Alonso, the Alonso Vettel. So close, but yeah, so far. Isn't it a stat or something where if Alonso would have gained like 5 more points across like 3 seasons, he would have won like 3 more championships or something?
It's something like that. Yeah. It's not much, yeah.
Yeah, he's literally. I think it's 7 points away from being a 5-time champion.
Yeah.
Which is just madness.
All right, Kevin. You should feel sorry for Ferrari fans. You should feel sorry for Ferrari fans. Not you have to. You better.
the pain that they've gone through over the years, where they have such highs and then massive lows, and they just can't get a full season together. Like last year, starts off so well, and then reliability and strategy just hurts them.
Without trying to be too evil, Leclerc hurt them a little bit last year.
Yeah, he did. That's what I said, I think, on the podcast the other day. Sometimes he just needs to be a little bit more patient. But also, strategy is just all over the place. And hopefully that's going to be fixed. Especially with Fred coming in.
K-Mag improving. Sorry, Dyllan. K-Mag improving.
That's okay. Now we're going to start seeing some spicy times. So this is something we want to be keeping our eyes on now for the next hour.
And thanks to the countdown timer on the screen, we are 23 hours, 27 minutes away from a week until the first race.
And then we can say it's race week. Or it's war seek.
Oh, no, race week we can say in...
Oh, yeah, because race week is
40 hours?
Yeah, sorry. Race week in the 23 hours that you said. Sorry, my bad. Not the week. And, just the 23-hour bit. Even though we can... I guess... Technically, it is race week now if you're in Australia.
Ooh, 1:31.3 from K-Mag on the C4. 7/10 off the fastest time up into 6th place. Nice that from K-Mag. Wouldn't mind seeing that on board.
Got beat by Haas. Russell's washed.
Game over.
There you go. We are 34 hours, 26 minutes away from race week.
I'm excited.
29.3, 39.2, 22.8 for K-Mag. On his run for 6th place. Again, C4 tyre. Ocon, here he comes on the hard tyre. He's going to not smash the time, but he's at least going to top the timesheets for me. Blow them all away on the hardest tyre out there. Second hardest tyre out there. Come on.
What's this segments page on the F1 live timing thing, Sean?
So every sector has mini sectors. So they're the mini sectors of each sector.
Oh, I'm not... Okay, yeah. I get that. I just haven't seen, there was no purples for the mini sectors, so I wasn't actually sure. I just saw green and yellows. They didn't display any purples.
Yeah, purple should be there, but...
They're the marshalling sectors. So when you see things in sort of steward reports saying it was between sectors 13 and 14, and people are like, huh? That's what it refers to.
It's just, I mean, it's stuff like that, like corner numbers, like turn 2 at Austria. I know it's because of Marshall Post, but shut up. That's not a corner. I'm not having that.
Turn 1 at Russia is not a corner. It's a tiny little kink on a straight.
That was one of the things that annoyed me the most about the Jeddah track. When they were saying it was like 24 corners, like no, I'm not. It's 9.
And it's not just saying, just because it's a Formula One car, it's not a corner. In other categories of racing, it would still not be a corner.
Speed traps for... Sorry, Jonty, carry on.
I was going to say turn one at Sochi isn't a corner even in a mini.
No, it's just let me just turn the steering wheel 1 degree. All right, there we go.
Speed traps today. Charles Leclerc, 201 mile an hour. That's 325 kilometers an hour. No, 325 kilometers an hour, that is, if you prefer, 201 miles per hour. Get ready for next week. Gasly, second, 323 kilometers an hour, 200 mile an hour. Albon, third, 322 kilometers an hour, and 200 miles an hour if you prefer the miles an hour.
Was Mercedes on straight line speed? Because that was what was hurting them last year, wasn't it, with the drag?
I haven't checked data analysis yet, so... Jonty came in with all that the other day, like a legend.
Is there any way we can look at this, or is it something that they'll just update later?
I ref on data analysis live, Jonty, or do they kind of do it at the end of each day? Or
kind of do bits throughout the day?
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of curious if they're still a very draggy car, or if they've been able to sort out some of the straight line speed as well, and they're still pretty good in the corners. Because that's what really hurt them last year, wasn't it? It was just the straight line speed. They just get overtaken. Or don't keep up.
Oh, Lando Norris jumping the barrier. Still not in the car.
Most action he's had in the last 2 hours.
McLaren.
Not good, is it?
No. I'm not saying he absolutely won't be out, but it doesn't look like he's going to be in that car anytime soon.
Also, if it's brake overheating issues, the first couple of races are going to be hot races, so that's not good for them.
That racing guy said Norris is so bored he's become a ninja. Yeah, C4. We're going for C4 with Sergio Perez now. I'll go through the times at 4, and then we'll round up as well at the end. And that'll be it. All over for another year. See Sergio Perez winding up. While Sergio Perez is winding up, 106 off that goal. I don't think we're going to do it. So, but thank you everyone for your support this week. It's been amazing. If we'd have hit that, it would have been epic. It's still unbelievable. So thank you so much for your awesome support. Massively appreciated. We'll come to you in chat as well just shortly. Just going to watch what Perez does then on the C4 once again. Yeah. I thought he'd go out on the C5, but it definitely is a C4 because it's not the white. In fact, it says it on the screen as well, so it's not the red, not got the full red brackets on there, which is a shame. Thank you very much, Mad Dave. Appreciate that. And thank you to KL74 as well for your super chat. Qualifying in 2018 when mini sectors were live. Thank you so much for your second super chat, I think, at least. So thank you for that, mate. Let's see what's... Checo Purple.
Was 10th up. He was a 10th up, yeah.
Which gives him purple first sector now, 28.7 overall. So that's usurped Lewis Hamilton, if that's the word. I think there's an Alfa Romeo out there on something. It might still be Bottas on those C4s. While Perez comes through, I'll just very quickly check who's doing what. It might get a bit chaotic now, which would be nice. No, it's new for Bottas. So he might be going for one. Purple again for Checo in the middle sector, over 2/10 up. So this is going to be a good lap by the look of it from Sergio Perez.
No one predicted Perez to be quickest as well at the end of the week.
No, that's because I thought everyone's been a bit sceptical about it because of the issues he might be having with the car that we talked about this morning. So over the line he goes. It is a 1:30.3 on the C4 tyre for Sergio Perez, 3.5 tenths quicker than Lewis Hamilton, who was on the C5 tyre. So there we have it.
We're not actually too far away from the times we was predicting, are we?
And 22.6 for Sergio Perez in his sector times. Thank you to Mike for another super chat. Thank you very much, mate. It says, getting closer to goal. These times might actually start being meaningful. Yes, if we hit the goal, great. Like I say, if we don't, then that's still fine. But thank you for your support today, Mike. Hopefully, I don't think they'll be meaningful. I know you're asking the question. I think they'll be meaningful as such, but it might give us some comparisons to look at as we build up to next week. Would we be?
Just going to say, by the way,
times?
That time from Perez is already quicker than qualifying last year. Yes, it's on a C4 tyre, which is slightly softer than what we'll have, but it's quicker than qualifying last year by 2/10, I think.
We won't just... And yeah, just while we're on that, actually, a reminder. I know we've said this a few times, but don't forget that the C4 and the C5 tyre won't be in Bahrain next week. So we'll get some interesting times. There's some stuff to talk about, but I kind of feel like it's the C3 times that I'm going to put more thought into over the next couple of days. I look back at some of this. I think the C3s are the ones I'm looking at. So, but it is still nice to see the timing screens go purple. As Carlos Sainz goes out on the hard tyre, the C1. Go on, Carlos.
And just to compare to last year, once again, last year the fastest time was a 1:31.7. So we're already 1 point in testing. Wow. So we're already 1.4 quicker.
That's good.
And that was Max, which was 7/10 quicker than anybody else as well. So after Max, it was a 1:32.4.
Yeah, so pole last year was 1.2 seconds that faster than testing last year.
I just closed it.
Thank you to I butchered his name. I'm gonna say Godo Haldo or Godo Haldo. Apologies if I've totally destroyed whatever I'm doing now with that one. It's been a long few days. With the hippo sticker.
That's awesome.
It is quite cool, isn't it? I like that. Thank you so much for your super chat and your support. Really appreciate that one. And sorry again if I've totally destroyed your name. I am terrible. But
it needs Charles' scream from Paul Ricard last year on it.
I was just thinking exactly that. I'm not doing it, and please don't do it on the stream because I could get hit by copyright. You know what they're bloody like. But no, that's a good point. That'd be quite funny. I might do that later just for my own lols, to be honest.
Yeah.
But 1.2 quicker, Jonty.
Yeah. Thinking along those lines, I really do think Pole could be into the 128s just.
128.8, 128.9 maybe?
Yeah, 28, 28, 28,
No, I think it's going to be a low 29. Because you have to remember, we're going to be on a slightly slower compound as well. We'll be on the C3, won't we? So that'll put us a bit slower, and then they turn their engines up. So maybe like a low 129.
I like the idea of 28. Gets me excited.
What's the fastest pole we've ever had at Bahrain?
Good question.
I don't know if there's a... in 2020, we had a 127.2.
I'm not sure. I can't find it. Where would I find that?
Quickest. No. 2020 Bahrain Grand Prix.
Good news, McLaren fans. Lando Norris is out on track with 45 minutes to go. Hopefully he'll be able to put in 100 laps, and if he does, then he is champion guaranteed because they are some quick laps. Thank you to Armands for your super chats. Good to see you again. Says Pole's going to be whatever Alonso manages to do. Are you an Alonso fan, Armands? I don't think you mentioned that one. Thank you so much for your super chat. And thank you as well to Beth, not just for your super chat, Beth, but for being here with me, going slowly crazy. I'm sorry for driving you mad in chat, and everyone who's been here throughout the day. But thank you, Beth, for your super chat as well. And the support. It's massively appreciated. And your membership, of course, earlier in the week as well. So very good of you. I'm sorry if I've driven you crazy. And everybody, I've probably driven a net crazy, but I think I drove a net crazy about 3 or 4 years ago. So I think we're beyond that now, aren't we?
Well, this is Norris winding up for a lap.
C3s.
On the C3.
Let's just hope he can just constantly keep going till the end of the session now. Oh, we got a bit of a snap there. Only problem is he's only got half an hour realistically.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they're doing. They didn't do this. They did the red flag testing and out this morning, but didn't do any. They did practice starts, but didn't do a practice start. So we'll see what they decide to do there. Just gonna watch Norris through turn 12. Doesn't look too bad. It is obviously personal best. He's not really gone for much today. A couple of bites at turn 13, wide up onto the curb. This is on the C3 tyre, so he's not going for an outright fastest lap. I mean, just imagine that. 17 laps, comes out, C4 tyre, fastest time, blow people's minds. Through the final corner, what's he going to do? Over the line he goes, and it is a 132, 160 on a C3s, and he is 11th.
You've caught up to my channel feed now, by the way. Somehow.
That's because I'm outside your window. Oh, that was creepy. I'm sorry. That was quite sinister.
I'm going to put one eye open now.
Thank you very much to Jonathan for your super chat. Says, Sean, have a break. Have a super chat. Thank you so much, mate. That's it. That's it. Another slogan we've got. Perez wide there at turn 10 is back in the pits as well. So thank you, Jonathan. Really appreciate that. Thank you too. I've done another one over on Streamlabs, I believe. If I missed it, there we go. Ted, thank you so much, Ted. Says, keep up the great work, guys. Do you reckon Aston will be in the top 4 this year? And can they beat Mercedes? Thank you for your support and your super chat there over on Streamlabs. I better check out missed any other Streamlabs ones. I don't think I have. No, we're okay. There you go, Ted. Just you today over on Streamlabs. I've said a couple of times, so I'll say it again just for you, Ted, because you've asked. But I think they're in the fight for 4th. I think there's a good chance they could be the 4th fastest at the moment. Myself, Jonty, Dyllan, we're not totally convinced. And Will this morning, we all like the idea that Aston could have the 3rd fastest car and Alonso's up there. But I think we all sort of feel that 4th is about the ceiling. And that would be quite a jump from last season. So we don't think so. But if Mercedes have problems, they could do.
I'm going to say Alonso is a solid 7th. Instead of saying Aston for 4th.
No, that's nothing to be 4th. Don't start on my Lance. Because I tell you, if you start on my Lance, his dad pays me a lot of money. I will be outside your bloody window.
You set Jody on him.
I just feel like it's going to be Alonso, and then it's going to be the Alpines, and then it's going to be Lance. Or Lance is going to qualify bad and have to make it up in the race.
I was listening to Ted there. I thought he was talking about something really important, and I was giving him way too much time. And I'm telling you now, he wasn't really, because it's Ted. I'm just trying to update a few things here quickly for the last few minutes of the stream. So, yeah, bear with me a second. I knew you were going to do that, you swine. Who's out on track? Who have we got out there at the moment? Tsunoda, Bottas. We've got Alonso, Albon, Ocon as well. So I think we're going to start to get some drivers out there, which is good. I know we've been seeing people on and off all day, but I'd love to see everyone out there on a set of C4s or whatever, or C5s if they fancy it, popping in sometimes, get us all excited, and that'll be... Yeah, blow our minds a little bit. Get us excited. We've not had a lot of drama this testing. A few bits, but it would be good to see some action late on. Albon wide at the... Where was that? The hairpin. At the hairpin. Hamilton not in the car. No, he's in the car. Sorry, he's in the garage, but he is in the car as well. Bottas looks like he's got a set of C5s on. Unless I'm very much mistaken. And as Maury Walker would say, I am very much mistaken. But they look like C5s to me. I think. Definitely, yeah, I think that's C5. It is C5. So he's coming through 4/10 down on Perez's time coming through there. So see what Bottas can do overall. Where is he at the minute? So he's 4th. 6th, sorry. He's not 4th. He could be about to go up there somewhere. We'll see. Through the final corner, 26, 27. Over the line, is he going to make the 30s? He does indeed. A 130.8 from Valtteri Bottas on the C5 tyre. Very nice up there. 29.0, 39.0, 22.7 in terms of sector times. 3rd place for Bottas. They're getting some new tyres on the Mercedes. I'm assuming soft ones. We'll see shortly. I'm going to check the stints. I'm not convinced anyone's out there doing massive stints at the moment. Alonso, 5 laps.
He reckons most of the teams are running out of tyres now, so like new tyres. So that's why you might be seeing some C5s, or you might be seeing other people doing some longer stints because they've used most of the new tyres.
Norris back in the pits. I say nobody on longer stints, by the way. Ocon's on a 17-lap stint on the hards. So he is on quite a stint. Yeah, Norris back in the pits, unfortunately. Thank you, KL74, for letting me know that one. That's annoying if you're a McLaren fan, I'd imagine. Annoying if you're not a McLaren fan, actually, and you just love your Formula One. They're one of them teams, McLaren. It'd be great to see them at the sharp end again. With Williams, bring them with you. That'd be great stuff. 8 likes away, by the way, from 800. Can we get through 800 today? That'd be pretty cool. Checo's time was on the C4. Spirit Tomb, I believe. Yes, it was C4. So, not quite the softest, but as good as there. Lewis Hamilton about to go out. It was the softs. It's C3s, and they do look used, actually, Dyllan. So thank you for relaying that information from Ted there. So used C3s on Hamilton.
This could be some preparations for next week now.
Yeah, not really kept up on who's done what on new and old tyres, because it's not always totally clear on the timing screens, and I'll often look at the live timing and go, so he's on the C3 used, and then I look across and the TV's got them on the C4s, and you look at them on the track, it's like, yeah, they're definitely the C4s. So, yeah.
So, qualifying this year, right? You have to qualify on the hard in Q1, medium in Q2, and soft in C3. Is it?
That's for 2 trial sessions.
Just trials?
Just for 2 trials.
Sure was...
the other change, though, which... I don't think they've named the tracks yet. No.
Okay.
They'll come, but I will say as well, the sprint weekends, they're going to trial activating DRS at the end of the first lap and at the end and the first lap after safety cars. Is that?
I'm not
every sprint,
that.
I think.
I'm not against that, especially after a safety car. I can understand it being less wanted to be used after a race start, but I don't but I'm not complaining about that. Getting the action quicker, right?
Yeah, it's about trying to keep the field closer together for longer, help to prevent too many sort of 1.5 second gaps breaking out, and then enable people to stay close, but you can't enable it from the start. Obviously, that'd be crazy, but I think just waiting that extra lap does make a difference because the leaders get further away, but I don't think it's gonna make
I think in the sprint, because it's such a short race as well, so sprint, if there is a safety car, then that's just extra laps where there is no DRS before it can get going, and then by the time things get up and running, it's the end.
Checo on the C4.
How many C4s has this guy got?
A lot. Hundreds of them.
I swear he's been on C4s for like 4 hours. Yeah.
All he's bought is C4s today. I got Lando Norris back out the pits. Whee! Bless him.
What's he on this time? Looks like he's on the C405 as well.
Here goes Checo then. DRS wide open down the straight. 5 cars out there now, thanks to Lando Norris. Ocon, Norris, Alonso is 3, so it's 6 actually, because you've got Tsunoda, Hamilton, and Perez as well. I was looking at Perez and not anything else. So it's a 2087 at the moment as the fastest first sector. What can Perez do? It's a 28. He's down 3/100ths. There you go. He's now going to come through turn 8. I'd prefer this on board, but I get why they're off board. We can't always be on board. A wobbly rear wing. Do love that. Yes, only 20 laps for Norris so far, having all sorts of trouble down at McLaren with reliability, and it is reliability, isn't it? It's an issue, but it's not. When I say reliability, I think people assume it's like the engine's gone bang or something, but it's not that kind of reliability. It's brakes and wheel brows and all that, and they're very quiet on socials, so they clearly are keeping stum about it at the moment. Checo, nope, down in the middle sector, 0.2, so I'm going to guess these are used.
I would assume
so. The official timing says new. So, Norris on
slightly higher fuel then, maybe? I don't know.
I think Norris on the mediums. He is. It looks like the C2s. Mediums. Oh, no, it could be C3s. Yeah, C3 medium for Norris. And a nice toe for Checo there, but he's a 30.6, so he's not improved. Alpine have problems with the new rear suspension, Joker Face says. I've not read anything on that. Is that a recent thing, or is that something that's been picked up on earlier that we've missed? Let's have a look.
It has looked a little bit unstable at the rear on the shots I've seen of Ocon going around.
No, I've not got Ocon's lockup. We've got some stuff on that one. So Scott Mitchell over at the race says it has not looked that impressive on track, but the team is very calm. Technical director Matt Harmon seemed confident when they spoke to him in the afternoon. Do you know, that's when you read articles, it's like, oh, such and such is confident or whatever, you sort of think, yeah, but they're not going to say they're screwed, are they? So we've got to be careful with that as well. Bottas C5 tyre.
Was the lap he did? Yeah, he did the current lap on C5. He's going very slow as well, so he's just tiptoeing, isn't he?
He's just coming out on a C5, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see another spicy lap. Come on, Valtteri.
Ooh, we'll watch... I'll run through quickly on the times. We're nearly at the hour, and then I'll do them when we finish just to confirm. So Perez currently fastest, 30.3. He's done 125 laps. Hamilton a 30.6, 52 laps. Bottas a 30.8, 121 laps. Leclerc 131.0, 67 laps. Sainz a 131.0, 66 laps. 65 laps for Tsunoda, 131.2. Magnussen 131.3. 87 laps, 83 for Russell, 131.4, 131.4 for Alonso as well, 66 laps. Drugovich 132.075, 77 laps, 22 laps for Lando Norris. Pierre Gasly 56 laps, 132.762, 32.793 for Alex Albon, 136 laps, currently the best out there. 63 laps for Ocon, 133.257. Nico Hülkenberg 133.329, 77 laps. 44 laps for Oscar Piastri, 133.655. So at the moment, McLaren only 66 laps all day. Nick De Vries 138.244, 87 laps. And it was the C4 tyre for Perez, the C5 tyre for Hamilton, so that's second softest and softest. C5 for Bottas, C4 for Leclerc, C4 for Sainz, C4 second softest for Tsunoda, C4 for Magnussen, C5 softest for Russell, C4 for Alonso, C5 for Drugovich, the medium C3 for Norris, the medium C3 for Gasly, the softest C5 for Albon, medium C3 for Ocon, medium C3 for Hülkenberg, Piastri also the medium C3, and Nick De Vries was on the medium C3 this morning as well. Valtteri Bottas is right now out on the softest C5. So there you go. Yeah, just 66. Just 66.
Not good, is it?
For McLaren today.
I think the what
Thanks,
was it?
Jonty.
Gasly got 56, and that's the lowest single driver. And McLaren combined are only slightly over Gasly from the morning.
Yeah, it's not good.
Six tenths down the middle sector, Bottas. So he's not threatening the fastest time, but it's again C5 tyre, not as quick at the moment as C4. I've not watched the full lap, unfortunately. I don't know if he's made a mistake or anything like that on the lap, but
from what I noticed, he was only 191 kilometers down the main straight, whereas I think the fastest one was like 201, so he was like 10 miles an hour down.
Just had an email from Pet Plan. Time has flown. Baxter is nearly a year old. They grow up so fast. Anyway, way too fast. Zhou Guan Yu watching on, although, again, no name on the lower thirds, but he does race for Alfa Romeo, so that's good. They've got that bit right. Here goes Ocon. Still on that C1 tyre. 22 laps so far, so Alpine focusing on that long run pace, which I guess actually, if they've got problems with the suspension, Jonty, it's good to be out there racking up a long stint, isn't it, and get the data for that rather than worrying too much about the one lap pace, or are you going to say it could be opposite?
Both could be the factor, but also it is the new tyre.
Yeah.
So maybe they want to get some data on it, but after the hells of using that tyre last year. Well, using what?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Last year's C1, which is
That's
now
true.
the C0. Because no one made that thing work properly last year.
And I think we should only see the C0 at tracks like Silverstone, shouldn't we? I think is what they're saying.
Have they made any changes to the wet tyre at all?
No, we're getting a new one.
Yeah, there's a new full wet compound.
Hopefully teams will actually use it rather than being like, it's 5 seconds slower, so even though it's risky, they're still going to run the intermediates.
Yeah, it's coming in Imola. Should be ready for Imola when we'll probably get the first rain of the season, to be fair.
Yeah.
Ocon pits, those who want him off those tyres. That's the good news. Ocon pits after his 22 lap stint, so it'll clock in at 23, but he pitted on that final one.
Come on, Alonso, get out on a soft. Get a quick timing. You've got to find a 10th on Perez. Come on. Did I say Ocon? I meant Alonso.
They don't want everyone to just have one Banzai lap.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I want to see more of this. Magnussen C3s just heading out now. His fastest lap was on the C4, and he's up in 7th place, is K-Mag. So he's been quietly going about it. I think Hulkenberg did this morning as well, didn't he? Just quietly getting on with it. The car doesn't look amazing, but I don't think there doesn't seem to be any fuss, if you know what I mean, around them either way. Nobody's really like, when you look at all the analysis and Haas are doomed, but they're not really saying they've made a massive step either. So they could end up being about where they were come the end of last season. So nearly last.
FD30 making a good point there. It works out that Piastri's chosen a harder teammate with a worse car. That's looking pretty accurate right now.
Yep.
Now we think, I should have stayed at Alpine.
Sorry, I just have to explain the tyres. I've already done this, but yeah, it's C4 for Magnussen at the moment. So we're going to see a lap, hopefully, from K-Mag. They are definitely used. They're not shiny, so they're used. Where is he? 7th. I've already said that he's in 7th place. So we'll see what he can do in a minute. Bottas on an outlap as well. On a used set of softs, which I'm assuming is the same C5s he's just used. Might go for the C4. Might do. Tsunoda comes into the pit lane. Ocon is out on a medium C3, so he's still not going for a soft option.
Alonso's done 14 laps on these mediums so far.
Yep. It's C. Oh, it's
C3,
C5 for. Is it C5 to Bottas? Sorry, I'm just looking. Yeah, because that looks like it's a more solid line. Yeah. Is that used C5? Because he's already done a run on that, so may not improve here. He's
coming in the pits.
Yeah, Reese. It's the last testing day of the season. No more testing. No more launches. No more. Well, they'll be talking, but no more speculation as such about the season. We are next stop for F1, FP1 next Friday for Bahrain. Exciting. Very exciting. Checo's gone out again. See what tyres is on when the timing tower updates. Here goes K-Mag into the pits.
I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if, like, FP1 next week, we get McLaren doing some aero tests and stuff like that with how little running they've done.
We're nearly there. 24 minutes to go of the final test of 2023. And then Sean's off to get something to eat, not speak for about 4 days, and I'll probably fall asleep on a sofa watching something. Probably.
Drive to Survive.
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
I've seen a clip of the of talking about porpoising on Twitter of Toto and the drivers and stuff like that. So I'm like, oh, more drama.
Have neither of you started it yet?
No, I've passed out in the middle of the evening so far, so I've not had a chance to watch any yet.
Honestly, it's so much better than it has been the last couple of years.
I watched a video with Matt and Tommy, and they said like it's better than the last season, where they've not like either over dramatized it or mixed in team radio to make it look like team radio, like, or they've not done it where Mazepin sounds like he's done really well when he's finished last or anything like that.
No, it's all on point. I mean, I hated the last couple of years, but it's so good now.
They did say, like, obviously don't want to give spoilers, but I don't know if it's Seb's choice himself, but he's not really mentioned about his retirement, which kind of sucks. It was just on Ricardo. That kind of sucks, unless it's Seb's choice not to be included much.
Yeah, I think most things are by the driver's choices.
Yeah.
Lewis Hamilton, C3s out there at the moment. We're watching on telly. 8-lap stint on these mediums as well. Well, if you're enjoying it, Jonty, then I might find it better because I have hated the last couple of years, says Max in chat.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to get through to you guys and people in chat. I mean, I enjoyed the first series, despite some of the embellishments, but I turned off halfway through the second series, I think. 'Cause it's like, I can't deal with this.
I hope you watched some of the second season.
Well, yeah, episode 8 particularly.
The best one, yeah. The best one. I'll never let it go. Leave me alone. I've got my name on Netflix. I don't care. I only finished season 4 the other day. I just, oh, God. I think that was the worst one last season, to be honest. I know you didn't watch it, Jonty. Or did you? Watch 4?
Nope, not at all.
Thank you, Sam, for your super chat. Says, thanks for the testing stream, mate. Love your work. No problem at all. And thank you for your super chat and for your support as well. Massively appreciated. It's they're good fun. They're good fun. I love doing these. But I am ready to go racing now. We've had enough testing. We've had enough launches. Let's go racing. We had a good break over Christmas and New Year. That's it now. Season should start in February, early. Testing end of January. 35 race season. I can hear Jonty shaking his head in anger already. Lots more. 100 sprints. I'm joking. 100 sprints in a 35 lap season doesn't even make sense, does it? Thank you very much to Federal Aid Racing as well for your super chat. Says Ocon will beat Gasly. That's a shout there.
I think he will, honestly.
I think it's going to be a really fascinating fight on that one, to be honest. Thank you for your super chat. Just one more super chat and I'll let you say what you needed to say, Dyllan, because I don't want to forget it, because you know what I am like, mate. And I'll be panicking and, oh, God, I'll never sleep. Thank you to... okay. Look at me trying to work out this name. Ibis. I'm assuming the 8s are supposed to be Bs, but you know who you are over on Streamlabs. Thank you so much for your super chat. Let's fill it up, they say. Indeed, let's get that line full. Thank you so much for that one. That's appreciated over on Streamlabs. And thank you as well to Nick. Nick, I always call you Nick. We'll just go with Nick for your Woot stickery emoji thing. That is really cool. I like that. How have I not seen that one before? Oh, mate, you've picked a really good one. I didn't even know you could do these things. So thank you so much for your super chat and for your support as well, mate. I better update this goal and see where we're up to. I know I've got to knock off about 30% for everything, which is really annoying. So I just tend to round a little bit up or down. So I think we've done it. I think we've gone through the goal because that would be about 40 with everything that's coming in. So we'll call it that. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you as well to VRC for your contribution as well over on Streamlabs. Massively appreciated that. I think that's going to take us comfortably through the goal. So thank you so much to everybody over the last 3 days we've had.
So everything from this point is mine.
I mean, if it makes people more likely to send money, then I'll say that, but you ain't getting it. I'll use it to come and see you. There you go. Anything from here goes to my going to see Jonty and annoying him fund.
We're not getting paid for the hour for this?
Oh, no, I will pay you for an hour for this. Yeah, absolutely. What's minimum wage? About £10 something.
Oh, no, I have like a
tenner,
unique... It's like $5,000 an hour on mine.
So thank you, everybody, for your super chats. We'll get back to track action in a second. I just have to do this manually this week for some reason, because despite following all the steps in troubleshooting, it's still not doing it automatically. So I don't know if Streamlabs is having issues these days or what, but there you go. We'll call it 520. Why not? There you go. It's a little bit more, I think, there, but never mind.
So mentioned in the chat about Gasly and penalty points. I forgot he's on 10, and I've just looked at the calendar, and that's until the day after Imola.
After Imola, yeah.
So he's got 6 races to not get 2 points. But if he gets 12 points, will they actually ban them? Because some points that drivers get are stupid. Like, you get a point, what was it? Yuki Tsunoda got 2 penalty points for touching the white line twice at Austria. And then, which is not very dangerous, but gets points for that. And then other people can cause a crash and get 2 points as well.
So I did a video on this, and my view was that penalty points should just be for dangerous driving. I don't think crossing the line 3 times in a race should be a penalty or whatever it is. I think that's crazy.
It's something that's a bit more like Baku, whereas if you go to the left and then you come back over to the right, I can understand that being deemed dangerous. But when you slightly touch the line at Austria, like it's not a penalty point.
No, that's it. And I think that it should be for dangerous driving. So I sort of theorized, I guess, what do the FIA have anything in there that allows them to use a bit of discretion and say, look, you've hit the limit. However, a lot of that was for track limits or whatever, but there's nothing in the rules that allows it. So technically speaking, unless that gets tweaked between now and the season start, if Gasly picks up 2 points in Bahrain, he'll be banned because, as a lot of people will point out, at the end of the day, rules are rules. So if that's what the rules say, then they have to follow them. What's going on then? We are coming to the last 15 minutes on track. Let's focus on that. Thank you so much. I'll keep an eye on your comments and I'll read a few out as we go. But thank you so much. You too. That's very kind of you. In the bin. Thanks, Jonty. I wanted to return it. I wanted to return the words, but I thought I'd better not. Let's end on a high. So yeah, I'll come to your comments. I'll read them as we go, but we'll be focusing on this last 15 minutes. And as I say that, I'm going to guarantee in about a minute the virtual safety car goes out, and that's all we have. Bye, Jordan. If you're going, mate, thank you so much for your company over the last few days and for your support. That's really, really good of you. Hope to see you at some point during the season. I'm sure we'll... Or I hope we will. Yeah.
They should have a problem at Mercedes there then, or was that planned? Like, the light went green and he didn't go, and then the mechanics... I don't know if that was planned or not.
I say or watch chat. My chat's frozen. There we go.
I think they should use the points, some of the point system that we have for your actual driving license. Although it would be a bit bad on some of the drivers, because 5 points for due care and attention. That's Lance getting 20 last year.
Who did they deem
just
at
for the
fault
Seb
with
Vettel
the Latifi
one?
Stroll? Oh, that was bad. That was bad.
Oh,
Who was deemed at fault between Lance and Latifi, by the way?
Oh, that was Stroll.
They did actually deem Stroll.
They both got penalties, didn't they? The Australia one.
Yeah.
Both got them, I think. Perez covered in Flovis. On the C2 tyre or the C3. It's definitely medium. It's covered in Flovis he's been out on with a few minutes to go. So just checking something on the Red Bull.
Has actually gone on his helmet there as well.
Here we go. Virtual safety car. We are going to be doing this by the look of it. So expect a red flag any moment just to check things out. And then I think pretty much... do you know what? Message to the FIA who aren't listening, but we'll do it anyway. We'll pretend we'll live in fantasy land. If they are listening, could you just ask all 10 cars to get out on that grid? Let's do a proper normal race start and a lap of racing. Any damage is paid for by Dyllan.
Wishful thinking.
Any damage covered by Dyllan. He'll pay for it.
Sure,
It's fine.
Lawrence Stroll can fork the bill, right? Probably has enough money to buy every F1 team.
I'll say that I've got a few cars still out there, to be fair. Perez has just come in, so Sainz, Tsunoda, Magnussen on his way out, Lando Norris, Lando Norris has just gone out. Oh dear. Esteban Ocon as well, Esti Besti. Oh dear. That wasn't even Nando Loris. That was worse than that, wasn't it? Goodness me.
Is Alonso still out? I know he's in now, but he did 21 laps on a medium. That's a good stint. How many did Ocon do on the hard?
Ocon's hard stint was about 22 laps. Yes, it was 22 laps. Oh, God. Dyllan, what have you done?
Sorry.
Thank you very much I'm going to say RS Sebin rather than trying to destroy something for your super chat as well. Says, for Jonty. There you go, mate. You've got a super chat. I'll send your way. Thank you very much.
You said for Jonesy. I was wondering if he was just like a huge fan of the cat in Alien.
Oh, no, that's me. I'm Jonesy. That's me.
No, what is somebody... obviously, I'm not mocking people for not understanding or English not being the first language or whatever, or mishearing us, but somebody popped on a stream once or in the comments afterwards and called you Chauncey. Thought I was calling you Chauncey. I corrected them and they were fine. I was like, I kind of want to just call you Chauncey now, but I also don't want to be punched.
I'm not a Pokemon.
Apparently Dylan's having issues with the pooch.
No, she just heard a noise, so she was whining, but she's like, and I don't want that going into the microphone.
Full safety car, according to the screen. I don't know if the actual full and a red flag. Oh my God, what's happened? I think we know what's happened. They're testing systems, by the way. They are prattling about, as we've decided to call it. Remember that for next year when they do this. For the last 15 minutes, we've had a virtual safety car, a full safety car that never went out, and now we have a red flag. So everyone back to the pits, do the red flag procedure, and then we might get a standing start, or they might just do individual starts, or they might all just go home and have something to eat.
Put feet up, get telly on.
Space, that's it. Stick a fork in it. We're done. As good as, yes. I don't think we're going to see any fastest times. So I think if everyone's cool with it, I'm going to call it as Perez fastest time for testing on a 1:33.3, which means nobody made their predictions and got it right.
However, close, though, with time.
However, in terms of times, Tomo. And not only did Tomo smash it with a 1:30.3 flat, he was only 5 1,000ths of a second out. He just picked the wrong Red Bull. I don't know if Tomo's listening. I doubt it. He's probably busy.
The same
but
reason
there
that
you
I
go.
did.
I don't know what's more of a surprise. Tomo being almost identical on times, or Perez went quicker than Verstappen. I don't know which is more surprising.
I've got some more to read from... Oh, bear with me a second. I just need to say thank you to Victoria over on PayPal for your super chat. I can't see if there's a message there, Victoria. If not, no problem, but I'll say hey. Thank you so much for your support. And thank you as well to Alex over on PayPal for your contribution as well. Again, I can't see a message. I'll just check PayPal, the app, rather than the email. I don't know if we've got some issues loading that. If not, I'll just say... hello and hope you are well. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any messages. So, but thank you. I'll say thank you. And hello is what I'll respond to that one with. But thank you for your support. So awesome stuff. Can we get to 1,000 likes? Asks Space. We could. There's 1,000 people watching. We're on 833. So it is very, very doable. But I'd be surprised. But then I didn't think we were going to hit that target. So, hey, let's see if we get to 1,000 likes. Go for it. Just do it. Even if you hate me, just like the stream because, you know, you like the thumbs up.
If we get to 1,000 likes, you can hear more doggy.
Oh, God. How did we get to 8,000 likes all of a sudden? Who's making extra accounts? Formation lap at 19:22 local time. So I think we are going to get a proper start to round this off. Once we've done all of this prattling about they're doing, I will run through times and tyres for everyone. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Armands. If you do hate me, hit like because you like to hate me. There you go. Good one.
Cars coming out still. I know they're going to be doing.
They're doing starts. Yeah.
Formation lap at 19:22 local time. Third time lucky.
Yeah. What we got? 1, 2, 3. Is it 5 cars down there? Lando Norris is there. He's like, please involve me. I want to play. It's been horrible.
It's going to stall, isn't it? That's just going to round off McLaren's testing, and he'll stall on the practice start.
And Norris just sits there in tears. Sat there. I could have stayed in bed today. Absolutely disgraceful. Yeah, thank you for your likes. Those that are saying they've liked in the stream. And do subscribe as well, by the way, if you are new. We've got preview next Thursday, the first one of the season. And I think more importantly, the first tyre talk of the season. I need to work on a segue. So we have got the first one on Thursday. There'll be content out across the weekend, including, of course, the race reaction on Sunday, shortly after the race, although I'm not going to rush this year, so we get it out when we get it out, but it will be on Sunday. And then, of course, a lot coming up this season.
I still think you should do my idea.
I'm going to be honest, Jonty, which idea? Because I've got about 300 ideas that you've you've given me that I still haven't done that are all really great ideas.
Get the viewers to do it.
What, the reaction?
No. The segue into tyre talk.
Oh, get them to... Yeah, they're submitting them one. Yeah, submit them and I'll pick one and then...
They can do a proper segue. They can draw something ridiculous on a whiteboard, sing a little song, do a dance, whatever they want. Just make it something interesting. Nice little bit of interaction.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea. Well, I know it's not a bad idea. You told me.
Email to send it to.
Yeah, I could set up an email. I'll give them yours.
I mean, admittedly, that'll be... For every 5 you get, there'll be one just sending you a video going, no, you're a knob. Because it's YouTube.
Yeah, but it's still nice that somebody's sad enough to take the time out of their day and acknowledge you like that, I guess. If they've got nothing better to do, then I kind of applaud it in some ways. I shouldn't say that, because now all I'm going to get is people saying I'm a knob in an email, in a video, aren't I? And nothing else. Sean said he likes this.
There you go.
1, 2,
Annette's
3.
saying you should give it a go.
There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars on it's a rolling start, led by Yuki Tsunoda. Lando Norris is second, and Lando Norris is going backwards. He's gone past Perez. We've got 3 wide on the run to turn 1. What's going on?
Who was it that said you just want a sprint to pay for any damages for a lap?
And Lando Norris just drops absolutely like a stone through the field as he basically stops on the exit of turn 1 and lets everyone go. But Yuki Tsunoda, a great move from Perez and Bottas to get past him. You can tell they've been starved all winter, can't you? This is great stuff. They're actually giving us a race.
This would be good to learn some data about what it's like following another car at high speed.
Well, I was just going to say, Jonty, and Dyllan as well.
Down the inside from the Alfa Romeo.
He's gone for it. Move from Bottas. They're actually racing. Fake racing, but racing. Perez has backed off now. That was a corking move on Perez. I was just going to say, I do wonder if they've taken some inspiration from Formula E here a little bit. And thought, let's just do a quick mini race, even if it's just a lap or a few corners on a lap, and get, like you say, Dyllan, a feel for how the car is behind other cars. But that was a cracking move from Bottas.
I mean, the Aston Martins come out here full of flowbiz as well, so they're racing with all of the stuff on as well.
That's amazing. That was great fun. So let's
Lando Norris just pulls straight to the side. Like, nah, I'm out.
So Norris is on the left, and then Perez goes for it. Bottas is like, I'll have a look, backs out of it, and decides I better not. It is only testing. Norris then gets on the outside of turn 1 and goes, nah, and stops the car, basically lets everyone through. So Bottas has a look. Not quite 3 wide, but heading that way. It did look 3 wide from the other angle. Bottas did think about it, didn't he? He really did think about it. And then are we going to get the one at the hairpin? He's come out of 7, nice and wide, and then just slung it up the inside, door wide open. And Perez...
he turned away a little bit. He started turning into the corner, and then he turned out of it.
That was all. And now we get the standing start, or are we just going to get... It might just be individual practice starts one at a time, but that was a lot of fun. Thank you, F1 teams. That was good fun. We've been racing. We've been starved of Formula One racing. Which laugh? Says, but I've got so many laughs, Black Emergency. One that I try to rein in, and one that, when I can't control it, is just weird. We are doing individual starts, not one big start this time.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because everyone's waiting, but then the lights weren't going, so I was like, I wasn't sure.
Oh, your puppy's breaking my heart.
Sorry. She says hi.
Or is it you? I want to go.
I can't make an impression like that. Ali, stop.
Yeah, I do get a bit like an excited kid. Sorry, Black Emergency. When we're watching Formula One. Yeah. In fact, we're about to have Lewis Hamilton having a go here at Esteban Ocon. Again, actually, looking back at last season, it was always Hamilton, Ocon, Hamilton, wasn't it, at times? Thinking of Japan, they've both decided, let's not do that. I think we're done for the racing. I think we are.
Harley, who do you think's going to win the World Championship? Oh, well, there you go.
Heart. I think that's probably what my puppy's doing downstairs and has been doing all day.
Is she is it a boy or is it a girl?
It's a boy.
Is he a daddy's boy or is he a mummy's boy?
He's definitely a daddy's boy.
That's why. He's like, oi, get down here, I want cuddles. Yes, the pup did say like and subscribe. And donate. Super chat, Streamlabs, if you want all of the money to go, PayPal.
Yeah, don't go to the puppy, just to confirm. It'll go to my puppy. I guarantee most of my money.
This is going to Sean's puppy.
Obviously, the donations today going to setup upgrades, but anything over that will end up going on the puppy. It will be toys and grooming and all sorts. So he's a little bit spoiled, not gonna lie, but you know.
Puppy predictions 2023. Do it. Have some different food with predictions, and then whichever one they eat from, that's what they predict.
He'd eat them all.
Does that mean that they're both going to crash into each other then, or it's going to be interesting?
Are we going for another start here?
Possibly. Well, no, it's a red flag, so we're going back into the pits, aren't we?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't spot the red. I think that's it. I think we are there. A minute.
Oh, yeah, they're not going to go back out, are they?
I think we are there. I will do the times in just a second. We'll get to the flag first. And then we'll do the times, and then we're done. That's the plan. That is the plan. In fact, before we do that, I will just double check that I've not missed anything on Streamlabs or anything. No, we've done that one for Jonty. That one's there. That's all fine. I think we're okay. I think we're good. We're covered. So we are very nearly there. I am watching the clock tick down. My stream is definitely a little bit behind the live timing, but that is officially the checkered flag for testing 2023 and the checkered flag for the streams as well. That is it. Testing is done. We have what we have. So let's run through these times and then we'll wrap it up for the week. Sergio Perez, fastest time not only of today, but also of testing. 1 second. Just some team radio. Nothing to worry about. But Perez, fastest on the day. Fastest of the week. 1:30.305. He completed 133 laps today. I will do tyres in just a second. Lewis Hamilton, a 1:30.664. 5 laps. Valtteri Bottas, a 130.827 on 131 laps. 2 shy of Perez. Charles Leclerc, 4th, a 131.024. 67 laps for him. 76 laps for Carlos Sainz on a 131.036 or 036. I love to mix them up. 131.261 for Tsunoda, 79 laps. And Magnussen, a 131.381 on 95 laps. George Russell, 131.442, 83 laps, 80 laps for Fernando Alonso on a 131.450. Felipe Drugovich, 132.075, 77 laps, 37 laps for Lando Norris, just 37 laps for Lando Norris. Having said that, only 7 shy of Piastri this morning at 132.160, 132.762 for Gasly, 56 laps, 136 laps, and the most laps of the day goes to Alex Albon on a 132.793, 133.257. For Ocon, 76 laps, 77 for Hulkenberg, 33.329. Piastri, 33.655, 44 laps. Nick De Vries, 87 laps this morning, a 138.244. And in terms of tyres, it was the C4 soft tyre, second softest tyre for Sergio Perez for the fastest time. Lewis Hamilton's fastest was set on the C5, the absolute softest. Valtteri Bottas was a C5 as well. Leclerc C4 soft, Sainz C4 soft, Tsunoda C4 soft, Magnussen C4 soft, Russell C5 softest, Alonso C4 soft, Drugovich C5 softest, and then it's the medium C3 for Norris, the medium C3 for Gasly, softest C5 for Albon, medium C3 again for Ocon and for Hulkenberg as well. It was the C3 medium for Piastri and for De Vries. I nearly said De Resta. That's why I paused. Nick De Vries, the medium C3 for his fastest time. Big talking points today, really. That fast time from Perez, 130.3, 3 up on Hamilton, although, again, testing, don't read too much into the times. Big laps from Albon, 136. He got through the 100. 133 for Perez and 131 for Bottas. They all did 100. Busy morning as well for De Vries on 87. I think, really, negative McLaren not looking in great shape with those brakes and wheel brows, whatever's going on there. I'm sure we'll hear more in the coming hours and the next few days. But hopefully whatever this fixes they've got for next week, it'll all be in place and things will be fine, but not great. Alpine as well. A few people questioning what's going on there. Jonty suspected maybe they're up to something, but then there's also talk of some issues at the rear with suspension, so not perfect. But I would say Red Bull looking very strong. Ferrari looking good. Mercedes, I'm not convinced they're as bad as some are potentially saying. I think they're okay. I think they're going to be in the mix in some capacity. But I'm gonna throw the argument out there that the team that's raised the most eyebrows in a good way are Aston Martin in testing so far. So that's my read of it. Can they make 4th place? That would be quite the surprise. Quite the surprise. Super quickly then, Jonty, all of testing, what's been your biggest surprise or your standout that's raised an eyebrow, got you intrigued?
2 things. How badly McLaren have been struggling. Not just on pace, but also all the issues they've been having. And how quick the Alfa Romeo seems to be. I mean, I know it was a softer tyre, but he's still right up there with the Red Bull and the Mercedes. So I think it's harder to call for next week than it was before testing started.
That's fair. Yeah, it's been good. Lots to look. It's next week's going to be so fascinating as well. What about you, Dyllan?
Alonso in the Alpine seems like a great Alpine. Aston Martin.
The Aston Martin, mate. Come on, keep up. This isn't testing 2022.
Hey, you still get Crofty calling him Sauber and that. Yeah, Alonso and the Aston Martin seem to be gelling together really nicely. whatever style that Aston Martin seems to be very happy with Alonso. So I can see him potentially fighting for podiums. You know, if things go all over the place, definitely up there.
It's going to be a great season. That's my early prediction for you.
Exciting to potentially see a fourth team coming in to be in the mix rather than just being the top three. Massive gap, and then somebody else.
Yes.
I just hope the Aston Martin aren't too slow to keep up with the top three, but at the same time too fast to be ahead of the rest of the field. So they're kind of in no man's land. There's
nothing wrong with dreaming, Dyllan, but I do kind of feel like that's a little bit dreamland. But do it now. We've just had testing. We don't know. So let's all just fantasize.
It's Alonso, though.
It's a 20-driver championship fight. It's going to be amazing. Why not? We'll wrap it up there then. We'll get this wrapped up and done and dusted. 9 hours again today. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in to Testing Live 2023. It's been absolutely amazing. Thank you to Aldas, to Tomo, to Will as well. And of course, thank you to you, Jonty, and to you, Dyllan, for enduring me for 3 whole afternoons. It's been a pleasure. It's couldn't have done it without you all. And it's been a lot of fun. But we are going to leave it there. Thank you as well for everyone for your super chats, for getting us through that goal. Before you go, please do drop a like. We're 60 away from 1,000. We could do it, so that would be amazing. If not, don't worry. But also thank you for your subs as well, because the season starts next week and it is going to be awesome. And it's a long one. We get a spring break, we get a summer break, but we might need them because it's going to be a bit jam-packed. I don't think I'm so paranoid. I'm going to quickly check and make sure I've not missed any super chat or anything like that before I go. No, I think we're good. So thank you so much for your support. Like and subscribe, like I say, and I will be back next week on Thursday. This is going to feel good. With the Bahrain Grand Prix preview 2023. We are so nearly there. But as ever, thank you for watching. I've been Sean. This has been the F1 Word. And until next time, I'm going for a lie down. Goodbye.